Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Jones fakes the give on 2nd and 8. Pumps, and he's going to be sacked. No, he gets rid of it last moment. It's picked off for a touchdown.
There's your guy.
Petrie to the end zone. Pick 6, short range.
Into right field. Here comes Leon. Pedro is going to make a catch at his ankles for the final out of the game. Leon picks that one off the turf as he just barely gets to that ball around ankle high for the final out. A 3-pitcher combined shutout. The Astros win the series. They now maintain their 4-game lead in the AL West.
Yeah. Hey.
How about a little bit of Framber Valdez in your life?
That's it, man. Little Framber Valdez, a little Jalen Petrie, little Texans. Hey, Ben.
Who's the better quarterback, Daniel Jones or Framber Valdez?
Framber, easily.
Yeah. You'd be a better quarterback
You'd be a
now.
little dicey about a lefty. You know,
might have to explain the rules of the game to
a little
him.
quirky. There's that.
I don't know if he was a huge football fan or not.
I don't think there's much doubt, man. And I don't think there's much doubt. We got a lot of good news this weekend. Have you heard it? Have you heard the good news? Because we got good news on the Astros front. We got good news on the Texans front. The Astros, a 4-game lead now in the AL West.
Oh.
They take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox.
Oh, they've got a lead that they can divide by 2. That's man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
It is.
You could lose half of your next 4 games and still be up by no.
They're up by 2 on the Mariners twice. That's what they are.
Yeah.
So the Astros up by 4 on the Mariners, and the Texans. The Texans looked really good against the Giants, and it's a preseason game. It's a team that sucks. But they destroyed, other than a flurry of Daniel Jones circus passes to Malik Neighbors in the second quarter, they took that bad team to the woodshed.
For one, all right, Sean, I saw you this morning, and I just went into an immediate tirade. Because as we saw, Daniel Jones was horrendous in that game. Even on his passes to Malik Neighbors, he was horrendous.
Low percentage, irreplicable throws.
You know how good you have to be to undo all of the damage you've done already. You know, you can't do that unless you're like one of the really special quarterbacks. Like Tom Brady's allowed to throw 3 picks in 90 seconds and then still come back. Yeah. But I got a text from a really smart friend of mine about so Daniel Jones got cut, huh? What are you guys gonna? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? I have zero clue. This is my job. What are you talking about? I got 10 different messages from people about Daniel Jones getting cut. Wow. Apparently, some people with some blue check marks and a bunch of followers that tweeted out that Daniel Jones got cut. But the problem was I had to spend time debunking what somebody had told me because as improbable as it would be and as economically unviable as it would be, I actually wouldn't be 100% surprised if Daniel Jones got cut.
It was a cuttable performance by Daniel Jones.
Joe Shane is in a position right now where Malik Neighbors might be good enough to prop up Daniel Jones enough that Daniel Jones gets his 3rd contract.
Yeah, they've done this.
And then they'll let Malik Neighbors go.
That's what happened in 2022.
I really like him though. So. The Texans.
He's our most popular player.
I think the most encouraging thing, and I'm not I'm not being snarky about the Giants being a bad team, so discount all the stuff the Texans did. I think the Texans did what you should do versus a bad team. A bad team in the Giants, it still does have some big names, and
especially defensively,
spent heavily in free agency, everything there. They did some good things. They did some really good things. The Dameon Pierce conundrum remains the biggest mystery on this team right now. I doubt we'll see Joe Mixon in a game uniform before
week 1.
Before week 1, which it's a little bit of it's a leap of faith right now that it's just going to be that much better. But the starters versus other teams' starters, the Texans haven't been able to run the ball.
Yeah, they haven't. They haven't. Now, they did move the ball very efficiently through the air until they got to the red zone. That was my first big takeaway was, okay, CJ was making all the throws he was making last year, even the ones that got called back because of penalties. I mean, that throw, the two
one
throws,
that Brevin Jordan's got, the holding, that was a beautiful play.
That was to Tank. That's the one I'm talking about. There were two throws that CJ made in that game where I'm like, okay, if I'm the rest of the league, I'm like, crap. he's good again this year. It was the throw to Tank Dell on the play where there was a hold from Brevin Jordan. And then after the Stingley interception, when they were backed up on their 1-yard line, they tried to run the ball out of the end zone on first down with Dameon Pierce, who barely got out of the end zone.
Yeah.
And then on second down, they just go empty. They go 5 wide empty, and CJ just pops one to Dalton Schultz for 26 yards. And that's the one where if I'm the other team or other teams watching that game, I'm like, we're supposed to be able to rationalize interceptions inside the 5-yard line as a punt that pins them deep.
Right.
And he just drops back, and there's clutter there, but it doesn't matter. Just whoop, right to Dalton Schultz.
It's 7-on-7.
It's 7-on-7,
which is a loaded drill. The 7-on-7 is, and it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's really, really cool to see. And so that part of it is fun.
Yeah.
The offensive line,
the offensive line.
I'm encouraged about the offensive line.
What'd you think of Scruggs and Kenyon Green?
Good.
Yeah.
Just good. Yeah. Especially in pass protection versus a really good defensive line.
Yeah.
So it's preseason. I don't know. You never know how much a guy like Dexter Lawrence might be phoning it in or not, but that's the guy that showed up on the field and he didn't do much.
All he can do.
The one batted pass that he had in the red zone was because he was stuck at the line of scrimmage. So that was how he made an impact on that play.
Oh boy, did you watch Blake Fisher and Brian Burns on that play? Brian Burns spin moved Blake Fisher like Blake Fisher was still in his 3-point stance. Like it was, and Brian Burns. Go back and find it, Seth. Brian Burns eased up on C.J. Stroud. He could have waylaid C.J. Stroud, and I don't know if it's a sportsmanship thing or if he was just nervous about a 15-yard penalty.
That's not the time you want to get a 15-yard penalty.
Right.
A fine.
Well, and it's in the red zone, too, so, and it was 4th down. That's probably most of why, because it was 4th down. And you're getting off the field, but boy, Brian Burns could have really, really destroyed. And then the narrative becomes like, why is CJ out there with a rookie left tackle?
Yeah.
It was bad.
That was when they went empty like that too. That is also out there with a rookie left tackle.
Yeah, man.
So this is where I am with Blake Fisher. Blake Fisher had some also really good reps against Brian Burns.
He did.
But it's always that. Remember the old the guy with the Polynesian name. That was
Xavier Suafilo?
Xavier Suafilo.
Yeah.
So Xavier Suafilo, remember, he looked really, really good for stretches.
Yeah.
Until he got beat really bad.
The bad was bad.
Yeah, and it's hard with an offensive lineman, even though offensive linemen like to say, well, I played a great game except for those 2 snaps. Yeah, that's the point.
Yep.
You can't get beat so fast that your quarterback isn't even at the back of his drop before you get hit.
Yep.
So with Blake Fisher, it's the consistency right now. I am optimistic about him in the long term. It's all right, but how quickly can you continue to progress? Especially, it's hard to go from left to right, and he did it in college, but it's just at a different level in the NFL. So if he has to play left tackle or right tackle, that becomes that one more thing that might slow him down.
Yep. John Mechie was a big story in this game. John Mechie is somebody who, at least among media types like myself, is on the bubble, maybe still. Who knows? It's one game. But I think everybody's rooting for John Mechie for sure. He had a big game. He had a big game on Saturday. He had 6 catches, 68 yards, a touchdown, got in the end zone for the first time in his NFL career. Here was C.J. Stroud on John Mechie's big day.
First and foremost, just want to give all glory and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Mechie has been working really hard. He's a great friend of mine, somebody who I have a lot of love for, and it's just exciting to see him and him able to put all his talents and things on display. So, I'm really excited for him. I think he's going to be a great addition to our team, and to be able to have him fully healthy and feeling back in football shape. So, I'm very excited for him, and it's only just beginning for him.
My feeling on Mechie for the last few weeks has been it's going to end one of two ways for him in this camp. He's either making the team or he's getting traded. I don't think he gets cut because I think he's got value. But his value now after Saturday looks like the possession arrow might be pointed towards his value being with the Texans, which is great.
And the one other option would have been if you try to stash him on practice squad. But the Texans were in that bind of, all right, man, we got to see if this guy keeps developing. He shows up on film, and now I don't think you could stash him on practice squad. Well, he would get, because once you're on practice squad, you're a free agent.
But you'd have to clear waivers to get to the practice squad.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so,
I don't think he'd even
somebody would pick him up.
Someone would pick him up. Yeah. So Mechie, really good game. The defense. We heard Petrie's pick 6 coming in. Derek Stingley Jr. had another Derek Stingley Jr. pick. It was a bad throw by Daniel Jones. He should have put more air under it, obviously. But, man, Stingley might have the best hands on the team.
I almost think that
he's remarkable.
I think Daniel Jones might have been trying to go back shoulder on him or something, which is a dumb thing to do on Derek Stingley. Go back shoulder on the guys that don't look back for the ball and all of that. There's no back shouldering Derek Stingley without being at extreme risk for interception, especially when it wasn't even a good back shoulder throw.
You had a tweet about Petrie last night.
I did?
Yeah, you did.
I don't even remember.
You did. You were excited about him. Yeah, you were excited about his tackle.
I forgot about, I never know which outlet I'm putting stuff out on.
It was X.
It's
the artist.
I forgot I had done that. I was just like, supposedly I'm supposed to be active on X. I can't. Okay, here you go. Jalen Petrie. So, again, I got annoyed because I tweeted that out, and then people kept pointing out, well, it was a preseason game. I don't care about the fact that it was a preseason game. There's certain parts of the fundamentals of Jalen Petrie's game that have gotten a lot better, specifically his tackling. So, there were two things. For one, the play he made in the backfield showed really good veteran-type patience in terms of settling down, lowering, and then making the tackle.
What he's been working on.
I could totally see a version of Jalen Petrie that would have gone after Daniel Jones and hit him after the ball had already been handed off or something like that. But then he's got his arms out wide. He's using good tackling technique. And then the other play where he caught the ball caught out in the flat, instead of going for a monstrous hit, he settled in, lowered his pad level, and secured the tackle. In previous years, that would have been a hip drop. Somebody would have hip dropped it because that's a perfect situation.
Yeah.
And I was glad because it showed. I used to get so upset at people decrying the banning of the hip drop because the hip drop's a lazy play.
Right.
It means you don't want it. It means you want to stop dropping you're driving your feet and just actually making a tackle. Jalen kept driving his feet. He ended up getting the ball carrier to the sideline, and then he started going for the ball. He had Alshire coming in, to swarm to
clean it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the fundamentals, regardless of whether it's preseason or what opponent you're playing, the fundamentals you can see are definitely different for him this year.
Yeah, it's a great observation on Petrie. It was good to see, man. 28-10, they beat the Giants, and the Astros take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox. They expand their lead. They're up 4 games. Times are good. Things are good. No more Saturdays without college football. It's a great time to be alive, man. Yeah, college
We got
football.
Canadian football up on the TV this morning.
No more Wednesdays without Canadian football. What days do they play in the Canadian Football League? They play on weekends?
They go on the metric system up there, so I don't even know if the days are the same.
I don't know what they're named.
I think today is Thursday in Canada.
Yes.
Yeah.
Today
and it's spelled with 2 U's.
Today is fromage.
They put a U at the end of every day.
There you go. All right.
Mundog.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Reaction Monday. We're reacting to everything today. Up next, let's shift over to the Astros. I have crossed over. The one thing we've been watching with the Astros in this entire race that they've been in, I have flipped now. I've got my eyes on something else when it comes to the Astros in this season. We'll get you up to speed on everything and an injury that kind of popped up late last week that could be problematic for the Astros. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, if you are looking to get into that new luxury vehicle, West Point Lincoln, that's where my family went back.
SuperCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Altuve hits one high, hits one deep, hits one into the Crawford boxes, 2-0 Astros.
Altuve with the insurance. You ask for that extra run, you're going to get it. That was a hanging slider on the outer third, elevated. Jose Altuve got to it and just flipped it into the Crawford boxes.
That was a big run for a lot of people yesterday. Seth is somebody who I know you've dipped your toe into the waters of the dark arts of late, the gambling world.
Oh, yeah.
That was a big run because there was no value betting the Astros yesterday. They were minus 350 to win, which in baseball is like, that's like a football game with a 20-point spread. Like a minus 350 in a baseball game means you got to lay 350 to win $100. In baseball, a line being above minus 300 is almost unheard of. You had minus 350 with a lineup where the Astros were the two corner infielders were in Sugarland like 2 weeks ago.
If I were cold-hearted and calculating and could set my fandom aside, would have been a smart bet to go for the White Sox just based on
value. On value, it might have been, and the game was close. On value, it might have been. Now, some of us out there, or some people, maybe. You can lay 1.5 runs and get a little bit less that you have to risk.
Sure, I know what that means.
The Astros have to win by more than 1 run.
I'm nodding. Yes,
yeah.
Okay.
They have to win, and that Altuve home run in the 8th inning was our last chance to get more than a 1-run lead. And by God, the little fella took care of it. Man. Got us a 2-0 lead. That was a good degenerate home run right there. It was a good,
and as far as just playing the White Sox, and after getting a little bit of crap, what's going on here? Are they playing down to the opponent? It's just these the Astros in a precarious position where sometimes I'll fall into like, why are they performing like this? And then you have to remember like everything you just mentioned. Some of the guys they have playing on the team right now. It's not a full force. This is not your uncle's Astros.
No, their infield was, and Altuve was the DH yesterday. So Yordan was not in the lineup. So you had an infield of DeZenzo, Whitcomb, Dubon, and obviously Pena, who would play every day the entire calendar year if he could.
It felt like the old days where you just kind of take a Sunday afternoon off and figure, these guys, we got a tough
loss.
You got 12 contenders. You got a stretch now coming up where you play 12 contenders in a row. Playoff contenders. And it's not so easy. So all right, let's rest everybody on Sunday and maybe we'll be full force for this tough stretch.
Yeah, they're in a tough stretch. They play a bunch of days in a row here coming up against, as Seth points out, against good opponents. The Red Sox this week, who they did sweep in Boston fairly recently. They've got the Orioles. They go to Baltimore. They got Philly coming up. So it's a tough stretch coming up. And with all that said, Seth, I know one thing about these Astros. They play well against good teams. It's the playing down to the level of opponents that's been an issue over the last couple of years. They play well against good teams. And for that reason, this 4-game lead they have on Seattle, I'm not focused on that anymore. Seattle stinks. I'm not focused on that. The AL West will be ours. Once again, I am looking at the 5-game deficit, 6-game deficit, somewhere in there, to get us back into that the hallowed grounds of not having to play a wild card round.
Out of the 3-game series in the wild card,
I don't want anything to do with that.
There's so much luck involved with that. You can be a really good baseball team that just has a couple of bad days, and boom, you're out.
That's it. So that's what I'm focused on now, catching the Yankees, the Orioles, the Guardians, the Twins. Those are Guardians, and I think the Yankees lead their divisions right now. Maybe the Orioles do. I don't know. The Yankees lost again yesterday. Who the hell knows? But I'm so focused I don't even know who they're chasing. But that's what I think it's in play now. They're going to get Verlander back here soon. We should mention that. He had a good bullpen this weekend. He hopefully feels good this morning.
And he's got his gas.
If he feels good this morning, then he's pitching Wednesday against the Boston Red Sox on Wednesday afternoon. 1 o'clock start.
I like that it's the Red Sox.
Yeah.
I like that it's this is good. This is good. This is good stuff. This is the August feeling that I'd missed, Sean. A little bit of cockiness. Undeserved by myself. I didn't do anything to earn it, but I'm starting to get a little bit cocky.
Yeah.
But also peeing a little bit.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yiner had a home run yesterday. Got robbed. And then hit a bomb a little bit later. Got really robbed. 3-run home run. That would have made things a whole lot easier yesterday watching that game. And Framber was great again.
Framber
and Hunter Brown are going to get acknowledged today. Spoiler.
Oh, really?
Alert. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. They've both been amazing since.
Yeah, I'd be
1st.
upset if you didn't acknowledge Framber.
Yeah, so would he probably. Someone points out on the text page. You said in the open, who's better quarterback, Framber Valdez or Daniel Jones?
Yeah.
Someone says, can you imagine Framber's body language as a QB when a receiver drops a pass? He's gotten better.
There's a play clock
better.
just like there's a pitch clock. We would worry 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I'd have been like, I don't know how Framber will deal with the pace of the game.
Right.
He might when he needs to collect himself. Now I'd be like, yeah, no big deal. I feel like Framber take a sack and just hop right up, do his little breathing through his eyelids and whatnot.
That's right.
And be good to go.
Okay, this Bregman elbow.
The Bregman, the offensive line blocking. I don't know if the pass game is fine. It's a run game, but yes.
Yeah.
So.
The Bregman elbow injury. So we teased coming into this thing. If you missed it, Alex Bregman supposedly slept on his elbow wrong. Ben, let's do Bregman 1 here. Here's Alex Bregman on Friday, I believe, explaining why he was not in the lineup and will not be in the lineup at least for a few games.
I got some swelling in my throwing elbow. Slept on it wrong. Feel like a few days, and I'll be able to come back strong and feel good. I have no damage of any of the ligaments or anything like that. It's just something that I'm going to have to take a few days for, and obviously it's pretty unfortunate because I'm swinging the bat really well right now. I'm playing really well, so hopefully come back in a few days and be ready to roll. And yeah, this has no long-term effect or anything like that. It's just something I got to knock out right now and get back
knock it out.
Knock it out. Okay, so no IL for Bregman. He's still sitting on the bench, sitting with the squad. Slept on it wrong. So do you know when it happened, Alex Bregman?
When did it happen?
Not really sure. Slept on it. Woke up. Didn't really feel that great a few days ago, and just kind of played through it for a day. And yeah,
I had a friend once who he woke up and his arm was all messed up. Yeah. Turned out he had a broken clavicle. The problem was because he had been sleeping in a ditch after he fell off a bike that he was riding while drunk off his butt. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
So there was more to the story.
Yeah.
He did wake up with a broken clavicle, but it was after he had fallen off his drunken bicycle.
Okay.
The bike was drunk,
now,
too.
do we know what Alex Bregman does once he leaves the stadium and goes to bed at night?
No, he might have. Yeah, I don't know.
He got on a bike?
Now, I would say there is a chance that if he slept on it wrong and it's something, if you sleep on it wrong, that's a one-dayer, because it does happen in baseball. You sleep on it wrong, pitchers sleep on their arm wrong and they're messed the next day, but that subsides generally. I'm guessing if it is true that he did indeed fall asleep and then wake up with a bum elbow, but he's going to be out multiple days, that maybe there's some kind of pre-existing condition and it just worsened whatever it was. Yeah. So I don't he's had a lot of surgeries through the years, like loose bodies or something like that.
Yeah, which should make it super easy to figure out when he's coming back, I'm sure.
Would you prefer, and honestly, though, I like it when they keep it. This is what Bregman would do. Bregman just, if he were to perhaps not be completely honest with an injury, he just comes up with the simplest explanation. I don't need a story about a massage therapist breaking his ribs or anything like that.
No, I don't.
Even though that is one of the fun parts of baseball is people making up stories about why they got injured.
Right.
I do prefer when they just keep it vanilla, nice and straightforward, no wasted movement. I slept on it wrong.
I guess the good news would be, well, let's hear from Espada first. When do we expect Alex Bregman to come back?
He's going to start hitting here in the next day or two, so I hope so. I think there's a strong possibility that he could play in that series. Yes. Okay,
so that and the series he's talking about is the Boston series coming up, starting today. I guess if we're to take Bregman's couple cuts there we played at face value where he said it started a few days ago, that interview was on Friday. I guess the good news is that when it started feeling bad, when it started hurting, he was in the midst of a stretch where he was hitting a home run every day.
Right.
So he was hitting with that. He was player of the week in the AL.
But Alex Bregman is he's a finely tuned ecosystem.
He is.
If things aren't ever just perfectly right and going the way, then he can get wobbled off the train tracks or thrown off the drunken bicycle. I don't, that makes me nervous that, it'll just be a few days off and then it'll be back to the same old Alex Bregman. I'm going to be very, very attuned to exactly how those first few at-bats go.
Someone is pointing out on the text page, you know who? Oh, it's Middle Screen. Middle Screen's mad at the kid in right field who didn't catch the what would have been the 3-run home run for Yainer Diaz, and he let the right fielder catch it. If that kid catches the ball and doesn't let the right fielder rob Yainer, they don't have to pitch Abreu and Hader yesterday. Yeah. Just brutal. Mm-hmm. That's true. Man, step your game
Let's
up,
find
kid.
that kid's name out.
Yes. Let's go back and find the video.
Let's publicly torch him.
No. Let's not even joke about that.
I saw, I was watching all the different highlights from the games this week, and after Caleb Williams' touchdown run, which is really nice, but I mean, it was at the end of the second quarter versus guys, they weren't even backups. Some of those guys were undrafted rookie free agents.
That they were going against?
Yeah, that the Bears were going against. But there was a guy in the end zone who was just beaming, and he was right down near the wall, and I couldn't help but think, like, oh, this is the opposite of Bartman. This is the opposite of Steve Bartman. And like this guy was probably 30 years old. He had to grow up listening to his father probably rant at the dinner table about Steve Bartman 15 years after the fact. But now, in their minds, Caleb Williams has come to deliver them from whatever hell they're in, including, sports hell.
Yeah, well, quarterback hell for sure. I saw you did a video on that throw that he had.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive.
Yeah, it was impressive.
It was an incredibly
leaning into that
throw.
Caleb Williams on your YouTube channel.
I am. The Chicago fans are hungry for it. I gotta try to broaden the fan base a little bit. I'm very open and honest about it. I still have big questions about Caleb Williams and just him doing the simple stuff, the boring stuff. He makes all these circus throws, but then he uses the exact same mechanics for like a 5-yard screen. I'm like, dude, you don't have to do that. It doesn't have to be. Sometimes it's almost as bad as the college quarterback who does the jump pass.
Yeah.
Remember Case had a little bit of that in him when his first couple years. He would try the jump pass for God knows what reason.
Yeah.
And when you didn't need to do it.
That's the Mahomes thing. But everybody thinks they're Mahomes.
But the problem is, even when Mahomes is throwing off platform and everything, he's still got his feet planted in the ground and all. It's just, It's like when you're teaching kids to write. And like in high school, English teachers in middle screen will appreciate this. You're not allowed to write like a writer that abandons punctuation for artistic purposes until you prove that you can do it the right way.
Do the basics. That's a great analogy.
Once you really master the basics, then you can freelance a little bit. Right. You don't go off playing jazz piano when you can't get your damn chords right.
Can't even do chopsticks. Yeah. Text message, will we see British Brooks get some Pierce snaps with the 1s and 2s this week? He seems like a short yardage goal line wrecking ball. British Brooks looks the part, and he had 2 touchdowns in the game on Saturday against the 3s and 4s of the Giants. Here's the thing. If he gets snaps with the 1s and 2s, it won't be against the Rams in the game. The 1s and 2s aren't going to be playing in that game. But it does highlight, I think, a bigger issue than just is British Brooks going to get these carries. It's what the hell's going on with Dameon Pierce.
So this is the thing with Dameon Pierce is it's complicated in that the blocking has not been pristine. So there are a lot of times where the blocking is very imperfect and maybe the play should be dead in the water. But that does happen in the NFL. And that's where the 1 yard per carry comes into it. When you watch like Cam Akers cut against the grain on imperfect blocking, because that wasn't even like a normal zone run cutback. He had to stop in his tracks and then bounce it to the outside. It works because of the zone blocking, but it wasn't a perfectly blocked play. Like Dameon he's not showing any ability to make something out of nothing. So the 1 yard per carry is where it's real in that a good running back, even with bad blocking, is still going to get 3 yards per carry.
That's right.
And that's where I get nervous with Dameon right now that, all right, the run blocking is bad, but you're making it worse. And he doesn't, on that kickoff return, I felt like that was the biggest display of just there's being almost something. There's just something wrong with the way he's feeling the game right now, because when it's time to make a decision, even if things are imperfect and hitting it, he's hesitating and he's pausing and he's kind of almost like tiptoeing his way into contact. He's not breaking tackles the way he did when he was a younger player.
Not even close.
And this is probably overly simplified, but there's still a big part of me that wonders, man, whatever body weight he was his rookie year, I know he's trimmed down and everything. Like, that was what was working for you.
Yeah.
That was you could take a play that had imperfect blocking and make something out of it because you could because you were evasive by breaking tackles, and he just doesn't have that right now.
We'll get into that more at 7 o'clock. We got all our stock up, stock down. Things we're feeling good about, things that need improvement for the Texans. We'll get into that at the top of the hour. Speaking of the Texans, hey, close out their preseason schedule, or they close out their preseason schedule against the Rams on Saturday, and we've got your tickets again tomorrow. Texans Ticket Tuesday. So listen in the 7 a.m., the noon, and the 5 p.m. hours for your shot at a pair of front row seats in the bullpen. The best seats in the house could be yours. All you have to do, keep it tuned to Sports Radio 610 all day long tomorrow on a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Up next, headlines. We'll circle back to the Astros again. Good weekend for the Astros, I would say, overall. The Texans, and some news going on around the NFL, including a big signing and a decision at quarterback for one of the teams in the NFL. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next. But West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, I mentioned the original West Point Lincoln location.
Offers. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with the Astros. They take 2 out of 3 from the Chicago White Sox over the weekend. They're 4 games up in the AL West right now. It's hard to believe, man. Like literally 2 months and a day ago, they were 10 games back of the Mariners, and now they're 4 games ahead of the Mariners. What a disaster in Seattle. But I'm here for it. Framber Valdez, excellent again yesterday. 7 shutout innings, only threw 82 pitches. Here was Joe Espada on Framber yesterday.
That's what we expect out of Framber. Just quality starts after quality starts. Really, really good. Stuff was unbelievable how good it was. Fastball, breaking ball, everything in the zone, so strong performance.
The crazy thing is Framber might not even be the best pitcher on his own team since June 1st. Mm-hmm. And he's been amazing. He's been 8-0 since losing to the White Sox on June 17th or 18th, whatever it was. That the game that they fell 10 games back was a game they lost 2-0 with Framber on the mound, ironically, in Chicago. And since that game, Framber is 8-0. He started 10 games, and they've won all 10 of those games, the Astros have. So he's been amazing, and he might not even be the best pitcher on the staff in that time. Hunter Brown's been just as good as Framber Valdez.
Right, yeah. It'd be a fun debate depending on who you were facing in the playoffs and what the rest
Lefty,
situation
righty,
was like.
Yeah.
It's you could feel really good about both those options.
Yep.
And then Kikuchi that's a whole nother, just because Kikuchi wasn't here on June 1st.
Right.
You can't really talk about comparing them. But this last stretch, I think, has really been a testament to the Astros as an organization. Their ability to take a pipeline that it's years now that we've been reading about how bereft the Astros pipeline is. And then these guys who aren't top 100 prospects come up and end up being much, much better than almost everybody above them on the prospects list.
Yeah.
And that's the development, especially with the pitchers, that they're able to get out of these guys.
At the very least, the prospect, Hunter Brown's been elite, so that he's in a different category. But at the very least, guys like Spencer Arrighetti, the 2 infielders they were playing yesterday, a few of the outfielders they've had out there at times. I mean, Pedro Leon was playing right. They had DeCenzo, Whitcomb, and Leon in the lineup yesterday with no Yordan Alvarez. They only scored 2 runs. I get it. But even the guys like that have been able to come up and just be sort of, duct tape or spackle on this thing to get you.
Nobody does duct tape like the Astros,
nobody,
baby.
Man.
Nobody.
It's the new marketing
They
campaign.
could actually tell. They're the one entity that could tell us whether it's duct tape or duct tape.
That's true.
Kids, never use duct tape on your. I call it duct tape, not duct, because you're not supposed to use it on ducts ever.
Oh, really?
It's really bad for ducts.
But you are supposed to use it on ducks?
Yes. That's what I use it for specifically.
To tape ducks.
Yeah, tape ducks
tape their
together.
beaks shut.
Yeah,
Shut up.
They hate me. I'm banned from Herman Park. I'm not allowed. I get it.
PETA's waiting for Seth Payne at Herman Park. But your point is a great one. The minor league system, they've found enough down there at least to kind of get by here this season. The other big thing, they get Verlander back, it looks like, on Wednesday this week. He had a bullpen yesterday, assuming that he feels good. Didn't sleep on his elbow wrong like Bregman. He will be back, and it sounds like Wednesday against Boston. Here's Joe Espada on it.
It's huge. Not only what he does in the mound, but his presence in the clubhouse, having him around, down in pennant race, his experience down in pennant race, what he means to every time he takes on the mound, what he brings out of the rest of the group. It's just, it's huge.
Yeah. That's the added value of having Verlander. It's like the guys on the Texans that they gave big money to. Having Danielle Hunter in the defensive line room, having Joe Mixon in the running back room, all those things.
The cool story, Chandler Rome has a story this morning or yesterday, I haven't read it yet, but it's about the minor leaguers and how impressed they were with Verlander's just intensity in a rehab start. It reminded me of that story that a guy had told me a long time ago. Some guy that played like Double-A and never made it past that. It said that Roger Clemens was down for a rehab start, and he's like, it was scary. Yeah. It was scary how intense this guy was, and then like just his workouts on the stationary bike were crazy and insane. It's good. It's good. I like hearing minor league reports about Verlander just treating a minor league rehab start like it's the World Series.
That's how they stick around till they're in their 40s, man. That's how they do it. Bregman's got an elbow issue. He's been out a few days. We'll see. Espada said maybe back for Boston this week. Ryan Presley goes to the IL. 15-day trip to the IL. In a weird way, I was kind of happy about this only because maybe that explains why he hasn't been as good lately. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, I hate seeing anybody get injured, but Ryan Presley, all of a sudden, his last 3 or 4 outings has given up runs. He's not looked good. He's had control issues. It's a back is what they're saying. He's got a back issue, so he goes to the 15-day IL. That happened over the weekend. That happened on Saturday. Let's flip over to the Texans.
On 2nd and 9, here's Brooks running left, stringing it out wide across the 10-5 to the goal line. Touchdown number 2, British Brooks.
Yeah, we'll talk about the running back competition more in the 7 o'clock hour because Dameon Pierce is obviously a huge storyline with this team. But the Texans beat the Giants 28-10 on Saturday, and they got great things from all levels of the depth chart on Saturday. I thought first, second, third string all did a good job.
I think the biggest takeaway for me was that this is the ball-hawking, fumble-forcing defense that DeMeco really wants. Yeah. And what DeMeco
5 turnovers.
5 turnovers, which unless you're David Culley in the game in which they lost. Because
and they forced 5 turnovers.
They forced 5 turnovers, but he said you can't win when you give the ball up 4 times. Right. Like you guys were positive in the turnover margin.
Yeah, they turned it over 5.
Generally, if you force 5 turnovers, it's really hard to lose that football game. Yeah. So that's what you saw. You saw a lopsided score that didn't necessarily reflect an absolute dominance offensively or anything. It was that they forced 5 turnovers, and that's what you should get. And we didn't see the full force pass rush out there. You know, the Jalen Petrie interception was gratis of a Derek Barnett pressure.
Yeah.
There's that part of it, getting heat up front, creating opportunities for guys on the back end. That was all there. Were you able to figure out who exactly caused the fumble that Lonnie Johnson recovered?
It was Thule.
It was Max Thule. I know. Well, Thule clubbed it, but that was in God's shaft of sunlight.
No. They showed an angle. They showed Thule punch it out.
Oh, they did?
Yeah,
From the side where you could actually see the ball come out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It was a close-up, like almost like an angle, like if they were shooting it from the visitor's tunnel.
Yeah.
So they got the side of the opposite side of the hard camera.
Okay, so Thule definitely
knocked it out, and it sort of landed in Lonnie Johnson's arms.
Somebody fact-checked me on it yesterday and said, no, that was Lonnie's. Like, all right, okay.
Lonnie recovered it.
Right.
Forced it. Yeah. So that was cool. Dude, did you see the reaction Lonnie got when he got that recovery? Like, that team mobbed him on the sidelines.
Everybody was getting mobbed, though.
Okay.
I feel like that's a good team.
So I was going to ask you think it's a Lonnie thing or it's a team thing?
I think it's a team thing. Okay. Because I noticed that with everybody. There was just mass mobs every time somebody had a huge play, which is good.
Yeah.
It's kind of enthusiasm you want in an otherwise meaningless game.
5 turnovers.
But I do think Lonnie, I'm not trying to say that as Lonnie sucks.
Yeah.
No, I think Lonnie has matured a lot from when he was here at his first go-round. Lonnie just, he kind of had to be buffeted around a little bit, and I talked to somebody the other day that said he's really he's kind of
good.
He's
matured.
A different guy than he was. Yeah,
good. That's good to hear. NFL stuff, Stephon Gilmore signs with the Vikings 1 year up to $10 million. The Raiders named Gardner Minshew their starting quarterback for the upcoming season. All right, our baseball talk in that segment, which was 3-4 minutes ago, was presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, stock up, stock down from the Texans in their game over the weekend, and we do at 7:20, Acknowledge Me. We're acknowledging Astros. We're acknowledging stuff from the Texans broadcast. We're even acknowledging Travis Kelce, believe it or not. We will get to all of that in the 7 o'clock hour coming up next.
Zadok Jewelers is the perfect place to visit when you're thinking about getting engaged. And look, there's a whole lot of reasons to
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's dig into the Texans from this weekend. What do we like? What needs improvement? There's a little of both for sure coming out of the 28-10 win over the New York Giants. I'm going to start with C.J. Stroud. He's the most important player on this team. Seth, I thought obviously the red zone things bogged down. I didn't really like the play calls down in the red zone. I'm not a big fan of fades to the back corner of the end zone.
Yeah, I know. And
low percentage throws.
I know D'Amico says you don't treat this any differently than a regular season game. I don't know if some of this is just trying things out.
Yeah.
But part of the problem is that when you get down in the red zone and your only successful run play is a Stephon Diggs end around, then you got issues in the red zone.
You do.
You wasted 2 downs in the red zone on run plays that didn't go anywhere.
Sure.
So that's where right now I like Joe Mixon's not going to fix everything. The run blocking is not great. It's just there's too many. There's at least one bad block on every run play with the starters.
Yeah.
The run game was great, except for the guys that are going to be starting in the regular season.
Yeah.
It was great as the game went along.
Second quarter on, it was outstanding.
Yeah.
And the thing that the counterpoint somebody might make to what you're saying specifically about Saturday is, well, Laramie Tunsil wasn't out there. Well, Laramie Tunsil's not a road grader in the run game.
He's a grudging run blocker.
He's a grudging run blocker who's an elite pass blocker.
Right.
But overall, if I'm just watching CJ's throw, forget about the end result down in the red zone. Like CJ was 7 of 10 for 88 yards, and CJ, he's ready. He's ready for week 1. I thought the 2 most impressive throws actually to me were the one that didn't count to Tank Dell because of the holding penalty on Brevin Jordan. And then the throw from the end zone where they were backed up on their own 1-yard line to Dalton Schultz to get them out of trouble.
Stroud calls for the ball in his end zone, looking, scanning the field, throwing over the middle, and caught by Schultz at the 20. Dives forward, 25 down at the 28-yard line. Dalton Schultz wide open in the middle of the field. Pinnock with the stop.
Yeah, so he was wide open. It was a pitch and catch to Dalton Schultz. But that was one of those things, Seth, because that was right after Stingley's interception. And I know it's a preseason game, but if it were a real game and everybody's super invested in how are we going to win this thing and the game script and everything, the Giants would be rationalizing that interception. Like, all right, well, I guess it functions like a punt. We do have him pinned down on the 1-yard line. And then CJ just drops back in empty and like, boop, Dalton Schultz, 26 yards.
Yeah. That the part of what they're going to be able to do in the passing game when you have reliable guys like Dalton Schultz, when you have Joe Mixon out of the backfield, but then you also have those 3 wide receivers, that could be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That could be a lot of fun. They've got to be able to run the ball and take advantage of those opportunities. This will be a team where the pass sets up the run. You don't have to run the ball. I mean, they got to get their run attempts to set up the play action. I mean, the throw to the boot to Dalton Schultz, that's set up by zone run play action. So they've got to establish that at some point, so you're just not burning those downs.
Yeah.
So then it becomes okay, we're going to play action on 2nd and 6 instead of 2nd and 10. It's a whole lot easier. That's a more successful and lethal play.
Yes.
When you're in that field position, they're putting CJ into too many gotta-have-it situations, no matter how good you are.
Yeah, and fortunately he's really good at them, but you can't be putting him in that situation. All right, more stock up. Great game for John Mechie.
1st and goal. Keenum steps out to the right, throws right side, goal line, caught, touchdown, John Mechie. Yes! 3 catches on the scoring drive for the Texans to retake the lead.
And 3 catches on the drive, including the touchdown. Here was D'Amico Ryans on John Mechie.
For Mechie, I think he did a really, really nice job today, just catching the football, making some big-time plays for us, and it's exciting to see Mechie make those plays. I think nobody's more fired up than all of his teammates. You see the other receivers and to see their genuine excitement for him when he makes those plays, and just the entire team as a whole, is pulling for him to do well. And he did a really nice job today, and that's why I think you play the preseason games. That's why you have training camp practices, is to see guys continue to grow, get better, and shine when the opportunity comes. And Mechie had a really nice day today.
Yeah, just him being able to catch the ball. That's the most obvious thing, that he's had a lot of drops, and he was sure-handed in that game. They had one play where he kind of double-tapped it a little bit.
Yeah, he double-caught it, yeah.
But some of that, I think, can also come from also feeling more comfortable and integrated into the offense. The first catch he made from Case was a little bit behind him.
Yeah.
And he caught it in stride and kept going. The touchdown was obviously just a great catch. Great throw, great catch. So I think with Mechie, I think they've seen the upside. We saw that athletically he's moving a little bit differently. And the big question has always been, all right, well, how do we judge this guy who just had a 2-year battle with cancer and was never physically quite right? There's a whole lot. It's not like you just recover and then there you go and you're off to the races. So I think they probably were just waiting for a moment like that on Saturday. Yeah. And it's some tough decisions they have to make in the wide receiver room.
I think unless Mechie gets traded, he's making this team. And if you think I'm just being Johnny-come-lately because he had 6 catches, I did a 53-man roster on the Houston Press on Thursday of last week before the Giants game. And I had Mechie making the team, and I think it's simple. I think of the guys that are at the back end of this wide receiver depth chart, he's the least likely one to clear waivers to bring back on the practice squad. Like, I think there's a better chance Xavier Hutchinson, even though he's at a better camp than John Mechie, there's a better chance he clears waivers, or that Skoranek clears waivers, or like if Woods got cut, he'd be a free agent because he's a veteran. It's waivers are for the younger guys, but I think Mechie would get picked up pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, I think because of the upside there, too. Yeah, and I think the Texans are looking at him like that, almost like a rookie, where, okay, because of his cancer ordeal, this is the first real look we're getting at him. Let's evaluate him like he's a rookie. Let's see what the upside is, and I think they probably still feel there's untapped upside with him. With Skoranek, you get into the question of, all right, well, how many guys are we going to keep around just because they're good on special teams? And Skoranek's been really good as a receiver when he's targeted. Like, he's hauled in some hard-to-catch passes and what have you. But this is also a guy that the Rams were willing to let go of for just about nothing. So in a really deep wide receiver room where you might already be carrying a fourth running back in a Gumbawale because he's a good special teamer, I wonder how that all shakes out.
He's missed a lot of practice now, too, Skoranek. He's been hurt for a couple of weeks, and I think Noah Brown, too, man, in this wide, as long as we're talking about the wide receiver room, I see a lot of people just like as a given that Noah Brown's making the team. Like, Noah Brown's missed like 2 weeks of practice now, and his problem last year was staying healthy. When he was on the field, he was a valuable weapon, particularly valuable in the Bengals and the Bucs games back-to-back. But, I mean, you got to be available, you know? And like Noah Brown, he ain't Stephon Diggs, where he misses 2 or 3 weeks, and Diggs hasn't missed anything, but I'm just using that as a name, as a hypothetical. Like, I don't know, man. Like, everybody's got Noah Brown and Inc. on their 53-man mock roster. I'm not so sure. Jalen Petrie was awesome on Saturday, highlighted by this.
Jones fakes the give on 2nd and 8. Pumps, and he's going to be sacked. No, he gets rid of it last moment. It's picked off for a touchdown.
There's your guy.
Petrie to the end zone. Pick 6, short range.
Okay, now this is where it starts to get really exciting defensively, Seth, is I think we know what we're getting along the defensive line with all those guys to varying degrees. The linebacking core is not deep right now, and if Christian Harris can get healthy, I think you feel really good about the top 2 linebackers on this team, and they're going to be in nickel quite a bit with Petrie playing his role. I think Derek Stingley Jr., Kamari Lassiter had a good game on Saturday. If Petrie is what they drafted him to be, a playmaker like he was when he was the Big 12 Player of the Year in this type of role, this is a real game changer for this defense.
If you just think of him as a linebacker, he's your nickel linebacker, and on base he's playing safety. So he's a hybrid safety/linebacker, not a safety/cornerback. And I think that's the perfect role for him. So there's 2 things. One is I think they've figured out exactly how to use his talents and abilities. And then he's also improved his technique. His tackling technique especially is night and day from what it was the last couple of years. He's not flying in there out of control anymore, except the one situation where it was acceptable last week on that inside trap versus the Steelers. Yeah. It was okay for him to fly in there because that's what the situation demanded. He was an add-on. I think he might have hit Fadakasi harder than the running back, but still. even that play in the backfield that looks like it should be dead to rights, he settled down. He got his arms out wide to wrap up. That play out in the flats, he settled down, wrapped up, didn't go for the ball until after he had the tackle secured and pushing the ball carrier out of bounds. That's stuff that we didn't really see out of him the last couple years. So, yes, it's just the preseason, but the fundamentals showed up in a way that we hadn't seen from him before.
Yeah, it was good to see. It was really good to see. All right, so let's get to the running.
And you know what? Even on the interception, too. Like, okay, obviously that was an idiotic play by Daniel Jones, and the ball was right there. Look, the intended receiver was just sitting there with his thumb up his butt.
Yeah.
He was a spectator. Like, oh, wow, I can't believe Daniel's doing this.
Yeah.
Whereas Jalen Petrie was dialed in and made the play. When if the receiver had been on his crap, he would have been in a better position than Jalen Petrie to make that catch.
At least knock it down and make sure Petrie doesn't
try to make a play on the ball.
Yeah.
He's playing trail coverage in that situation.
Exactly
what the hell?
Right. Receiver's like, who's Daniel throwing it to? Why did he just throw it to Petrie? That's silly.
He looked like a lazy basketball defender.
He did.
All you had to do was stay in front of the guy, man. All you had to do was stay in front of the guy.
NBA All-Star Game level defense by that wide receiver. All right, so we're doing stock up, stock down. We're going to do Acknowledge Me here in about 5 or 10 minutes. This is the running back room is kind of a tale of two stories here. Let's start with the up, which is Cam Akers.
And here's a give to Akers, starting left, cutting right, has a little room, breaks another tackle, 40, 35, and ridden down at the 32-yard line. Welcome to Houston, Cam Akers.
Okay, so this is a bit of a combo story here because you got a little stock up with Cam Akers, who, if he made this team and was a contributor, would be a phenomenal story. We had him on the post-game show. He was great. And then Dameon Pierce, where it's bad right now. There's no other way to put it. 8 carries, 9 yards. And I think, Seth, these are the two guys, Cam Akers and Dameon Pierce, that are really battling it out for the spot behind Joe Mixon on this team.
I wonder, though, too, how much of that is even – it's kind of like when you talk about who's WR1, who's WR2. I think it's going to be situation-based. I think that there might be times, depending on how they feel about Dameon Pierce, where they feel like he's better in that situation than Cam Akers. But – look, the run blocking has not been good. There's just too many. Like, I've been trying to be optimistic, I guess. Even this morning, I was kind of mulling it over in my head. There's just too many instances where at least one guy has an egregiously bad play.
Yeah.
And that makes it a lot harder. But the way I would simply put it is that the run blocking has not been good, but Dameon hasn't shown any ability to create when the run blocking is not good.
Right.
The 1 yard per carry is a theme now. I mean, going back to last year, where if things aren't just right, then the play's dead in the water. Cam Akers, you saw in that one cutback, yes, it was the zone blocking that created the cutback, but he didn't have his original options.
Play was run to the left.
Create,
yeah.
Right. It wasn't just the easy cutback lane.
Right.
So And like Dameon doesn't break tackles anymore. Right. You know, he's just not the same physical specimen he was his first year. I swear, I think some of it might be as simple as this. Whatever his body weight was his rookie year, that was working for him. Being sleeker and everything, all that is great. It's just, look, I've seen defensive linemen experiment this sometimes. We're like, oh yeah, I'm going to be a penetrating pass rusher. And then they get beat down because they're not as strong as they were before, but they're not fast enough to be that penetrating pass rusher. And I think likewise with Dameon, it might be as simple as that. Like, get back to breaking tackles. Get back to whatever body weight works for you.
Does this team have time to wait around, though, is my question.
Right.
Clint brought this up in the postgame, and it's a good point, which is this is a team that needs to fix its running game overall right now.
Yeah.
They're not a good running football. They're a good offense when they're throwing the football. They can't run the football at the level they need to go win a Super Bowl, and you're burning daylight with carries for a guy who – as of right now, it really looks like it's just not clicking and it's in his head at this point, you know?
It's also, that's where it gets so complicated and it's bad for social media and everything else like that. I'm not excusing the run blocking. They've got to get better at that. They've shown progress in some regards, but it's also just, it never feels like Dameon quite has the vision for it. It's like looking at one of those hologram posters where you try to see the hidden.
Yeah, I can never do that.
Right.
I'm Pierce when I'm
I feel like
looking
some
at that
people
thing.
just can't do that.
Yeah, it's
whereas like Arian Foster in this analogy would look at it and not even have to Wouldn't even have to unfocus his eyes or anything.
Be building shooting out of it.
Yeah, you're like, oh, yeah, that's an MC Escher.
Right.
Whatever. Yeah.
Right. And I'd be sitting there going, it's a bunch of triangles. What are you talking about?
It's a seagull, you dullard.
So issues at running back. Well, issues with Dameon Pierce. And here's the other thing for Dameon. Kind of like Mechie last week. Remember we were saying about Mechie last week after the Steeler game? Every other wide receiver, literally on that depth chart, had made a play in a game after that Steeler game. Whether it was the Hall of Fame game or whether it was a Steeler game. I feel like every other running back on the depth chart, other than Joe Mixon, obviously didn't play, all made plays in that Giants win. Like Jawar Jordan had 4 catches for 42 yards.
Yeah.
British Brooks had 2 touchdowns. We just played a play. Cam Akers had 6 carries for 29 yards, almost 5 yards a carry. J.J. Taylor had a big run up the sideline that number 94 caught him on.
That was weird. Good for 94.
94 is going to get some props in film for that play.
I think that's where it gets tough. And it's almost like, okay, British Brooks, I can see as a guy that, man, when you need 2 yards, he can get you those 2 yards. Cam Akers, I look at as like, okay, well, I don't know about him being the 2-yard guy, but he can be the guy that's going to open things up and hit a 15 or a 20-yarder.
Or catch the ball on third down.
But like Dameon Pierce, I want him to be the guy that's going to get you steadily 4 or 5 yards, and I just I don't have the guy that's going to steadily get me 4 or 5 yards in Dameon Pierce right now.
And yet he's still the guy you want at every party because he's awesome.
I think that's the hardest thing about it is that he's exactly the type of guy that you want on a football team.
Exactly.
It's really, really hard and painful.
Yeah.
And it's not completely his fault that he's not having any success at all, but he's not creating above and beyond the X's and O's right now. Like Derrick Henry ran behind the worst offensive line of the decade last year, and he had 4.3 yards per carry.
Yeah, he's second in the league in rushing.
It's like the good running backs make something out of nothing.
Yep.
Good running backs will get at least 3 yards per carry behind a bad offensive line.
Were you surprised how sloppy it was for the Texans in the first quarter and 2 minutes of that game on Saturday?
Part of the problem is that they love to use a fullback, but they're trying out 17 different players at fullback, I think.
Yeah.
This is... how many snaps has Beck even taken this preseason?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I think
He's missed a lot of practice.
There's some promise there, but when you've got these tight ends in there playing fullback who are also, they're blocking the way Dameon Pierce is running. They're kind of like, I don't know, I guess so. I'm just going to do it. They're all, so sometimes the tight end / fullbacks are, they're leaning into their blocks the way that Daniel Jones kind of stumbled into whatever that slide was or whatever it was short of the sticks. There's no swag to him.
No.
There's no
swag.
Yeah.
Fullback swag. How about Blake Fisher's false start on the first play from scrimmage? I thought that was an homage to Laramie Tunsil. I thought he was doing that because I.
Oh, well, no, you got to wait for a critical situation before you do it.
The rookie will learn, but he did it as the very first play from scrimmage. I was expecting him to turn around, look over at the bench, and like do the tap on the chest and point at Laramie thing. Like that was for you. That was 7-8. That was for you.
That was his tribute to Pedro Leon. I think it was, like come in, get your first base hit, but then get thrown out at second on on your very first base hit.
Getting your feet wet. They had a hold on a 3rd and goal from the 6. Shaq Mason got offset by a Giants passer. They had too many men on the field at one point.
Yeah, that was sloppy.
They had a delay of game on a punt. Not the kind that you do when you're at the other team's 38-yard line and you're trying to get more room. They were at their own 32. And they got a delay of game on a punt. They had a neutral zone infraction on a 3rd and 2. This is all in the first 17 minutes of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It was super sloppy. So there was
it was annoying me is what it was.
It was
doing.
annoying me. It was slowing the game down. That's what it was doing.
Coach, I'd be angered. But as somebody that had just been doing a show out in the 90 to whatever degree heat for 3 hours, I was like, all right, this is like, I'm not sitting here in my own filth for this crap.
Step your game up, Texans.
The hell?
My God. We're getting acknowledgement on the text page about this, about the working conditions. Okay, Sean and Seth, y'all are being subjected to cruel and unusual work conditions. I walked by you guys at 10:45 a.m. on Saturday morning, and you were baking, all caps. No shade, straight heat. That's ridiculous. Come on, KILT. Buy a tent or some misters or something.
We have a fan behind us that blows 90-degree air at us.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a hard time ever whining about it because I know that we have a lot of listeners who work all day out in the heat.
Yeah, I'm just reading the text. I'm not whining about it.
Yeah.
I'm just reading the text. Although I will acknowledge the two of us for doing that.
Acknowledge me.
It's basically a feat unknown to just rarely found in life.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Standing for 2 hours and 50 minutes.
It's gotten better because of the 2 big coolers back there, and we have unlimited supply of water and Gatorade too. That's
well,
nice.
It's not Gatorade, but it's a sports drink. It's a sports
they had
drink.
Gatorade in there on Saturday.
Not that I saw.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for
Towards
sucking
the
it all
end.
down before.
Yeah,
All right.
it might have only been 2 of them.
Are you sure it was a Gatorade?
I had a Gatorade on Saturday.
All right, I had some weird tasting.
You did?
Non-Gatorade concoction.
All right. Okay. Well, now I take it all back. The game does need to be stepped up for us out there. No, it was good. It was fun. It was fun seeing everybody, too. We appreciate everybody coming by and saying hello. It's a lot more fun when the team is good. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
The team is good. It is.
The Giants, if I were a Giants fan, I'd be PO'd right now. Just because you spent all that money in free agency. Your GM has been on television saying the reason for spending all that money in free agency was to do what? Not to win, but to find out what we have in our atrocious quarterback.
You know what you have.
And then you've got this guy who's your atrocious quarterback, and your GM's sole purpose of this offseason was, hey, let's find out if this atrocious quarterback is any good.
Yeah, that's going to be a bad team, man. 6.5 is their win total. Under, right? Got to be under 6.5. That's a bad football team. They have a good defensive line, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So we'll see. Devin Singletary is their feature running back. Last time he was a feature running back for a team, that team made the playoffs and won a playoff game.
Hey, Singletary did the namaste in the end zone, and it angered me. I feel like that should be reserved only for
a Texan.
If you're doing it in an NRG stadium, that's an a nod to Arian Foster.
Yeah.
When you namaste in front of the south end zone, I feel like you're spitting in their faces.
A little bit. A little bit. Man, I thought we paid you more respect, Devin Singletary.
Yeah.
Motor.
Got you paid, man.
But we did.
Went from a 1-year deal with the Texans to a Joe Shane joint up there. Yeah.
3-year deal with a team that doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
Oh, that's my favorite part of Hard Knocks was Joe Shane talking to the owner and saying, these guys, there'll probably be a lot of guys available in the second week. Look at last year's Devin Singletary played for $3 million. And then all the guys that he mentioned, every single guy he mentioned was gone before free agency even began.
They were gone the first day?
They were all gone by the second day of the legal tampering period.
Yeah. Like he's sprinting to the window to pay Devin Singletary.
Yeah.
Like, oh no! All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. We've already acknowledged ourselves. Very big of us. Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge the big performances from over the weekend, big performances that move the needle around the world of sports, stuff that we saw. Let's start. I'm going to start in general with Astros pitching.
Acknowledge me.
10-1 in their last 11 games. Astros have won 10 of 11, and over that period, they as a staff have a 2.25 ERA, 114 strikeouts in those 11 games, and an opponent batting average of 167. The Astros pitching has. But let's get a little more specific. Hunter Brown.
Acknowledge me.
It's great again this weekend. Since June 1st, 10-2, 2.33 ERA. He's thrown 85 innings. He's struck out 92 guys.
I'm crossing my fingers and knocking on wood as I say this, but so far, my fears of Hunter Brown pitching as many innings as he's going to have to pitch this year were for naught. I worried about something before it even happened, and so far so good. We started to see it with Blanco.
You're going to stop worrying about it now, huh?
Well, I don't want to do that. You never want to go. I want to have the appropriate amount of fear.
Yeah.
That's why the fingers are crossed.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Good
job,
job,
Blanco was undergoing that ordeal that I feared, where as he cruised through his career high in innings, it looked like he was starting to show signs of fatigue, but that ship perhaps has been righted. And especially with Verlander coming back in, feel very, very good about the pitching staff right now.
Hunter Brown threw almost 160 innings last year, unlike Blanco. So Hunter is at least maybe slightly more built for it. But we'll see, man. He's got his ERA down. ERA, that's how bad he was in April and early May. He's been one of, if not the best pitchers in the American League since the middle of May. His ERA is still 3.82.
Yeah.
Which isn't bad. That's average. It's okay.
It kind of sucks. You know what he's in? He's like somebody that's damaged their credit really badly, and now they're doing all the right things. But it's almost like I gotta wait 7 years for this thing to clear. He's in that mode. So whatever, you can press it down. But he's in like year 5 of that bankruptcy clearing.
Bankruptcy's almost gone.
Yeah,
it's almost gone. Framber Valdez on Astro pitching. We will acknowledge you, Framber. 10-2, like Hunter Brown, since June 1st. 2.6 ERA, 90 innings pitched, 90. I think I put 92. I think it's 93 strikeouts there. I didn't want to cheat Framber out of that extra strikeout. He might get pissed. Big thing is, in his last 10 starts, which have all been since the Astros hit rock bottom, he was on the mound the night that they lost 2-0 to the White Sox and they fell 10 games back. He was on the mound yesterday when they win 2-0 and they're 4 games up. So we got like a circle of life thing going on with Framber. 8-0 since that White Sox loss. Astros, more importantly, are 10-0 in those 10 starts. So he's given him a chance to win every single time out. So for that, Framber Valdez, you are acknowledged.
Brandy had sent me just a little video of Framber from this morning, a moment from the game. Oh, it was the strikeout. It was a strikeout, the third strikeout at the top of the first inning when he held the pose on his follow-through.
Oh, yeah.
He just stayed up there with his leg up underneath him.
Yeah.
He's a fun watch as part of it,
he
too.
Is.
And it's weird because it used to be, just much like Hunter Brown's credit repair, it used to be one of those things where it was all the wrong kinds of fun to watch because he used to just be a train wreck. But those days are long in the past, so now you can appreciate all the little quirkiness of his personality.
Yep. All right. This one hits close to home. Texans sideline reporter and color analyst on the game broadcast on Saturday, John Harris. Acknowledging Johnny. And I'm going to acknowledge ND, Kalu, and Kevin Kugler as well.
Acknowledge me.
That's a really good booth.
Acknowledge me.
Good job, Ben.
Yeah.
That's a really good booth. The reason I'm acknowledging Johnny in particular is, let's play this. This was Stephon Diggs' only catch of the game. A 9-yard catch to convert a third down, a 3rd and 2 early in the game. Here was the call.
On 3rd and 2, oh, what a strike. Fits it in perfectly, and Stephon Diggs announcing his arrival to the Houston crowd. You know, Kevin, this Wednesday in practice, you'll see this just get inside your DB and CJ will hit you. I don't know Josh Allen would have, but CJ will put that ball right on the number.
Okay.
Ooh,
so I don't know
nice.
if Josh Allen would have. So there was various corners of the internet viewing that as just shots fired at Josh Allen, including Warren Sharp at Sharp Football. Good follow. If you like
he
stats.
Sucks.
He does suck? Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't know football. He knows numbers. He loves to think he's smart, but go ahead. Yeah,
he's a good
follow.
resource for numbers.
Yeah.
I like the numbers that he gives. This agitated Warren Sharp to no end.
Yeah.
He posted the video of that play and had maybe the dorkiest actually of all time. Of course, Johnny just said, I don't know if Josh Allen would have made that throw. Warren Sharp, absolutely atrocious comment from this guy. I don't know if Josh Allen would have. Buddy, I love C.J. Stroud, but passes 1 through 5 air yards last year, Josh Allen was literally the best QB in the NFL. Number 1 in completion percentage, number 1 in success rate, number 2 in expected points added.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Yeah, idiot.
Idiot.
Warren Sharp once had a tweet. This is when I stopped following him, where he said that he thought it was a silly rule for that they care about whether the offensive linemen are illegally downfield or not because it doesn't matter. I'm like, what? Dude, like, you learned this in high school. What the hell are you talking about? It totally matters. Like, it makes it really hard for the defense to play. The further the offensive line is downfield on a screen. He's smart, but he thinks he's a little smarter than he.
Like, dude, that was a throwaway comment on the local broadcast. By the way, the local broadcast is supposed to be like slightly homerish.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not saying that. That's no shade. Johnny knows that's no shade. That, like, there is a tone on a local broadcast that there isn't on a national broadcast. The funny thing about that video, Seth, that he put up there, like, it's literally, the graphics they flash to cut from slow-mo to what's going on live. It's literally like a gigantic Houston Texans logo. Like, this is the Texans broadcast.
Yeah.
And it was a throwaway comment is all it was.
Yeah.
Johnny's not here for you to be pulling out expected points added and Klondorp and blah-bitty blah, 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 nerd. All right?
Yeah.
Now, I like him as a Twitter follow, Warren Sharp, because sometimes he just posts stats.
No,
Like,
he does
we
have
can make a
good-
topic out of that.
Yeah, he does have it. He's a classic. This is the problem. He's one of those guys that the problem with when people start getting bent out of shape and make it either or about analytics or football guys and everything, it's guys like him who have a sense of superiority where you can tell they don't actually work in football.
Right.
Because the actual people working in analytics and football tend to be very humble and open and want to learn from the football coaches about the way things actually work. The guys that try to do it from their internet cloud, they don't have a freaking clue.
Right.
So, yeah, that's why he annoys me.
Yeah.
And it's a bad look for everybody else.
Yeah, dragging everybody down. Stay in your lane, Warren Sharp. All right, Noah Lyles,
Acknowledge
fastest
me.
man in the world. He won the 100-meter dash, got a bronze in the 200-meter dash, allegedly with COVID. Here was Tyreek Hill talking about Noah Lyles with Kay Adams last week. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
Sprinter Noah Lyles. He said that Super Bowl champs should not consider themselves world champions. What do you think of that?
Noah Lyles can't say nothing after what just happened to him. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to come out and pretend like he's sick. I feel like that's like horseradish. So for him to do that and say that we're not world champions of like our sport says come on, bro. Like, just speak on what you know about. You know what I'm saying? And that's track.
Would you like to race him when he gets home?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
You think so?
I would beat Noah Lyles.
Like by a lot?
No, I wouldn't beat him by a lot, but I would beat Noah Lyles.
I'd like to see that happen.
And guess what? When I beat him, I'm going to put on a COVID mask.
Oh, God.
And let him know I mean business. Because I do mean business.
Okay, so Tyreek Hill thinks he can beat Noah Lyles. And Noah Lyles was interviewed about this over the weekend. And this is why Noah Lyles is getting acknowledged. As insults go, this is a pretty good one here.
What's that guy? What's the cheetah guy from football? What I can't remember his name. Where's Mark? Mark, what's the football player who thinks he's fast's name?
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, that's if you're a big enough celebrity or good enough at your craft, the I don't even know who you are insult is a very usable. Arian Foster used to use that out on the field. When someone would talk trash to him, he would grab their shoulder pads and turn them around so he could see their last name and go, oh, okay, that's who you are.
Yeah.
You're Jones.
It's using it for Tyreek Hill is kind of, that's
maybe he doesn't know who he is.
Well, no, yeah. Well, that is, because sometimes you genuinely want to say you don't know who somebody is.
Who's the cheetah guy?
But you don't. Or no, when you're in a position where you genuinely don't know who somebody is, it's hard to say that without it coming off like you're trying to insult them. Yeah. You know, so you have to use I just honestly I really don't know who that is. I'm not trying to but the quote becomes I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Do you think Noah Lyles knows who Tyreek Hill is? I think he does. I think he was that. I
think there's a good chance he doesn't.
I think there's a chance he doesn't.
Yeah.
I think he's probably heard so much about what he said, though.
I don't know. I think we're so much in our own silos anymore that I think there are people who are incredibly famous in America right now that I am clueless about when it gets into pop culture and everything like that. And if you're in your own silo, this is a problem, and this happens very much in with discussion of politics and stuff. You get to the point where you can't even conceive of somebody not knowing everything you know. Okay. What the hell are you even talking about? So, yeah, I do think it's possible.
50-50. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Travis Kelce.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, here's why you're going to hear why Travis Kelce is getting acknowledged in a second. If you missed it, I think even Noah Lyles saw this. Patrick Mahomes threw a pass behind the back this weekend. Not sure if you heard. Here's what it sounded like.
Mahomes keeps it, goes behind the back. Kelce's got it for the first down. How do you like that?
Well, they talked about it in practice this week, and Mahomes even talked about the fact that he said Andy wants him to do it in a game. Well, guess what? Here it is.
All right, so it was behind the back pass. Travis Kelce's kind of running through a gap in the offensive line as Mahomes is rolling right. He's kind of going through. He's running through it, but might normally be like a pitch forward to him.
Yeah.
Except Mahomes throws it behind his back to show off. Here's Mahomes explaining the play.
Long story short, Travis didn't run the route he was supposed to run, and then it was kind of a behind the back pass, kind of because I was mad. I was pissed off at Travis. He was supposed to run a flat route. I don't know if you can hear me on the broadcast. I'm yelling at him, and then he doesn't run it. So out of spite, I do it behind the back pass, but now it's going to be a highlight.
Okay, so that's Mahomes.
Who's yeah.
That was Mahomes.
I'm just trying to figure out the logic still, though.
Yeah, well, I know because the one guy said they've been working on it all week, and then Mahomes is like
out of spite, I don't understand.
I don't either.
Okay.
It felt like Mahomes was maybe covering up a secret or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Here's why Kelce is getting acknowledged. Take a listen to Travis Kelce making fun of Patrick Mahomes.
It wasn't a play. No, it was a play. It was a first down. You know, he's got the voice thing. And so he kind of mumbled out the play. I couldn't hear it. I was walking up to the line. I was like trying to decipher what he was saying. Before I knew it, he snapped the ball. And and then I kind of saw him out of my peripheral run to the sideline. So I was trying to go help my guy out. By the time I looked over there, he was already in mid-form, like a photo on a sports card, throwing the ball to me. So it was just, I guess, right place at the right time.
Kelce gets acknowledged for dogging Mahomes' Kermit voice.
I wonder if it's okay, out of spite. He's probably just used the wrong word.
Maybe.
Because like
frustration.
Out of frustration, I think would probably be the one. Yeah. Like hey, but even when I'm frustrated, that's what ends up happening.
Yeah.
It's like you try to teach somebody a lesson, but they end up benefiting from it, and everything goes according to plan.
Do you like Travis Kelce more now than you did a few? I don't know if you ever hated Travis Kelce, but in general,
he's always annoyed me.
Yeah.
He doesn't get away with as much pushing off as he used to.
Yeah.
That used to be what annoyed me the most.
Football reasons you hated it.
You know, part of it is now that Gronk's gone, he doesn't annoy me as much because it used to. People would want to have arguments about Travis Kelce and Rob Gronkowski and leave blocking completely out of it. Where Travis Kelce is not a good blocker, but he has improved. Yeah. But like you got to acknowledge the impact that Rob Gronkowski would have on which defenses teams had to have out on the field.
Right.
Like Rob Gronkowski was such a huge influence in the game because he was a menacing blocker as well. So, but now that Gronk's gone, I don't worry about it as much anymore.
I've been enjoying Travis Kelce.
If Kittle were healthier, then that would be a bigger debate, I guess. But Kelce's just flat out there more often.
Kelce, man, he's good. That's good stuff. The Mahomes impersonation. I wish he would have actually talked and said words.
I think part of it though too.
He just did the mumble. He did the Kermit mumble.
I consciously checked out of a lot of the Travis Kelce paying attention to him when everything got that got politicized. I don't even know how or why. Yeah. All I know is that people were like super furious about it outside the world of football. Yeah. I genuinely don't know why or what the reasons for it were, but usually that's what these days. Whenever something starts entering the political spectrum, it's gone to me. Yep. I push it out. If it's something that's not like genuinely critical to things,
on the pregame show on Saturday, Nick Caserio in his chat with John Harris provided the most clarity we've heard on what the QB depth chart looks like for the Texans. Those of you that think there's a Mills versus Keenum thing going on, I would highly recommend you listen to the next segment. That is coming up next. Prize Picks was all over Prize Picks this weekend, man. Framber Valdez, more.
Together, let's drive.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This was interesting. On the pregame show, Texans kickoff, the network part of it, the last half hour leading up to kickoff. John Harris interviews Nick Caserio every week on the field before the game. It's like a 2 or 3 minute chat that the two of them have. And maybe this one sailed past me in other press conferences or conversations, but the clarity that Nick gave on the QB depth chart, and I feel like there was a message being sent to a trade-thirsty media and Texan fan base from last week when Davis Mills, the coincidence, the confluence of circumstance that had J.J. McCarthy going out for the year with a knee injury, with Davis Mills missing like 3 or 4 practices, a lot of people going, oh, maybe he's being held out so he doesn't get hurt. Here was Nick Caserio on the QB depth chart heading into Saturday's game against the Giants.
Overall, it's been a good group. I mean, Davis, he wasn't going to play regardless. Davis is the backup quarterback, so he's not going anywhere. So between Case and Tim, probably have to make a decision on the third quarterback there. But overall, they've all had good springs. The big thing is just making good decisions, take care of the operation, get the ball out of your hand on time, understanding what they're doing the other side of the ball, and just try to move the ball down the field. Hopefully we can score some points.
Okay, so Case and Tim Boyle did that in their game, but the clarity there, like Davis is the backup quarterback, and he's not going anywhere.
Right. When he was the backup quarterback last year, too, right up until they needed a backup quarterback.
Yes.
I do think that when it just comes to that simple eyeball test of is he executing the offense, he checked off all the boxes that I needed to see. I think that in a one-game situation where it was last year, I understand why they wanted to go with Case, but that for the same reason, after the next week after that Tennessee game, in the Cleveland game, you can see where after more than one game as being the backup quarterback, Case's physical limitations as an aging quarterback are going to catch up to him. And that's where, look, I thought Case did really well in the preseason game, but that is where it's valid to say, right, it's versus vanilla defenses and backups and everything, where a veteran-savvy quarterback can do really good things. And I think Case, I wouldn't be alarmed or panicked or think the world was ending if Case did have to start a couple of games, but I can see why they like Davis Mills better now. There's just a big difference physically between those two guys right now.
I agree. And I think Davis will be the backup. I do think he'll be here. Anytime a GM says he's not going anywhere, that could mean that there's teams that want him, and it's you're digging your heels in trying to get more of a bounty in return. I doubt that's the case. I think Davis Mills will be the backup. Do you think Case is the third stringer on this team?
Yeah,
I do too.
I don't think. What's his face?
Tim Boyle.
Boyle.
Tim Boyle.
Boyle's not. No,
he's been better than I thought he'd be. He was atrocious for the Jets last year.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, it's against third stringers in training camp, not against starting.
I think, well, I guess that would be the other thing. Some teams treat the third string quarterback like you want a Matt Hasselbeck type, that's, on into his aging years. He's just the veteran savvy guy that can be a mentor for younger players. Some want a guy that they think can be developed into a starter. I don't think that Tim Boyle is a guy that they think of as being developed into the starter. No. So I think the Texans are still going to stay with, hey, we got a quarterback, and more. We talked to Matt Schaub about this before the game, about his role in Atlanta when he was there as a backup the second time around.
Yeah.
Older guy, had been with Kyle Shanahan and knew the system, and he was a resource not for Matt Ryan necessarily, but for all the young receivers and everybody else that has questions about things. It kind of offloads the starting quarterback's coaching duties in some respects.
Yeah, a little bit, and I think, and that is Case, and Case. He's got history with Stephon Diggs. In case this halcyon period of honeymoon that we're in with Diggs ever starts to go a little sideways.
Do you think Case can be the sun's going down guy?
A little bit.
You can kind of coax the Hulk and be like, all right, the sun is going down. The sun is going down.
That's exactly what I think.
What's her face? The good-looking woman there that does that in the movies, Ben. Whatever. Scarlett Johansson.
Oh, Scarlett Johansson, yeah.
Case can be Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I always think when I see Case. I'm like, you got a Scarlett Johansson vibe to you, bro. Now, I do think I'm with you. I think Case is the third stringer. Now, the interesting thing will be they've got this new rule now where they can put he'll be the emergency
QB.
They can put him on the practice squad and just call him up from the practice squad every week.
Right.
So that saves a spot on the roster.
It saves a spot on the roster. The only hazard there is that when he's on the practice squad, he's a free agent.
He could get yoinked.
Right. So if let's say a team like the Vikings decides after 2.5 quarters of Sam Darnold that Sam is not the one.
Good call.
Right. That they might say like, oh boy, is there anything better than Sam Darnold out there? Oh, we've got there are, you say.
Case.
Yeah. Case is on a practice squad somewhere.
Right. Case probably still has a townhome up in Minnesota,
Hunting season's coming up.
Yeah.
He could be there.
Big
right
outdoorsman. Yeah.
That's what they would do for Case instead of bringing him into the stadium and showing a highlight reel of himself or something. They would just pick him up from the airport and drop him off in the woods.
Yeah.
You remember this? Look at all these cornfields these deer are eating off.
He got re-signed to the Texans while he was sitting in a deer lease.
Right.
He's up in a tree, and he gets a call from Bill O'Brien. Hey, can you come in and play week 16 and 17 for us?
Those corn-fed bucks up there, man. Ooh, those Giants.
2-0, by the way, in those two starts. You pull Case out of a deer lease, he wins. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he wins. Text message, I like Simone Biles' husband, that would be Jonathan Owens, saying he didn't know who she was before the first date. Not sure I believe that. I actually believe Jonathan Owens.
Yeah, because he's,
That was on the Pivot podcast,
The Olympics aren't what they used to be, It's not like it's this all-encompassing, when we were kids growing up, and you knew all the Olympic champions, it was such a big deal. Everything's just so segmented now and partitioned where people are just, you're not aware of every celebrity.
Text message, I feel like there has to be like a dozen player wives that get mad at their husband for smiling too much during a Kay Adams interview.
Oh, she's so
She's
flirty.
very charming. Well, she's supposedly, according to TMZ, dating Daniel Jones. And you said earlier that you had been hit with a bunch of people thinking that Daniel Jones got cut by the Giants because of some fake Twitter stuff.
Right.
Maybe they misconstrued it. Maybe Kay Adams dumped him. And that's what they saw.
Oh, maybe she did.
Yeah,
maybe
he got
watched
cut.
the Texans game.
Got
She's
cut,
like,
got cut by Kay Adams.
Thanks for at least making me right in my predictions for the Texans for 1 week, but not at this cost.
Right.
I can't be dating you.
No.
The funny thing is, in that relationship, Daniel Jones would be the Yoko Ono.
Yes.
Even though he plays in the city that killed John Lennon, he would be the Yoko Ono in that instance.
As you pointed out Friday.
He's dragging her down.
Yep, indeed. Hey, that music means we're done. Handing the baton to John Harris, radio for the day. Yeah.
Good job on the call, John Harris. You and ND and Kugler are awesome.
Great job. Very
informative.
Very, very. John Harris, Mark Vandermeer. It's Texans Monday coming up next. And stay tuned all day long. The new mystery host unveiled at 10 a.m. today on the show.
I'll be here for him.
And it's a Texans Ticket Tuesday tomorrow.
I'm going to give him an uncomfortable hug.
Make note of that.
Hug him and hold it for a while.
That'll be 10 a.m. today. A new era begins here at Sports Radio 610. But before we get to that, I want to talk about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. If you snore, if you have sleep issues, if you have sinus issues, and in my house, we've had all those things. My wife had sinus issues. Dr. Ben Salento fixes them. I had sleep issues. Boom, Dr. Ben Salento fixes them. I had a deviated septum that he fixed a year ago. Like a year ago this week. And, man, I've been breathing so much better since he did that. If you have any issues in that realm, Dr. Ben Salento is the guy to go to. His staff is amazing. His facility is beautiful. And he's got the experience, man. The Inspire Sleep Apnea Implant. Boy, you want to get rid of that sleep apnea? The Inspire Sleep Apnea Implant. He's the foremost authority in the state of Texas on that. He's done hundreds of those procedures. Call today and make the appointment, 346-413-9313. Make that appointment today. Stop procrastinating, 346-413-9313, or online at drbensalento.com.
H-Town, get your wheels at Steel. We only make great deals. This is head coach Bert Brocker with Steel, South Loop Hyundai, directly across from NRG. We have $5,000 off a new Palisade, or get $4,500 off a new Tucsons, or 0% for 60 months. Shop 24/7, SteelSouthLoopHyundai.com.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Road Show. Saturday, August 24th at Minute Maid Park with Miranda Lambert and Grace Potter. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
It's one thing falling in love with a house, picturing yourself moving in and calling it home, and quite another navigating the world of price negotiating, mortgage lenders, and finding the budget that works best for you. An agent who's a realtor can make understanding that world easier. Realtors have the expertise, access to proprietary data, and tools to help you get from imagining living somewhere to actually doing it. That's the kind of help we can provide. Because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Electricians, service techs, helpers. Let me get your attention one time, man. Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, they are hiring. Full-time benefit packages include 401k match, medical, dental, vision, life, and paid vacation. Training, it's available with unlimited opportunities for growth at a rapidly expanding company. Not just a company that's leading the industry in backup power solutions. Find out more at GeneratorSupercenter.com. That's Generator Supercenter.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Boyle at the 24-yard line takes a knee, and they don't have to snap it again. It's over. The Texans dominate the New York Giants in their preseason home opener, 28-10. They'll wrap it up with a joint practice with the Rams in the game 1 week from today. 18-point win for your Texans. Yeah, domination, that's what you want to see. Preseason game, not perfect at all. We'll get into some of the things that need work that the coaches are undoubtedly going over with the players. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. We got a full cast today with Andy Kalu coming up at 8:30, John McClain at 9:30, Andre Ware at 9. You'll hear from D'Amico Ryans a few times throughout the show, and who knows who else. Maybe Jalen Petrie in the locker room after the game. Johnny, that was fun to watch. Look, if you're in a preseason context, you want to see execution wherever you can see it, offensively, defensively, special teams. We'll get to that. And you had a rousing day. You had a fun day for the fans. You had something that serves as a great hors d'oeuvre to the 2024 season. C.J. Stroud reminds everybody, hey, remember me? This is fun, isn't it? This is cool. They don't get into the end zone, though. And then, you know what? They set up a great situation, though, for a Texans score. That was Jalen Petrie with the pick six. Beautiful stuff. Daniel Jones, we'll get to him as well. I just thought all around, look, you're pleased with an 18-point victory preseason. You're not thrilled with the special teams, but it gives you stuff to work on. It gives you stuff to focus on. And you have that work with the Rams that was mentioned in the highlight. And you have one more to go. And guess what? You are not far here from game week. You are 2 weeks from game week.
Yep.
So
2 weeks
think about
from game
that.
week, yeah.
2 weeks from game week.
Under 3 weeks from the time we kick it off with the Colts. That's crazy.
Labor Day is in 2 weeks. And that's that's game week Monday for the Indianapolis Colts. So here we go. You got a couple of weeks. So you have one more week to really figure out these roster decisions. And then next week, you are in full-blown pre-planning. Well, they're already doing that. But, you know, you're in full-blown, the Colts are the next thing on the radar here for sure. And they'll have the season premiere a week from Thursday. That's going to be fun. A whole bunch of other stuff. But this is where we are right now with the Rams on the horizon, Thursday joint practice and Saturday game.
So of all the things, good morning, by the way, of all the things that come out of that game, so if you think about a game, and I wrote this in Harris Hits, there's some things, I know I'm driving to the stadium in the morning trying to, okay, here's some of the things I want to see.
Yeah.
Would like to see these. I hope we see these. Oh, boy, I wish that would happen. What are some of those things? First of all, does CJ get protected? Okay, gave him 0 sacks.
Yeah.
It was pretty good.
Yeah.
Not only CJ, all quarterbacks gave him 0 sacks. Number 2. Takeaways. You had 5.
Yeah.
And the guy with the best hands on the team, as I've said for a couple of years. I heard Sean say that this morning. I was like, okay, people are catching on. People are catching on to what I'm saying about Derek Stingley having the best hands on the team. If he hangs on to the first one, that's 6 takeaways. Okay, that's
Johnny. Even with the ball in the air, I saw he's going to catch up to this and pick it.
Oh, the real pick,
the Stingley one.
Oh yeah.
Because I thought,
but the first one he dropped.
Oh, he dropped them. Yeah.
It didn't right to 2-4. He dropped it.
I didn't see the replay. Did somebody get a hand in there or something?
I think neighbors may have deflected it. But what I love about Stingley so much, there's so much to love. But what I loved about that was Sting took a calculated risk. Like you're taught as a DB, when a quarterback stops, you stop because he's ready to throw. Like when he stops his drop,
right.
So when Jones gets his back step, and you can tell it's a 3-step, Sting's taking off. He's already taken off for the ball. And Daniel Jones is, I'm going to throw it that way. And Sting's like, okay, come on. Yeah. And Neighbors has no idea. The interception is just, it's sick. But it's what we've come to expect because Sting used the sideline as a second defender. Like he knew he had inside leverage. He's like, you're not going inside leverage on me. I know if you try and throw it over my head, I'm going to go up and get it. So you can't. Jones really had no spot to put that ball where Hyatt's going to catch it.
You have to throw it really high and as close to the sideline as you can.
It's the best chance you got. And even at that point, he's in phase so well. Like, I don't even know how you get it to him. But you have 6 takeaways on the day, okay? You'd like to give up under 100 yards rushing in any game. Well, what you held the Giants to, I think, 74.
Yep,
74. Right? So run defense pretty good. You'd like to run for over 100.
114.
You ran for over 100. Third down conversions, you'd love to be over 40%. But if you get over 50, my goodness, they were 54%, I believe.
They were,
I think it was like 53 points.
Carry the 2. 54%.
54%.
Yeah.
The only negative there is they gave up 50% conversion rate. So you have 6 takeaways. You don't give up a sack. You run for over 100. You give up less than 75, and you convert on third downs at 54%. Like, what? I mean,
that's dominating win.
What more can you? What
I'll
more
give you
could you
another
ask
one. Are you ready for this one? Are you ready for this little nugget? Okay. Now, I don't want Hannah McNair to be upset with me because sometimes, if I say something that's going really well, she'll be like, why'd you just jinx that? Why'd you just do that?
I know where you're going, yeah.
+8 in turnover margin in the preseason. and no turnovers on offense. So you're looking at clean football that way.
The thing about it, though, Mark, that, I mean, you're not going to get 6 in a game or 5 in a game much, but I think what sticks out to me is those are things that we didn't do last year. Like CJ and the offense didn't turn the ball over much last year.
Right.
We took the ball away a bunch last year.
Yeah.
Those things are staying consistent, at least through the preseason. Now, turnovers can be kind of tricky at some point, but should Daniel Jones have thrown the ball? As I said in the broadcast, it was just a moronic play. Like, throw the ball at his feet. Like, there's no way that ball should have bounced 5 yards in front and then it pointed over there. Like, I was throwing it to him. There's no way that pass should have been an interception. So, but the point is, they stripped the ball away a couple times. Sting is in position to make a play. That's a play he made last year. You're not seeing things that are sort of out of the norm. And I know, one thing I said just a second ago that I should have caught myself. There's always something you could look at in a game and go, okay, I would want to see this. You could always get greedy. But as far as, checking off boxes of things you have to do to win a football game, like, those are all of them. Like, if you do all those things up in Indy and everybody plays the full 4 quarters, you'd beat them by 40. Yeah. Which I hope happens to send a signal to the rest of the league. But I feel like there were all levels, first, second, third, on all sides. I felt like there were some really, really good things that were really fun to watch. And, Malik Neighbors is going to go up and get his because he's Malik Neighbors. I mean,
oh, my gosh, how talented is he? Dude, super talented. Sick. Now, let's talk about their quarterback. Not as much.
No.
Not as much talent there. And we've been bringing this up. All the stuff that Dable said during offseason Hard Knocks about the quarterback position and about how he loves C.J. Stroud, and they're talking about getting quarterbacks. They have a quarterback under contract, and they take you in those rooms where they are openly discussing their disappointment, because that's the only way you can frame it. They're not having those conversations here. Hey, where do good quarterbacks come from? Right. Because we have one here and don't need to have those discussions right now. They're talking about other things and other position groups that they want to fortify. Of course, they want to fortify as much as possible every position group, including whatever you have behind C.J. Stroud, and we'll get to that as well. But I had to think that Daniel Jones got that memo or saw that show, and that was as horrendous a performance as you could see from a starting quarterback, a veteran starting quarterback in this league in a preseason outing. And I'd like to think the Texans' defense had something to do with it. Sure. You got Derek Barnett bringing you to the ground. What's he doing throwing that football at all? At that point, you got to eat the sack or get enough on it where you can get it out of bounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it's still going to be an intentional grounding or whatever.
Or throw it at I'm going to say, listen, playing quarterback in the NFL is not easy.
Throw it in the dirt.
Throw it in the dirt. That's what I was thinking, was like, throw it at the feet of those two, because Petrie, go back and watch the replay, Jalen did a great job of kind of baiting him. Like, he was there. He knew what was coming. And so right as Jones cocks his arm the first time, Jalen breaks. And that's what forces Jones to have to double clutch it.
Yeah.
Okay, now at that point, this play ain't there. Throw it at his feet.
Yeah.
And it
bothers the intentional grounding call.
Yeah.
But it's hard to process all that. I get it. I was just shocked that ball left his hand.
Thank you. I saw it pop out of my eyes, just like Indy grabbed me, I grabbed Indy, and it was like, what is he doing?
Beautiful first highlight.
It was so. How about this for a first quarter? The leading receiver for the Giants in the first quarter was Malik Neighbors, 1 catch, 14 yards. Right? Yeah.
First quarter.
Second leading receiver was Jalen Petrie. 1 catch, 5 yards, and a touchdown.
And a touchdown.
Yeah,
how about
a touchdown.
That?
Third leading receiver was Theo Johnson. I think it was Theo Johnson. Had 1 catch for 4 yards.
What about Derek Stingley?
And then Motor had a catch for 1 yard, which I thought was Jalen Petrie's most impressive play of the game. And then Derek Stingley had a reception for 0 yards. And those were the leading receivers for the Giants in the first quarter.
You're talking about Petrie's open field stop on Singletary?
Yeah, that was to me. That's there were two. The interception was easy. The part about that play to me that stood out was his coverage. He knew exactly where to be. He kind of baited Jones into the throw, which shouldn't happen, but he did. And then made a nice catch and got in the end zone. But that to me wasn't the most impressive play. I thought his tackling, the one run that he stuffed, he there was nobody accounted for him. They ran a split zone, and nobody accounted for him. But still, he's got to go back there and make a good, sure tackle on a guy that we know can make people miss in those situations. Yeah. Then, to me, the most impressive play was the one he's got on Motor when they throw him the check down, and he and Petrie are one-on-one. I'm like, I was like, oh, boy. Because I know we've seen Motor. How many times have we seen Motor give that little dead leg?
He's got twitch.
And then, defender's like, whoa, falls down. Jalen didn't fall for it. He pinned him to the sideline. He did a great job. Singletary then tries to run him, and Petrie just holds him up. It's a 1-yard gain. And I'm like, that to me was the most impressive play of all from Petrie, because that's the hardest thing to do for a defender in football. Go make a tackle out in space, and you're one-on-one. You'd think it's easy, but that is so incredibly difficult, and he did it. I was like, that's the Jalen Petrie that we have to have.
That would have been on our list. Let's see a great game from Jalen Petrie.
That's exactly right.
Not so far from Stafford, back at home, preseason, but really great to see.
Yep.
Now, let's get into the running game, because you mentioned it. They ran for $114. That was good. Akers, 4.8 per carry. British Brooks, 4.6 per carry. 2 touchdowns for the undrafted rookie. Jawar Jordan, the rushing numbers don't feel so good, and they don't look so good either. 8 for 16. He had a long of 7, but it's his ability to catch the ball, 4 for 42, that really opened your eyes a bit. And even the runs that were stopped, he just has this gliding effect. I don't know. I'd love to see more. Maybe practice squad. Who knows how they handle that. But Dameon Pierce, 4 carries, 5 yards. It just didn't happen for him in this game. And you want to see more. It's not just him. It's run blocking. It's first-team offensive run execution, and it's just not there yet. And I don't know if they have to try different people or whatever. You don't have Laramie out there. We understand. Titus did start. But you want to see more. You want to see more ground yardage gained by the first unit.
No doubt. Now,
no Mixon, too, by the way, again, which is, I expect, I don't know how you feel about Mixon, but he was back at practice last week doing some things. I would expect joint practice and then nothing in the game. That's my prediction for him this week.
I expect that, too. That's exactly what I expect. I expect that for not only Joe, but I expect it for a lot of players.
Which I'm fine with. Just get him healthy, get him to the starting line, man.
Yeah, and I think joint practice is a good look at, a different front, how they, do things a little. Even if it's a, 4-man surface, it still looks different and it plays different than what the Texans defense will play. And there might be some odd front in there as well. So it just gives, and I think I think you're exactly right. We'll see Joe and a bunch of other guys in joint practice and then not see him in a game. So I think the joint practice is actually scheduled perfectly. You still have the ones getting reps, but, and you'll hear this in my talk with D'Amico, he talked about controlled. And that's the key, because I know a lot of people talk about, well, wait a second, what's really the difference in preseason game and joint practice? Well, joint practice, it's controlled. Yeah. You don't take backs to the ground. You don't have leg drop tackles. You don't have that. You can control it. Your guys can blow the whistle really fast, so there's not really big collisions and those kind of things. You get the car crashes at the line of scrimmage, but you don't do anything stupid. You don't go low on a quarterback. All that kind of stuff that can happen in a game. So it's controlled, and I think that's going to give the Texans some good work this week. So let's go to the run game for a second. Now, I'm not absolving or, placing blame or whatever. But I know when I watch the offensive line, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's A-plus effort. The effort is there. A-plus performance.
Execution, yeah.
But those guys are getting blocks and making blocks and they're doing a solid job, both last week and this week. Now, there were some times last week where, front side of a block, didn't get taken care of. I'm thinking of one play in particular. But on a backside where you had Juice, Kenyon, and Blake, those 3 handled that backside beautifully. Front side didn't, but you didn't have Shaq or Titus over there.
Right.
So there's a run play on the first drive where, as I'm watching it, I'm like, this play's actually blocked pretty well. This play should go, and it doesn't. A little while later, they run a power. Kenyon pulls across and does a pretty good job on Thibodeau, and it doesn't turn into anything. And it should have, because it's blocked well enough that the running back can make those blocks right. Damien's got to make those blocks right on that play, and didn't. And I think what happens is when the other guys step in the game, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, look. Now, again, it's against the second team or
Dexter
third
Lawrence
team or whatever.
or
Dexter Lawrence. And like, I understand that. But what are the things that you see that are translatable that if Cam Akers took a snap behind the starting offensive line, what would Cam be able to do differently? Would he be able to do anything differently?
I don't know if they see that this week.
Or whomever
or
would
not.
be able to do that. Yeah, exactly. And so I don't know. It's been frustrating, and I know just kind of reading social media, I know Damien's taking a lot of heat from people, and there's some things I think he should see probably a little bit better. There's some improvements that I'm seeing in practice. Just haven't seen that translated to the game, and I don't know if it's kind of a Mechie situation in that Mechie made that catch on the sideline that was out of bounds, and the first thing I said on the broadcast was, "I don't care it's out of bounds. I don't care." He caught the ball. And hopefully that's going to spur some confidence from him the rest of the game.
Yeah, the best game. 6 catches, 68, and a touchdown.
And I wonder if Damien could pop one. Pop one. Burst through there, 10, 12-yard carry, hop up and go, yeah.
Well, 2 years ago in the preseason, he's running the ball really well.
Right.
That's why everybody was lamenting, why didn't you carry the ball more or get more carries in the opener against the Colts that year, the tie game?
Right.
Because you get the feeling Dameon Pierce carrying the ball a little bit more in that game.
Right.
You might not have tied. You might have actually won the game because you had the big lead. So 2 years ago, my point is preseason, we were seeing it all over the place with him. And who knows? You got another week here. I know it's not that much time, but they have another set of practices, the joint practice, the game. We'll see how it goes.
So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Is the number 2 or number 3 running back on this roster currently?
Look, nothing they do will surprise me as far as that goes, or some other position groups, because Nick is always watching. He's watching he and his crew have watched every single stitch of NFL footage that's been available so far. So they know who's out there, who might get released, who they could possibly trade for, because there are teams that have luxury problems at running back. I don't know if the Texans have a problem as much as, they have some tough decisions to make here, because it looks pretty deep. I don't know what British Brooks can do in a varsity situation at this point of his career. He's undrafted out of North Carolina. He looked pretty good, though, in the fourth quarter there. So who knows? Jawar Jordan, who knows? We don't know. They have to evaluate those things, that if somebody is available who has NFL pedigree that is proven that they could make a move for, maybe. But to me, they already have something like that in Cam Akers. He can do it again. He's done it, and he's doing it now. Why couldn't he do it against first-level competition? And I'm not saying he's the guy, but he's a guy that they could certainly have. I have a hard time seeing him not on this football team.
I'm with you. I think absolutely. I think Cam's going to be a part of this roster. I really had a fun time talking to him the other day, and just talking about his story in 2 Achilles tendons. And I mean, the other thing you want from running back is it can all go to what. What can you do to save it? What can you do to save it? And Cam showed the other day, that play is not blocked really well on the front side. What do? He escapes out the backside and ends up with a 14, 15-yard gain.
He has tremendous twitch. A lot of the other guys have this twitch going, and they can just make people miss, move laterally so fast. All right, you mentioned D'Amico. Let's hear this first. D'Amico on the first-team offense, their execution, what he saw from the sideline.
For our offense, I talked about before we went out, just us starting fast, like having a fast start, just playing efficient, and I think they did a really nice job of that. Getting the ball around everyone. Everybody touched the ball. It was good to see different guys get their hands on it, and our guys made plays. We have a lot of playmakers on the offensive side of the ball, so a lot of people to distribute to, which is a good thing. I thought our guys played really well together, and I was excited with what our first offense did.
Well, you look at some of the pass catching going on with that first group, and it was fun to watch. And Sean and Seth talked about that throw to Schultz when they were in the coming out situation. They're pinned back deep after the after the Stingley pick, pinned him deep, and then they get out of there on second down with a tremendous throw to Schultz and get going again. Just stuff like that you love to see. The Nico Collins catch and run for 24 yards. What did he do? Truck some people? No, he actually he slung a defender out of the way.
He's out one-on-one against Deontay Banks. There was some fun moments on that drive. So Deontay Banks is impressed man, and as Nico reacts back to the ball, He's completely and totally swats Deion Banks to the ground like a little brother. I mean, he literally just took him and was like, get off me, and turned around, and the ball was on him quickly, so he had to. But he just swatted Banks to the ground, turned around, caught it, and then those two defensive backs, I think it was Pinnock, I think it was him, and Banks are trying to tackle him and bring him down, and it was the same thing. It was like, two little brothers trying to bring down their dad. You're playing dad football inside the house, and they're trying to bring him down, and they just couldn't do it.
Not going to happen.
On the throw that gets batted down on the fourth down, I was watching on the near side to us. It was Diggs and Banks, and he had him one-on-one, and Stephon put a great move on him and got inside of him and just kind of boxed him out. Had CJ looked that way, he would have just boxed him out in basketball. So the throw gets batted down. The two of them look like they're going to start beefing, like talking to each other. And then they just dap each other up, bro hug, and go off the field. It was so funny. I don't know why it caught me that way, but it's like in the heat of battle, there's Stephon Diggs slapping fives and bro hugging with Deontay Banks. So that, even though they didn't score, I was glad they went for it, because D'Amico confirmed what I had said during the broadcast, which was, what's a Kaimi chip shot do? I mean, really, doesn't do anything for you.
They know he can do it.
Yeah, so you're going to get yourself in those fourth and...
Get another rep.
Yeah, get another rep, see what you got, and give him a chance. And obviously, Dexter got a big paw up there. But I thought overall, kind of going back to our discussion about run game kind of leads you to the offensive line, I thought Titus looked good against Kayvon. I thought Blake... We'll ask ND about this one, because ND saw it. I didn't, because I was watching the routes. But it's a video that made its way... I think Texas Cat put it out there. It's a video... It's a video of Brian Burns. Brian Burns threw a spin move on Blake Fisher. I didn't see it. ND saw it. He's like, his eyes, when we went to break, he's like, did you see that? I was like, no, I was watching the routes. He goes, oh my God, Brian Burns threw an outside spin move. I want him to describe it, because it was really good. But we didn't have the video of it to go back to on the replay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was ridiculous. But that was tough for Blake, and he obviously had the procedure penalty, which I'm starting to think is more a left tackle thing than a Laramie thing. But other than that, Blake held up really well against him.
Good.
And I thought the interior guys held up well against Dexter. Even in the run game, I thought they did a pretty solid job on him.
But you know what it is? It's preseason, so you get a drive to you get a quarter.
Yeah.
What happens if you're playing? Now, I'm not taking anything away from Blake, but this is all you have to evaluate. This is your scoreboard right now. You're going to be up there in Indy, and whoever's playing is playing, and now you got to go 4 full.
Mm-hmm.
And that is just so special and so much fun to see, I hope, as you're taking them on, and you got to just get through all the guts of the game and into the crunch and execute at the point where it matters most. Can't wait to see that. All right, why don't we do this right now, Benny? We're going to get to your conversation with D'Amico Ryans. Johnny, you caught up with the head coach, as you always do, after the game. How did that go?
All right, Coach, I'm going to read 3 names to you. There's a similar stat across all 3. Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, and the stat is 0 sacks. In fact, 0 sacks for the entire game. What does that say about the offensive line progress? You didn't have Laramie in there today, but what have you seen from the offensive line group? It looks solid with the ones, but all the way throughout, no sacks. That's a big day.
Yeah, I see from the group is why I enjoy coaching, and that's growth and development. And so to see our group, right, to see Titus out for his first time, Titus and Blake handle the edges the way they handled the edges today, it's very promising for our future. We get LT back as well, to know you got good quality guys on the edges, and also a guy in Blake who can come in as a swing tackle. Like, it's encouraging to see, and I'm proud of that group, right? Shaq, Juice, and Kenyon on the interior, they did a great job as well. Like, if we want to throw the football like I think we can throw the football, it's going to start with those 5 guys up front, and they took a huge step in the right direction today.
You also ran for over 100 yards, but I think you said you gave up less than 70. So which one is more pleasing to you, giving up less than 70 or going for over 100 on the ground?
Going for over 100, running for over 100, that's more pleasing to me. It's to see different backs make plays as well, right? Cam, to see Jawar, to see Brooks, to see different guys get in there and make those plays. That was JJ as well. All the guys running the football did a really good job. Coach Barrett has done a great job with his group.
Okay. I didn't throw this one in as the third stat because I know this would probably be the first one. But you had 5 takeaways. Could have been 6 if the guy with the best hands on the team made a pick on the second play of the game. You preach that all the time. You see it on the ball, attack the ball, swarm. Did this performance kind of feel like that, the way you were taking the ball away, the way you were getting after the ball carrier?
No doubt about it. I mean, I mess with our coach, Dino. He always talks about the ball. He does a ball presentation for him, and I'm on his, hey, now you say, if we get 5, does that mean we win the game? No. But it was awesome, man. Everybody, D-line, linebackers, safeties, corners, everybody involved in taking the ball away. That's the best I've seen. Like preseason, regulars, that's the best I've seen guys do that. And you see the results of what happens when you take the ball away. It puts you in really favorable position to win the game. That's why we talk about it a lot.
Those 2 rookie running backs, Jawar Jordan and British Brooks, I know a lot of times rookies, they're going to get their reps when they can get them. But when they went in, they were so productive. And you look at the running back room, and I know this is a decision that you and Nick are going to have very soon. How do we get this thing to 53? How do we get to where we can get with 60 to 69 players, maybe 70? How tough does that become? You want to see players succeed, but you're like, oh, man, did they just make this decision really difficult for us?
Yeah. I think for us to have a great team, Nick and myself, we need to have tough conversations and make tough decisions, because when you're making tough decisions, that means you're letting go of a really good football player. So, I mean, how good is your team, right, when it comes to that? So I don't want to do it, but it's hard. But man, from the first game watching our rookie backs, right, first Hall of Fame game, to watching them now and to see that growth and how, they progressed over these few weeks of practice and the games, man, it's encouraging to watch.
Okay, our buddy Greg Bailey was in here, and he was giving you a pat on the back because we got a joint practice against the Rams next week, and then that preseason game. That's a lot for everybody to handle, but how important is it for this joint practice against the Rams for some guys that either want to separate in a roster situation or make a climb up to maybe a different spot on the depth chart?
This is a big week for a lot of guys kind of on the fringe of the roster, right? We got a lot of guys who need to continue to step up, like guys who took the step, can you take another step, right? Guys who need to take a step, like the time is running out, so it's time for them to go and show what they have now this week. And you get the Rams, you get a different team coming in here. I think the competitiveness, everything about the energy of practice is going to change, is going to ramp up a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see how our guys handle it, right? And then for this next game next week, we'll see our young guys get a bulk of the reps versus the Rams in game. So they'll have their opportunities, right? Well, guys won't be short of reps and I didn't get my shot. Guys will have their opportunity to prove, do they belong or not?
5 takeaways, 0 sacks, 100-plus yards on the ground, less than 70 on the ground. Coach, hell of an afternoon. Congratulations.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
All right, there's John Harris with D'Amico Ryans. Coming up, ND Kalu on Texans Monday. We are brought to you by Houston Methodist. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. HoustonMethodist.org for all the information. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Texas Lottery presents Now That's What I Call Hits, with hit songs like Give Me That Money, 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 and Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
That's right. With hit scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, you can have an instant hit on your hands. Like the old classic, Ain't That Some Luck?
A statement game for John Mechie. True or false? Do you agree?
No, definitely. I agree 100%. And not only was this great to see, we all know what John Mechie's been through, but when we were talking about that position group, the wide receiver position group and their room and how deep it is, when I had a chance to reflect on what Mechie did, it wasn't just good for his chances to make this team. If he doesn't, and it's the NFL, it happens, there's only 53 rosters, it's awesome to see that he put something on film that's probably going to allow him to land somewhere when the season starts.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. And obviously, Andy, there are a lot of things you and I talked about on the broadcast that were great. 5 takeaways, ran for over 100 yards, gave up 74, I think it was. Third down conversions really, really well. Mark and I talked about the numbers. What is your biggest concern right now? As I take it negative. I don't mean to take it negative, but
it's all right.
There are things that this team can improve on. In your eyes, Indy, what do you think one or two of those are that they've really got to rectify before we get to the Colts on week 1?
It's not being negative. You want to evaluate a team. You don't want it to be, all butterflies and rainbows. You know that every team out there, even if you're the Kansas City Chiefs, you have something to improve upon before the season gets started. And for me, it's still the run defense. It's the running game in general. It's the run defense. I saw too many big gaps in between the guards on the first team, second team, and third team. And then on the flip side, I didn't see enough of those explosive plays on the ground. We did have some explosive plays late in the game, but I really wanted to see Dameon Pierce kind of get that 10-yard run, get that 15-yard run where he's breaking a tackle and showing what he did his rookie season. But, John, to answer your question, just the run game in general, but since I'm a defensive guy, I just want to see more guys up front, gap integrity, and stuff the run and not allow those 5, 10-yard pickups.
Well, you tell me about the Brian Burns spin move that wowed you, and Johnny missed in the action because he was watching the ball or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what? This is one of those things I think maybe John and I enjoy it more than most fans because we love what goes on in the trenches. But I saw it when it happened, Mark, and just to give the Texans spin on it, that's great for Blake Fisher to experience that. He goes against Will Anderson. He goes against Danielle Hunter, 2 very good edge players. But to play another edge player who brings in another dynamic, that's only going to help Blake Fisher. But, man, when you talk about excitement, to see Brian Burns fake like he was stunning inside, then the speed of the outside spin. A lot of defensive line coaches, they don't like the outside spin. They like the Dwight Freeney inside spin, but for him to make that spin as fast as he was able to and still get pressure on the quarterback, if that wasn't a quick release, it would have been a sack. And look, when I saw it live, I tried to explain it to John. John sent me the video, and I just sat in my car watching the video for like 30 minutes because I just really enjoyed seeing that play.
I just watched it.
I did too.
4 times.
I know.
Because it's quick, so you can do that while you're talking. And listening to you describe it was interesting. Do you want to spin if you're Blake and you kind of cheat to the outside or shade to the outside? He's just going to kill you inside, right? I mean, it's pick your poison at that point.
But yeah.
I don't know if you're Blake Fisher. I don't know if you really change your technique or the way you block because of that play, and that's where film study comes in, and it's very important. If I'm whoever, I don't know who the Giants open up with, but if I'm that offensive tackle and I see that move, then I know, okay, this guy can do it. But in my opinion, and I'm curious to get John's take, I don't know if Blake Fisher should spend too much time if the defensive ends that he's facing haven't shown that move trying to block it. Because like you said, Mark, it's just going to open up the inside.
It's like one of those things where a guy does something so unique. Like, he's so twitchy, Brian Burns. I mean, the Giants paid him, $28 to $30 million a year or whatever it is to be an outside rusher. It's so unique. You're like, who does that? Who outside spins? And this is one of the things that Andy and I talked about during the break. Like, who in the NFL would do that? And Andy was like, Miles? Like Myles Garrett?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I think Miles could probably pull it off because the other thing about it is nobody spins outside. Like, you don't spin outside because it just, your momentum is seemingly taking you away from the quarterback. But Burns was so good that when he spun, he immediately dipped the inside shoulder and was right at CJ on a 3-step drop.
Yeah, incredible.
It was kind of mind-blowing from that extent. Along those lines, ND, Texas obviously doing Brian Burns, but they have a front that can get some pressure on a quarterback. When you have a defensive back like Derek Stingley that kind of takes up one half of the field, as a defensive lineman, does that play into your thought process at all that, hey, I know I've got him behind me, I know I can get to the quarterback, and maybe that quarterback will hold it a little bit longer because he doesn't want to throw at that guy? How important is it for defensive linemen to know, hey, I got Derek Stingley behind me, he can erase any of my mistakes, I might take a few more risks because that dude is playing behind me in that defense?
No, it's huge. It gives you that confidence. And it reminds me of, when I was playing with the Eagles and we had our good run and we had Troy Vincent, Bobby Taylor's our cornerbacks, Brian Dawkins. And you're just thinking, ooh, I could try anything because these guys are going to hold it down. When you have Derek Stingley, if Kamari Lassiter lives up to what he's been doing in training camp, it allows Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson to you still want to play within the framework of the defense, but it allows you to be confident in taking chances because you have those type of corners. And many times you're not thinking about it when you put your hand in the dirt. You're not really thinking, okay, Derek Stingley's behind me. You notice it during the play where you try the double swipe move, it didn't work. And you're like, oh, the quarterback still has the ball. Then you try another move, it didn't work. And I'm talking about it in the same play. And you're like, oh, the quarterback still has the ball. Then it gives you a chance to get to the quarterback because you're getting those coverage sacks because of the great coverage behind you.
By the way, the Giants open up with Minnesota at the Meadowlands, so that's not a bad opener for them.
Sam Darnold and Danny Dimes? Ooh, chalk me up for that one.
I'm surprised that's not Sunday Night Football week 1, baby. I'm kidding. Look, we can talk like that now. Now we can stick our chests out. Like, ooh, we got Stroud. We have, what is it, including the preseason, 7 national games this year. Wow. Because including the Hall of Fame game, you've got 6. Everyone thinks it's 5, but you really got 6 because you got the Christmas and you got December or whatever it is.
The Chiefs Saturday game.
Yeah. What is the date? 21st.
21st.
Yeah, the 21st with the Chiefs. And that's a college football playoff day as well.
That game is going to be football heaven.
That day? Crazy.
That whole run is going to be once the college football playoff starts. It's like, I mean.
Well, this weekend is the last one without football. Well, without real football that counts.
Yeah.
This is real football.
Well,
But
college football.
that counts.
There are 3 college football games this weekend.
Yeah, that's what I meant. This past weekend, I was trying to say. ND, take me here now. How does the body feel at this point of the preseason? I know you had the old 4-game stint, but they have 4 games, and they're going to play their final one Saturday. They have joint practice Thursday. The light is at the end of the tunnel now, and you're 2 weeks away from game week against the Colts from where we stand at this moment. So it's all coming up pretty fast. How are they feeling physically and maybe mentally right now?
Right now, they're still hurting. Right now, they're still going through the dreary days of camp. And it's only going to get worse before it gets better, because when you practice and you have those joint practices with the Rams, you're talking about some of the most competitive physical practices ahead of you, because your competitive nature, your competitive spirit is going to take over. You're not thinking to yourself, okay, I have to get my body ready for the regular season game. It's, oh, no, we have another different colored jersey coming in. I want to beat that guy in front of me. And this is what I really love about having former NFL players as head coaches. D'Amico, Coach Kubiak, when he coached the Texans, they know, like, okay, this is how the guys feel. So I'm expecting after that last physical live practice with the Rams, we know the majority of the starters and role players aren't going to play in that last preseason game. That's when they start saying, hey, this is when you got to get those massages. This is when you got to get in the ice tub. This is when you have to really start getting ready for the regular season, and they're going to start to pull back. And it's up to the individual players to now get themselves ready, because you want to be as fresh as possible when that first game comes.
Andy, how did you like joint practices? I don't know how many you have had in your career, and it's a little different because it's week 3. So it's kind of the last dress rehearsal in some sense for the ones, CJ and his group, et cetera, because I imagine on Saturday we're not going to see a lot of starters as it was in the Hall of Fame game. So it's a little later, but how did you like joint practices, the fact that it was a controlled, you couldn't tackle a quarterback, all that kind of stuff? How did you like them?
I loved them because even Matt Shaw brought it up during the broadcast during the game. You just get so tired of seeing the same guy. When you have 2-a-days, well, now they're on the field once a day, but when I played and you actually had 2-a-days, I mean, after 1 week and during those 2-a-day practices for defensive linemen, offensive linemen, you had one-on-one pass rush drills every practice. So after just 5 days, you've gone against the same guy literally like 20 times. So when you get another team coming in after 2 weeks, it's just refreshing to see somebody else to be able to compete against a different kind of player. And also keep in mind, when the pads are on and you're lining up against that guy, even if he's your teammate, you still have that kill mentality. But in the back of your mind, you're like, man, I actually kind of like that guy. You know, Will Anderson, Neil Hunter, they might like Laramie Tunsil when it's all said and done. But when those Rams come in town, it's like, man, screw that dude in front of me. I don't know him, or I might know of him, but I'm trying to kill him on every rep. So you just like the fact that you're actually competing against an enemy and you're seeing a different face and a different set.
ND, how's that 3-man booth going for the preseason TV broadcast? It's just us talking now. Tell me, how is it? You like it?
Love it. Love it. I've told people this with John's ear, without John's ear. It makes the game for me so much easier, and it's fun to really talk shop with a guy that appreciates and has a respect for the game. Then Kevin Kugler, I mean, he's the quarterback. He's a C.J. Stroud of the booth, and he keeps everything going smooth. But, Mark, you should have done this a long time ago, man. What's going on? Why didn't you make it happen years ago?
I mean, Mutual Admiration Society, because I stand next to Andy during the games, and, like, I think some of the best times are actually off the air. We were talking about that spin move. You know, we were like, we were trying up we were like setting ourselves up like, okay, if he did this, like if there was a camera on us during the break, you would have seen us trying to throw that spin move and like, what was that? So the same goes. I mean, I've always thought the world of ND, and just it's so much fun to be up there. And obviously Kevin does a great job, but just being with ND and talking ball and talking shop, I mean, it's incredible. And just the perspective that ND has on the game, on life, on everything. I mean, I love it. I'm talking to, it's almost like I'm talking to Mark without ND here, but I know you're there, ND. But man, I love it, man. I love you to death, man. It's been really, really fun. I hate that we've only got one more game.
One more game Saturday at noon with the Rams. ND, thanks so much.
Thank y'all, and I look forward to man, I'm really looking forward to this Rams game, because here's the thing, real quick. I know we're up against it. this is where John gets to even separate himself more because he knows so much about the college players, and the majority of these guys that are playing are going to be second, third, or fourth string. So you're going to have to talk about what they did in college and, you know, who evaluates college players like this guy. So I'm actually looking forward to it because we're really going to get to see and hear stories about guys that the casual fan might not be familiar with.
Get ready for the British Brooks show.
Yeah.
It is going to be big.
But I've been talking about British Brooks and Harris Yancey. Been reading them. Hey. And oh, by the way, this will be the best game of all because Michael Hoyt, Brown University grad. We got one.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, he's a good player.
Michael Hoyt makes a tackle 10 yards downfield, and I'm going to celebrate like he's an all-pro.
Oh, yeah.
I can promise you.
Super Bowl level excitement there. Okay, it's going to be fun. Texans-Rams on Saturday. ND, thanks a lot.
Talk to y'all soon.
Okay, ND Kalu joining us. Andre Ware's going to join us soon. But, man, we got to take a break, and we're going to roll through this thing. It's Texans Monday presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
The Texans and SLB are proud to present the Houston Texans Stats Challenge for our 9th consecutive year. This program is designed to help 6th grade students learn and sharpen their math skills using the game of football. With interactive worksheets and fun videos from Houston Texans representatives, the Stats Challenge presented by SLB makes math fun for everyone. Last year, over 340 teachers and 4,500 students across Texas completed the challenge. Help your local middle school be the next to join them. Visit HoustonTexans.com. Go Texans!
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee.
Oh, they were huge, man. I was so happy that he threw it. Made the play, got in the end zone, and turned up with my teammates. So, great play, but thankful to just be out here with my teammates.
No doubt. You also had a tackle for loss. Defense as a whole today. What'd you see? What happened? What did you guys do well from the first stringers to the guys who were playing in the fourth quarter?
Oh, yeah, just great execution. A lot of guys playing with their hair on fire and just having fun. And I think that's the mentality that we have as a team, and we're going to just keep striving to do that.
You're an optimistic guy, I know. How optimistic, though, this year are you about what this defense can do?
Extremely optimistic. I think that there's no limit for us as long as we continue to play with our hair on fire and execute. There's no limit for us as a unit.
And last thing, as a guy from Stafford, as a guy who plays on defense, how loud do you want this place to be, and how early do you want that loud noise happening once the regular season gets going?
Oh, yeah, we need it as loud and as fast as possible. We need people to get out the parking lot, shut the party down a little earlier, and come here and turn up with us. That's what we need.
And then party afterwards, right?
Party after for sure. And we in the red light with it.
There you go, Jalen Petrie. Thanks so much for the time. Congrats on the win. We'll see you again soon.
Appreciate you.
I said locker room. That's a cavernous locker room. No, that was the on-field interview with Drew and Jalen Petrie right after the game. And, yeah, the message has got to get out. Get the fans in the seats. Get the butts in the seats for player introductions, if not earlier.
Yeah.
Get pumped for this game, all the games. It's going to be electric. You get the Rams on Saturday, of course, to wrap up the preseason. The Bears, it's a night game. So no matter what happens with the roof, that's not going to be a factor for the night game. All right? Don't rain. It's not going to be a factor for the night game. So that'll be cool. And then, they'll at some point they're going to get this thing fixed. So it's going to be awesome to see Sunday Night Football. Carrie Underwood, she won't be here in person, but she'll be on TV. And the electricity that goes into Sunday Night Football. It's very cool stuff. Anyway, great to see Jalen Petrie do that with the pick six and all of it, as the Texans defense played well. I know that Daniel Jones hit the big play to, who was it, Darius Slayton?
Yes, Slayton.
To the one, and then they punched it in. All right, fine. But you had your second-level defense out there against their ones. They left their number one offense out there for a while because you had the feeling, I don't know what the predetermined playing time was for those guys, but you get the feeling they had to play through some stuff. They had to try to play through some stuff, the New York Giants did, because that awful start, you don't want to go to bed with that, with that memory.
Absolutely.
And you're unlikely to play in the final preseason game. Yeah, our offense is just fine. I've been through that here in 2005 where they brought the starters back in the fourth and, quote, meaningless, well, they're all, they don't count, but you know what I'm saying, that fourth preseason game where mostly your starters don't play. They brought David Carr, the entire first-team offense out there at Tampa in 2005, and they still were struggling, and they never got it right that year. So that's what the Giants are facing. They tried to play through it. They did some things against the second level, but, man, the Texans really performed well in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, you and I talked after the game. It was like, if you're a Giants fan, so I read what a few of the Giants writers, they kind of asked, like, hey, what did you think of the game? And they're kind of reading the write-up, and they kept coming back to, well, they gave up no sacks. That literally was what they came back to. And Malik Neighbors. Like,
what was the Barnett one in the end zone?
Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about.
A sack would have been better. A sack would have been better than what happened.
Exactly.
That's not a positive. Barnett was all over him.
So that was the thing. Now, they could be really excited about Malik Neighbors. I do think it was good for Daniel Jones to get those reps, even if it was against the twos. He tore his ACL, week 4, week 5 of last year. In fact, Kevin was doing the game. Kevin Kugler was doing the game in Las Vegas when that happened.
Ooh.
He tried to come back in the game, and he just crumbled. And they're like, okay, at that point they knew, okay, this isn't good. But he needed some reps. He needed some game reps. And obviously, well, would he make that decision to throw the ball to Jalen Petrie if he had been healthy and had a lot of reps throughout the year? I don't know. But I just feel like that's an experienced quarterback who's taken a lot of reps in a lot of games, a lot of even playoff games, that knew he shouldn't have thrown that football, but did. And if I'm a Giants fan this morning, I'm like, oh, boy.
What's the difference between him now or early last year and 2 years ago? Well, 2 years ago, Saquon Barkley went absolutely nuts. He had a phenomenal running back season, and it really helped out Jones. And Jones played well that year. You have to give him his due. They won a playoff game at Minnesota, a Minnesota team that Did they win 13 that year?
Yeah, they were good that year.
My gosh.
Won a bunch of one-score games and all that.
You cannot look past anybody. I'm sorry. They
No,
won
you're right.
13 games. You saw it on that quarterback show on Netflix. Cousins driving to the game. He's not overconfident, but they should win that game, and they don't.
Here's the thing about the Giants. I mean, you just said it. Saquon was the offense. I think against us in 22, didn't he have like 30-something carries
he was
against us?
Amazing.
He was incredible. Now, Daniel Jones made a key throw to Darius Slayton where he's getting blitzed and threw it off his back foot out to Slayton. We blew a coverage. Slayton catches it and goes to, it was a great throw by Jones in that he was really under duress and he just kind of flipped it out there. But there just hasn't been enough of that.
Yeah. Well, he flipped it out there, but you know what?
This
Fool's
time
gold.
it didn't work. this time it didn't work.
This time,
a little different this time.
Hey,
But
number
man,
5's allowed to catch the ball in that situation.
Exactly.
Isn't this practice? Bat that down, young man. All right, coming up, Andre Ware is going to join us. We'll talk about the whole thing, the offense, the running game, the quarterback situation behind C.J. Stroud. What's cooking there? When will we see Mills again? We don't know, but we'll discuss all of it. Coming up here on Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Cancer is never just cancer. It affects your entire body. At Houston Methodist Neil Cancer
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
Stroud calls for the ball in his end zone, looking, scanning the field, throwing over the middle, and caught by Schultz at the 20. Dives forward, 25 down at the 28-yard line. Dalton Schultz wide open in the middle of the field. Pinnock with the stop.
You know, when Dre says, you know it's good.
Yeah.
You know it's something good. And that was a good throw, and that was Stroud just knowing that he had enough time to make that throw and execute, get them out of the shadow of the goalpost and move on. It's Texans Monday. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris with you, and we'll get Andre on in just a second here.
That's like the bat signal to me. When I hear that from Dre, I know, okay, that was something good.
Yeah.
And CJ gave a lot of good on Saturday for sure.
Yeah, you were telling, was that on the air or off? Sometimes we talk so much.
I know. I don't know what's
you were talking about CJ backing up in the end zone and having enough time.
See, that was to me one of the, of all the throws CJ made, that one stood out the most because of the way he played the position of quarterback. Here's what I mean by that. That you're backed up in your own end zone. It's already stressful as it is.
Yeah. That's stressful. Talk to Daniel Jones about stress when you're in your end zone.
Yeah, exactly. Stress in your end zone. Yeah. He didn't panic because Thibodeau tried to go inside on Titus, so Titus just kind of rides him inside. Well, that forced CJ, a lot of times quarterbacks, and I know the guy that used to be here, would just take off to the right and start running.
Yeah.
All CJ did was back up a couple steps, and basically CJ doing that, resetting himself, he made the block of Titus Howard right. Mm-hmm. And he could hold up against Thibodeau, and then CJ could get still a clean pocket and throw.
And throw beautifully. All right, let's get Andre Ware in here. Andre, nice throw there. Nice game by Stroud. Good performance, first-team offense, but the running game needs to click better with that unit. Overall, what were your thoughts following Saturday's game? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I text you guys. It's no secret as to why the Chiefs start the season the way they do. It's because they play their starters. They get guys ready. They ramp up to the regular season. And if guys aren't playing, and I'm going to get to your question, it's hard to kind of build chemistry, especially on the offensive line and the running game. So until you get all 5 pieces of the offensive line in, you don't know what it's going to look like, because you have guys now that might have to play for you in a pinch or at times as you're building depth for the season, but you don't know until Laramie's back. And with just one guy out, that makes a difference on the offensive line. Those guys have to click, and we say fingers in a glove. That's how they have to work together.
Dre, what do you think of CJ overall? I mean, obviously he hits Diggs, he hits Collins, he hits on that throw out of the end zone, he hit Dalton Schultz, he hit Brev a couple of times on a little bit of a movement. Didn't get one in the end zone on that drive, but I don't want to say I didn't care about that, but I really didn't, because it felt like every other throw, including the one to Tank that didn't count, it felt like he was completely and totally dialed in on Saturday. What were your thoughts about just CJ himself throwing the football?
Yeah, he seems to have benefited, and I would have hated for Slowick to leave after just 1 year, even though it may be the same system, it may be the same play calls, same terminology, all of it. It's just different when you're hearing it from someone else. So I think that it starts with that, because he's had a foundation in which to build on. A lot of guys don't when you have successful seasons. Some coordinator or some element, quarterback coach or whatever, will step in or actually leave, and then somebody else has got to step in. That is, I can't tell you how important that is, especially to a young quarterback like CJ. So you take that. You take what now the weapons he's been surrounded by weapons. 4 guys, I think, on that drive that you just described caught passes. So he's spreading the ball around. This is what it's going to look like. And there won't be a real number one, because you've got really three bodies that could be a number one. A lot of teams, not many teams have that luxury. And it's going to be somebody every weekend that's game planned for that's going to have a big week. And they just got to get used to it.
We were joking last week about rostertology and last 3 in and first 3 out as far as those final 3 receiver spots. And who knows if it's really 3, if it's going to be 5 that they keep or 7, who knows. But I thought Mechie made a really strong case for himself because there's been a lot of talk outside the building. What's going to happen with Mechie? Well, Xavier Hutchinson's playing so well. Had a great Hall of Fame game, good camp for Xavier. You know, reliable Robert Woods can do what he can do. You have other weapons as well. Steven Sims, hard to ignore. But what do you think of John Mechie and what he did on Saturday afternoon?
Well, I thought he had an outstanding game. I thought he made a case for about locking up a spot on this team. So I was very impressed with what he did. He was provided some opportunities early, and you talk about stepped up. He stepped up. And in my opinion, seized the roster spot. And that's one room that I don't want to have to make. I wouldn't want to have to make a decision on who stays and who goes, because somebody's going to go and they're going to be picked up immediately because there are just too many teams looking for quality receivers, and there are a bunch of them with the Texans.
And we don't even know what Noah Brown's injury status is. And, and
exactly.
Noah's done some good things for this team. Ben Skoronek's injury status, I think it's an injury because he was out last week. And those are guys both that play on special teams. And that obviously from receiver 4, 5, 6, I mean, you got to have that on special teams. And Dre, I don't know if Saturday wasn't kind of the same thing for the running back group to see Cam Akers run the rock the way that he did, escaping out that backside run, and then the two rookies, Jawar Jordan, British Brooks, J.J. Taylor popped that long run. I know he was caught by Chapman, but J.J. had to slow down, but I guarantee you today in film, or yesterday in film, J.J. was going to catch some heat. I knew that.
Oh, J.J. got worn out in film.
Yeah,
I guarantee
he got worn out. Yeah, absolutely. Arian Foster used to get worn out by his guys. I remember him telling me that. So how do you break down the running back room, and how many do you think they're going to end up taking? This is for both y'all. How many running backs do you think they keep, and do you think the 3 or 4 they do keep, do you think all those guys are on the roster right now?
Well, a lot of them don't play special teams, or some will have to. Obviously, that's been Dare's niche as to how he's hung around here, and now he's finally gotten an opportunity with the offense to show that he could be a third down back, a guy that can work himself open out of the backfield, and he's reliable with his hands. So I don't know if that eats up a spot or allows you to keep an extra when you have a guy like that can also play special teams. It's certainly going to bode well for him, but I don't know if it does it for the others. I don't know. Have they ever kept Mark John 3 or 4 running backs?
I want to say they have.
I can count 3 real quick with Mixon, Akers, and Ogunbowale. But after that, Jawar Jordan has made a case to be on this team. And so how do you hide a guy like that that's had a successful training camp as well as preseason? I don't know that you can. And sometimes that's just the nature of the beast, because you're so talented as a team that you got to cut quality players.
What we don't know is what is the health status of Andrew Beck. You know, we saw him leave the practice field last week. He was right in front of us, right, Johnny? And I don't know what it is. Dr. Vandermeer cannot speculate on this one. I'm willing to speculate sometimes, but I just can't. I don't know. I'd love to see him back this week because the fullback position, we've seen some dividends paid. Beck had a big year last year, and he wasn't entirely healthy for the entire campaign. What has Troy Hairston done in their eyes to impress if Beck can't go, or if you have to pup him, or whatever they need to do? And I'm not saying they do, but again, we need these questions answered. This week will tell us a lot more.
On the throw to Nico Collins, who was playing fullback? They lined up in the I formation. Who was playing fullback?
Was it Brev?
It was Cade Stover.
Cade Stover playing fullback.
So to me, the fullback one becomes this really interesting amalgamation of, all right, well, British Brooks looks pretty good. And it wasn't just in the preseason game. He's been, hey, do you keep British Brooks on practice squad and say, eat a lot of Houston barbecue, get to 235, maybe use him in a fullback role? Brev's played that fullback role. Cade Stover was playing it on that particular drive. So, Dre, it's to your point, you talked about Dare making a team. He made it because of special teams, but it might ultimately be that fullback spot where you go, hey, how many different guys do we have that could play fullback? Because the Texans, I think, use the fullback top 5 in the league, so they'll use that guy. And maybe it is Beck. Maybe that's the guy you go with, but you don't know his injury status. But, Dre, how difficult could it be to maybe teach one of those other guys to play that fullback spot, so it does open up a spot on the roster?
I think I'm about to wonder what Dare hasn't, kind of crossed into both. both worlds. And I don't think it would be hard to teach him at all. I mean, he is a football player with a very high IQ that picks up things quickly, and I think that's how he's gotten to stay around here as long as he has. And then now he's made himself a valuable asset to the team. And so I think he could switch and be that lead blocker at times when you need it, and gives you two backs in the backfield at times, just a different look for the defense to have to think about something with him being such a sound ball receiver out of the backfield. So I don't think it'd be hard to convert. It might take a year or so to put that much, some pounds on British Brooks, but I don't know. I've just been really, really impressed with Jordan, and we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, we'll see. The fullback position, by the way, I hearken back to when they lost Vontae Leach after 2010, and he goes to Baltimore, and then what do? Don't they do a combination of things?
Like James Casey?
James Casey plays a bunch of fullback. There was somebody else in there that they had
Schultz
as well.
Schultz has played it at times during the season. He's lined up back there.
Yeah, so they could do some different things if they have to, because, Beck is a Swiss Army knife himself.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And, again, the health situation weighs into it heavily. We're 2 weeks away, Dre, from game week against the Colts. So Labor Day is in 2 weeks. That's when you're full go prepping. I mean, you're already there before that, but that's when you're in game week mode for the Indianapolis Colts for the opener.
The luxury that they're going to have at that position, though, if Beck's not ready to go, Troy Harrison is an NFL fullback. So they could do what they have to do with Beck for an extended time where they're not feeling like they're trying to rush him back. You go ahead and give him a number of weeks. And then Harrison's your fullback until he returns 100% healthy. So there's some flexibility I think they have there with those two.
Dre, we talked about it in the last segment because we heard from Jalen Petrie after the game. At the pick, he was in the right position. Johnny on the spot. I don't know. There's a whole lot to take out of that, but he has the TFL. Nobody really blocked him, but he breaks down and makes a solid tackle. Then there was one run play where he absolutely hammered Illuminor like a heat-seeking missile, basically knocked Illuminor 3 yards back and helped on a tackle. And then he made the tackle in the flat on Singletary after a 1 yard catch, didn't miss the tackle, knocked him out. That's a play that can go from 1 yard and turn into 10 if he misses that tackle. I feel like Jalen Petrie taking his game up to a different level, Dre, takes this defense to a whole different stratosphere if he's able to do that like we saw on Saturday. Your thoughts about Jalen Petrie?
Yeah, I think Jalen is the type of player this year that is gaining more by doing less. And I think after his first year, he had that really good rookie season. I don't know if the system was that kind of clouded for him, but he also wanted to knock people out. And so he wasn't wrapping up. And what I saw this weekend was him breaking down, wrapping up, making secure tackles, and being his aggressive self. So this is the best I've seen of Petrie probably since his rookie year, to be quite honest.
Very nice. Hey, just as a side note here, Brian Dable calls you up and says, hey, Andre, what advice can you give me about Daniel Jones? What do I do about my quarterback situation? You hang up? Sorry, wrong number.
You got to give Daniel Jones some easy throws. And he's coming back from a knee injury. He's got to get over that. And so in the preseason, I thought it was a good deal that they let him play through the 2 interceptions and continue to play for a little while. But you got to give him some easy throws and ease him back into this thing. He's the guy that I would play next week because he needs snaps. He needs to have his confidence restored. So we got to remember that he's that pinned down close to the goal line. Guys are flying around his knees, and it's early in the game. I might excuse that one.
Dre, I don't know how you felt about joint practice, but this weekend we don't know the status yet of Matt Stafford.
You know how I feel about joint practice, but go ahead.
I know. I know, but I figured I wanted to talk more about Stafford than I did the joint practice. But I don't know if he's going to practice. That said, if he does, what does this defense gather and gain in facing Matt Stafford versus, they face Jimmy Garoppolo, who cares? But getting the opportunity to have at least one practice against Matt Stafford, what does it do for this defense? I know how you feel about Matt Stafford for sure.
They may see Stetson Bennett the whole game. I think both guys are banged up a little bit. So I don't know if I don't think he's going to play this weekend. So certainly you would want to get him a little bit of work if he's healthy enough to take some shots. But what the defense gets from facing him is, you're looking at a veteran quarterback that you have to make adjustments to his adjustment. And if you're seeing that in practice, and those guys know he knows that system now where he can get them in the right situation. Now it's the lesser of two evils. What are we going to give up to minimize what a veteran quarterback can get to? As well, the ball's coming out quicker. It's going to be accurate. He's got one of the top 5 arms in the league. And so if you can work against that stuff, and then what do you do when the ball is coming out quickly? Defensive linemen can shoot their hands up, try to get tall and get in his throwing lanes. And then defensive backs trying to time up when to break on certain balls against guys that have that kind of velo.
All right, it's time to play true or false. What do you think? How true is this statement? Or maybe it's a sizzle fire rating, Johnny.
Okay,
you
go ahead.
Evaluate. Okay.
Go ahead.
Mason Rudolph, for whatever reason, will start at least 6 games for the Tennessee Titans this year.
Oh, that's like a 1.5.
I'll go true.
Okay, true. Yeah, last year he played well for the Steelers. 4 games down the stretch, 74% completions. Go ahead.
And Levis has an injury history, so he's not. It's not a guarantee that he's going to make all 17 games for the Titans. So I think it's true that he'll see at least 6 of it. That's for sure.
And I think he can manage that offense, that Callahan offense. I think he could do just fine with that. He's a high percentage thrower. They can do some things with the running game. As long as they can do some things with the running game, he'll be okay.
Yeah, I think one of the things still, they've added some offensive linemen. They're still going to play a rookie left tackle and J.C. Latham. Skoronski's in his second year. Christian Berry's in his second year. So that offensive line is getting better, but we know the Will Levis experience. And what is it? He holds the ball too long, and that just leads to you're taking more hits. Mason Rudolph's not going to do that. So I think I almost border on giving it 1 sizzle fire, but I'll give it 1.5. I'll give it that extra half a sizzle fire for sure. But yeah, I'm with Dre. I think. And to be honest, I don't know that I'd want to face Mason Rudolph. Look, he's not the greatest quarterback in the world.
No.
But a guy that just...
I know what you mean.
Short completions, kind of dinks and dunks you, and all of a sudden it's 3rd and 3, and he completes a little tiny, little short route to hop, and it's like, dang it,
somebody takes
down.
off with it, whatever.
He's scary. He's scary, guys, because he's got nothing to lose, and that's how he's playing. He's playing like a guy that has nothing to lose. And he's been out of the league, and I get, you re-sign me. I'm just going to come in here and fling it around. And that's what he did last year. He built some confidence doing it, and now he's playing that way. And so, yeah, he's scary when a guy doesn't have anything to lose.
Okay, I got one for both of you. We talked about CJ, so we talked a lot of quarterbacking, but we may be burying one of the leads.
Okay.
What are we doing at number 3 quarterback? We saw it right there on Saturday. No Davis Mills. Nick told me, you guys heard it in the pregame interview, hey, Davis Mills is our backup quarterback. I think Davis has gotten to that point feeling really solidified. I know there's been report about an injury or what, we don't know, but Davis has been really good this training camp. Nick confirmed that, hey, he's our backup quarterback.
Right.
We got to figure out number 3, and that's why we saw in practice Boyle and Keenum and Boyle after CJ. Your thoughts about what both of them did on Saturday?
Haven't we been in this spot before where he came out of camp and he was the number 2, and then CJ was going to miss a game here or there, or 2 games, and then all of a sudden the shift was to Case to go win those 2 games.
That's true.
So I think it's the exact same situation. If they're going to lose CJ for a significant amount of time, then it's probably Davis Mills. If it's a game or 2 to get you through, it's Case Keenum.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
I think Case did enough the other night to where he solidified being back this year and the team's 3rd quarterback.
Yeah, and you're making me pick among my children here, but I like Tim Boyle. I really do. I
honestly, like him as well.
If they want to keep Tim Boyle around, if they wanted to eat up a practice squad spot, they could do it. They could go with the 3 on the roster and keep Timmy on the practice squad. If you put Keenum on the practice squad, he's getting scooped up. He's getting scooped up by somebody.
Gone.
Yeah, so you could get away with Boyle on the practice squad and go with 4 again because you did it late last year. Hey, pardon me for doing, hey, what's going on with this situation on the air, but why did Anthony Richardson play for the Colts the other night?
Why didn't he?
Yeah.
Because they had joint practices against the Cardinals. That's the only thing I can think of. That's the only thing I can think of is joint practices.
Even if
I know.
Now you know why I hate the joint practices. Even if you have them, it's still not like being in the game. You have to get adjusted to game time stuff, game time rhythm. And with the time he missed last year, that's an he would play in all 3 of them. And you guys protect him. This is our franchise quarterback. Don't let him get dirty. But he would have to have some reps just to know that you're seeing what you're seeing in real action rather than a simulated, this, that, and the other through joint practice.
And more like within the show prep. Where's Flacco? Isn't he on their team? Is he?
Yeah,
they
went right.
He played last week. He played last week.
But they have 3 other guys. What are they doing?
Well, they're doing the same thing probably that we were doing the other day. They know Flacco's the backup, so he got some reps. Hey, listen, don't kill the messenger. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I think happened.
I like it. Don't play him. Don't play him at all.
I know. He was rusty as all get out against the Broncos in the first one. Speaking of Broncos, how about Bo Nix? I didn't see that coming.
You know what I like?
Cow,
I kind of like those uniforms.
Do you like them?
I kind of like them.
It's the preseason.
I know.
He's playing against backups and this, that, and the other. Wait till week 1 and let's see what happens.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Drake, college football starts up Saturday. What do we have? The Ireland game? Who's in the Ireland game?
Florida State, Georgia Tech.
What is that game doing over there?
It's a good game.
Exactly.
I know.
I thought that was reserved for all things Notre Dame, that they were the only ones.
They had to.
The Irish in Ireland. Yeah, absolutely. But that's going to be a good game. DJ Uyunglele for Florida State and the artist formerly known as Haynes King, the Aggie, for Georgia Tech.
Very nice in Ireland. Dre, thanks a lot for joining us. We know that you have college football starting up soon enough, but I will see you Saturday in the booth, my friend.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it.
As always, Andre Ware joining us on Texans Monday. And, Johnny, we had fun in the booth, even though you weren't there. Okay?
I know.
Dre and I had a little party, okay, with Robert Hensley and Aaron Raybold, our engineer.
Trust me, it is tough when it hits 11:40, and that's usually the time I look down and go, okay, we're starting pregame.
Yeah.
And we're getting ready. We finished our open. And I looked down and I was like, yeah, I'd be talking. And trust me, it hits me. I love Kevin and Indy, and I love being up there. It's been a lot of fun.
No,
but it's weird, man.
Good. This is weird. It's great to have you in that TV booth. It's awesome. Nobody knows the team better than you. And Indy was right. The third game, the fourth game in this case with the Houston Texans playing the Hall of Fame game, this is your time.
Yeah, there are a lot of guys that I know. That'll be fun. I'm so thankful that Michael Hoyt will be hopefully playing for the Rams. But that'll be a bummer if Matt Stafford's not able to go in his joint practice, because going against Jimmy Garoppolo and Stetson Bennett.
And Garoppolo has the suspension coming, right?
Yeah.
So they're still going to play? I guess they have to. They have to.
I would play him. I mean, Stetson Bennett will probably throw about 8 picks the way he's been playing.
If the Rams have any more injuries, I hate to bring this up, but you could see McVay saying, do we need to do this? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
I mean, it's always a possibility. So
it could be. I mean, it was last week.
You'd think he'd make that declaration already. I would think that he would have told DeMeco Ryans already if that was going to happen.
I would think so. That's happened before, I want to say. Like, we were supposed to have joint practices.
Well, we were supposed to go to New Orleans, remember? And we didn't go. Wasn't that last year?
May have been last year.
For joint practices, yeah. Because I forget why.
Yeah, that's right. We were supposed to go there for a joint practice, and then it got canceled because I don't remember why. But yeah, you're right.
It all worked out. It all worked out just fine, everybody.
It's going to this year, too. But the Colts not playing Richardson was like, dog head turn that you have like, what?
You know what? I forgot to check, and I just noticed that he didn't play. And I'm thinking, how do you not play him? He needs the live bullets. Mm-hmm. He just does. Yep. But we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
That game scares me, and I'm going to say this again, because his ability to run, he's going to run for daylight, and he's going to be healthy week 1. And if that's what he relies on, all right, you could say, well, he's going to rely on the running. He can run the bejeebers out of the ball, and it's not going to be fun to watch.
Well, you know how I feel about that. You know exactly how I feel.
Well, tackle him hard and
hit him with everything you've got. Every time he carries it,
you better bring
got
some
to be
friends.
a punishment because that's gonna end up impacting his throwing. He's going to throw high. He's going to throw short. He's going to be all over the place, and your defense can take advantage of that. I don't want to say let him run, but when he does, you make him pay. Like last year, he even had the 2 touchdowns, but because at the end he gets flipped over, now it's concussion. He's out of the game. So now you got Joe Flacco running a new offense.
And then you had now starting quarterback for the Raiders, Gardner Minshew, coming in.
How about that? Starting quarterback of the Raiders.
Talk about it with the general coming up next. John McClain, the Hall of Famer. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
The Whataburger Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger is an all-time favorite. It brings so many flavors together in harmony, you might wonder if it's greater than the sum of its parts. It's got 2 all-beef patties, both of which fantastic. Crispy bacon, love that. Grilled onions, melty cheese. I mean, who would say no? And sweet and spicy pepper sauce. Yes, please. I guess we're kind of partial to every part. The Sweet and Spicy Bacon Burger from Whataburger, just like you like it.
The Houston Texans and Chevron have teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Houston and the Houston Food Bank to create the Chevron Market Pantry at the Houston Texans Team Club. The partnership provides food to the local community and is run by Team Club members and Chevron volunteers. Together, we're helping make Houston a better place to call home.
Texans Monday.
Jones in the gun. He's got time, and he airs it out deep down the right side. And Stingley has a pick inside the 5-yard line. Derek Stingley Jr. with the interception. There was no way he was going to be denied the pass intended for Jalen Hyatt.
Beautiful pick, Stingley. An interception machine. What's that?
You agree with me yet?
Best hands on the team?
Yep.
I know. You have said that for a while.
I've championed that for a while.
He didn't catch the first one, though, Johnny. So
I know it didn't write in numbers. I was
and
like,
you know he's just kicking himself.
I know, because that would have been 6. I don't think Neighbors tackles him. That would have been 6 to start.
So let's
How
see.
about that to start
Daniel
the game?
Jones, at one point, his quarterback rating was 2.8. 2.8.
Yeah.
I put that on my story on HoustonTexans.com, which is near your story, Harris Hits, which is awesome after the game. Also awesome, John McClain on HoustonTexans.com. Joining us right now, the Hall of Famer. General, good morning. You saw a good performance on Saturday. What did you think following it?
First of all, despite all the impressive performances that we saw from players like John Mechie III, Jawar Jordan, what D'Amico Ryans likes the best is 5 turnovers, and you commit no turnovers, being +5. You know, coaches will take that any day of the week. And win by 18 points, and yes, it was a preseason game. We haven't seen the Texans look really sloppy like they're playing in preseason like other teams do. And the Giants certainly did, and I think a lot of that has to do with the talent level, but also they have veteran quarterbacks. They have 4 quarterbacks who are veteran starters. And when you're not playing a rookie at the end, somebody's drafted in the 6th or 7th round or was a free agent struggling big time, I think you're going to get more efficiency. And they were very efficient on both sides of the ball. The biggest disappointment is they still can't run the ball with their starters. Now, Joe Mixon's not going to play in preseason. I thought he might get a few carries. Hopefully, he'll make a big difference over Dameon Pierce, who continues to struggle, and the offensive line continues to struggle with run blocking. And people say, well, Laramie Tunsil's not a big run blocker. Laramie's a pass protector. So maybe Mixon will be able to do what Pierce can't do. But watching Jordan and Brooks, those 2 rookies play, man, that was exciting. And then Cam Akers had made the team. You know, that guy, he's when he's gotten to play, he's been impressive. You can't say that about Dameon Pierce. So, you know, this team hadn't had a really good running back since Arian Foster. Last time's 1,000-yard rusher. Carlos Hyde, I think, with like 1,024. And maybe Joe Mixon will be the answer to help them. But when they get, as much as we'd love to see them throw the ball on every single play because they're so dynamic with the passing game, you know Bobby Slowick is going to try to get as much balance as he can, and so far they just haven't showed it with the starters.
General, how close are you to being locked in on your 53-man roster? And I ask that because receiver seems to be a tough cut. Running back, you just brought it up. Running back became really interesting to me and a lot of people on Saturday. How close are you to kind of know what the 53-man roster is? I'd imagine 48, 49 of them you feel good about, but those last 3 or 4 might be tough. What are your thoughts on where you are in the 53-man roster?
My only question on wide receiver, and I wrote this in the column, it's going to be posted today about John Mechie. No way that if they try to expose him to waivers, which last week we all would have thought he was gone, and he showed what he could do. They showcased him as coming out party. He's not going anywhere. And so that gives you 4. And I think Xavier Hutchinson is 5, Noah Brown 6, unless you decide to keep Steven Sims as a return guy. And I don't think they could get Brown or Hutchinson through waivers onto the practice squad. And special teams are so important. And Jawar Jordan's a draft choice. They keep their draft choices. He looked really good. British Brooks, I'm guessing he'll be on the practice squad, but he looked good. Dargan Wiley's a really good special teams player. And this sounds terrible to say, but when you see Dameon Pierce, what has he done that makes you think he should be on the roster? His carries get him 1 yard a carry, where the Akers comes in and he's better. So if I had to pick a surprise, it wouldn't surprise me if Pierce doesn't get traded. I think the defensive line is the offensive line. You know, Fisher's a swing tackle. Charlie Heck's hurt too much. And 3 tight ends, that's cut and dried. The top 3 with Kate Stover, being number 3. I'm guessing a guy like Tegan Toriano could end up on the practice squad. He gets hurt too much. And then defense, I'm going to write about the defensive backs, especially Stingley and, Kamari Lassiter played for the first time, and Kalen Bullock, and how well the secondary is playing. And it's interesting, you get those turnovers, you have only 1 sack, you only have 3 tackles for loss, you only hit the quarterback twice. Obviously, Derek Barnett, who continues to be a revelation ever since he came here last year and started making plays. He and Khalil Davis, when they get in the games, they make plays. So the defensive line is going to be tough, but some of those low picks might end up on the practice squad. But I think they know right now, you don't need that last preseason game watching the scrubs play to know who's going to be on the roster. You just hope that nobody gets hurt. Remember this time last year, how many guys had already gone down, especially in the offensive line?
Yeah, they had a bunch of injury problems. Remember, we were sweating things out before the opener at Baltimore. In fact, they arrived at Baltimore pretty hurt, pretty banged up. A bunch of guys had to miss that game, and they had to get through it somehow. Matthew Stafford is hurt for the Rams, but we don't know how bad, so I'm not sure what's going to happen with him this week. I haven't read or heard the latest. Jimmy Garoppolo faces a suspension, but he's eligible to participate. Stetson Bennett out of Georgia, we'll see him. And I'm wondering what you're thinking about these joint practices if Stafford can't go. Now, Garoppolo's a seasoned NFL veteran, but what are you thinking here for Thursday, General?
I think we're going to see a lot of Stetson Bennett since they've used him a lot already. And, Danico Autry, he could be playing in the preseason games, and he hasn't been. Of course, he's going to be suspended for 6 games. And to me, the defensive line, not the ends, but the tackles, is the most questions are about defensive tackle because they don't have either starter back. Mario Edwards has done well. Foley Fatukasi came in and had a good game. And I think Khalil Davis, again, made a big play. And so D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, think they are good enough with this group that they have. And if they think that, that's good enough for me. You wish the injured guys could come back. It's kind of scary with Christian Harris. He played so well last year. Man, at the end of the year, he just exploded. You couldn't wait to see him this year. Now he's been hurt, came back, got hurt. That's not good. He missed time early last year, and you'd like to see him out there for the get-go, and maybe they just playing possum with some of these guys. But I know you guys are like me and everybody else. You can't wait for them to play Indianapolis. And the Rams, you just don't want to see anybody get hurt.
All right, General, you brought up the Colts. Going to play them week 1, 2 weeks and 6 days from today. But this weekend, Anthony Richardson, who has not played a lot of football, even dating all the way back to his high school year at Gainesville East Side, didn't play the other night against the Arizona Cardinals. Now, nobody's going to know the real reason, but in your opinion, why would the Colts not play Anthony Richardson in a preseason game to get some live reps?
And he needs them as much as any quarterback in the NFL for just the reasons you mentioned. He has never 13 starts in college. You look at Bo Nix. Bo Nix is tearing it up for the Broncos. He had 61 starts in college at Auburn and Oregon, and that's a record. He's a 24-year-old rookie, and Richardson didn't have that luxury. So you would think, I could see him not playing him in the last game. It was like most starters don't play. But in his case, if he doesn't play, based on what we saw last year, I'm thinking, okay, he's got some kind of physical problem.
General John McClain joins us right now. All right, General, I want your reaction to my semi-hot take from the last segment, which is Mason Rudolph starts at least 6 games for the Tennessee Titans this year. What do you think?
I'm going to say he's not good. He wouldn't do it. Well, number one, he's not the back. They haven't declared him the backup quarterback yet. They say, in fact, I just read an article today about they don't know who it's going to be. And I'm guessing for experience it would be Rudolph. But Will Levis' style of play, which he runs a lot, and they're still trying to get him to slide and not try to run over people, not try to run around them, just go down. And I'm guessing he's going to get hurt at some point. But 6, I'm going to say no. And the reason is Brian Callahan, the new coach, has to see every minute of Will Levis that he can, because a new coach, he knows what he wants in his franchise quarterback, and if Levis isn't given every opportunity and doesn't show him what he's capable of doing, they're going to be in the market for a quarterback again next year, and they will have blown that second-round pick that when Mike Vrabel was there. So I'm going to say even if he misses a few games, he's not going to miss as many as 6. I do not think he will be benched because of ineffective play based on everything I've heard.
Okay, General, the Raiders made a decision on a quarterback. Number 1, they go with Gardner Minshew. Number 2, did they do this to ensure drafting Shedeur Sanders in 2025?
I think it's just the opposite. Gardner Minshew can get you 7 or 8 wins, put you out of the running for a top quarterback without, spending the house to get up high enough to take a quarterback. And I think Shedeur Sanders is not going to be for every team, not with his attitude, his antics, things he's doing up there, unless he gets together this year and showed he's matured. Some teams, I think, just don't want a guy like that who seems to be so self-centered and everything, even though he can play. So I think Gardner Minshew is going to win just enough games to keep them out of the running. And I admire him doing that, because if they went with Aiden O'Connell, who's still very inexperienced, and chances are they're going to lose more games.
John McClain joining us on Texans Monday. General, thanks a lot. We look forward to reading your stuff at HoustonTexans.com.
Thank you guys very much, and I look forward to talking to you Thursday.
Thursday at 6, we'll be here. Aloha. That's such a dated reference. Did they, in the revamped Hawaii Five-0, which is old now already, with Scott Conn, was that it?
Yeah, Scott Conn.
He was in it.
Yeah.
Arian Foster guested on that.
He did, yeah.
I was actually there when he was shooting his appearance at the Pro Bowl, because the Pro Bowl's in Hawaii. It's Hawaii Five-0. Did they say "Be there, aloha" in that one?
I don't think they did.
Well, then, I'm sorry. I apologize. I mean, my gosh, what is this, My TV or whatever that channel is? All right, coming up, smoking hot players of the game, and then some as we get you ready for In the Loop and the rest of the day here. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Are you a chronic interrupter? Incapable of letting other people talk? Do those people ask, how do you...
a fellow diehard fan today at HoustonTexans.com/fan of the year.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Will hands off to Brooks, running left. There's a hole left side. Takes it to the goal line and takes it in. Touchdown, Houston. 6-yard run. British Brooks. On 2nd and 9, here's Brooks running left, stringing it out wide across the 10. 5 to the goal line. Touchdown number 2. British Brooks.
You know, you're in a preseason game. That's great stuff, man. That is Lestar-Gene material right there, folks. British Brooks.
You went there with Lestar-Gene.
I went there with Lestar-Gene.
You put preseason MVP on British Brooks, man. Oh, no. There are fans cringing like, no.
Oh, come on. No, but I mean that in a good way.
No,
though,
I
Johnny.
know you do. I know you do.
Because that's all we have right now is we have Lestar-Gene and British Brooks, the running back version of Lestar-Gene. I got to go back and look at Lestar-Gene's numbers in the preseason. He kind of got people going. You know who else got people going? The late Jacoby Jones in 2007 got people going. I want to say by week 4, his jersey was already for sale in the Texans team shop. Week 4 of the preseason.
Yeah.
I think we got it out there fast.
Absolutely.
Because he was electrifying people in the preseason, and then he turns out to have a nice career, obviously. But Lestar-Gene did not. I think British Brooks, though, who knows what happens. We were talking about Arian during the broadcast. Not that he's Arian, okay? But we were talking about examples of people who are undrafted free agents at the running back position and Foster turned into the best running back in the history of the franchise.
Right.
But I'll go here. We looked up Arian's 2009 preseason numbers, his rookie preseason numbers. They were like, whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe you saw something here, something there. They weren't British Brooks. But maybe the style caught them. But they cut him.
Yeah.
And they put him on the practice squad.
Right.
And eventually, you know the rest of the story. Later in the season, he starts playing some special teams or whatever. Or later in the season, he turns into Arian Foster. I don't know what's going to happen with British Brooks. Maybe he's practice squad, maybe he's gone. But that was fun to watch on Saturday.
Here's the thing, and you heard D'Amico say it in the interview with me. I asked him about the offensive line, but he mentioned one of the really cool things that stood out to me about the second run in particular. Like when you watch British, and we've watched him in practice, he's caught the ball better than I thought he was going to catch it. But you're like, okay, he's a powerful guy. He's big. He's thick. He runs hard. You get downhill, all that kind of stuff. What'd you see on the second touchdown run? You saw some speed.
Yeah.
You saw some speed, and so you like to see either progress and growth, or as you play more ball, you start to see something you didn't think was there.
That's a great point.
Whoa.
That second run gave you that example.
Here's staying with the rookie running backs. We knew Jawar Jordan could catch the football. We knew Jawar Jordan could make some people miss, a little shake here or there, right?
Yeah.
Did you think that Jawar Jordan was going to be able to bounce off tackles like he did a couple of like he had one of the catches, he caught it, linebacker, boom, pops him. What did he do? He bounced right off that, got vertical, and got more yards. And then he did the Jawar Jordan thing. He bounced off that. Guy came up from the secondary. He shook that dude, didn't even touch him, and then got upfield for more. You saw a different asset coming forth with those players. And that happens a lot of times with rookies. I think with veterans, it's hard to say, oh, my gosh, that guy had terrible hands, and now he's got glue sticks. But with rookies, you start to see some things that you look around the sideline and go, do you know he was that fast?
Yeah.
Do you know he could bounce off tackles like that? He's not a big guy. So you start to see those things, and it just makes you think, what else is there that we have? What have we seen yet?
And you don't have much time left to see what you want to see.
Right.
Especially when you look at two rookies here. Now, Jordan wasn't drafted so high that you have to keep him. He's not a second-round pick or something. But you're keeping Jawar Jordan. Somehow you got to keep him. Can you get him on the practice squad and I don't want to say sneak him, but put him on the practice squad and expect that no one's going to come get him?
Right.
He has another big game because he's playing Saturday. Jordan's playing.
British is playing.
I don't have the list here from the coach, but Coach Vandermeer says British Brooks is playing. They have to. They have to get through the game. I don't know about Dare. Maybe Dare plays. Maybe Dare starts in this game. I'm not sure. Hey, if Mills is back healthy, does Mills play? No.
Nope. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Davis. If there's been, I think Aaron Wilson reported there was an injury of some
Ribs,
sort. It kind of makes some sense.
Well, I don't want him hit.
But I just go back to what Nick said
Pregame. What did he tell you?
He's like, look, Davis Mills is our backup. Like,
okay, good.
And, Andre talked about it a little while ago. That was kind of the situation last year. You kind of left camp and you thought Davis was number 2, Case was number 3. We get to week 15. Case starts against Tennessee, and maybe that's the case as it is this year. I know, no pun intended, I know this year I'm seeing a different Davis Mills. Does that mean that it's automatic that they'll go right to Davis if something, God forbid, does happen to CJ? I don't know that. But I do know I have watched this preseason, this training camp, a much, much better, much more confident Davis Mills than I've ever seen in 4 years here.
So do you think Boyle might even get the start because they want to evaluate that third-string position and give him – maybe they give him the whole game. You know how many quarterbacks other than Stetson Bennett have taken snaps for the Rams in 2 preseason games? Zero. Bennett has taken every snap in these 2 preseason games. Ooh. Isn't that wild?
Wow.
So Garoppolo's got the suspension, but it's like, Jimmy, step aside.
And I would imagine they're not going to show Jimmy much either because they'll get some joint practice reps with him.
Yeah,
so
I think they're just trying to get Bennett ready as the backup to Stafford, and now Stafford's dinged up, and we'll find out what happens. It's going to be interesting this week with a joint practice scheduled Thursday. Texans practicing today, but later in the day. I don't think it's going to be this massive event.
No,
but
I don't think so.
They had one a couple of days after the Pittsburgh game that was pretty spirited, even though they weren't in pads. So we'll find out what happens. We'll let you know. That's going to be it. In the Loop is next. Thank you, Ben, for producing. Have a great day, everyone. We'll be back at 6. Go Texans!
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Deal tipping on Bobos, wrapped in Bobos.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day! Oh, give me some juice, baby!
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Always live.
Love it, love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed, you're in the loop. That's John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula. Of course, Figgy Fig in the producer room feeling comfortable.
I'm back.
You back where you're supposed to be. You back home.
I'm back home, man.
And I'm back home, man. It's good to be here, H-Town. How you living? How you doing?
Fantastic. What a weekend to be alive. That's for dang sure.
Good weekend. And look, man, excited to be in the loop with you fine fellas and all the 610 listeners. And look, man, I'm excited for the new look of this program. But we're gonna keep it. We're gonna have fun with it.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Okay.
We'll get to that real soon here.
All right. Excellent.
Next 3 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that.
Lopez sound like he up to something.
Oh,
man.
we are. We're ready.
He's scheming already.
We're ready.
We stay scheming here. And look, get involved with the program. That's always one thing I'm going to ask for.
Mm-hmm.
So get involved with the program. You can do that a few ways. Catch us on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, Twitch.tv/Sports Radio 610, or the text line 713-572-4610. And let's start with, look, big time weekend because you had a Texans dress rehearsal, not just a preseason game, dress rehearsal. You got to see a lot of starters in there. Obviously, C.J. Stroud doing his thing for an entire quarter. Would it be fair to say that the standout, the dude who you could say had the podium game of sorts, would be John Mechie?
Oh, that's absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. You know, one thing I always walk away, and our listeners, the listeners always know, I walk away from the stadium, walk away from the TV if it's a road game, and I'm always like, all right, what's the story here? What's the big takeaway?
Mr. Writerman.
Your journalistic roots.
Yeah.
What's the banner headline, so to speak? And there's a banner headline for me, but the banner headline might be a little bit different than for you or for Figgy or for our listeners. My walk away, my takeaway was, all right, boys, that's it. All right, boys, that's it. See you September 8th. I don't want to see these starters anymore. They have the joint practice on Thursday with the Rams.
Yes, sir.
Let's do that, and then let's get ready because it was that good. Now, the subhead is absolutely John Mechie.
Okay.
I think it's absolutely something else, too, but we'll get to that a little later. But John Mechie, like, I had him DOA. I mean, I had him maybe not even on the roster, probably not even on the roster, but he's there. And it was a huge game for him. It was a huge game for all of us who were fans of John Mechie, the guy.
Yeah.
But you couldn't have asked for more. I mean, that's what you want in a so-called third preseason game. I know they have 4, but third preseason game, second for most teams, is the one where you're like, all right, who's going to stand out? Who's going to put a stake in the ground, so to speak, and get it done? I think that was John Mechie.
Yeah, John Mechie third. Led all receivers in this game, 6 receptions, 68 yards, and a tutty. And one of the things that was really great about this is I know that he's not necessarily shown well thus far in camp, and you're basically operating with him as a rookie because he has not been able to be on the field due to, a lot of off-the-field issues, including dealing with cancer, right? One of those big things that affects a lot of people. And it's been kind of frustrating after all of that time. Now he gets on the field, and you hadn't seen it show up, especially with drops, those types of things. None of those were issues. 7 targets, 6 receptions, and he looked really comfortable. He looked really fluid. He looked like the dude that you drafted out of Alabama.
Well, and I'm looking at it now, and yes, this is a complete change for me. I'm saying that right up front because I didn't even have him on the roster. But I started looking at what he did, and I'm like, you know who the top 3 receivers are. You know Noah Brown's going to be on this team. I'm pretty sure Steven Sims is going to be on this team because he's a kick returner and does so much on special teams. So that's 5. So then you're looking at 6, 7, 8, and I'm looking at it like this. Robert Woods, you know what he is, and you know what the ceiling is for him. I think you know the ceiling for Ben Skoranek. They've been in the league.
Yeah.
You know where their apex is. You know how high they're going to be on the roster. I think John Mechie, what he showed us is, yes, it is in there. Yes, he can be that guy, and we don't know his upside. So I think that's why he's vaulting up and climbing the ranks, because like he has, to me, for this team, a higher upside than the guys we already know where they, how good they can be.
I hear you there, and so let us know. Again, 713-572-4610. What do you think that this game did for the wide receiver room? Because you, John, you're talking about a big swing that you're making from that dude's not on this roster to now he's definitely in there for you.
Or in the mix for sure.
Okay, in the
Big
mix.
time.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
And let me not misrepresent your perspective on this, right? I don't want to do that to you. But yeah, man, like wide receiver, this is one of the best teams when it comes to a wide receiver room. This room, you have a great problem, but it is a problem still because you have to determine out of all of these capable wide receivers, you need to figure out which, well, first of all, 5, 6, 7 are you going to keep? And I know this team, the path to victory on offense is passing the football.
Yes,
and we'll talk more about the rushing game later, right? But you have one of the better young quarterbacks in the league. You might say the best young quarterback in the league, and we don't have time to, well, I guess we got a lot of time. We're here till 2 p.m. To quibble about, the quarterback and those types of things. But with that being the case, like you need to have the right amount of guys, and you have to have the right ones slotted in there. And we know, I think, look, the three-headed monster, when you talk about wide receiving core itself, your starters are set, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned Steven Sims. I think that's a really interesting one because, obviously, what he gives you in the return game is huge. In fact, even in this game against the Giants,
absolutely,
he looked really good. I mean, and that says something because I thought, and let me ask you this, I thought with the new kickoff, we'd see more of the Steven Sims types returns, but we haven't seen very many of those in the preseason.
Put a pin in that.
Okay.
Because I really feel like we want to talk about that, but you're new here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. You know what? Let's do that.
A word?
Yeah. Look, I was like, look, man, I'm in Houston. Texas fans are listening. This is the home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. We got to talk about the Texans, but you know what? I get it.
Yeah.
Like, who is this dude that's talking?
Hey, you're gonna find our listeners are loyal, man, and our listeners are all about what we do here. Figgy, I feel like we shouldn't bury the lead here. We got Reginald. I'm sure I'm going to call him Reggie more than I should.
Which is cool. It don't hurt my feelings anyway.
I'm sure I'm going to call you Reggie more, but we got Reginald Atatula here. And if you saw my tweet this morning and the loopholes, the listeners are all about this. Like, who is this guy? Why am I listening to him? He sounds good. He's got the juice. He's got the sound. And first text I look at as we're going in here, and you can text us 713-572-4610. Let's not bury the lead here, man. This is a new era of In the Loop. And I know, Figgy, you're excited. I'm excited. And, hell, my family yesterday, we had a little birthday get-together for my daughter-in-law. And they're like, so tomorrow, right? Tell me about him, right? Tell me about him.
Oh, y'all were waiting on me like the 1st and the 15th.
Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah. And so let's I hate this, and we're going to get to this later. I asked Figgy some questions on Friday.
Okay.
Trying to answer them for you, because we had a little bit of insight. We've kind of been hanging out here and there before we started this show today. And I'm like, I hate those questions that are like, well, tell me about yourself. Tell me about yourself, young man. When someone asks me that, I'm like, well, I am John. I mean,
right.
So let's not go there. I'm not going to ask the questions until later. But you got to be pumped up for this, and this is home for you, man.
Yeah. Born and raised here up to a point. I moved out of the city probably about 13.
Yeah.
But I mean, I was born in Memorial Hospital off of Beach Nut back in the day. So like this is where I'm from, Southwest, out to A-Leaf, out to Sugarland. Houston is home. So I'm super excited to be back. And we'll talk about more later because I moved this weekend, and I won't say that the heat and the humidity beat me up, but it definitely got some shots on me. So excited to be back.
Yeah. It's a different world.
Yeah, no, that heat is crazy. I was actually out there Saturday at the game, just making the roundabouts.
Yeah,
and that heat punched me right in the nose. Man.
Well, you're gonna find this show is very obviously interactive, which I know you like.
Excellent, love it.
With our listeners, but they want to know you, man. They want to know you, and they will.
Yeah.
I tweeted it this morning. You guys are going to be really, really happy. All kidding aside, Reggie, I've worked with a lot of different people, and Reggie is a shooting star. Like it's we're lucky to have you, and I won't go into all the questions, but tell me something about you and Houston that made you want to come back.
Ooh. That's you just hit me with
I put you on the
a
spot.
tough one here.
I put you on the spot.
Well, one thing I will tell all the listeners as I try and find the right answer for you, if you want to know more about me, we'll do that later in the program.
Yeah.
Go ahead and timestamp that for 1:40 p.m. And if you want to, we'll do kind of like if you are on Reddit or if you're familiar with Reddit, they have what they call AMAs, Ask Me Anythings.
Yeah.
And so we'll kind of do something a little like that. John, you have some questions.
Yeah.
Figgy, you have some questions. And then I imagine also our listeners have a lot of questions. So during the show, if you want to text in and ask those, I think that we'll kind of hold on to them. And then at 1:40 p.m. today, I'll do my best to answer
But
those.
I didn't want to make it an official. We're really happy to have you, man.
Man, I'm happy to be here. Excited to get to work and talk about the Texans, the Astros, the Rockets, and all the other things that are here. The Dynamo. I'm a soccer guy, letting you know.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Manchester United, but
glory.
We can look past that.
Man, it's an opportunity to be on a great station and talk about some great teams. But look, man, home is home, man.
Yeah.
I've lived in various places in the state of Texas over the 32 years of my life. Yes, I'm 32 years of age. And I've never at any given point thought of calling any of the other places home.
Yeah.
Than Houston. So this is an opportunity to be home and do the work that I love in this place and get connected with the great fans, right?
Yeah.
The great fans in this area. And so that's what we're going to do.
So you and my middle son are the same age.
Okay.
Yeah.
So should I call you Pops then?
No, God, no.
No? Okay.
God, no.
All right.
Only if you're mad. Only if you're mad at me.
Well, one thing I'm not mad at, to get back to the sports of this all, is this wide receiver room. So what do you think the wide receiver room looks like now that John Mechie had this particular type of game? And I feel like when you're building a room, like you could just go and get, and we haven't figured out exactly what the number is, 6, 7 of the best wide receivers, but you also have to consider like the roles that they exist in, right?
I'm feeling 7.
You're feeling 7.
I think they're that good. As you mentioned, you got the top 3. I think Noah Brown's in. I think Steven Sims in. That's 5.
You certain on Noah Brown then?
I'm pretty sure they love the way he blocks. Whatever.
Hey, that matters.
He had a couple good games last season.
And he's had a couple of good games.
As long as, and a couple really good games last year. Let's not short my man Noah Brown with this, but as long as the blocking isn't the situation where this is the nice thing that we have to say about you because we don't have other nice things. It's one of the things I love in sports is when it's like, I always point to, in all due respect to Iman Shumpert, and I know I'm crossing sports.
I know exactly.
Iman Shumpert.
He's a defensive specialist.
Yes, when he was with the Knicks, they always called him a defense specialist, and I was like, no, he's not. We just don't have anything else that we can talk about with you. So
my go-to is Ira Newble.
Yes.
He's a defensive specialist.
Yeah.
I'm like, this dog cannot shoot. He just can't do nothing.
And that's not the thing that you're saying with Noah Brown. He is capable of affecting.
No, he can make a big play, have a big game, all that stuff. So there's 5. Well, then you got Xavier Hutchinson, who was nice and has been nice in camp and are nice in the early preseason games. Then you have Skoranek, who I've just repeatedly said they brought him in for a reason, and he's a special teams guy. He can play a lot of different positions, and I want to get to that.
That's not a small thing. We do need to stick with keep the idea of special teams that prominent here, because when you're not the guy that's starting, and if you're not in that guy, if in that consistent rotation, maybe that 4th, 5th guy necessarily that's going to be on the field consistently. Special teams is going to be super important, and so you have to have those roles as well. I want to go back to the Noah Brown thing because you didn't mention Robert Woods, and Robert Woods, I think, sits in a similar place as Noah Brown, as you know what you're going to get from him, veteran guy in the room, and that's just kind of consistent, right?
Yeah.
I don't know that there's anything else that you necessarily go, off the charts with him, right, when it comes to I guess role or anything of that nature, but consistent, can do the job, and it's cool to have as many of those. But when you have the riches at wide receiver, I do wonder if Brown and Woods are fighting for the same spot, even if they're both kind of high enough where if you were just ranking this by aptitude 1 through 7, they would both be in top 7, right?
Yeah, for sure. And Robert Woods, like that dude is talk about having some big games. He's had some big games.
Yeah,
he's been sort of
on damn near every team.
And dude's played in the Super Bowl. And the other thing about Robert Woods, and I think this is what I'm going back to, you know what you're going to get with him. He's older now, and so you have to weigh, all right, John Mechie, what he just showed us was that's just the start of it clicking, you know, of him finding it. Because keep in mind, and we had Mechie on the show, like he's 2 years removed from cancer now, 2 seasons, I should say, from cancer now. But everybody in this room, everybody listening to us has had someone who's had cancer and recovered, hopefully, from cancer. Someone very close to me had cancer and recovered and was clear probably 3 years ago now, 2.5 years ago now, and still occasionally feels the effects of whether it's the medication they took or the treatments they took or whatever. And we talked to him about that, and he said, yeah, last year he was, air quote, healthy, but he wasn't quite the same guy. Maybe now he's becoming his old self again. So you got to weigh. Okay, Robert Woods, Noah Brown, if you want to throw him in there, is their ceiling already reached? Whereas John Mechie, are we starting to see where his ceiling could go?
Yeah, because if you have the 3 that we know of, Brown, Woods, maybe, I don't know if those guys are in the same spot, but let's assume that they're not, right? You have those. Mechie makes 6. Skowronek is the one that you could. Is Xavier Hutchinson one that you're willing to put out and feel like maybe you can get him back to the practice squad? I know that Pendergast was talking about that this morning. Yeah.
Here's the other thing with Mechie is I know a lot of people are saying, well, it's just one game, guys. He just had a good preseason game. I get it, but he doesn't fit that rule. He doesn't fit that profile because of what I just said. Because he is really just trying to – he's really just getting his legs under. He looked comfortable. And I haven't seen him look comfortable.
Yeah, that is a good point.
3 seasons.
Yeah, he looked really comfortable on the field there. And on the text line from the 832 asked, can you keep 7 wide receivers and 4 running backs? That's from Gus and Katie. And that's going to be the question. We'll talk about that more as we continue in the loop on today. But, yeah, that's going to be the question. But if you get down to 6 or 7, someone like Ben Skowronek, this is where his, position flex in a way comes in because he can kind of be a de facto fullback at times as long as he does that job along with the special teams.
Mentioned fullback because you're going to have to steal a position somewhere if you keep 7. And we're going to get into this, but 7 receivers means you got to cut somewhere else, and it might be the fullback, might be a very familiar name.
But I'm with you. I actually think that he's definitely in the mix in a big way, and Mechie is definitely in a place where now you feel comfortable. Proof of concept is a phrase that I like using a lot, and you drafted him with the idea that he is a very talented wide receiver that has the opportunity of upside.
Yeah.
And you had not had proof of concept yet because he had not played, and he had played somewhat poorly during training camp to this point. Dress rehearsal game on Saturday was proof of concept that he has in him and it can keep growing. So with that
it's
now in
somewhere.
the pocket, I think that, he absolutely is in the mix to be solidly in that 6 or 7 guys that you keep on the wide receivers. There you go. We're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, off and running on a Monday, a Texans Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, some more from the Texans dress rehearsal versus the Giants on Saturday. We got to get some OG passing thoughts. That's coming up next here on Sports Radio 610.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. D&M Auto Leasing, get your new vehicle.
610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Yes, indeed. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We're about to get to the OG passing thoughts in just a moment. I just wanted to make sure that I established Reginald Atatula here with you.
Reginald Atatula.
That is my name. You can call me Reggie if you like.
Yeah.
It's not going to hurt my feelings one bit.
That's good to know.
Always get involved.
That's
always
really
get
good
involved
to know.
with the program. After a Cowboy.
And Reginald is just, you like the name.
I like the name. I feel like it's
kind of regal.
Kind of regal is exactly it.
Yeah.
And but Reggie, I know that works. And somebody on the text line from the 832 said, "Welcome, Reggie. Every Reggie I've known has had some swag and owed somebody $20." I appreciate the swag comment. I don't think I've owed anybody or I owe anybody money at this point, outstanding wise. But if I do, let me know. Hit me up on the text line 713-572-4610. All right, enough of that.
One more real quick. Any of your old friends hit you up since you come back to Houston?
Not yet. They worried
will.
about, like, I'm right in that age where everybody's got, like, young kids, and they got stuff that they're doing right now. They'll get around to it.
Okay.
But we got to get around to some OG passing thoughts. Uh-oh, did I hit Figgy a little? There we go.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Promise you I didn't write that. Promise you I didn't write that. But I like it. I like it. All right, so this is a stream of consciousness, just things. Working, I like to go out to the tailgates. Life's a lot different now that I'm not, now I'm broadcasting over the last 18, 20 years than writing. I just go as a fan, sit in the press box for a quarter, go hang out in the stands. So I just kind of get the whole vibe out there. So I'm just going to give these passing thoughts, just things, stream of consciousness stuff that hits my little noggin as I'm watching the game and around the game. The first one is about the stadium. Those two gaping holes in the roof.
Ah, yeah.
Here's the thing. They weren't a distraction for me at the game. Like, not at all. But if you were sitting in the stands and that beam of sun just started beating down on you, there were a lot of complaints about that, but what are you going to do? It wasn't hot. It was very pleasant in the stadium.
AC still pumping.
It is pumping the whole time. Here's the problem I have. Like, if you're watching it on TV, for all the technology, all the advances in data and the way you're doing video and digital broadcasting, they still can't freaking not do the washout. Like the washout is irritating as hell.
Right. We have not made a camera that's as good as the human eye, unfortunately. That was something I was going to bring up.
Yeah.
I was interested, since you guys were in at NRG during the game. I unfortunately was actively moving.
But I was watching also on TV all the replays. I'm like, washout.
Yeah,
another washout.
Like, I imagine it's got to be a lot easier to see some of this in the building, because watching the game back, I was like, yo, this is really tough. But that's because cameras cannot do that auto adjust nearly as easily as our eyes can. And so the rest of the field, like,
dude,
90 yards of the field.
How can you not fix that? The way digital cameras are now?
We're not there yet.
And that's the funny thing is, like, if they had just straight up opened the roof,
then you'd have it.
It'd look clean.
But it'd be hot.
It would, capital H hot.
It'd be very, very hot. I'm just amazed that here's the old man reference. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't do that. It's crazy. Another passing thought here. Derek Stingley, man.
Yeah, dog.
I mean, come on.
All pro?
Oh.
Look,
I mean,
he's going to have an opportunity to. Like, the note that I had, because the Derek Stingley in my brain is still the Derek Stingley from LSU that looked like a grown man amongst boys.
Yeah.
A dude that just looked like he was much better and effortlessly better than a lot of the folks he was playing against. That was the Derek Stingley that it felt like you had out there. Like, it looked like he's coming into his own in that way. And that's a great feeling, because that is a elite to use, and I try not to use that word.
No, absolutely.
But that's a elite type play.
First play of the game.
Yeah.
First pass, by we'll get to him, Daniel Jones. He gave us a sign, and then he got the great pick, which is again on Daniel Jones, and we'll get to that, I think anyway. But the full stretch, the full layout, got it. And the first play of the game, keep in mind, I think they were just trying to get Malik Neighbors the ball, because he's Malik Neighbors. They wanted to see him getting some touches and all that. I don't anticipate Derek Stingley getting a lot of balls thrown his way.
No, that was said on the broadcast, I think by Andy Kalu, you might not see him get as many interceptions as last year.
Yeah,
5 last season. Because they might be avoiding him. Like he might be in island territory, or maybe not exactly, but he might be moving his way towards that. And one of the things that I found was interesting is just the comfort with the his movement is so smooth and so assured.
Yeah.
Right? The way that he moved around Malik Neighbors to get his hands on the football.
Yeah.
It was so clear and so clean. Like he didn't play through the body. And I don't know if it's just because I saw like an Instagram reel or something recently of like Champ Bailey playing, and I'm not going to be unfair to Stingley and immediately putting him in that camp.
Go ahead.
But Champ was so good at his body movement and placement and just being able to like look like he's the wide receiver on a route.
Yeah.
And it felt like in small portions that, Stingley is getting a feel for that already. And so, Stingley looked great.
A couple of really nice tributes at the game Saturday. One was for a couple of three media members who have passed, including Fred Fowler and Ken Hoffman. And then Figgy, did you see the other tribute? Did you see the nice other tribute?
Was that Mark Lane?
No.
Who was it?
It was Blake Fisher with a false start as a tribute to Laramie Tunsil. As a tribute to Laramie Tunsil.
He just crossed about 5 lanes of traffic for that one. Why? Why did you do that?
Laramie Tunsil, the proverb. I thought it was very nice of Blake Fisher to, hey, I'm starting for Laramie. I'm going to go ahead and do a little tribute, a little hat tip, and commit a false start. I got to this is something that, again, kind of outside the stadium. We'll get to some more stuff on the field here in a second. But I got to judge the HEB tailgate of the game. You're going to go with me this week, I think, for the HEB tailgate of the game.
I'll have a confession for you later.
Okay. I know there's none in Dallas. There's only one, I think, in Mansfield. Anyway, so we've been really curious about the energy and vibe around this team. It's been off the charts. It's real, man. Figure you were out there too.
No, it's definitely real because I didn't really expect the energy to be that high because it's preseason and plus it was hot as hell out there.
Yeah, it was.
So a lot of people usually just go right into the stadium.
Yeah.
But man, people was out there
bouncing. They were bouncing all over the place. I can't imagine for the week 2 first home game here against the Bears what it's going to be like. Another passing thought here, and we might dig into this a little more, but this is just my little sort of throwing it out there.
Cool.
In my mind, I was kind of keeping track of how often the Texans ran an actual fullback at fullback.
Oh, yeah.
With the first team offense, was it 2 series? Well, they played the first quarter. 0. 0 times they used an actual fullback with the first team offense. They used Cade Stover. They used Brevin Jordan. They used someone else. I think in the second quarter they used Troy Hairston. But in the first quarter with the first team offense, 0 times they used Andrew Beck. And I know Beck may be dealing with something, but that's where we were talking earlier, like where can they steal a roster spot?
Yeah.
It might be SOL for Andrew Beck.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty clear that the powers that be on this team are already having those thoughts as well about the 53-man cutdown, and maybe fullback can be a place where you steal one. So, we'll absolutely get more into that. Was Dalton Keene one of those guys that played a little bit?
Later, yes.
Yeah,
Dalton Keene did as well. All right, so here's another one, and we've been sort of questioning Jalen Petrie. Is he good? Is he not good? Is he going to fit in the nickel position or not? So he absolutely big-time play. Got the Texans their first touchdown. Pick 6. Dude, I don't even want to say it because I don't want to sound like I'm bashing.
What, did Daniel Jones put it in his pocket?
Dude, that was luck.
like when your grandma's like, hey, take this 20, baby. And she just put it in your pocket right here. Yeah.
Sometimes if you somebody like Petrie, you need that type of luck.
No, that's fair.
To just get going.
Yeah.
But I did think the same thing. I'm like, man, this is Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Got to make sure to catch it. Got to make sure to.
Exactly. So I don't want to bash him, but come on, man.
In the right place.
Come on.
I mean, he could have dropped it.
He could have dropped it.
So, especially as a cornerback, right?
And that leads to my other passing
nickel,
thought.
I guess.
Yeah. My goodness, is it nice to have a quarterback. Golly. I'm watching the Giants, and I'm like, they have no clue. They still don't have any idea on Daniel Jones. He threw that pick. He threw the other pick, which I was referencing earlier. That wasn't a bad idea, but he threw like a low laser that Derek Stingley made a great play on. Either throw it outside shoulder, throw it a little further, or whatever. They have no clue if Daniel Jones is good.
Which I feel like you should have in year, what is it, 4 or 5?
Yes.
Out here.
And 160?
Yeah.
And 160?
A lot of money on that one.
Yeah. I got plenty more, but I'm going to throw one more out at you.
He's been in the league forever.
He's been in the league forever. And this is very self-serving. This is all about my people, and you know who you are. The Texans, I got to get verification on this.
Okay. The
Texans actually have their own mariachi group now.
Oh, that's tough.
Now they've had is it their own?
Yes. So they had that along. Like I saw them a couple times, but they were at the draft party.
Yeah.
And they did their thing.
But they used to bring mariachis in, various groups from around the city or the state. This is like they have the H-Town logo on their shoulder.
No, they legit. They got the uniform.
They got the uniforms. And
Is that the same kind of blue that we're talking about here?
Yeah,
I'm looking
it's the
at a
H-Town
picture
blue.
of them right now.
No, it's not that. They have red uniforms.
Okay.
And the H-Town blue logo, on their shoulders. I'm like, where has this been for the last 24 years or whatever? They got their own
it's here now.
And they were tearing it up. I was sitting next to Sean and Seth. I was like, y'all be quiet. Y'all be quiet.
Man, a mariachi band's always going to turn it up.
Of course.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I've been in a place where there was a mariachi band and I was mad about it.
Yeah.
Like, they always turn it up.
And you'll hear me sing. You'll hear me sing if there's one. Oh, heck.
Is that a good thing or is that a threat? Like, are you?
You be the judge. You be the judge.
All right, excellent.
I've gotten compliments.
I feel like those are some good OG passing thoughts here.
Yeah, we might get to a couple more of these later.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
We got you till 2 p.m. here on In the Loop, right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's a new thing that we're going to try out, Question of the Day. And I'm Reginald Atula, new to the station, new to the show, but excited to be here. And in getting down to Houston, I was moving this weekend. And so the question of the day is, what's the worst thing that's happened to you while moving? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll read your text. We'll talk about it next on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans put on a show in their third preseason game. C.J. Stroud moved the offense down the field.
stores at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Question of the day. What's the worst thing to happen to you on a move? Hit the text line 713-572-4610. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's John.
Go on.
John P. Lopez.
John P. Lopez, if you read my byline.
That's right. And of course, the man Figgy Fig. He's got a little surprise for you at 120. You want to keep it locked because Figgy's spreading his wings.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm a fly out this boy.
Those 2 weeks got good to you.
Yeah, man. I got a little cocky, man.
Yeah, we couldn't just put you back in the producer when we had to make sure we cut out a room for you. So 120, keep it locked. We got something special for you as we'll debut a segment. But right now, question of the day. As I, Reginald Atatula, new to In the Loop, returning to Houston.
Yeah.
Was moving down this weekend. It was one of the reasons why I wasn't able to be out at NRG with you fine fellas, watching the Texans put a 28-10 smacking on the New York Giants in the dress rehearsal of the preseason. But a couple of things happened to me. Thankfully, it was largely a good move. But a couple of things happened to me that was like, oh, that was less than optimal in the course of moving.
Not exactly what I wanted.
I'm very interested in what, you guys' worst case scenarios are, just to make me feel better, honestly, selfishly. But yes, for me, I was moving down and I got a 4th floor apartment.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, my God, man. Lord. I know where you're going with this, man.
It's all good, baby.
Freight elevator, the whole nine.
There's elevators.
Now you got to reserve those.
There's elevators.
Yeah.
I got, and then the garage on the 4th floor, you walk straight over, right?
Okay.
You walk straight. So I'm like, look.
At least you got
really
that part,
matter, right? Like, we good, right? And then there's elevators when it comes to, like, the moving of it, because we can't just move the moving truck into the garage.
Right.
The moving of it, elevators, all cool. I popped down here, to Houston. I check in, like, all right, keys and everything. Cool. We set. All right, appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get to moving. Oh, real quick, Mr. Reginald. The elevator's down.
Oh, man.
Well, there's the other one, right? That one's down, too.
Oh, man.
And so, thankfully, I hired movers to load and unload. I feel like I found a nice, middle ground when it comes to moving.
Yeah.
I didn't get the full mover situation where they drive because, if you're unfamiliar, I've been in Dallas recently.
So you had like a U-Haul.
So I had a U-Haul.
Okay.
But
you hired some people
I hired people to do the loading and the unloading.
Did you drive the U-Haul?
I drove the U-Haul.
Atta baby.
And I still got the shin cramp to prove it, too.
Oh, yeah, there ain't no
Those are
cruise
not fun to
control,
drive.
are there?
But we got it done. And so, the cost, kind of nice and moderate, but those movers came in, and I had told them there was an elevator, and I was like, hey, so about that, there's not. And so, we had to start moving stuff up 3 flights of stairs to the 4th floor.
Up the stairs?
Got to get up there somehow, baby.
I thought you were talking about the freight elevators, not even the regular elevator?
None of them.
Oh, my God.
So, yeah.
That's not a little thing.
No, it is not.
No, that's
But the thing that made it, one, for me personally, it was little because I was not going to be the person moving the majority of it. I did try and pitch in because I was like, yo, I kind of hit y'all with the okey doke, right?
Yeah.
I hit y'all with the bait and switch on this. Not unbeknownst to me, but I did hit him with the bait and switch on accident. So I helped him out. And then about halfway through, we realized one of the elevators was back up. So we were able to finish that.
Okay.
The other one was when I went to return the U-Haul on Sunday or Saturday night. When it dropped it off. Saturday night, I was like, where's my car keys for my personal car? Oh, they're in the truck. So I couldn't get the stuff that I put in my car. That's all. And I was like, my day bag and stuff, I'm going to be set. So I don't have to unpack immediately. Nope. Wrong. And so that was another thing, but that was minor. Yeah. And I'm sure that there's a lot of people that have had other tough situations moving, so I want to get into those.
Oh, my gosh.
On the text line, 713-572-4610.
So what's the worst thing that ever happened to you on a move?
Yeah. Because those are the things, not super major. The elevators being down, though, is a problem, especially on the 4th floor.
Yeah, so when I first moved down here, I moved down here in 2016, and it was in the middle of July. Yeah. So this is in the middle of hell as far as the weather.
That's right. Yeah.
And we picked the 3rd floor in our apartment, and we didn't have an elevator. It was kind of a different type of apartment where you just walk up the stairs. And so we picked the 3rd floor because we don't want to deal with no flooding area and all that stuff. We thinking we got this down pat. So it was me, my brother-in-law. We was the only guys. We got my mother-in-law and my wife who can't move nothing big.
Yeah.
And mind you, we didn't have a lot. But moving all that crap up them 3 flights of stairs in the heat,
that crap.
It was so bad. And to make it worse, at the end of the day, the AC went out in the apartment.
In your new
complex.
place?
Yeah,
So
in
when
the
you
new
wanted
place.
to sit down and just cool off.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nope.
We was trying to figure out why it wasn't working.
Yeah.
It was totally gone. So we hit the apartment complex up, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is considered an emergency down here in Texas because you need the AC."
Yeah.
And so the part they needed was some part they had to get from Germany or some stuff, man. So
That's the problem with German engineering. It's real precise, but
It's
then
German.
If you miss that precision,
It's German.
everything breaks down.
Dude, we had to wait
German.
till Monday. It was like a Friday.
Yeah.
We had to wait till Monday, man. We were sleeping on an air mattress, sticking to it, man.
Oh.
It was the worst. It was worse than the Hurricane Burrow power outage.
Yeah.
It was 10 times worse than that, man.
Did you have
It
to go
was
to work the next day?
I didn't have to go to work, which was even worse because we had nowhere to go.
Yeah, okay.
We had
I
no
guess that
family
works
or
the other
nothing.
You didn't know anybody?
Yeah, we didn't know anybody.
That's tough.
So I thought of this, a lot. And I had a few thoughts, but the one I'm going to mention was actually not me moving. But first of all, I'm retired. I told all my kids, I had 3 kids, boy, girl. I've moved each of them, sometimes twice, because they move it between semesters. In college, I moved all 3 of them probably 7-8 times. Because when you move in college, mom and dad come down.
That's right.
And I'm lifting couches. And so when my daughter graduated, I said, I'm retired. So we've always hired people to do the whole
It's
9
the way
yards.
to go if you got it. If you got a little bit of cash to be able to make it work. And if you can't do the full mover situation front to, start to finish.
Yeah.
Do what I did. Go ahead and get some movers to load, some movers to unload, and then you move the truck.
But this is the best story, and it wasn't me. So this is a long time ago. I was living in Kingwood at the time, not even in Humble. But I was living in Kingwood. We'd been there a couple of years, and one of our neighbors that we knew the people that were moving in across the street from us.
Okay.
So like directly in front of our house in Kingwood, one of the other neighbors knew them and said, "You're going to love them," blah, blah, blah. So they move in, and we do the neighborly thing, go across the street, say hello. Maybe we took them some cookies or something, I don't know, whatever. Go into their house, have a good time, whatever, just chatting it up with the new people across the street. So we get back to the house, and the neighbors that said, "Oh, yeah, we know them," came over or walked by or whatever, and we're talking to them, and he says, "Well, they're real big swingers, right?"
What?
I said, "What?"
What?
I said, "What?" "Oh yeah, they're big time swingers." So we had spent half an hour in the house trying to become friends and all this stuff. They probably thought we were, dude. We didn't even make eye contact for like 6 months.
Oh man!
So like, they're big time swingers, right? I'm like, no, that's information you could have told me before we
that'd
went
have been
over
helpful.
it. Like, hey, anything you need, anything you want. Oh, they're swingers. Oh well,
Not anything.
not anything.
I know they was thinking, we got something. Y'all got something we need. All right.
Yeah, we'll get back to you.
All right. That definitely. Yeah, I think that counts. I think we can count that one on the worst things to happen when you move. A lot of different things coming in on the text line from the 281. They said they didn't pay for insurance with the movers. And when they hung up their 70-inch TV screen, it was split all the way across. 70-inch thing. I want to know what year that is, because thankfully we've gotten to this time where TVs have gotten cheaper and cheaper.
Remember, plasma used to break if you whispered.
Yeah. And so, if you tell me that was 10 years ago, I know that hurt.
Yeah.
I know that hurt bad. From the 832, this is fair. I feel like we all can appreciate this if you have ever moved. Moved 20 years ago, still unpacking. Fair.
No, that's true.
Yeah, you don't fully unpack until the next time you need to move, I think is how that works.
I'm supposed to move by the end of October, and I'm dreading packing everything,
Oh,
man.
yeah.
I'm just like,
for
man.
sure. Moved from Florida to H-Town, and the moving truck got stolen.
Wait, what?
Moved from the 281. Moved from Florida to H-Town. The moving truck was stolen. Didn't find it for a week. All the electronics stolen. Everything else was there. Luckily, insurance covered the loss, but that ain't good.
That's tough. What I'm trying to figure out, at what point did the truck get stolen?
Did they just like go to the gas station or something? They came out and the truck was gone.
Truck was gone.
I mean, walk into Buc-ee's real quick. And
Yeah.
Damn, that's tough.
I thought we parked it right here.
That is crazy. B. Scott is weighing in. Excited to have B. Scott. We're having B. Scott on tomorrow, correct?
Every Tuesday. Every Tuesday, 11 to noon.
Super excited to talk to my guy. He said on the YouTube, my dad hired 2 winos to help me move into my dorm freshman year of college. Have a feeling I know how this goes.
Yeah.
They sat on the truck bed from Houston to Huntsville, and one of them almost fell off. Almost killed a guy. Okay, all right.
That would
I'm
be
glad that almost is in there. Otherwise, I would tell you probably shouldn't tell us that. But I want to see what the statute of limitations is on that. But that's wild. But hey, man, I guess the nice thing about winos or someone in that predicament, they might be more open to some of the arduous labor and those types of things. I see you.
Hey, a little beer money, man.
You know,
a little beer money.
That moves a little bit further for them. From the 620, they said worst thing they've ever happened or had happened rather was they lost the keys to the truck and ended up finding them in a side table halfway deep in the 20-foot truck. So
in the back. Oh,
so I'm guessing as they were loading up the truck, in their stuff, halfway deep into 10 feet into the 20-foot truck, they had put the truck in a box or in a side table. That's tough. So you had to did you unpack the whole thing, or did you at least have like a little walkway through the truck?
What'd you do with all the stuff while you're looking for the keys?
That's a great question. Keep texting those in. I feel like there's plenty of this to go around. We'll try and sprinkle them in throughout the rest of the show because we're here too. It's in the loop. I almost said inside.
It's all right.
In the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
We are inside the loop.
Yeah, we are.
That's true. We are. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL where I think we might have found a consultant to help Danico Autry.
Yes, we did.
Beat that 6-game suspension. We'll tell you more about that next one.
Right now, D&M Auto Leasing.
Let's go around the NFL in the loop style. Here's John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop. Of course, John Lopez. I am Reginald Atatula. I am indeed the new guy. This is the way my voice sounds. Hanging out with Figgy Fig, of course.
What's wrong with your voice, man?
I don't know. Someone said I sounded like a Valley girl on the text line.
You don't sound like a Valley girl.
I don't know. Maybe I do. Like, I hear my voice, but I also don't take into account my voice.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Let me know. Do I sound like a Valley girl? 713-572-4610. Let me know. Maybe I do. Maybe I just need to embrace that and go that way.
Okay, I'm a Valley girl.
What we should see embraced by Danico Autry as we go around the NFL. A report, Titans' Arden Key has his 6-game PED suspension overturned.
Mm-hmm.
We learned that. So ahead of their first season under new head coach Brian Callahan, they're going to have Arden Key for all the season. He was previously suspended for PEDs, performance-enhancing drugs, by the NFL for 6 games. Somewhat similar to a Texans player,
identical,
right?
Yeah.
And so now that is going to be upended, and he's going to be able to play. And so whatever he was able to do, I would very much like to see Danico Autry.
So dude in Tennessee gets the exact same suspension, the exact same time, 6 games, for the exact same thing, and has it overturned. I'm making a call. I know they're your rival. I'm calling an agent, or an agent who knows the agent, or a friend who knows the guy. Because Danico Autry, like the exact same thing, like to the letter. I mean, I'm sure there has to be some extenuating circumstances here, but now Autry said immediately, "Hey, I'll take it." Whatever. It's worth a call, though, man.
I mean, Arden Key played in San Francisco. There has to be some overlap, like in 2021.
That's what I'm saying.
Just be able to get in and hey, what happened, my man? Can we
get Danico in on the phone?
There you go. Like you utilize those contacts, networking, big deal. But. Obviously, indirectly, that could be helpful, but directly, that is an opponent in the Titans that is going to have a contributor on the defensive line because for six more games than they had previously accounted for. So there you go there. As we continue around the NFL, did you see this? This made me laugh personally at what seems to be, for lack of a better term, because I just can't think of it, like the poverty that has to be going around when it comes to Las Vegas Raiders fandom.
Oh, God.
As Antonio Pierce, who is now no longer interim, full title head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, has announced who is going to be QB1 on that team.
Yeah.
And the answer is Gardner Minshew.
Yeah.
So Gardner Minshew last year played with the Indianapolis Colts. He was the backup, but he ultimately played the remaining, 13
Damn near
games?
beat the Texans.
Yeah. All right. Didn't want to remember that particularly.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, he's going to be the starter for the Raiders over Aiden O'Connell. I thought he was probably had the best chance of getting that starting role as he had started most of the games last year.
Yeah.
But no, Gardner Minshew will be the starter, and that's just got to feel bad if you are a Raiders fan.
If you're a Raiders fan, you're just distraught almost. And I say that with some respect for Gardner Minshew on his name because I think he's good. Like he can be good.
Like I think he's a good backup. For sure.
Yes, and he can win you some games in the role that he won some last year. But to say that's our guy, that's the guy we're gonna try to make some hay with. No, I mean he's not that guy. I respect Gardner Minshew a lot, though. I mean he's found a way to hang around and win some games here and there.
Yeah, and maybe I'm being a hater. Y'all let me know. I do think that the good year that he had last year was in large part and maybe entirely almost due to Shane Steichen. I think that Steichen as an offensive play caller is phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Not just with the play calls themselves, but the sequencing and stacking plays upon each other to maximum effect. I think that Steichen is very good at that, and he makes plays easier.
And then Jonathan Taylor came into the picture.
Yeah,
and that made it a lot easier too. No, he's good, but it just gets me back to something I said at the very start of the show. Man, it's nice to have a quarterback.
Absolutely.
Like we get reminders all over the place.
A quarterback and a great play caller, and you have both of those together here with Texas. So thankfully, you're not dealing with a situation where you have someone like Gardner Minshew being named. And this is the thing, right? If Gardner Minshew is like, okay, this is the quarterback one for the remainder of the season at some point. All right, fine.
You kind of shrug.
You're going into the season starting at this point.
Exactly.
So good luck to the Las Vegas Raiders in that way. As we continue around the NFL, obviously big weekend when it comes to preseason games. A lot of teams in the dress rehearsal portion of this, so you got to see starters a little bit longer. There was a couple of starting quarterbacks that made hay. One of them just with a fantastic play.
Yeah.
You might know him as Patrick Mahomes II.
Yeah.
And he did fanciness. And I think there was a play in which it looked like it was kind of like a shovel pass, and we found out that there was a little bit of a miscommunication between Patrick Mahomes and his leading receiver, Travis Kelce. Patrick Mahomes does a little bit of fancifulness, and he throws a behind-the-back pass.
Action.
And you don't seem to be a big fan of this, do you?
No. I thought I said this out loud when I saw it, and I wrote it down for the show today. Nobody likes a show off. Nobody likes a show off. I guarantee you. I wanted to say he wouldn't have done that in a real game, but he would have. He absolutely would have.
He would.
He absolutely would have. But why are you doing that in the preseason? Come on, man. Nobody likes to show off.
Hey, why not, man? At this point.
He's the kid in, I don't know, what are we calling it now? I was about to do a real humble brag thing, and I apologize. I'm going to tell you what I was going to say, and I hope that you, the listener, gives me grace. I realize that you don't get a second chance to make a first impression, and I'm going into the jerk category here. When I was in grade school in the gifted and talented class, right? We called it the gifted and talented class. I know that they call it like tag class or whatever.
Yeah.
But he's the kid in like that hasn't been moved to that class yet. And he's still in like the regular class, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And he's just like, these worksheets are easy.
It's too easy, man.
I need to make this more difficult.
It's
so he's
too
like,
easy.
you know what?
Yeah.
I'm not going to
Behind
study.
the back pass. Why not? Right? Like
Yeah.
Just take the test day of and ace it.
Yes.
So yeah, man, fantastic play there. But yeah, I feel you. It's fanciful, but I think that's
Just
part of the reason
slide
that makes
out of
him
bounds or
incredible.
just slide. Nobody likes that. We know you're good. We know you're great. Just put that in your back pocket. Just put that in your back pocket.
Now the other guy that was playing pretty well,
Gifted and talented, huh?
Yes.
All right.
Here in the Houston area, baby. That's okay. You tell me if I'm gifted and talented. I don't know, man. That seemed to only turn into
Sound like a cool class.
Yeah, we were some dorks, man. Like
Yeah.
we had, and I remember this might have been in 4th grade, 5th grade. We had a class ranking for chess because we all played chess, and one of the kids kept a ranking of who was the best all the way down to the worst in the class in chess. That level of dork is what we're talking about.
So where were you at on this list?
For the most part, in like the back end of the top third, in the way. So if let's say it's a
middle
class
of
of
the pack,
30, I don't remember exactly how many.
You were like 11.
10, 11, into that
okay.
15 range.
Yeah.
I was all right. I ain't played chess in a hot minute. I have a chessboard that stays in like my living room, but I haven't played really, and so I'm not actually good at chess. I haven't played chess in long enough that if I tried to get out there, I would be boo-boo. Someone who is not boo-boo, a dude who has a chance to prove himself this year, Caleb Williams, the starting quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Solid game for him. 6 of 13, 75 yards. The numbers themselves don't look great, but the play looked good.
Yeah, see, he's one of those, and this is just, and you do this, Figgy does this. Like, when you see a player sometimes, I didn't even care about his numbers. I didn't look about his numbers. And I want to not like Caleb. I shouldn't say not like because he's a likable enough guy. But I want to not say he's going to be great because it's way too early. But some of the things he was doing, I'm like, all right, there's not a lot of guys that can do that. There just aren't a lot of guys that can do that. So, you know, you got to give it to him. It's early, it's preseason, all that. But he sure does look like he's going to fit.
He's also in a great situation.
He's
going to
fit the role,
because
man.
The Bears team, they wasn't a bad team last year.
No.
And they had the number 1 overall pick because of Carolina. So he got a lot of weapons around him to be great.
Yeah, I don't think I can recall a number 1 pick quarterback or a quarterback taken very highly as like the first quarterback having a team this well situated around them. I think it's just inherent within the space of you getting a number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
Or, you know, you having a really high pick that you're probably a bad team that doesn't have a great situation for that quarterback. And he is very fortunate that that team put themselves in a place to go and get the wide receivers that they have around him and give him the opportunity to really be
I'll give you another example of why I think he's going to be really good, just based on what I saw. Like, people are going nuts about Bo Nix, too. Because he had a good game yesterday, you know, with the Broncos and all that.
Where are you on the Bo Nix situation?
And I'm not there.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like I see it with Caleb Williams, and when I see all this stuff about Bo Nix, I'm like, we'll see. No, I'm not saying I'm down on him, but I didn't see the things that I saw, you know?
Yeah, Bo Nix in college, he just seemed like a dude that stayed long enough. You know what he was, right? Especially last year at Oregon. he was a dude that was 4 or 5 years older than everybody else, right?
And had a system that was ridiculous for him.
Yeah, because like when you are, especially if you think about like school age, and I know that college is not quite that, but school age, when you have that kid that was held back a grade or whatever, you could see the big difference in just the development, and you just have more experience and a little bit more growth on them.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he's not going to be it.
Right.
I just don't feel that way right now.
And so I'm in that same place because I got to that place where I thought that I knew who Bo Nix was, and he definitely played better, way better than my expectations were in that last year with Oregon. And so I'm interested to see it because it looks like he's going to be QB1 out there in Denver. I almost said Buffalo. That is not the place. As we continue around the NFL, tell me, is this real or not? Like, do you believe this or not? Dolphins team owner Stephen Ross said that if we stay healthy, we are certainly a contender for the Super Bowl.
You're talking to a guy that is actually higher on the Dolphins than anybody I know.
Okay.
I'm not saying, like, I think the Texans I would put ahead of the Dolphins.
Agreed.
But I think the Dolphins are in the mix. You talk about play calling, some of the weapons they have. Their running back room is just stupid.
They love collecting running backs.
Good Lord, they got some running backs.
I'm a little jealous, man.
Man, it's just stupid. Defense ain't bad, and I just feel like, well, first of all, I think the Bills are going to take a step back. I don't know about Drake May and the Patriots. And in that division, I just like.
Well, the Patriots just traded away their best player last week. Exactly. Which
so
almost seems to prove that
I'm higher on the Dolphins than most, so I'm not going to say he's nuts.
I feel like I understand where you're going from. You have to start a season and have that level of belief.
Yeah.
They feel like they're one of those teams that's really good, but you're going to have to prove it to me.
It's Tua. It comes down to Tua and how you feel about him.
That's fair. That is fair. But speaking of the Dolphins, I did want to get to this because last week, or maybe a week ago, we saw Noah Lyles kind of talk about, going back to the thing that really got people mad, the idea of world champions and all those things. And it seems like we might be getting close to a race, as Tyreek Hill was talking with, I think this was Kay Adams. Is that correct, Figgy?
Yes.
Yeah, and so he was talking about some of Noah Lyles' stances, and then ultimately Kay Adams stoked the fire, or something I think a lot of people want to see.
Sprinter Noah Lyles. He said that Super Bowl champs should not consider themselves world champions. What do you think of that?
Noah Lyles can't say nothing after what just happened to him. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to come out and pretend like he's sick. I feel like that's like horseradish. So for him to like do that and say that we're not world champions of like our sport says like, come on, bro, like just speak on what you know about. You know what I'm saying? And that's track.
Would you like to race him when he gets home?
I will beat Noah Lyles.
You think so?
I will beat Noah Lyles.
Like by a lot?
No, I wouldn't beat him by a lot, but I would beat Noah Lyles.
I'd like to see that happen.
And guess what? When I beat him, I'm going to put on a COVID mask.
Oh, my God.
And let him know I mean business. Because I do mean business.
There are so many things going on here.
There's a lot. I literally took 3 notes. All right, let's hit some of them.
So many things going on.
First of all, the idea of coming straight out and like, he was faking it.
Yeah, that's one.
You with it? You with it or not?
No.
Like I don't feel.
Dude had 101 temperature when he ran the 200. Reportedly, not allegedly, reportedly.
Yes,
that's one.
He was like, I'm gonna go right there. Out here faking like he got COVID.
He damn near needed to be carted off after the 200. That wasn't fake.
Well, some people will say that he was out here fronting. He's putting on. In a way.
It didn't look fake to me. I mean, he was heaving.
Well,
he was heaving.
Did you end up seeing the video that
before
was alleged after, or was that was
no,
after, right?
How he hopped out before, like he had all this energy.
There's that, but then also, Fig, I know that you're pretty social media adept. Right? Wasn't there a video of him in the club or somewhere?
Oh,
afterwards?
I did see that.
And I thought that there were some people that were like, "Ooh!"
I mean,
and now in this day and age, you never know where that video. But I believe that was. Accurate. So I get where people are coming from there. Also, I love a good word replacement. You heard him use the word horseradish instead of horse. You know what?
Yeah. I love that.
But finally, the idea that Tyreek Hill beats Noah Lyles in a foot race. Who are you with here? You got Lyles or you got Cheetah?
Okay, so 40 yards, I wouldn't be surprised if Tyreek beats him.
Okay.
And I think he threw down for 50. I think he put out that he wants to race him for 50. I still think Noah Lyles gets there. Noah Lyles notoriously has bad starts.
Yes, that was what I was thinking.
And Tyreek runs 40 yards for a living. But he ain't gonna beat Noah Lyles anything over 50 yards.
Yeah.
Nothing.
My immediate reaction when I heard that was, ain't no way. Because I think that when we think about dudes that have speed in the NFL, and it's no shade to the dudes with speed in the NFL, because they are fast, amongst a whole bunch of freaks that are oddly fast, right? You think of even linemen are running like sub-5 or in that general 5 area, which is insane in and of itself. But track speed is just...
It's a different world.
Different.
Different world.
And, like, just out of pure respect, if you get any football player that goes, I'm going to run faster than track star, especially sprinter, I'm like, I don't know. You got a little too much dip on your chip, big fella.
Yeah.
But Tyreek Hill, especially when you mention that, you're right. Noah Lyles does have a little bit of a reputation for being a little slow on the
maybe
on the
40,
trigger.
maybe. But nothing over 50. He's got a shot. So there's that as well. I mean, it's just... And Noah Lyles... kind of insulted him, so it's going to elevate it a little more even.
Yeah, I imagine so, because he seems to like to talk that bleep. You know what I mean?
What do you call him, Figgy? You got it?
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
What's that guy? What's the cheetah guy from football? What I can't remember his name. Where's Mark? Mark. What's the football player who thinks he's fast?
Who thinks he's fast?
Tyreek Hill.
Who thinks he's fast?
He knows who Tyreek Hill is.
Of course he does. Of course he does. That's the way you do it right there. That's world class. And by the way, Noah Lyles should be revered right now in this country. But because he said that about the NBA and the NFL, he's not. Like, he won the 100-meter dash gold medal in a photo finish, and then he went out there with COVID by most accounts and got a bronze medal. We should be like, damn, that Noah Lyles. And he's not. It's not happening.
I think he's just rubbing people the wrong way. It's funny how he rubbed NBA Twitter the wrong way with the world champs thing.
Yeah.
People are really pissed off about that. Him even bringing that up.
Yeah, and I think the wild thing about it is I'm fairly certain I agree with him on the idea, like the world champ thing, even though, yes, it's the best basketball in the world. It feels kind of weird because it's played in this area. The thing that was weird, for lack of a better term, or the thing that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, wasn't nobody talking about that, dog. You were on the podium for winning a race. Where did that come in?
He brung it up.
He said it before, though, hadn't he?
Yeah, he said, I want to say it was like last year.
Yeah, when it started, and that's what I'm talking about, when it started. He was up here talking about a race, and he just went across a whole bunch of lanes of traffic.
World champions
to go and get it. Like, what are you doing? You're just making people mad to make them mad.
I thought he had a good point. I ain't think about it like that. I still like world champions for NBA and Super Bowl and stuff like that, but I thought he had a good point.
You can argue world champions in the NBA a little bit more. I don't agree with it, but because the international game is so good now in basketball, and we saw that in the Olympics, but you can't argue it in the NFL. That's world champs.
Well, maybe if the NFL gets what it seems like they're working towards and having the outposts in London and Mexico City and all sorts of things.
Start playing people in Brazil.
Yeah, maybe you can end up with a world champion moniker there. But there you go. That's around the NFL here in the loop. Coming up next. What is coming up next now?
We got the little Astros.
Oh, that's right, because it was a fantastic weekend. So what was the bigger story for you? Big weekend when it comes to wins or injuries in the upcoming schedule? Text in 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
C.J. Stroud had some major praise for his offensive line after a 28-10 pre. New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Yes, indeed, rather, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. Of course, your man Figgy Fig hanging out with you. We got you till 2, as we often do. What was the biggest story for you with an Astros weekend? Was it winning the series, getting some great pitching, or maybe some of the injuries that we saw or injury report situations?
Yeah, I wanted a sweep, man. I mean, it's time to get greedy. Earlier in the year when the Astros were struggling and Bregman wasn't hitting and everybody was getting hurt and Tommy John surgery, I wouldn't have been a surprise. So I was a little greedy. You're not upset, taking 2 out of 3, and then you got the Red Sox now coming in. You're not upset, but I was a little greedy. My big takeaway, though, is I started thinking Framber all of a sudden. We're so up and down on Framber in this city, and I think we have the answer on him. The question has been for the last 2 years, maybe more. Is he an ace? Is Framber an ace? Is Framber an ace? Well, if you're still asking the question 2.5, 3 years later, he's not an ace. But he can go on a streak, man. If Framber can go on a roll, and it just got me thinking about timing is everything, as people like to say.
Absolutely.
But the timing of Framber figuring it out couldn't be better, because the Astros haven't had an ace all year. But I've never even used this term before. They kind of have an ace by committee.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. The streets are saying that.
They have an ace by committee, because the ace early on was Ronel Blanco. I mean, that dude, no hitter, et cetera, et cetera. And then the midseason, and not that Ronel Blanco fell off a cliff, but it became Hunter Brown.
Hunter Brown's been good.
Hunter Brown has been really good. And then if Hunter Brown starts to struggle toward the end of the year, let's look at what Framber has done since June 23rd. I'm looking at it right now. From June 23rd, Framber has 8 decisions, 8-0. And
is that good?
8 decisions.
I wasn't sure.
8-0. That's huge. Framber may not be an ace, because we keep asking, and he may slide back. But this ace by committee thing, it's just like the pitching by committee that they've been able to pull off to get back to where they belong.
Yes, Framber, fantastic in the Sunday game, where that was necessary. The Astros win 2-0. That made 10 wins in their last 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
But then also, you had a great offensive game on Saturday, and then Friday was just kind of a weird game. Offensively, they struck out 16 times, which was a season high.
Mm-hmm.
And that was just so abnormal, because Houston is third. They have the third fewest strikeouts on the season. So, they're not supposed to be that strikeout team, which I found that to be weird. But they were able to get that right back into that same place.
Mm-hmm.
Shea Whitcomb made his debut this weekend. A lot of fun things. But, no, I thought that was, seeing Framber be incredible yesterday was nice. And then Yusei Kikuchi is in here as well, and
Kikuchi starting today.
This is a fun rotation, man.
Or the next game.
I think that this is super important to have that rotation important, and especially because now, and this is where you get to a little bit of the negative side of this, is that this 3-game set started off in 18 games in 18 days period, where you're going to see this team go to a 6-man rotation with Verlander supposedly coming back. I know that he threw a bullpen, and if he feels good today, and I need to check on seeing if we have any information on that, he should come off the IL and start on Wednesday. But they're going to go to a 6-man rotation. That'll take a man out of the bullpen. They lost Ryan Presley to the IL on Saturday with a low back strain.
Didn't see that coming.
And so they retrograded that to, or it was retroactively placed off from Wednesday. So he's eligible to return on the 29th if all goes well. But that's your eighth inning guy. So now Brian Abreu is going to slide to the 8th inning, and he handled that well, I will say, yesterday. But your bullpen is a little tight right now, and you've got an extended period of time where you're playing games against some good teams. That starting rotation is going to have to be on point during this period.
And, Alex Bregman as well.
That's true.
Alex Bregman, who couldn't have been a worse time for him to go down, so to speak. Just the absolute best, tear that he's been on all year. But here's the thing that, this 6-man rotation, I don't want to make a habit of it because they're so thin. But every guy in this rotation that has come in has been able to do the job. And if you have Fromber on the back end, not just kind of being the tail end of this ace by committee, but eating up innings too. Like his last 5 starts, he's gone 6 1/3, 6, 8 2/3, 5 2/3, and 7. That's the other thing that an ace does. He goes deeper into games, and that helps the 6-man rotation.
Absolutely, and so that's going to be super helpful. And I've told you this before, and I hope to try and become a better person. Be a better me. But I can lean towards the negative at times, and so that 18 games in 18 days, and knowing that Ryan Abreu, who I believe he's capable completely in handling that 8th inning duties and all those things. Like we might be spoiled just having basically 2 closers and knowing that's going to be good. But I am like a little worried about, hey, is that bullpen going to be able to stomach what is this run? But yeah, that's where my mind is more. And this team has gotten to a great place when it comes to, I think that their playoff percentage chance is like in the 80
something now. Yeah,
they're one of the biggest movers up, whereas the Mariners and the Rangers are one of the biggest, or some of the biggest movers down. It feels like the AL West has put themselves, or the Astros in the AL West have put themselves not just in the driver's seat, but firmly in the driver's seat. And now, don't look too hard, but they're 5 games back of the AL lead.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that, because that's the other part of this. Our standards have changed from even just a month ago. Like, even just a month ago, and they're already hot at that point.
Was it like 2 months ago where they were down 10
Well,
games?
It was June 8th. They were 10 games, 11 games under 500. June 8th. Wasn't that long ago. It was this summer. But now, because they've gone on this tear, because they've kind of showed us again that the Astros have that gene, they are inherently going to be good, because they can draw it out of themselves collectively. Now our standards are not, well, maybe they'll get to the playoffs. Maybe they'll make a little noise. Now our standards are, maybe they can do this thing again. Maybe they can go to another ALCS. We'll see. So the fact that the standards changed has me a little more concerned about Ryan Presley.
I see what you mean.
Because like Ryan Presley, if you go Abreu, Presley, and then Hader, Hader can occasionally hiccup a home run that'll cost you. But Presley has been very up and down of late. And if your standards are up there, ALCS, you got to have the old Ryan Presley. So he's got to get well and get back to himself.
Yeah. Alex Bregman, you mentioned this last week, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But he ends up, missing some games this weekend because of his elbow. Am I getting this right, John?
Yes, elbow.
That he supposedly slept weird on.
Okay.
All right, so can I take a step back, because obviously I have not been on the ground in Houston necessarily, but from afar, it's been a lot of positivity when it comes from the Astros' mouths, and then doesn't always hit that. Are they spinners?
They lie a lot.
Heavy spinners?
I'll just cut right to it.
All right.
Figgy, it's not saying too much to say they lie a lot. Someone slept. Who was it that slept? Was it Urquidy, or was it that slept funny? And the next thing we knew, he had.
It was Christian Javier.
Was it Javier? I couldn't remember.
Because
it was Javier.
I think he got scratched from the start because of neck.
Yeah, because he slept wrong, and then a month later he's having Tommy John surgery.
Hell, I felt like it was a couple weeks later.
Exactly.
Yeah, and somebody on the text line was making that same joke. Back sprain sounds like Tommy John surgery.
Yes,
Slept
exactly.
wrong sounds like Tommy John surgery.
Yeah.
But
they lie. I mean, let's just be honest.
Because I read that update. I read that note, and I was like, wait, how do you sleep wrong for your shoulder? I was trying to figure it out on the bed. I was like, how do you sleep wrong to now your elbow? And look, it's possible. I don't know.
If waking up sore when you sleep wrong means you're going to have surgery, I should have 15 this year.
I've been saying all year long, I need Tommy John, man.
I should have had a knee, a shoulder, an elbow, a back. They do.
But yeah, they're in a good place when we talk about the standings, and obviously playing the White Sox. Like you're not going to throw a victory parade because you handled up the White Sox and won that series. However, you put yourself in a place where you are far and away ahead in the AL West as you head in, or as you are going to start dealing with.
But we're changing standards around here, and I didn't think that would ever happen. So that's where the Astros are now.
11 games over 500.
Unbelievable. But back to your point. Yeah, I'm not even, speaking of changing standards, I'm not even really, and boy, this probably come back to bite me, just like my last take on the Astros in May, but I'm not even worried about.
What was your last take? I can't remember. I can't remember
it either.
I think it was something like the Astros is dead.
No, I think I said they're going to go to the LCS. Either way, either way, I'm not even worried about the division at this point. Like they're 5 games clear, and they're putting the gas pedal down. And I think so now they have
the Rangers are falling apart. The Mariners still can't hit, and so I believe that's where they are. 5 games up.
Yeah. So you got to think about bigger goals.
Sorry, 4 games up on the Mariners.
Okay.
Apologize. There you go. Astros. Yusei Kikuchi back on the mound.
It's our guy.
At the juice box. Says,
We love Kikuchi!
That's right. Yeah. Always.
Who doesn't?
Twice on Sunday.
Yeah.
But Yusei on the mound. He'll face off against Tanner Houck as the Red Sox come to town against the Astros. But, an interesting weekend where you lost Presley. You got a little bit of news on Verlander maybe coming back. Bregman is dealing with this nebulous thing. But you win the series. You see just another incredible Fromber outing. Astros.
Yeah.
Looking like they might be able to pry this window open even more.
Yeah, and the Fromber thing is probably the best news of all. If
Absolutely.
you can keep getting that.
All right. There we go. It's Sports Radio 610. You're listening to In the Loop. Coming up next. Again, I did it to myself again, John. I got up in the air and realized that I didn't have somewhere to land. I've got it like that. Look, I like being open and honest in these places.
Yeah.
We got to see what's popping.
That's right. So, we're switching this up a little bit, putting up some new wallpaper. We're gonna get you the important things on the day.
Who does wallpaper,
nobody does wallpaper anymore? What would be the way to say we're sprucing it up?
Yeah,
I don't know exactly.
We're
what
gonna put up a sectional. Yes.
We're gonna add a little new paint on the house.
Entertainment center.
With a little bit of what's popping.
We're gonna put our VCR on that
next in the loop.
All right now let's talk about Loken Group.
Visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's the new futon that's been added to In the Loop.
The wallpaper?
Yeah, new wallpaper, new futon. We got a beanbag in here. We're going to add a Pac-Man machine in the corner. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday morning. I'm like, what time is it?
Not quite. Still a little bit.
Where am I?
Yeah.
I am still in Houston, right?
Beta or VHS?
That's right.
Yes.
John Lopez. I'm Reginald Datatula, the new voice on In the Loop. Of course, always got Figgy Fig. Man, we are excited to have you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Always get involved by texting in to the text line 713-572-4610. But there you go. You heard it. What's popping? We'll get you some of the biggest stories on what's happening in sports. And this one kind of just popped up in front of us. Is he technically the richest man in the world? I don't remember.
Yes, Jeff Bezos is the richest man on the planet.
Richest man in the world might want to get into the play world that is sports, as there's a rumor that Jeff Bezos could be in the mix to maybe buy into the Boston Celtics, according to Bill Simmons. Ben Simmons is the dude who don't want to dunk when he gets open layups. But Bill Simmons of The Ringer said it on a podcast yesterday that the NBA wants the franchise to sell for $6 billion. And, Simmons said he had a bunch of information and about what he described as a huge, huge topic right now.
Yeah.
And that $6 billion established a big price, and somebody who can absolutely afford that is Jeff Bezos.
Okay, so let me correct something. Jeff Bezos has been the richest man in the world from 2016 until 2023. Elon Musk is now the richest man in the world. So just clarification there. But I don't think we're going to be picking any nits or parsing anything here. He's got a value of $211 billion.
Must be nice.
$211 billion.
Oh, he did have the divorce thing happen as well. So I imagine that put a little dent in the net worth.
Yeah, but still, the thing with this that just strikes me is like, what's the holdup? I mean, if Jeff Bezos wants to buy your squad, he's gonna buy your squad. I mean, he can write a check.
Yeah,
you can write a check for it.
I do find that to be kind of an interesting situation, though, when we have like the billionaires and like the multi-billionaires, the big billionaires now buying into sports.
Yeah,
like how does that then affect the competitive balance? Because I know that the NBA's put in all these rules to try and keep it so that teams aren't spending a ton over the soft cap that they have there. But it does still feel like we're getting to a place in sports where even the rich guys that we used to look at as uber rich in sports aren't comparing to the big dogs that are coming in and spending a lot of money, right? We've seen that in the NFL with like the Walton family coming in with that Walmart money and such. And also you're seeing it in basketball where was it? Matt Ishbia came in and some of these folks, Steve Ballmer. I think that we're seeing an interesting trend in sports, and I wonder what the effects could be when it's just you have to have even a higher threshold of money in order to be able to
I don't think they're complaining. I mean, I think that's where it is with me with these leagues. They're in a place where, like, if you have Steve Ballmer, you want him to be part of your organization. If you have Jeff Bezos interested in the Boston Celtics, for goodness sakes, you want him to be a part of it. And everybody, I mean, the tide's going to raise all boats, and so even some of these others who are just mere $6 and $7 billion net worth, they're going to benefit from it. No, I think this is where we are. This is where we are. Big consortiums or big billionaires.
Some other things, what's popping? We saw this and it kind of just shocked us. It's not huge news, but it was just kind of weird to see as Colt McCoy is no longer in the league, but only just.
Yeah.
Colt McCoy announced that he is walking away from the NFL. He was drafted in 2010 by the Cleveland Browns, but he'll be walking out of the NFL and directly into the broadcast booth as he'll join NBC Sports to cover Big Ten football, if I remember correctly. And so with that being the case, he's going to start off with the Colorado-Nebraska game.
Yeah.
But, first of all, Colt McCoy was still hanging around.
That's what I wrote down. First of all, salute. Like 14 years of Colt McCoy in the NFL. That's a former Browns grade, isn't it?
Yeah. Man. He's been around for a long time. Man.
I mean, salute to Colt McCoy. I mean, he's always been very, very talented. Obviously took the Longhorns to a title game and then was throwing catch with his dad. But either way, like, salute to Colt McCoy. But the other part that is just intriguing to me is Colt McCoy, talk about carving out a career. He was, how many times was he like the everyday starter for a squad?
Not very often. He's become the epitome of just kind of that veteran backup quarterback.
Yeah. So salute to him.
Well, before we move on, one of the things is I think one of the reasons that he was able to stick around is I have this kind of perspective on backup quarterbacks, which is, yes, it's important to be able to play, but I feel like the most important characteristic of being a backup quarterback is being likable.
Being likable and don't screw up.
Yeah, just being a guy that everybody feels comfortable being around. Like, you can have more talent, but if you just are in there and uncomfortable to deal with, it ends up not working. And Colt McCoy seems just like a super nice guy. So salute to that dude to the former Texas quarterback for a pretty long career and being a legend at the bank in some ways.
Yeah, and by the way, before you go on to the next one of the things that's obviously popping is the dude sitting next to me.
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
And so I want to mention that because you probably won't. We're going to dig into that a little bit, probably in about 14 minutes, and then a lot at 1:40.
Yeah.
So if you want to find out a little bit more about Reginald, you will do that.
Yeah, we'll do a little Ask Me Anything at 1:40 here on In the Loop. So if you want to know more about me, feel free. You can text in then. Peyton Manning, you familiar with this gentleman?
I am aware of his work, yes.
Yeah, Peyton Manning, fantastic quarterback, seemingly an even better media mogul. He's putting together quite the media empire himself with his Omaha Productions. Well, he was asked at Fanatics Fest to name his top 5 quarterbacks currently in the NFL. I could give them to you, but I kind of want to make this a guessing game now. Who do you think made Peyton Manning's top 5?
I can tell you probably number 1 is still Tom Brady.
No, it's current in the league.
Oh, current.
I realized,
Oh, current.
To be fair, I also thought about that, and I was like, I do not see some names on here that should be on here.
Oh,
but no,
okay.
He's talking about
Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
C.J. Stroud.
Did not put C.J.
C.J. Stroud didn't make it?
Yeah.
Nice. Nope.
What?
Right.
What? That damn Colt. He's a Colt.
Yeah, you know what? That might be part of it.
He's a Colt.
That might play into it.
So who else is on the list?
So who else is on the list? Joe Burrow, you might imagine, was listed. Justin Herbert.
See, I'm a big fan. I know you're not. We've talked about this in the past. In the last 3 weeks.
Technically in the past.
But I just like his game, man. I know he hasn't done it. I know they blew a big lead. It's kind of like I was feeling about Caleb Williams. Like, I see things that he does. All that said, I don't think I'd put him top 5 now, based on what he hasn't done.
Right. The line that Peyton Manning gave was this Justin Herbert is as talented as anybody. He can throw it a mile.
I like his game.
The Broncos division is going to be tough.
Yeah.
I mean, look, he definitely is talented, but you kind of need to put up in some ways.
Yeah, I get it.
Other ones that he had in there, because I mentioned Mahomes, Burrow, and Herbert, he also added Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen.
Okay.
If somebody just, those 5 guys, all over C.J. Stroud, first of all, how upset are you at that? And then 2, like, if there was one there, or is there anyone in particular that you're like, that guy definitely shouldn't be over C.J. Stroud?
No, C.J. should be on the list, I think. But I'll get it if you want to put him at 6 or 7, and he probably has. But I'm just kidding about him being an Indianapolis Colt, but
he was that.
He was a Colt. He was a Texans killer. I'm not going to be stomping my feet over that, but I think he should be right there at 5 or thereabouts.
So as we continue, what's popping? Obviously, there was a preseason week of games. It was dress rehearsal week, really, and over in New England, when it comes to the Patriots, there was an interesting thing made about from the rookie head coach Gerard Mayo, and he made kind of an admission about that starting job. He said that 100% we don't have a starting quarterback right now. When it's time, we'll announce that, but he could absolutely be quarterback 1, speaking about Drake May. So could Jacoby. We'll just have to see how this plays out. Do you like your head coach saying that, hey, man, we don't have a guy who's a starting quarterback?
No, in general, but when you have a rookie quarterback, it happens all the time. Happens here. Hell, it happened here with Deshaun Watson, and he wasn't a very good head coach, but nevertheless, when you have a rookie quarterback, it happens all the time. When you have veteran quarterbacks or young quarterbacks, you better have a starting quarterback. And I don't know if they have any choice but to go with Drake May just for the sake of the Patriots, sort of getting that excitement back. And they have a good defense. They have some things that can maybe work. But, no, I think it's going to end up being Drake May. He's just not saying it yet. Don't you think it'll be Drake May?
I mean, I think it probably should.
Yeah.
Unless he's just not capable of doing this. I've always liked Jacoby Brissett as a stopgap type quarterback.
He's a Gardner Minshew.
Yes. Fair enough.
That's what he is. He can start.
Capable of doing the job well enough, but if you have an option that you feel more comfortable with, you should probably go with that option. And so, I was like, especially with a guy like Drake May, I do wonder what the confidence level is, but obviously what coaches and people in these spaces say to us, the media, is not always what they say to those players. So I do wonder if that's how that goes. Again, big-time game for the Texans. John Mechie had a big game. Outside of Mechie, who is your big player in this game?
In a good way.
28-10 win over the Giants.
28-10 win over there. In a good way, I would say the receivers and not just John Mechie. That's the one that we've talked about. I like what they did with Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz. Like, I thought the Dalton Schultz thing was kind of an under-the-radar, low-key, whatever you want to say. Like, here we are talking about – man, I'm glad you brought this up because I wanted to bring it up earlier. Like the big three, the receivers. And, boy, how hard is it going – who are you going to double? Who are you going to put over the top, cover over the top, et cetera? Well, what we found in that game – and keep in mind they had their starters for the most part on defense as well – is the middle of the field. They're not letting guys get too – they're trying not to let guys get too deep on them.
Yeah, umbrella coverage
Giants,
a lot.
exactly. The middle of the field. Dalton Schultz, I've been saying all year, I could see where he's going to have a really good all off season. He's going to have a really good season, but maybe fewer catches than last year. I think I might be wrong on that. I think teams are like so aware of these receivers.
Of the five-headed monster?
Yes, and and Mixon and everything else that Dalton Schultz just might eat. I mean, how many times was he open in the middle of the field?
Yeah, just finds his soft spot in the defense, sits down, and collects the football.
I could be dead wrong on that. I think Dalton Schultz is a big one. I think Cade Stover's is a big one. On the downside, and I know we're going to get to this here pretty soon, was the whole Dameon Pierce thing.
That's where I was going. I thought Cam Akers, for me, was a big one in the course of this game. And then Dameon Pierce, as you mentioned, on the downside, was one that we need to talk about. And so with that, Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers, the way that they played, what does our running back room look like after the Giants game in dress rehearsal? 713-572-4610 is what we're going is the number. Let's talk about that next.
The Texans put on a show in their third pre.
Gotta be Wendy's. At participating U.S. Wendy's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. In the loop. I'm so excited, man. Top's Drop is just so fun to listen to. Man, I'm Reginald Atatula, of course, alongside John Lopez, Figgy Fig. This is In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Excited to have you 2 more hours on the program before we turn it over to Clint and Ron, the show. I feel
don't say that to his face now.
What, call him Ron or the show?
No, he's always been the show.
Yeah, that's
what was the backstory on that? He stopped.
He actually made a bet.
Oh, that's what he was.
Yeah.
Y'all let me know. What faux pas should I not make?
Yeah.
Let me know on the text line.
Okay.
713-572.
Yeah. I think he's just putting on a show, no pun intended.
Wow. No, that was John that said that, not me. I do not want the smoke.
I think he still likes to be called the show, but he lost a bet.
Yeah.
And he said, if I lose, I forget what it was, he'll tell us. I'll just go by Ron. So now he just says, it's Ron. It's Ron. I think he still likes it.
Excellent.
I think the bet was he think the Houston Texans was going to draft Bryce Young. It was something like that.
Yeah.
So he said he put his name on the line, his nickname on the line.
Mm-hmm.
So now when people make a mistake and say show, he'd be like Ron.
Yeah.
God bless him, man. I don't.
That's a big bet to lose.
I don't love those bets where like, what do I get? Like, there's no.
It ain't no benefit for you.
There's no benefit. Yeah. All you do is lose something or like an eyebrow or something. And in this instance, he lost a name.
No, thank you.
Big
other faux pas. We'll get to those too.
We'll get to those too.
Yeah.
Text men, help me out. I'm going to ask for recommendations during the course of this week because Reginald Atatula, just moved back to Houston for the first time in like a decade.
Mm-hmm.
And so excited to get back reacclimated is the word I was looking for. Reacclimated with the city. But here in a second, we will ask because Cam Akers had a great game. Dameon Pierce, not so much. What does the running back room look like to you? Like, how is that seeming to shake out? But I did want to, again, make sure that I'm introduce myself because there's a lot of people like, who is this voice on the radio? I'm Reginald Atatula. You can call me Reggie. It does not hurt my feelings. And I'm a new part of In the Loop. We're going to do some things to kind of touch the show up and make it a little bit more ours as we go along as a group, but it's also yours. So please get involved at every turn if you possibly can because it'll make me happy and it'll make us happy and it'll make the show better.
It's going to be great, man. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. The whole building is very excited, and I'll say it because he won't. But Reggie is a supreme rising talent in the industry, and he's Houston's own.
Y'all keep selling me high, and I am naturally as a person sell low, like under promise, over deliver.
He's all right.
And so
he's all right.
All right. So I'll do my best to make sure that I do indeed over deliver as much as possible. That seems to be Cam Akers' get down. He had a pretty solid showing in the course of this dress rehearsal game. Obviously for him, not necessarily.
Yeah.
And actually, I think that was something that you mentioned. You probably would have liked it to be a little bit more of a dress rehearsal for him in so much as playing with the ones on the day. But Cam Akers had a fantastic showing as a dude who's coming back from 2 Achilles injuries. I guess you maybe could see it a little bit. He was still very, very productive, and you can see at least the veteran brain that he has as a running back in the course of this game.
The story for me this weekend, there's a lot of good stories. The one kind of vexing story, the confusing story, is Dameon Pierce. If we're being honest here, and we always try to be honest, Dameon Pierce at absolute best, is the 3rd best running back on this team. We know what Joe Mixon is.
Yeah, correct. No commodity.
Cam Akers has passed him because this wasn't just a one-off either with Cam Akers.
No.
Not only has he done it in the past, But coming off the two Achilles, he's done it this year.
Yeah.
In the preseason.
I had the good pleasure, and I guess peeling the curtain back, was here last week. Or last week?
Yeah.
Last week?
Yeah.
Man, time flies. I was here last week, and I had the opportunity to watch the game versus Pittsburgh with Clint and Sean. And that was something that was very apparent in that preseason game. It was like, oh, man, Cam Akers is a veteran, a consummate pro at running back, and he sees the gaps. And that becomes more and more apparent as it's not just Cam Akers. Obviously, Joe Mixon can do that. When Dare was in the game, my Nigerian brethren, right?
Yeah.
He finds the hole, he hits it. Jawar Jordan, J.J. Taylor is the one that I want to go to, but even Jawar Jordan was
Jawar Jordan and British Brooks.
British Brooks as well,
Yeah.
but J.J. Taylor had a game on him in this one as well.
Yeah.
Now, of course, this is in the second half as well, but you can see the difference between players and running backs in particular that know or at least feel more comfortable finding the gaps that they're supposed to hit, being able to hit them, and getting a little something out of it. And it just becomes the framework. The framing is really bad for Dameon Pierce because that is something that he's having such a struggle with. 4 carries, 5 yards in this game. Good for 1.3 yards per carry. And obviously that's incredibly low, but it's not like that is too much of an anomaly because he's struggled.
Last week he had 4 carries, 4 yards. So he's gone from 4 carries, 4 yards to 4 carries, 5 yards. And it's just not working. It's just not working here. We were so excited. He's a very likable guy that has been on this show multiple times. And everybody here, probably everybody listening at one point has been really pulling for Dameon Pierce. It's not working, Reggie. It's not going to happen here. We thought maybe it was the system last year. Hell, one of the things that's likable about him is he said this offseason that it was a different world with this offense last year, and he's been working on it, and he's been trying to figure it out, and trying to be productive in this. It's not. It's just not. Sometimes you got to be brutally honest about things. British Brooks hit the holes better than he did. Had the better vision of how this this zone blocking scheme works and where to go, where not to go, etc. Dameon Pierce goes forward, and I thought the one play that was the most telling of the entire game, of really Dameon Pierce's entire preseason, was when Derek Stingley got the interception, kind of looped into the end zone and tried to come out of the end zone, and he got tackled on about the half-yard line, or just inside the 1 yard line. All right? In that situation, it's almost non-negotiable. You got to get at least 3 yards. You've got to get out from under the shadow of the goalpost, as they like to say. And he got stonewalled at the line of scrimmage. Dude, you weren't overthinking anything, because you could easily argue maybe he's trying to make a big play to make a big impression. Maybe he's trying to, all these voices in his head he's listening to, oh, they want me to do this. But when you're on your own 1 yard line, there's nothing fancy about it. It's find a hole, get through there, get us 3 yards or more. And I thought that was very telling. He just ran right into the back of a lineman, and it was a no-go.
And the thing about it is, again, this is a history of things. And so, I'm seeing on the text line, again, that number 713-572-4610. From the 713, they said they're over DP. It is what it is. There was somebody else that said that DP Pierce's, or from the 713, sorry, Lopez, he's the 4th best because they
No, at best he's the 3rd.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what's tough is, do you feel like you're in a place where you can, move on from Dameon Pierce, and how does that happen? Because obviously he was a relatively high draft pick. You utilize draft capital on him, and so if possible, getting a return back from him would be great. But I do wonder, our teams around the league, and sometimes we might overstate this sometimes about teams around the league know these players around. They know a lot of these players
and where they
fit.
They
do the work. Do you think that teams are going to be aware enough to know, okay, this is just kind of the particular scheme that's not working for him? That rookie year proved that he can run the football in the right circumstance, and that he could give you some value that maybe comes back.
I thought Seth put it well this morning. You can maybe convince someone of that, even if they weren't all together in, because you can say, look what he did year before last in a different offense, and he had, 700 and something, whatever it was, yards rushing, and was productive and would break off big runs and everything else. And ever since this offense came into play, he's been nothing. He is a classic example of maybe a change of scenery will do him good. He is the epitome of that. He's an absolute guy that just doesn't fit here. And
939 rushing yards.
939. That's what it was. Like he it's just not working, man. And you mentioned, I mentioned that he's at best the third best, but you have to also keep in mind Dare Ogunbowale is going nowhere. So there's 4 running backs there, and Dameon Pierce is one of them. I don't think you can have Dameon Pierce as one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe as an organization you have some level of obligation that I just don't understand in this point.
Mm-hmm.
We were starting to allude to the idea of trying to steal a spot, so to say, on the 53-man roster. How much? Because I know that I believe ND mentioned this on the broadcast. I want to say yesterday, but it was Saturday.
Yeah.
That maybe you can have Dare kind of effectively act like a fullback, and so you, in a way, steal a spot there in trying to get that fullback position handled.
I'm very intrigued about that. I think you can use Dare. I think you can use Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. Now, that's not good news for Andrew Beck or Troy Hairston.
Yeah, far be it for me to try and take money out of somebody's pocket. That's right. My bad, Andrew.
But you got to find that spot somewhere.
Yeah.
You got to find that spot somewhere. So I think you can do that at fullback. Then you have Cam Akers and Joe Mixon. You got Ogunbowale doing that and running back if he needs to. And, oh, by the way, he's the backup kicker. So Ogunbowale is not going anywhere.
Yeah, make yourself valuable.
Yeah. He's not going anywhere. Well, so then it comes down to, all right, let's look at these other guys. J.J. Taylor has acquitted himself pretty dang well.
He really has.
He really has. And I'm not so sure that, Jawar Jordan and British Brooks, that touchdown run, the second touchdown run, by the way, he had 2 TDs, that British Brooks had, that was fantastic. That was just an absolute perfect way to kind of put your stake in the ground if you're a running back. And then there's one more thing that kind of works in Dameon Pierce's favor if you want to cheer for Dameon Pierce.
I'm interested in hearing this.
I was really disappointed that they didn't have another running back try behind the first team offensive line. Because it got me thinking, well, is the line not blocking as well as the first team? Are they having trouble with the run game?
And I mean, we mentioned Seth. We had an opportunity to chat with Seth a little bit before we came on air.
Yeah.
One of the things he was talking about was that he felt like the offensive line wasn't like doing great run blocking.
Yeah.
Particularly. I didn't feel that way watching it, but obviously he played in the league, and I very much did not. So I'm going to value his opinion to a good amount here. So maybe
I would have liked to see another running back.
But yeah, it didn't feel like any of the other running backs had nearly the level of issues that Pierce did.
Yeah, but they were behind another line.
Yeah.
And so that's just me sort of like, is it Dameon Pierce? I mean, I think it's Dameon Pierce. But if it's the blocking with the first team out, hell, they had 4/5 of the line there.
Yeah. And that's the line you're going to have.
That's the line you're going to have.
It's not like Titus Howard is then Laramie Tunsil. Titus Howard on the other side.
Yeah.
Is the guy that you're like, oh, well, he's going to break open the
No, he's
run
not.
game,
He's not known for his run block.
We're going to run behind that left tackle.
Not known for it. So I would have liked to have seen that. But regardless, you've got guys that are just putting some good tape out there, having some good games. And Dameon Pierce has, in 2 games now, 9 yards on 8 carries. That ain't going to do it.
No, it's not. And I don't want to come in and be all too declarative, but it feels like we've seen it, man. It feels like the book is written.
Yeah.
And so I hate to say it, like after 2 seasons, but it does feel like Dameon Pierce does not have room on the running back room, especially because look, we've already talked about it. Your running game is not expected to be anywhere near close to your calling card this season. And so you need it to be sufficient. You need it to be capable. And I don't think that you can do that. And this is going to sound harsh, but lighting downs on fire.
Yeah.
Because
that's exactly what it is.
Who's not living up to the expectation.
Well, and the other thing you have to realize, and I know there's still another joint practice to come and a preseason game maybe for some of these running backs. But if you started the regular season tomorrow, Cam Akers is your second team back. So Dameon Pierce isn't even really going to be getting touches. So what value does he bring to the roster? Yes, he does some special teams, but you got a lot of guys like Ogunbowale, maybe Skoranek, maybe guys like that are going to be doing that anyway.
So we talked about wide receiver earlier. We might circle back to that because I think there was a portion of the conversation that I left out. So that's on me. But somebody did alert me to the fact that J.J. Watt, active on Twitter, and literally 6 minutes ago, J.J. Watt sent a tweet No text. 2 pictures. Weights and a football field.
Just stop already, JJ.
Is it time for the return?
Well,
of Justin J.
Did you see the logo? You see whose weight room that is?
Yeah, that's the Steelers' weight room.
It's the Steelers' weight room. What is
just
going
on? Just getting to work out with his brother is what you feel?
I love JJ so much, but remember we were talking about this recently, Figgy, you and I, about at what point is it going to be like maybe starting to get a little irritating? We're starting to traipse into that territory.
That was pretty fast.
Yeah,
we just talked about that last week.
We're starting to traipse into that. Either do it or don't. But it's JJ. He can get away with it. And why the Steelers? It's their Steelers practice facility and the Steelers weight room. Maybe he's just getting some work in.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's just hanging out with
his brother.
Yeah.
And then getting a little work in.
Mm-hmm.
That is the one place I can see him going, though.
Or here.
Yeah, I mean, outside of here.
Yeah,
But if it don't work out here, I can see him going to Pittsburgh.
That's a good point because him playing would just be for the fun of it. He don't need the cash necessarily. And so...
And just to play with his brother.
You're right.
Is his other brother on the team too?
I forgot about that. That sounds familiar. But the other part of this that I don't buy.
Where is Derek Watt at this point?
The other part of this that I don't buy is J.J. Watt is not in the business of playing NFL football for the fun of it anymore. Like, he's retired. He's been retired. Cool. I'll come to your games. I'll cheer you, TJ, all that stuff. But I ain't playing for fun. If I play, it's going to be for a championship, and the Steelers aren't going to win a championship.
See, I don't even know about that, man, because I thought that when he got released from here,
and then he went to
Arizona.
Cardinals.
I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
So I ain't understand that. So I would be surprised especially if they cut him a good check.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. It's going to be here or nowhere, I think.
If there's one thing I do know, though, it seems like JJ at least enjoys playing with us in that way because he knew what he was doing.
Oh, of course.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
Of course he did.
From the 281, they let us know that Derek has also retired. So salute to Derek Watt.
Yeah.
Who I remember made it into a commercial. And I was so happy for him. I was like, they remembered you exist. I'm so proud of you. I'm so happy.
The forgotten Watt.
Don't you hate just being the forgotten?
I forgot his doggone name when I brung it up.
That's right.
I was like, I think it's Derek, but I had to Google it before.
What's that guy's name?
Yeah.
There we go. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Datatula joining the fellas, John Lopez and Figgy Fig. And coming up next, a staple that will not be going anywhere. We'll get you some lunchtime confessions next.
The Texans knocked off New York.
On the free Odyssey app.
Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reginald and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. You want to get going here?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
I've been looking forward to this moment because obviously
it's a staple.
Plenty of listening to how you guys do it, but it's something else when you watch the people doing the double Dutch, and then when you try and find your way into it, that's a different thing. So
Ain't
hopefully
no
I don't
double
trip and
Dutch
fall.
happening here. I can guarantee you that. All right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you're from Houston.
Yes.
Figgy's a Houstonian now, and I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to have a guy for different jobs or a girl for different jobs that you need done. So get this. I'm at the game on Saturday, walking around, doing the tailgating, sweating my ass off, get to to watch the game, get out to my truck to come home, to go home. AC went out. The AC on my truck on Saturday.
Yikes.
Man.
One of the hottest days of the year. I
sure
was just
was.
drenched. AC went out.
And the worst thing about that situation is you go, let me roll down the windows.
Oh, it's the worst.
And that'll help.
No wind.
There's no wind. But then also, when you start picking up speed, you're like, all right, well, the wind will help. And it's just hot air.
It's just hot air.
I don't even know what part of that is better. Is it like just window open, closed, driving on the freeway? I don't know that there's a good solution.
And the thing is, like, just being outside all of that time, you be rushing to the car
You're
just to
miserable.
get to that air, and you get in there, is no air.
So this is my confession. Thank God I've been in this city for 35 years because I got a guy that does, plumbing. I got a guy that does AC. I got a body work guy. I was sharing that with you off air, and I got a mechanic. Like I'm telling you, they're closed on Saturdays, or they were closed by the time I left on Saturday. I think they're only open to like 1 or something. And I called him. I said, Mr. Stewart, I need help, man. I ain't gonna go very long without AC in my truck. And he goes, bring it by bring it by. Oh yeah, he's an OG.
Okay.
He goes, bring it by on Monday by 8 a.m. We open at 8:30, but I'll have it open for you at 8 a.m. So I dropped it off at 8. I was here in time. Mr. Stewart, man, you got to have a guy. You need anything? You're back in town. I know you got some connections here. But if you need anything, I got a guy for just about everything.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no, now I have a guy by proxy, and that's going to be necessary. 'Cause, hey, man, you got to cut down on that price. Know that nobody's cheating you.
Yeah.
Like, in this day and age, you never know if somebody's pulling a fast one on you.
Yep.
So having
Especially a mechanic.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so watching the dress rehearsal game, as I've been calling it, the game against the Giants, I was really leaning in, and to be fair, I watched it on a delay, or I watched it later, and I watched it, after moving, so I was very tired. But I was like, I don't think that this is affecting my vision. I like these jerseys a lot more than I thought I did.
They're sweet.
Before, like, full confession, at first, I didn't like the jersey, like the font necessarily. I was like, I don't think these are all that nice. But in action, seeing them going, like, you get the close-up cuts, you see the numbers in red.
Yep.
I'm like, nah, I like this. I like the font of the numbers. Like, I'm in, and I didn't think I would be. I can be a little finicky.
And I thought those were the weakest ones, and they're sweet.
Yeah, they look good in that.
Yeah, and I always said from the beginning, I'm like, man, I gotta see these guys in the uniform, not the old fake model that we had that leaked a couple months ago. But
which is funny because you would think that would work because it's the shape.
It didn't.
It did not work
It
at
did
all.
not work.
I'm like, I got to see C.J. Stroud in that jersey, man, and I got to see it inside NRG to see if it's legit or not.
It was sweet.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of the game, man, I was at NRG. I was roaming around and all that stuff, and I got to confess. So, us being media members, we have a pass where, we actually don't sit in there with the crowd. They have a press box. Our company actually have a suite where you go inside and sit in the suite and all that stuff. I think this year, man, I want to sit in there with the crowd, man.
I do that almost every game.
I just want to be in there in the, like, not in the suite, not in the press box.
It's awesome.
But actually in the crowd, man. That crowd was good.
Well, for 17 years I was a columnist, and I did the whole game in the press box, went to the locker room, did the interviews and all that. Ever since I've been doing this, I watched the first quarter, maybe the first half in the press box, and then I just go, because I know a lot of people that are, I watch games with, and it's awesome.
Yeah, to be amongst the people.
It's awesome.
I gotta confess too. I don't really like being in the press box, man. I know everybody up there gotta do their jobs and stuff like that.
It's
but
very antiseptic.
Yeah, it felt like it felt like I'm walking in the library, man.
Yeah.
Have you ever walked in the school library and it's just quiet? It felt like people in there taking the test.
Right.
That's how I feel, man. I just got to be in there with the people. So this year I'm gonna try to be other people and just sit in the crowd and enjoy the game.
There's the old rule that there's no cheering in the press box.
Oh yeah, still there.
Oh, that's still going on.
Yeah, I always I appreciate the idea of being amongst the people, and like if you're just watching the game, that's cool. I think for me, like when I want to hone in, I kind of like the situation where you could just sit in.
Oh no, you can
some
focus
level
better.
Of silence and just focus and really get down to the nitty-gritty.
If we're being honest, I like road games better for my purposes, for work purposes, because I can stop, rewind, write down some notes, all that stuff.
I'll do the when I get my setup all the way right, I'll have 3 TVs across.
Oh, you and Sean, we got a throwdown.
That's right.
Yeah.
We got a throwdown.
You got to do better than him, man.
I'm certain that I can't do better than Sean. I know that Sean got me beat, but I will try and follow the legacy. But
are you going to flex all the time on Twitter like Sean does?
I'll try not to.
He did that today.
He did it today.
Yeah,
he put us on there.
Yeah, he said he's watching us.
I appreciate the listen.
Yeah. No, I like the setup.
I don't mind the flex. It's just, it's a lot.
But then I'll put.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was like,
These are my confessions.
Okay. I didn't know this.
You can't violate Usher. When Usher says something,
hey,
we gotta go.
You want to know about our new host in one sentence? He has a lot in common with Tom Brady.
Uh-oh.
Reginald Atatula and Tom Brady have something very much in common. Did you see this?
There he is with our good buddy Kevin Burkhardt. Really looking forward to hearing these two guys call some big games all season long here on Fox.
In the building, baby. And we welcome them with open arms.
So Tom Brady and Kevin Burkhardt, they weren't broadcasting, but they did an entire mock show of the game on yesterday. It was yesterday game. You've done that?
Yeah. you gotta get your reps in somehow. Like it's preseason for them too, and for like if you don't have or if your network doesn't have the game, you would just be dropping Tom Brady in on the first game without any level of practice. So having some mock shows is going to be very helpful. Yeah. I'm interested to see how he is because he has a huge knowledge of the game.
Oh, yeah.
But one of the things I absolutely despise is when, and it happens more with coaches, But when you get a coach in the booth where you can tell they still want to coach because, you know, they don't be giving you the tools. They don't give you the sauce. They don't give you the secrets. And I'm like, that's what you're here for.
That's Sean Payton.
Yeah. Right?
Sean Payton was awful.
Yeah.
Because he knew he was going to be back in coaching, so he couldn't, you know. It's either one extreme or the other. It should, like, they're really, really good or get the hell out of here. He's not good at all. You know?
Yeah.
And Sean Payton was not good.
And so, I absolutely would like to see him and see if he gives us that.
But you and Tom Brady, mock shows.
All right, excellent. I hope that I can be better than Tom Brady.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I talked about the jersey. How about this? You said earlier that we're going to be out there at the tailgate NRG this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Confession, I will not be at the tailgate at NRG this weekend.
I was telling everybody. Everywhere I went on the tailgate, they were like, oh, so who's the new guy? When does he start? I was, oh, he'll be here next week. He'll be here next week.
Yeah,
he's not.
Oh, man. I love the people. I try and do it for the people, but this weekend, a wedding. I have to go to a wedding.
Man.
This weekend. And so, like,
you can't get out of that one.
And this was agreed to, you know, a long time ago. And I was like, oh, that lines up kind of awful.
Yeah.
But yes, I have.
At least they didn't break the football rule. It's still preseason. Although, when's the? No, it's next weekend is when the college football really kicks off.
Yeah. So thankfully there's that. But I'm also a proponent of, hey man, if those are your people, the football can wait. Like I understand there's a lot of people that are like, no, don't schedule your wedding in the fall on a weekend.
Yeah.
Like, football can wait, man. If the people matter to you, the people matter to you, and that's a once in a lifetime thing. You can catch up on.
I've watched some games from the bar at weddings. I've done that more than a few times.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got a WWE shirt. It's a group in there called The New Day.
It's a new day.
Yes, it is. So I got this shirt last time in Houston when they had the Royal Rumble here.
Okay.
And I'm like, oh, this is cool. So, you know, I bought this shirt. And ironically, I did not wear this shirt because it's a new show on In the Loop or nothing like that. I'm not really that dorky like that.
Yeah.
But I walked into the lobby and Sean Pendergast was coming out. And he had a shirt that said Yeet. And I'm not really I'm far out the game of WWE. I'm not sure what's going on now. I haven't watched it in a long time. But it was a security guard there was like, oh, that's a New Day shirt. Oh, I like that shirt. And he started talking about Sean Pendergast shirt. You could tell he was a big wrestling fan.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, me and my grandfather go way back watching wrestling.
That's awesome.
And so they started getting in the sticks. And I'm just like,
I have no idea.
He started talking about like newer wrestlers.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, I had no idea. And then another security guard came around. Like, oh, yeah, I've been watching for a long time, too. When you go back? And Sean like, oh, I've been watching since the early 80s. You're like, oh, so you probably familiar with da-da-da-da. I'm just like, what's going on here, man?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anything about this.
It's a different language.
I just walked away from you ever been in a conversation where you could just walk away without saying anything?
100%.
I did exactly that, man. I just walked on to I'm like, man, they started nerding it out a little bit with the wrestlers.
It's a different language.
Yeah.
Like it's a completely different language. And I'm even more of an amateur when it comes to wrestling than Figgy, but
yeah, I was totally lost. I guess rocking this shirt, people thought I was just like a diehard.
Yeah,
and I'm like, man, it's just a shirt, man.
Yeah,
I just got it because I was there.
That's the danger of a graphic tee. If you're wearing it, there will be someone that assumes that you are some level of expert.
People be getting messed up with those when they be wearing those classic rock T-shirts.
Yeah, man.
It could be like a Led Zeppelin T-shirt. And
you just reminded me something. Go ahead.
People be rocking the Led Zeppelin T-shirt. And like, oh, my favorite album. What's your favorite album? Led Zeppelin.
Yeah.
And they was like, I don't know. It's just a shirt.
I have a T-shirt that truly, for the first time, and I've had this shirt for 3 years, someone knew what it was. And it just warmed my heart. So I've got Texas. It's the outline of Texas. And on the top of it says, "You'll never walk alone."
Ah, okay.
And in the middle of it is just a tiny little crest. Liverpool football club crest. And I just bought it because I like Liverpool, and it's cool that it has the Texas on it.
Yeah.
So I went to pick up some food Saturday night, and the guy just, it's like a little kind of wink, like, "You're a Liverpool fan?" I'm like, "Yeah." I was amazed. He actually, I've worn that shirt for 3 years. I worn it into the studio, and people are like, "What is that?" Like, so it's cool when they know it.
Okay.
Yeah.
little bit of lunchtime confessions here on Sports Radio 610. I think that went smooth enough.
Very good.
I only tripped up like twice. No problem.
I don't think nobody knew.
Ain't nobody noticing.
It's all good. Appreciate you rocking with us here in the loop. Coming up next, which of the new NFL head coaches are best situated to win? Remember that the Titans have one in there. Where do they fall? What could they do this year? We'll discuss it next.
C.J. Stroud had some major praise for his
today.
Live Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Adetula.
Yes, indeed. In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Adetula. That's John Lopez. Of course, we got Figgy Fig hanging out with us as always. And let me tell you, we got a little treat for you, Figgy does, at 1:20 because we're debuting a new segment. So you'll want to hang around for that because I imagine that's going to be real fun. Also at 1:40, if you are like, who is this new dude?
Oh, I got you, man.
My name is Reginald Adetula, but we'll do a little Ask Me Anything style segment so you can get to know me a little bit better other than just hanging out with us here on
Exactly.
You'll get to know me over time. I'm here with you. But ESPN's Bill Barnwell put together a list, a list basically talking about ranking the new, or actually it wasn't Barnwell, it was Neil Payne, but ranking the new NFL head coaches. So obviously the first are the guys that are in new places in the NFL. Who is best situated to win? And obviously that caught my attention because in division you have a new NFL head coach.
Yes, you do.
Bill Callahan has taken over the job from, who was there? I was about to say Art Smith, but that was
Vrabel.
It was Vrabel, which wild that he didn't find a spot.
Well, he's an assistant now in Cleveland, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had to go and find
or like it's not even an assistant. He's like a consultant or whatever.
Yeah, he had to go find something like that. But he seemed to be like a consummate pro. It just felt like he wasn't given a lot in Tennessee, but he found a way to make more of it. And so now that's Bill Callahan's job is to deal with what's happening there. But that's an in-division rival. Are they situated to win? So there's 7 teams out there, and I'm interested in what you, John, Figgy, and you, the listener, on 713-572-4610 think when it comes to the new head coaches. Because the first one that comes off, and I feel strongly about this particular head coach from when he was a coordinator, and it's Mike Macdonald, the new head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah. Okay. So we need to make this a Jim Harbaugh category, right? Because he's going to be the one that everybody picks as the new best head coach, isn't he?
He's in there, and he is not number one.
He's not number one?
He's not.
Who's number one?
Mike Macdonald.
Get out.
Of the Seahawks. Yeah, man. Because
I forgot all about him.
Get out.
I thought Pete Carroll was still up there, man.
Great defensive coordinator with the Ravens, and obviously here in Houston saw that pretty up close and personal.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I found was interesting, he kind of seems, he's in this vein of having a lot of younger guys get the head coaching job.
Yeah.
And it seems like he's changing a little bit of, not entirely changing because the Seahawks have a strong culture, but shifting their culture a little bit.
Yeah.
You notice that they was up there scrapping.
No. The thing about Pete Carroll that was so awesome, but also very different from McDonald is he was very much, I'm going to be very honest, and I'm going to be a player's coach. And you just play, and I'll handle everything else. And I think that's what's changing with him. I just feel like anybody that says Jim Harbaugh is not the best new head coach is crazy.
And it's also situation. Right?
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Seahawks
situation.
were in a better situation. They have a solid 3 in running back. They have a decent defensive backfield. They have some things in place, and they have a quarterback that's probably like the best deep ball thrower outside of those things. So they have a situation that's pretty solid. But number 2 is Jim Harbaugh.
Okay.
I think it's largely because of his aptitude as a head
all he
coach.
does is win. No matter where he is, all he does is win. I want to get back to your first point, though, on Brian Callahan. Because I've been saying ever since they hired him, I didn't think they should have fired Mike Vrabel, but I was kind of glad they did because I hate the Titans with a passion.
Understood. I mean, look, that is an organization that left this city, and they had the audacity, the nerve, the unmitigated gall, even to wear them Oilers jerseys.
Come on, man. And behind the scenes, and I've talked about it on the show, Amy Adams-Strunk has been very much petty with the color that's not even hers, but that's neither here nor there. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying about the Titans is I've always felt this offseason that they've made a lot of moves. They're acting like a contender, but they're not really one. They're playing dress up. Like, I don't think they have the bones, they have the pieces to be a real contender in this division, much less the AFC. But they're sure acting like it. They're making moves. They're bringing in players and all that. The one qualifier I have on the Titans is I think Brian Callahan can be really, really good. I think like it's almost like an unknown, but all evidence is that he is going to be a good play caller. I mean, obviously, did it in Cincinnati, did a lot of things, can connect, has the offensive mind. So he's my one. I have one worry about the Titans, and that's only the head coach and play caller. So it could be a big one.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you don't feel strongly about like their position to be contenders, and ESPN is likewise. Of the 7, they put the opportunity to be successful, right? For these new coaches, Brian Callahan's Tennessee Titans ranked 6th.
Yeah.
Ahead of only Dave Canales' Carolina Panthers, and that's very evident that they have a quarterback who they're not sure works in that circumstance, and then a team around him that just does not seem to work at either. And so,
and I just don't know a lot about Dave Canales, and that's just being completely honest.
As a play caller, he has seen the revitalization of, was it Geno Smith as well as Baker Mayfield? He's been on board for those, so there's a thought that he could be kind of the quarterback whisperer.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I get it. I mean, I've seen his work. I'm saying I haven't really plugged in.
Sure.
And
I get it. But, Callahan and the Tennessee Titans, and in the same way that I think that you're speaking about them, you're right. Like, this is and again, it's one of the reasons why I was surprised that Vrabel lost that job. Is they just they haven't been giving the head coach a lot of things to work with. Like, if the vision that you have, or the visual is like, hey, the coach is the chef, then the GM is buying the food or the things to be prepared, and the groceries that were given were not often all that great, and he was making chicken salad, so on and so forth. But now you have him go, and this is a team that is not super well built. Will Levis is.
We'll see on him,
and that's another. We'll see on him. He gave you like the early portions of something that's interesting, but I don't know that you have a guaranteed. So this is going to be a team that apparently over the next 5 wins is expected to win 35 games. 35.1 is what the metrics will tell you.
Yeah.
And it is one of the youngest teams in the league, 24th youngest in the league. And so, I think that this is a team that can be, I'd heard it described as they're not going to be a contender in the division, but they could be like a stumbling block. Like
no, they're going to cause problems.
And I think that ultimately is why I think the AFC South is going to be, it goes from being an overlooked division in the NFL to being one that it should be contended with, because obviously these Texans are very good.
Yeah.
The Colts, I think, are really interesting with Shane Steichen, and then the Jaguars, if they get their stuff together, along with the Titans, those are teams that
I agree.
I
consider the Colts the toughest of the bunch.
Agreed.
But some might say otherwise.
So, man, those are what we were looking at when it comes to like the new NFL head coach. Just to fill out the list, I mentioned Mike Macdonald, best case of scenario to succeed according to ESPN. Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, second. Third, Raheem Morris with the Falcons. And I'm kind of high on Raheem Morris and the Falcons.
Boy, they got an interesting thing going on at quarterback all of a sudden.
They sure do.
Oh, my goodness. Penix looked the part, man. A lot of these rookies look the part. And that's not saying I'm buying into Bo Nix, but he looked the part. I am buying into Caleb Williams. He looked the part. And then, obviously what they got going on there.
And I think that offense also was being really held down by not getting their best players involved, something that I would imagine should be something that any coach would try and do.
They got a pretty decent running back.
But, I think that those things, and they didn't use Bijan really either. So I imagine that the new iteration of the Falcons will do that. Dan Quinn and the Washington Commanders come in fourth. Mayo and the Patriots 5, 6. Obviously, we mentioned Callahan and the Titans, and then 7, Canales. Where do you think that line is for you, where you're like, I'm interested in these ones, and then below that,
Harbaugh, McDonald. Ooh, probably.
Not sure about Morris and the Falcons.
Yeah, I think Morris would probably be third right there with Brian Callahan. Brian Callahan is, like I said, he's the only thing about the Titans that I'm worried about.
Okay.
Yeah, he's the only thing about the Titans I'm worried about.
So there you go, man. I still think, I'm sure, if I remember correctly, the odds are the Titans probably bring up the rear in this division.
But
it's not one of those where you have to look them off. That's going to be a team that's kind of interesting, but
they're going to just step up and bite somebody somewhere.
That's ankle biter.
That's what they're going to do.
I think is what they're
that's what they're going to do.
The text line 713-572-4610. I know that we were asking earlier about the idea of like worst moves. And so going back to some of those from the 409.
The question of the day?
Yeah, it was the question of the day. Thank you for reminding me. What was your worst thing that happened to you on a move? And from the 409, they said they moved into a new house and couldn't get the fridge inside.
That's the worst, man.
I've seen that.
Or if you have a couch that's too big for the door.
That's when you cross your arms and go, how are we going to get this in there?
Just like something that you're like, I didn't consider how to get this into the house. They said they had to.
Big-ass couch I got. Can't get it through the door.
Yeah, they said they
pivot, as they said on Friends.
Take the doors off the fridge and still couldn't get it. There's not a resolution to that story. They were just like, couldn't get it in the house.
I've taken the door off, the hinges. It still didn't work.
Oh, man.
Yeah. You got to measure that stuff, man.
Another one said that had to help a buddy and didn't strap the mattress down, flew out on the highway.
Yeah, that may or may not have happened to me back in the day once.
What?
Just kept on driving.
Oh, man, you just left the mattress?
It was safe. I slowed down. It was on the side in the ditch. It just rolled off into the ditch. And I'm like, I probably shouldn't even admit this. I was like, it was in college. So it was probably a mattress that had been handed down from my grandma, and I was going down and it was rolled in the ditch. I was like, oh, okay, so it didn't kill anybody. I'm out. I'm out of here.
Oh, man.
I'll get a new mattress or I'll sleep on the floor.
Right.
Driving around these highways, you might run across a couch or a mattress.
Oh, you see it every day.
Yes,
you see it every day.
All the time.
I just can't imagine like what it would be to be driving and you see like a truck and then all of a sudden you got a mattress coming at you Final Fantasy style.
Yeah. Or the guy that was behind me back in the day when I was in college.
Oh, so there were people on the road here then.
Yeah. Oh, no, I was driving on Highway 6. I was driving on Highway 6 going over to Wellborn. But I did look. I was like, because I slowed down. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to kill somebody.
Yeah.
And then it just rolled off into
the worst is when you see somebody and just stuff just flying off the truck.
Over the place.
And they have no idea. Yeah. You drive on the side and they just rolling.
Yeah, you got to hit them with the,
hey, man.
Hey. Man, they just rolling, man.
It's In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, final hour of the program for the day. Obviously, dress rehearsal, largely good. Learned a lot of things from this game. But what didn't you learn from the Texans game against the Giants? 713-572-4610. We'll discuss it next.
The Texans knocked off New York in their first home preseason game.
Jones fakes the give on 2nd and 8. Pumps, and he's going to be sacked. No, he gets rid of it last moment. It's picked off for a touchdown.
There's your guy.
Petrie to the end zone.
And defensively, one thing we harp on is attacking the football. And for us to go out today and take the ball away 5 times, that's big time. Anytime you can do that, you're going to win the football game.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelry.
at weatherguard.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
What didn't you learn in the Texans dress rehearsal game? 28-10 victory over the New York Giants. 713-572-4610. As we're in the loop.
Yeah.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and I am Reginald Atatula, the new arrival and the returnee to Houston. Excited to be here. We asked earlier, our question of the day was, well, what's the worst thing that's happened to you on a move? When as I was moving into a fourth floor apartment this weekend, and elevator went out.
Yeah,
so,
that's not ideal.
That was not fun.
That's not ideal.
But I did not realize that that truck theft was such a big thing. From the 713, they said they were moving their brother-in-law into a third-floor apartment and carrying his 250-pound TV. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. But yeah, big TV back in the 90s.
Yeah.
But someone said that they were talked to Buddy into hiring some day laborers to move. And then one of the guys jacked the truck when they had loaded it up. So
that's the second stolen truck we've had today.
Yeah, so watch out for your truck when you're moving, because apparently people will indeed jack it. But what didn't you learn from the Texans dress rehearsal game against the Giants? A lot of things learned. I feel like there were some positives for sure. Cam Akers looks like running back 2 for certain. He looks really comfortable. He looks like he's still pretty agile. Although, as I was watching the game, I was like, just to be careful. What does an Achilles injury rob you of? And like the opportunity, that some of that explosion.
Yeah.
And you could kind of see that maybe the acceleration wasn't there as much as it had been in the past, but he still got to the places that he needed.
Well, see, it's funny because that was going to be another confession of mine that I'm sure was going to make a lot of people roll their eyes or tell me I'm exaggerating or anything. I'm with you as far as like, I don't know, the burst, as people like to say, but Cam Akers, the way he like pauses and waits for the holes and knows when to bounce it outside, kind of reminded me of Arian Foster. I'm not saying I'm not. Hold on. See,
my goodness.
This is why. This is why.
This guy, man.
This is why.
Gracious.
Hold on. This is why I said it was going to be a confession, because I get that people.
We need to get rid of Joe Mixon at this point, man.
I'm just saying the way he did it. Not that he is Arian Foster. Not that he'll ever be Arian Foster. I'm saying the way he did it kind of looked like that. So you're asking, like, what did we not learn?
Yeah, because we kind of learned about the running backs. I think
Cam Akers.
We got a little bit of our feelings on Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
We learned that John Mechie still there. The development is still there, and he can actually get out here and do what you think is expected of him. So that's going to make the wide receiver thing interesting. I think we definitely learned that the organization is looking at what they can maybe do to utilize fullback to get them an extra roster spot.
That's one that I have. But I want to start with Mechie. Because, like, I had him pretty much out Friday. Like, he's like, I don't know, maybe another place would be good for him. And now we're saying that about Dameon Pierce. But as well as he played, and as much as we did learn about John Mechie. He's showing some things. I'm still not sure where he goes. I don't know where he fits.
And see, remember, I think it was Friday we was talking about this.
Yeah.
Would you trade him to the Chiefs for a 5th-round pick and all that?
Yeah.
Are you still comfortable trading him?
Like, we learned a lot about him, and yet we kind of didn't, because I still don't know, where do you put him on this roster?
Yeah.
I didn't learn where to put him on this roster. I'm not even 100% sure, although it's trending that way, that he's on the roster.
See, I still think he got something in there.
Yeah.
I just think right now, man, the Houston Texans so loaded at receiver. I just feel like he gonna be the odd man out, regardless.
But is he? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think this fits in this category, because we're singing praises of John Mechie.
Sure.
Like, he did everything you ask for a player to do with everything on the line, because everything was on the line for him.
60-some yards and a touchdown.
He did everything you could ask. But does that automatically?
This is one game,
But does that automatically guarantee him a spot?
I don't know if guarantee, but I think it'll make it a lot more viable. And somebody mentioned this on the text line. A point that we didn't quite get to is the idea of Noah Brown, Robert Wood, Stephon Diggs has a possibility of being some, but like a lot of these guys, free agents next year. So you have them locked down for this season. And how much do you want to have 3 out of 6 or, that number of guys leaving your roster, or at least in having the possibility of leaving your roster.
Great point.
And Mechie is a guy who you still have under contract through 25 season.
And that's points on the ledger for him, you know? So, I think we learned a lot, and then we kind of didn't with Mechie.
Fair.
Yeah, you know? I was like, okay, he's better. He's got a shot, but I don't know if he's
I feel like something is there, though.
Yes.
It's something there. If he didn't do anything this last game, then it's like, all right, we got to find him a new spot. But it's something there.
Yeah. Yeah. Then you mentioned the fullbacks. That would be my number one. That's my number one. What did we still not learn or don't know about this squad? This offense uses a fullback. It uses a fullback. But will it use an actual fullback by trade?
Yeah.
You know? Or will it use Cade Stover? And I mentioned this earlier, and I thought it was and so I don't have the exact science, the snap counts and all that, but in my head, as I was watching the first team offense, they played the entire first quarter. In my head, I was trying to count how many actual fullbacks took snaps with the offense. 0 is the answer. They used a fullback or used a fullback in motion or whatever, but it was Cade Stover, it was Brevin Jordan, it was Agumbawale. So I don't know if they're going to carry a true fullback.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point there because they tried all sorts of different things, which, again, I think is indicative of them wanting to get to an answer, but I don't know that you looked at any one of them and said that is definitively an answer. So this might be something that is going to be super important for next week, this weekend's game, to give you some level of insight into
or the joint practice.
Yeah, actually, probably the joint practice more than anything, especially because this was the dress rehearsal. I imagine that, and if you get your druthers, right, like if you had your druthers, a lot of the impact players are not playing.
Yeah, for sure.
This weekend, and you mostly are dealing with the back end of the 53 on Saturday. The joint practice is where you have an opportunity to, in controlled situations, and being able to dial up the different perspectives that you want. Try dudes out in various things.
Look,
so I imagine that that's where you can stress test. What if this guy at fullback? Right. What if Skoranek? What if Dare? What if we do that? Is that going to be sufficient? Stover even?
Yeah, and the math is not hard. Like if you're going to add a receiver from what you normally keep, like 7 instead of 6, well, they're not going to give you an extra roster spot. That roster spot has to come at the expense of someone. And so is it going to be the fullback? I don't know. That's what I don't know, to answer your question.
We were talking a little bit earlier, and one of the things also is like depth at linebacker.
Thank you. You're reading my mind. Go ahead.
Because, I mean, you know who your starters are on this team. You've invested in that place, but the guarantee of this is a guy that you know you can depend on in certain situations, even if it's not every situation, but knowing, hey, this guy's strength and he will step in and immediately give us X or give us this. I don't know that you have that for certain. And that's going to be important, especially for a team that's trying to be much more solid stopping the run.
Yeah.
And, I mean, we know that this system that DeMeco Ryans has this team run is intensive on those linebackers.
I know we know the starters, and that's the other thing I don't know. I do know this, though, Figgy. Neville Hewitt is inevitable. Now, Neville Hewitt is like the Astros. Like, you try to kill him off every year. They try to bring in linebackers every year. And Neville Hewitt actually played pretty well with the
linebacker from the Jets, who's a tackling machine.
That's Neville Hewitt. He's inevitable. He's going to be on the squad. But I'm with you, Reggie. I mean, like Jamal Hill. I mean, Del'Shawn Phillips, Jake Hansen got some a lot of reps with some of the 2s and occasionally with the 1s. I don't know who's going to be linebacker behind the top 2. Really, toe. That's why I said top 2. I think it's Christian Harris and Al-Shair, and I'm guessing Toto is
I would imagine
is going to be the other, but I'm still not sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think that definitely makes sense. That's one of the ones that I'm looking for to get some level of insight into it. On the text line, people are obviously just Mechie ends up being a big topic of discussion here.
Yeah.
From the 713, they said when it comes to receivers, just whichever gets the trade value between Noah Brown, Mechie, and Woods, just trade them. That's Jay in Cyprus.
Yeah, I don't know if that's altogether the way you want to do it. You mentioned the best point, and that was like you're going to have some guys, looking to get paid, especially if you have a good season. Guys that maybe going to squeeze out another year, after as their contract is running out. notably Stephon Diggs, but also Noah Brown, Robert Woods. And by the way, like some of those guys have guarantees, this year and cap hits and all that stuff. But every team is going to eat a little money on the cap, when they're putting together their roster and somebody surprises or somebody they want to keep. You're going to have to eat some of that money. It's just that's also inevitable, So who's it going to be?
And when you're talking about that money, as the cap situation stands right now for your Texans, Robert Woods is slated to, on the cap, have the most effect there. $9.7 million. Next closest is Nico Collins on that deal.
Okay.
So $6.6 million. And so Robert Woods, you could save, I believe, the cap hit would be 4.7 if I remember correctly, or 4.5.
So about $4 million.
So you save probably about $4 million, $5 million in that space if you cut him, or if at least he's not on this roster. And so I think that is also something that I'm sure the front offices and Caserio are considering. If it's to a point where now you're making a coin flip and now you're trying to find what's a differentiating factor. Saving a little bit of money could be that.
Yeah.
And when you're talking about the different cap hits and so on and so forth, that's also involved there.
Well, the other part with the receivers, and maybe this fits into what I don't know. I don't know how much they value, like what they know they can get out of Robert Woods, let's say, and what they think they might be able to get out of John Metchie.
Sure.
Like if it comes to those, like Robert Woods, what he is.
Absolutely.
You know what his ceiling is. You know what his best season is probably going to be even if he plays his best season, and it's good. He's a good receiver. But with John Metchie, are they weighing the fact that he's struggled, he's been through the ringer, so to speak, and now he's kind of blossoming, and it was right before our eyes on Saturday. Do we think he can be? He's certainly going to be cheaper. But do we think he can be better, the higher upside, as people like to say? I don't know how much they're valuing that or how much they think that's going to come into play, but that might be points for John Metchie.
Yeah, and then also, and I know people have talked about this a lot earlier today as well, injury and the availability, because if you are in one of those roles, you can't afford to be the guy that's oft injured because you are supposed to be the guy that steps in the instance or case of injury. So it might not be a fair expectation as like, hey, you injured a decent amount. I know that Noah Brown is one of those guys that comes up, but that is to be taken consideration of because, hey, if you're a depth piece, you need to be there when called upon.
The other thing I don't know, and I sure hope it's true, is, and you know this, all our listeners know this, teams that create turnovers, even if it's just accidental turnovers like Daniel Jones throwing the ball to Jalen Petrie or whatever, they tend to be teams that over the course of the entire year just create turnovers. Like they're really good at stripping the ball. They're really good at knowing how to create turnovers, but sometimes they just get lucky on the bounce of the ball and they get the ball. It's like once you become that team, you're that team for that season.
And it doesn't always translate year to year.
No, in fact, it mostly doesn't.
But those, I see what you like. Just getting into that place
that
where
year,
you're turnover creating.
They had whatever. They're third in the league in turnovers created. Well, Texans got 5. I mean, just a preseason game, but they got 5. They got 5 turnovers, and they were created. Hewitt had one. I know, obviously, Stingley had one. Petrie had one. There were some others. I'm trying to remember the exact plays. So. Are they going to be a team that all of a sudden can create some turnovers like that and get them in bunches?
Yeah, that's a great point.
Man,
because we saw it in this game, but
that would be sweet.
And I know we can't be certain that that's absolutely what's going to happen this year. But so I guess in that way we don't know it. But it is encouraging to see at least that come up. And as you mentioned, probably 2 or 3 of those were absolutely like generated as opposed to Daniel Jones kind of walking over and putting it in the pocket. But still, that is something that's interesting.
Yeah.
How much validity do you put in this thought that comes in on the text line from the 832 about Joe Mixon? So you're ready to hand out running back 1 without seeing him. The idea that you haven't seen your running back 1.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I feel.
Short answer, yes. Look, there is no doubt. I mean, look what they're paying him. Look what he's done in the last few years. What did he have? 1,300 combined yards last year, something like that. 1,200 and something, if I'm remembering that correctly. Rushing and receiving. Still 27, 28 years old. Workhorse. Stays on the field. Yes.
Run game, pass game. Like if effective in all those things. Yeah. No, I'm also there with you. I feel 100% comfortable with Joe Mixon as the running back. It's not anything. I don't think that you can throw anything at him that he has not been some level of familiar with as a veteran in this league, and he's done it at an incredibly high level. Yeah, that's
he has practiced some more lately. He just hadn't played. And people forget, the practices, the meetings, and all that. And don't worry about Joe Mixon. Don't worry about that.
And so, I'm super interested to talk to some of the people that have been at camp as well. And that's, as you mentioned, practice matters, right? That's a majority of this. I know that we often, the outsiders, I guess I should say, that are not in the building, we look at games as if those are the ultimate deciding factor, and they matter, right? Game-type situations you can't really replicate all that well. But these practices are huge because there's just so much more of a data set to work with than just games.
One more for you. And this is a huge one. Do we know that the first-team offensive line is going to be good at run blocking?
Oh, I'm not certain on that.
Figgy?
I'm not certain either. I would hope they are.
That's why I wanted Cam Akers to get some snaps.
Yeah.
Because Dameon Pierce was so bad. And it looked like, the majority of that is on Dameon Pierce because the week before he had 4 carries, 4 yards. This year he had 4 carries, 5 yards. He's having a hard time. We've talked about it. He's not even at best the third best running back on this squad, probably below that. But I wanted to see Cam Akers take a few reps with the first-team offensive line just to prove to myself, for my benefit of the doubt, my peace of mind, it's all Dameon at this point. Like, I want to see maybe we're going to get that in the joint practice.
Yeah,
Cam Akers or Joe Mixon maybe running against the Rams in the joint practice behind the first team line. And if they pop off a few runs, then we're going to be like, yeah, it is Dameon Pierce. All due respect, but it wasn't the line, it was him.
Yeah, and that's, again, another thing that joint practices are great for is that they give you the opportunity to dial up exactly the time and down and situation that you need to test those things out.
Yeah, exactly.
So that is absolutely going to be something I'm anxiously awaiting and looking forward to hopefully answer that one in particular. But there you go. Those are some of the things that we didn't necessarily learn from the big-time dress rehearsal game against the Giants, 28-10, the victory for your Houston Texans. All right, coming up next, we're debuting a segment here, ladies and gentlemen, and it is going to be helmed by your guy, Figgy Fig. The Figgy's mixtape, right?
Yeah, Figgy's mixtape. And look, I've been doing a little digging on Reggie, and I think I know why he decided to come back to Houston.
Oh, wow.
And plus, I'm going to break down the Saturday game, not Saturday game, but being at NRG Stadium, all the craziness I've seen. It's going to be crazy, man.
All right.
All right, we'll do that next.
All right, right now, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com. Get those levels.
Astros all the time.
We are post-deadline, and the Astros are finding their groove.
Yes.
Right on time. Think about how much grief Dana Brown got. We're a good team. I believe in this team. We're going to turn it around. He was right.
Yeah.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is. Figgy Fig holding it down live on Sports Radio 6. It feel good to have my own segment, man.
How about that?
It feel kind of funny hearing the big voice guy saying Figgy Fig.
Yeah, man.
But first, I just want to start off and say congratulations again to Reggie for, getting this job and coming back to the H.
Because I done came down and I done came through.
You that came down. Yep.
Yeah.
You came down to the H.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I was out, so they posted the story. I think Barrett Sports Media posted the story like a couple weeks ago, pretty much saying it, but we didn't say anything on there about it.
Yeah.
But I was kind of looking through the comments, and Reggie was getting a lot of love, man. Hell, he getting some love on the YouTube chat, man. Dallas, they invaded our YouTube chat.
Yeah, shout out to all the people from DFW that were like, I got to see what's happening down there. That's
man,
very nice. I appreciate the love.
Hey, they hanging around, they supporting. But I seen one comment that just made so much sense. And I'm like, I think this is why he moved down here, man. This is why he moved back. So I'm looking through the comments, and I seen one tweet that said, and mind you, this is right after the Houston Astros won the silver boot again for the 8th straight time. This guy said the eighth silver boot was just too much for Reggie Hunt. So I'm like, oh yeah, I can understand.
Know.
Look, man, I know how important it is for the silver boot around here and up there in Dallas. So 8 straight, man, I would have been tired too. I would have been packing my bags, moving back here, man.
Oh,
8 straight times, man. That got to be tough, right?
Wow, you just being spicy.
It's getting a little spicy.
I appreciate it.
No, I'm just kidding.
I was like, I can't say for certain that is what made the shift.
Oh, sure you can.
I am excited. I mean, look, Houston sports is in a great way, and I'd be lying if I said that I was not super excited to be able to cover 3 really interesting teams plus, right? Like, because obviously those are the major squads, but there's me and Fig, we're already gonna link up and go to a Dynamo game, see what's happening out there.
Look at that.
Try and be around. I definitely want to get to TDECU and see some Cougars games. Although that might not be the prettiest this year, from what I'm seeing. But
we'll see.
I mean, like being in the mix.
Hey, how about
here.
Cougars hoops?
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Yeah.
That one I'll definitely be there for. So yeah, like the sports teams, the state of them absolutely factored in.
And by the way, real quick, you're going to find out a lot about Reggie in the next segment.
That is true, yeah.
Next segment, you're going to find out.
I want to see what I got right about.
I do too.
Man, I got to see that because I've been thinking about that all weekend too.
Me too.
I'm like, which ones did I get right, man? All right, so I was at NRG on Saturday, and it was a hot one, man. It was very hot. And look, this ain't the first time it's been hot in Houston on a game day like that, but for some reason, it was a lot hotter. A lot of people were pretty much kind of passing out a little bit, low dehydration.
I heard there was some. Did you get any details?
Yeah, so I'm going to get to that detail in a little bit, but I talked to an EMS person that was out there, and they said they already attended to like 20 people before noon kickoff.
Dang.
So it was just that hot, and a lot of people probably wasn't drinking a lot of water, and sun just beaming, but it was a hot one out there. My other passing thought, being out there, it was a good feeling seeing everybody rocking the new merch, man. Like, you just got that H-Town blue, and it seemed like everything was just so hip. Like, I don't want to say hipsterish, but just rocking this new gear, just the new H-Town blue jerseys, and just seeing the H everywhere. I thought that was a good feeling, just seeing just the merch going crazy. And I think they have a chance to have the #1 merch in the league, to be honest.
H-Town Blue, I guarantee, nobody's shared these numbers. Guaranteed it's #1 by a long ways. The new H-Town logo. It's all over the stadium, by the way. which is
look
cool.
fly.
Oh,
Yeah.
like the jersey sales is
No,
what
the
you're
new
talking
H-Town logo, the H
Yeah,
logo,
for
and,
sure.
and the whatever they call it, H-Town blue, the color.
Or just the merch itself, all of
Guarantee
it,
you,
yeah.
it's number one here. Even the mariachis have the little H-Town logo on their shoulder of the uniform.
No, it really looked good, man.
Yeah.
Salute to everybody supporting the merch and just out there looking fly.
They definitely got themselves a fan favorite, it seems.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But this is something I kind of wanted to get to out there, man,
Okay.
because I got out there and you know how it is going through the metal detectors and stuff like that, man. I wasn't sure if I was at NRG or at TSA at Bush Intercontinental International Airport. Man.
Yeah.
Those yellow jacket people were strict
What happened?
on Saturday. So, you know, we got a media pass, so we can kind of get in with our own little bags. We don't have to have a clear bag. We don't go by the clear bag policy.
Yeah.
So I could kind of go in with whatever I got, microphones, cameras, stuff like that. So the first time I got stopped, it was somebody in a yellow jacket was like, "You can't have that here. You can't have." I'm like, "I'm a media. You can't have that here." I had to slow her down. Look, I'm a media person, so I got this bag checked already.
Yeah.
Let me through.
Oh my gosh.
No big deal.
How'd you feel about the facial recognition? I'm not gonna lie, it kind of threw me for a loop.
So I didn't really use it.
Well, going up to the press box,
Okay.
they do facial recognition.
Oh, okay,
now.
to make sure that you're not
So
sneaking
I
in.
was ready to scan my, because you scan your pass to get in all over the stadium, but to go up, I tried to scan it, and they said, "No, sir, you got to put your face in front of that camera." So I kind of did it, and then it showed a picture of myself in my pass, and so they let me go. I was like, "That's a little weird.
That's
a little weird."
Okay.
But yeah, back to my story though. So remember I told you I was hot out there.
Hot.
I had my brand manager Nicole who was out there too. She was one of the people that actually kind of passed out.
Yo.
She was a little bit overheated. And so after we finished shooting some stuff, I was working with some stuff with Kroger, and she went over to like a little corner where it was some shade, and she just fell down.
Whoa.
And so I'm like, yo, I'm telling yellow jacket people like, yo, somebody, somebody needs some water, and got the EMS over there. And at that same time, it was somebody else in another yellow jacket came over, and I pointed to Nicole like, hey, yeah, she needs some help. She needs some attention.
Mm-hmm.
And the lady said, "What's that in your hand?" I was holding the microphone.
Focus on the important thing right now.
Yeah, I was holding the microphone. I'm like, "Oh, this is a microphone. Can't have that here."
Oh God. There could have been somebody dying.
That's
down
what I'm
there.
saying. I'm like, man, look, I appreciate them being strict because we don't want no loose ends around here.
No,
but I'm
absolutely
like,
not.
I'm like, man, this person over here on the ground, and you coming after me. So that was kind of my experience.
Oh man, that's great.
Outside of
and
that,
awful.
Outside of that, man, I enjoyed being out there. It was a blast.
It's
man.
preseason for them too. They're getting themselves into the vibe.
That's the one thing. Like, it's preseason out there on the field, but it's a regular game day out there for everything else.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
No, it was game day for them, man.
That's wild.
So, I don't know if y'all seen this, man. The chicken. I'm calling this lady the chicken wing thief.
Yes.
So, it was a school teacher up in Illinois.
Yes.
Sentenced to 9 years in prison for stealing.
Is this the donation? Yeah, go ahead.
For stealing $1.5 million worth of chicken wings.
I didn't know that anybody had $1.5 million worth of chicken wings ready to go, unless you go to some places where that's about like a 10-piece. You know what I mean? But like,
dude, have you ever eaten $1.5 million worth of wings in your life?
That's a good question. And the answer is actually no. I don't know. I was like, I don't have to think about it. Like, maybe if you talked about this in the 5 or 6 figure range, 7 figures worth, that's a lot.
Wings?
That's too much.
That's a lot. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm a chicken wing guy, so I'm probably close to that number, if not over that number.
I don't know.
But I ran across this audio, man. Shout out to Fox 26, Isaiah Carey.
Mm-hmm.
And if you listen to the Isaiah Uncensored, it come on that night. And he have a unique of delivering real topics like this. So I just want to get y'all thoughts on how y'all feel Isaiah Carey broke this down.
Chasing chicken wing dreams during the pandemic was a mission Vera Liddell in Chicago was on, and the slick-ass senior citizen had no chill. Prosecutors say the Harvey School District Food Service manager stood on business. She ordered over 11,000 cases of chicken wings that never touched the longing lips of any students. The total loss to the damn district was $1.5 million. So the question is, what did the looting lunch lady do with the wandering wings? Investigators are also puzzled by that, but we know those wings didn't just fly the hell off on their own. Vera Liddell was arrested and faces felony charges now. For now, she's booked in the Cook County Jail, where she will get 3 hots in a cot, but not likely any of those damn chicken wings.
I appreciate the capital J journalism. But I sincerely really enjoyed that, because that actually makes sense, and I don't know why I didn't think about this earlier. What school do you know that was giving out chicken wings?
And see,
too, yeah.
She ordered them and then took them before they got to the
and
school.
see, that's how she got caught. She got caught because somebody there seen the invoice bone-in chicken wings.
Yeah.
And they don't serve no
serves chicken
bone-in.
wings in
What
school?
school serves chicken? None.
Exactly.
None is the answer.
Yeah.
Maybe a private school or something. If it ain't Square Pizza, maybe you could steal $1.5 million of Square Pizza and get away with it.
Yeah, so it got me thinking too, like, I wonder how, was she just slanging these chicken wings and just rolling, like, was she a high roller?
Black market chicken wings.
Yeah,
There's
because that's a lot of money.
She was the chicken wing plug.
Yeah,
you gotta have it. Just like you have a body shop guy,
you can find
a mechanic
anything.
guy.
You can find anything on the black market.
She was the chicken wing guy.
Hey, you know where
I got somebody for that.
You know where I can get some chicken wings?
Which
As a matter of fact, I do.
Right? Like, at the prices the chicken wings are, like, if you could get them for the low, and then that might be a hustle and a half.
And honestly, this kind of it's all making sense to me now, because this started back in the pandemic. It's like 2020 to 2022. And that's when chicken wings went up high.
Big time.
Yeah, so she's probably making a killing, man.
She's manipulating the market.
Here in 9 years, when she get out, she's gonna be straight though.
Yeah.
9 years for chicken wings, man. It's insane.
I guarantee you what her first meal is not going to be.
All right, so I ran across this clip too, man. Shout out to my man who played for the Yankees, Jazz Chisholm.
Chisholm.
He played for the Yankees, and he talked about his inspiration for why he wanted to get a grill. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with the cartoon Fairly Odd Parents, right?
I am.
Oh yeah, Fairly Odd Parents.
He explained why he likes.
Wait, hold on. Press pause. John, you just went, oh yeah, sure.
Kids.
Fairly. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was like,
come on now.
You said it in a way where I was like, I kind of don't believe you now.
Come on.
You said it too fast.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah.
I can tell you, like, look, here's.
You said like it was.
I have a real blind spot in my cartoon watching. So my cartoons was all Looney Tunes and all that stuff. My kids was all those, and I know some of those, and obviously. What's Football Head? That guy.
Hey Arnold.
Hey Arnold, and all those guys.
Okay.
And then
he got some bona fides. Okay, I see you, John.
And then total blind spot. Anything now, I'm like, I would not have said, oh, okay. Go ahead.
So this is Chisholm on what inspired him to get a grill.
No, I really got a grill because I like I said, I'm a big into anime, cartoon, big kid, and there's it's called Fairly Odd Parents. And this kid has a teenage friend, and his name is Chip Scarlett. And his song he sings, and it's the favorite song of his show. It's called Shiny Teeth and Me. So I got my shiny teeth.
Can you sing it?
Oh, no. I cannot sing it right now. It goes something like, my shiny teeth and me, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yup. Exactly. I love Jazz Chisholm so much.
He wanted to sing it. It
was so cool. So it got me thinking, what's something that inspired y'all, like, as far as like a fictional character or cartoon that inspired y'all in real life to do something? Because I got one.
Go ahead.
So
I'm thinking.
When I first seen the movie Black Panther, I really liked the style, the hairstyle of Killmonger. He kind of had the dreads and the ponytail.
I can see that.
It was kind of fly. It kind of made me really want to grow my dreads out to kind of get that style.
All right. You got any? I can't think of anything.
I can't either, especially because on the text line, which again, that number is 713-572-4610, multiple people, including someone from the 979 that said they supervise 11 campus cafeterias in Brazos Port ISD. They serve bone-in wings twice a week.
Damn. So chicken. Damn.
Someone else, 231 said Klein Forest had bone-in wings back in the early 2000s.
Man, they bougie. That's bougie.
Okay, so Fort Bend County, Round Rock ISD, in the Austin area. Y'all gonna have to see me because I didn't get no bone-in chicken.
Yeah.
I was apparently some kids out here living.
I was getting chicken nuggets, man.
You know.
That was the closest thing to chicken we
you
was
not
getting.
missing it too. Like you gotta see me. I need my chicken wings. I was supposed to be having those.
Man.
I don't know. I can't think of anything that would have inspired me like that for what I've done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've watched plenty of cartoons, and this is the thing that's tough is there's probably, in fact, I'm willing to guess there's definitely one or two that I just don't even think about. I feel like that's one of those things where something fictional, it just kind of gets in your mind, and then you don't think about it, but then it changes your taste.
Yeah.
And so, like, for some reason, I'm having a hard time actually coming up one with off top. But
yeah. Another one real quick is I heard a chicken pot pie for the first time from Arthur. This is a cartoon named Arthur.
Yeah.
And
that was the first time you heard chicken pot pie?
That was the first time. Yeah. Okay. I never even knew what it was, but DW didn't want a chicken pot pie. And she tried it for the first time, and it had spinach in it. And then she ended up loving it. I'm like, man, I want a chicken pot pie.
I had my fill of Frozens, that's for sure. Those frozen chicken pot pies.
I'm really stuck on trying to remember something. I'm not. You know what? I give up. I lost it. But okay. And someone 3 said HISD also served bone-in wings. Well, not when I was there.
Man, no
Well,
kidding.
she should have been working at HISD then.
Yeah,
she could have gotten away with it.
Gotten away with it.
You got anything else? You
That's
good?
all I got, man.
All right. I like it.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
There you go.
Same time, same place.
Exactly. 120 every day right here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Almost did it. I was close. I was close. We've been making it work.
I had money on this too.
Yeah. You were so close. Yeah,
we got a side bet working.
We're gonna get like a jar for any time that I mess up, and I didn't do it at all yet. We'll see if I mess up here because coming up next, one segment left, and I promised you guys an AMA. Ask me anything. So go ahead and get your text in 713-572-4610. If you want to learn anything about me, if you want to ask me a question, I'll do my best to answer. We'll do that next.
The Texans knocked off New York in their first home.
Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
That's right, In the Loop. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Atatula. We got Figgy Fig. It has been a good first show. I've enjoyed hanging out with y'all. Hopefully you've enjoyed hanging out with me. The new part of In the Loop here. And so with that being the case, let's get to know each other. Right? At least let's get to know me.
Let's get to know you.
The audience, y'all know who John is. Y'all know who Fig is. Y'all are like, who is this other dude? And so we'll do a little Ask Me Anything. Texts are already rolling in on the text line, 713-572-4610. But do you guys want to take first
I
crack?
got questions.
All right, let's go.
I got questions from Friday. I'm not going to ask you all of them. Figgy answered these, playing the role of Reginald Atatula.
Okay.
But I'm going to roll through some quickly, and some I think we might need a little more
time,
a little more follow-up from you.
I want to know what I got right.
Yeah. Did you play sports in high school, and if so, which one?
I did play sports. I played basketball and football.
All right. What was your best one?
Neither at a varsity level, though.
Oh,
I did. I left. I would have played.
Oh, that's right.
I would have played varsity, but I graduated high school a year early, and so
that's right. You're gifted and talented.
Oh, damn.
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, my sophomore year, I decided I wanted to try and make something shake in the college level, and that's not sports wise, but like when I wanted to go to college, I was trying to do something specific, and so that long story short, I just decided, okay, if I graduate a year early, I can get into that place and try and do what I'm trying to do. So
Mexican food, Chinese food, or Italian food? You got to pick one.
Chinese food for me.
That's not bad. Okay. What'd you say?
I said Italian.
Yeah, he said track. By the way,
I did.
As
your best sport.
So here's the thing. I am Nigerian, as you might be able to tell by the last name Adetula.
Yeah.
Pronounced fully properly.
Yeah.
And when I was in middle school, they were like, trying to get everybody run track with it. They were like, "Oh, you're African. You run distance." And no, they didn't realize that the Nigerians we're typically more on the sprinter side. Although to be fair, I wasn't the fastest, so I can understand why they were like, "All right, go ahead and let's see what this distance is." And that really ruined my love of running track. I like watching it though.
What was the last thing you stole?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Everybody stole.
I had an answer too.
He did have an answer.
That's a good question.
It was very complimentary to you.
Well, not any time recently, but definitely these logins to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you say, Figgy?
I said a pen.
A pen, like a good pen, not just one that's lying around.
I be taking.
Yeah, you're like, ooh, this is a good pen.
I try and give them back for the most part, but if it's like nobody's claiming this, I got that.
Have you ever hooked up with a friend's ex?
I've not.
Oh, okay. I was wrong on that one.
Said yes.
I just figured if you went to college, you probably did.
Yeah.
Ooh,
y'all be
not that I know of. Then, actually, let me go ahead and say that. But no, not that I know of. I try and be loyal in that way.
Beyonce or Rihanna?
Beyonce for me.
I got that one.
Although, but the answer is yes.
Yes. Country or classic rock? If you have to pick between those two.
Classic rock.
Oh, I was wrong on that. I said country.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of country, but I acknowledge that I have a lot of blind spots in that way.
I'm gonna skip through some here because I know we want to get to the text board. They got questions for you. Have you ever broken up via text?
Yes.
got that one right. Yeah.
God, these people.
Gosh.
The kids these days.
The level of shame I felt having to admit that, but yes, the answer is yes.
Drums or flats?
I personally, both.
Yeah, but drums or flats?
I don't like the division
that
is being sown in this community.
It's not how it works.
No, sincerely, both.
Okay.
Because my thing about it is I don't understand why.
Yeah.
Like they're both part of the same
chicken.
wing. In fact, I kind of hate it that they've gotten us to split the wing in half and then pay for, and then debate between the both of them. The whole part of it is the wing. I should get both of them.
Do you believe in ghosts and/or aliens?
I believe in aliens. I don't believe in ghosts.
That's me.
Or at least in the way that the ghosts are perceived. Have you ever thought about the fact that they in all these media, they're like, oh, this house is haunted, and you're trying to tell me that this ghost can go through interior walls but not exterior walls?
Well, okay, maybe that's
How does that
true. Maybe it's like the show Ghost, where they have to stay in a certain place. You probably haven't seen it.
I was like, man, if that. Anyways,
I'll do a couple more, and then we'll get to some of the text boards. 15, 20%, or other tip.
20.
How about takeout?
Takeout. I'm usually if I'm going
tip?
If I'm going to pick it up, I'm not tipping on that.
Here's one that's a setup: Hoosiers or Field of Dreams?
Field of Dreams.
And why is that?
And this, I recognize the ignorance that it's going to sound like I am dropping. And if you choose to hate me, I understand.
About to get some people switching the music.
I have heard very frequently that Hoosiers is a deeply overrated
I want to know where you've
movie,
heard these things.
And I have yet to actually watch it in order to confirm that. But yeah, I'm good on
So
that.
Hoosiers is regarded by a lot of people as the greatest sports movie of all time.
It is.
I want to know who these people are that are telling you it's not. It's overrated. That's what I want to know. All right, some office questions, and then we'll get to these. Two more.
Okay.
Have you ever eaten someone else's food out of the office refrigerator?
Probably, but if it's happened, it hasn't been frequent at all.
Mm-hmm. And do you reply all on office email?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely. All right, you're welcome. You're in. You're in. I don't know if you have some there. I got others if you do not.
Oh, there's a lot of texts coming in
let's
here
go.
on
Let's
the text
get
line.
to
And
the-
actually, I'll let you guys kind of sort through them because I feel like it works better if you guys can be the arbiter of this.
Uh-oh. Right out of the chute, Cowboys or Texans?
As far as which one?
Who you support, I guess.
Well, I'm here, so Texans.
That's right. He came home.
I came home.
He came home.
I mean, I still remember watching David Carr and being like, "Hey, man, he got a cannon on him, man."
Yeah.
And if he didn't get sacked so much, it'd have been great, right? There's that connectivity there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there anything in Dallas that you think you're going to miss?
Oddly, yeah, man.
I mean, that's fair.
For sure. And I mean, the easy answer is people, right? You get to make relationships. I was there for quite a bit at this point. I mean, over a decade?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that I'm going to miss. But, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that comes up first and foremost.
Has Lopez forced any OG sauce on you?
He sure has.
First of all, it's not forcing.
He sure has. I mean, I understand what he just said, and the answer is still he sure has. I have not gotten it yet, though. I was able to avoid that one, but I'll definitely get a bottle of OG sauce here shortly.
You dip fries in milkshakes?
I don't. I've never
done that.
I don't like chewing.
I've never done that.
I don't like chewing cold things. I don't know that I have sensitive teeth, but they're more sensitive than not sensitive, I guess is the way that I'll say that.
Yeah.
And so I don't like trying to, the people that bite into an ice cream sandwich, I don't love that.
Oh, I'm not a big fan of that either.
Or biting into ice cream just in general. So I feel like if I dip the ice cream or dip the fries in the ice cream, now I'm getting into that place where I don't want to be there.
I got one for you. What kind of music you listening to, man? What's your go-to?
A lot of hip hop. Smooth jazz is huge. Locally, there used to be a smooth jazz station that is no longer here that I was huge into.
Yeah.
So jazz is one that I love. I mentioned a lot of rap, hip hop, R&B, huge in the R&B space.
Old school?
Old school for sure.
Oh, hell yeah.
For sure. But then also, I love me some yacht rock. I mentioned classic rock.
Okay.
I try to be pretty open.
Yeah.
I try to live as close to, I think, the people that are like, oh yeah, pretty much anything.
Yeah. Ibu?
You're thinking Igbo?
Yeah,
Nigerian? No,
Igbo.
I am Yoruba Nigerian.
Yoruba.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Yoruba.
Lagos is where my people from.
Our guy Andy Kalu is going to join us on Thursdays, and he's kind of Igbo and
Yoruba.
Yoruba.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm very excited to have that conversation about it. I'll try to make sure that's not on air.
Yeah.
We'll do that individually, and then we'll get you guys the Texans talk on air.
What up, boys?
What's happening, fellas? How we living?
I don't know. That conversation right there looks like I got a little learning to do.
Yeah, you got a little learning.
I mean, we're doing just a little Ask Me Anything because people are trying to learn me from the 832 HEB ice cream or Bluebell ice cream. It's been Bluebell for me, but I, again, have been away from HEB
HEB's
for a
dang
while.
good.
So I might need to give that a circle the block on that. And
I
see
mean,
if
look,
the HEB ice cream's
what you got? You got a Brenham company and a San Antonio company?
Yeah, exactly.
You'll be all right, bro. You'll be all right. Somebody lobbed you old softball up there, didn't they? 2 Texas companies.
Do you gamble on sports?
No. It makes me feel bad. Like
what?
I know that there's some people that like it enhances the environment or the feeling or the mood of when you're watching a game. It just gives me anxiety, and I'm like, why would I do that?
Yeah.
I was enjoying watching the game more just watching it. So instead of now adding money and worrying about that money, I'd much rather just not gamble on the game.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but damn it, I expose myself to it pretty often.
Have you ever ridden a horse?
Technically yes, but no. Like there is a picture of me at a daycare in the Houston area, and we took a picture on a pony. And that is the one time I can say that I've been on a horse. So technically, yes, but no, I have not ridden a horse.
Let's say you've been on a mechanical horse.
Yeah.
Slid on one of the mechanical horses before, at least.
Them old go-rounds?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Merry-go-round. Absolutely.
That's a damn horse.
100%.
Hey, I was up in the hill country one time, boys, and I met this gal on the river who was a local gal.
Uh-huh.
And
says, you want to ride my horse?
Yeah, in a very serious way.
Yeah.
It was pretty much the first time that I'd been on a horse as an adult, at least, and boy, I found out real quick the horse does not take into consideration the clearance of anything other than itself.
Correct.
Yeah.
She took off, my horse is chasing, and I'm thinking, that's all right, I'm bumpy as hell, and all of a sudden she took a right, and my horse went underneath the tree to take that right.
No.
Hey, it didn't knock me off that thing, but swiped me back, Red, so know that.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you're married, I don't know if you brought a gal with you, and it really doesn't matter. If you're on a horse and you got to hang a hard right or left, make sure you got enough clearance, bro.
All right, I'm going to write that down.
The horse don't know.
That's right. Okay.
So how's the first day? How it been?
It's fantastic, man.
I think it's been pretty good. I defer to the folks that have been listening, how they feel, but I think it went pretty well from my perspective. I did not completely mess up. I almost said the wrong station once.
That was
and
good.
I said the wrong show name one time.
Yeah.
So
that ain't bad.
Yeah.
We did okay. We talked Cowboys.
I know how it is. I told them during
I did it right there. I said I wasn't messing up, and then I messed up.
Oh, you just said it.
Yeah. So we talked a whole bunch of Texans.
And that's a tough one to mess up.
That's real nasty work.
It ain't saying like you messed up.
The Bengals or something.
Yeah, the Browns. The Browns ain't a good one either. But
look, I recognize how tough the transition is. Because, look, I grew up in it, man. Like, I know the Dallas-Houston rivalry is huge.
Yep.
And switching sides on that in the matter of a weekend is kind of crazy.
I got lucky. I came from 610 Sports.
Oh, that's right.
You sure did.
I could just slide that in a little bit. Yeah. It didn't sound as bad.
But it's still, I was telling him during the break, like, I'm sure it feels like, oh my gosh, what's going on? But it sounded great, felt great. It was good. Yeah.
I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm really happy for y'all.
If you knew what you mean to this man right here, I tell Ron all the time, man. I said, Ron, if you know what you mean to me, there's a special place in my heart for Ron Hughley. And boy, that month or however hell long it was,
10
boy,
weeks.
that is
weeks.
That is a tough, stressful run, man. And so congrats on getting the show complete, man, and best of luck, bro. We're lucky to have you. We're fortunate to have you, man, and we're looking forward to it.
And I can't let history go by. I don't know if there is any other place in this country that has 3 men of color running the show.
How about that?
That's true.
I don't think that exists. And I think that is something that you all should be proud of. And don't mess up.
Yeah.
Buddy, don't I know it? So we'll try.
Don't make it the last time.
Can't mess up anybody else. I'm going to do my best, but fellas, I think it's time for you to do your best too.
Come on.
You're listening to KLT HD2, an Odyssey sports station, and The Drive, right off the top of my noggin, is live.
I was locked and loaded. I'm just telling you, I was ready. Just in case you didn't have it, The Drive is live. You heard Clint Tyler is in the background or in the back room. I don't know. I feel like it should be a different. Like it feels like the back room, but it ain't.
Behind the glass?
Yeah, behind the glass, maybe.
I'm gonna tell you. Can I?
Because like we behind the glass too, though. Like
we are. If you want to talk to us behind the glass, through the glass. I tell you what, boys, I apologize. Ron, to you, hell with Tyler. To you, I apologize. I've got some article of clothing on my body right now has some significant mildew on it.
Oh, hell.
And I can smell myself. So I apologize. But let's get it, baby. It's a reaction
It must
Monday.
be like you got it. Yeah, well, you got to get you try to tackle it early, huh? It was one of those.
Sire over here, boy.
It's one of those where, hey, I'm gonna get out in front of this.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can't. They don't deny it. There ain't no denying it.
Listen, I ain't gonna lie to you, Tyler. We were in the room with him. I stood by him real close, trying to get into as we were leaving the other studio to come into this one. I didn't smell anything.
You're a little stopped up.
I got a little whiff.
Did you?
Yeah, I got a little whiff when we were walking over here.
It's me.
I didn't smell
me.
nothing. I was gonna say you. I was gonna say you were really.
I'm fresh out of shower too, Ron.
And I was gonna say I think you're like it must be really hitting you because it hadn't hit me yet. But we'll see.
Man, I'm sorry, Bob. It must be my shorts or something. It may be my shorts.
I hope you don't have to get rid of that shirt. Yeah, I hope you don't have to get rid of that shirt. All right. By the way, remember, it is Monday, but tomorrow is another Texans Ticket Tuesday, so your chance to win a pair of front row tickets again in the bullpen for this final preseason game against the Rams tomorrow. Make sure you're listening throughout all the shows. Throughout all the shows, your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see your Houston Texans play their final tune-up game, the final one. Against. By the way, you think any of the main guys are going to be in that game? You think we see any of the main?
No.
You think that? You think we've seen enough? You ain't going to see.
I mean, we got to define the line of where the main starts and stops.
Stops. Yeah, there's a difference.
I don't think there's any reason.
Like, does Tank Dell play?
No. I don't
does
think
Jalen Petrie
the
play?
top three. No.
Yeah.
We don't like that.
I'm just trying to get a gauge here. Yeah, they would play 2 of the 4 preseason games that they had at their out.
Ron, I think the one quarter that the fellas played was very.
That's what I was going to say. I didn't know if you knew that was enough. All right.
Yeah. Look, I think D'Amico. I believe him when he said he doesn't know, but I think that first quarter on both sides of the football was very, very, very convincing. And against, again, a better, at least a better set of players. I want to use the team lightly. That team was awful. But a better set of players. So when you're looking on one-on-one matchups, you had some really, really good substance there to look at, whether it's Malik Neighbors and Derek Stingley, or it's Kenyon Green and Big Dexter Lawrence, or it's the tackles on those defensive ends, or you had some really good matchups to draw some good intel from, if you will, if you're D'Amico Ryans. I think he is stoked about the first quarter, about how his team played. And I just don't, with the exception of a couple of battles, man, I don't know how we justify those guys being on the field again.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. But your chance to win those tickets coming up tomorrow. So stay locked and loaded right here on Sports Radio 610. All right. We were there Saturday, up in the press box watching that game. I heard some of the post game show. I would assume that 2 things may have dominated this thing. John Mechie, which we'll get to, and then the Dameon Pierce, Cam Akers running back situation, which I think is a good place to start right now. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in as well there with your thoughts. It feels like the union of Dameon Pierce and the Houston Texans may seriously need to look to coming to an end. It just doesn't seem like this is working.
It does not seem like this is working. I don't know if it's ready to come to an end.
Check that. It's not that it don't seem. This ain't working. let me be a little bit more definitive.
Yeah.
This isn't working.
And they say no.
Look, I think Sean Pendergast put it perfectly in the post game. Every running back that was in uniform for the Houston Texans found a way to make plays, flash plays, on Saturday afternoon, except for one guy, and that's the guy that you've made priority outside of Joe Mixon, Dameon Pierce. It appears, and we've only seen 8 carries, and this is it's hard for me to arrive. A guy that I really like in such a small sample size, but I'm there, boys. I've seen enough of making Dameon Pierce a priority. I'm not saying I've seen enough of Dameon Pierce. I've seen enough of Dameon Pierce being a priority. It's time for rubber to meet the road. Some tough decisions are going to have to be made. And the reality of the situation is he is 100% in his head. He is not attacking the line of scrimmage when he should, i.e. when you're backed up in your own territory and your feet are literally in the end zone. Just look down. It's a reminder, get your ass north and south. And they're not. He's not getting it done. And then you look up and other touches. It's just balls to the wall, like he's closing his eyes and running. And there's because I know he can make guys miss, but he's trying to predetermine everything, and it's just not working. And it was blatantly obvious Saturday, Ron, because every other running back that went out there found a way to make plays, found a way to make runs, found a way to make a guy miss and get skinny and get good, tough, hard yards. And I just don't know how we can watch what we're watching and not be anywhere but some people are ready to cut it loose. But
I think for both parties, I think that is the best thing. I think Dameon Pierce is clearly, I mean, we just saw that he's not a Space Jam monster that just lost all his powers all of a sudden in the last 2 hours or 2 years, excuse me. I think the guy can play football. He is, for whatever reason, the combination of him being here in this system, whatever the pressure, whatever it is not clicking, and that dude is not just playing football. And I thought last year he was upstairs in his head, and I still think he is upstairs in his head. I think maybe the Cam Akers bringing him in in the last couple of weeks is probably something that added to that as well. Whatever it is, like it's not working. It doesn't seem like it's gonna work. It doesn't. The thought that this is all of a sudden going to switch and change. I just think both parties need a fresh start. And to me, it seems evident. I think there are a lot of things. I think the run game, and I think we could probably get to that at some point, but the run game as a whole probably needs some answers.
Oh, we got to get there.
Not just him.
Two things are true.
Not just him, but clearly the marriage of these two is not working. And as I said, I think the dude can play. Some of you don't think he can play, and I hear vision and all that. I can take you back to 2 years ago where nobody was talking about his damn vision. All right? I distinctly remember coming out of a preseason game against the Saints where he had vision galore and made cuts where we were like, damn, this dude has a chance. All right? Like, you just don't even see any of that anymore. And at some point, you just have to, like, we gotta switch this off. And right now, Cam Akers, 38, any of them right now would be better fits right now with this team. And I think right now this just needs to come to an end. I don't get the sense that I think it can work for Dameon Pierce. I don't believe it can work for Dameon Pierce here.
Yeah, look, there's nothing that leads you to believe that it can at this point in time. And the bad thing is he goes in and struggles, and then Cam Akers comes in. And a lot of the same, like you said, we got to get to the running game overall. A lot of the same leaky, run game schemes. But one drive, I believe it was, he finds a way, put his foot in the ground, cuts back, goes and gets a big first down. Again, on a drive where they end up scoring points. It's just hard to watch him struggle. And then watch Cam Akers continue to do well with limited time, and not think, hey man, Bobby Slowick's here's the other thing that we're not this angle, I guess, that we're not really talking about enough, Ryan. Bobby Slowick did a hell of a job last year overcoming injuries. Bobby Slowick did a hell of a job with his wide receivers and quarterback in the pass game. Bobby Slowick's run game has problems. Like Bobby Slowick, I don't know that Bobby Slowick can afford to, just because they like a guy, to go in there and the one or two series that he gets week one against Indianapolis, we're watching the same issues.
Dang it, Bobby.
When you've got Cam and you've got some, I would say Cam and Dare are the two that are in the conversation. You got those two guys that are finding ways to change the game even when the called play isn't hat on a hat blocked up just right. I don't think Bobby Slowick can afford to continue to just be Mr. Nice Guy because you like him and continue to play along with this experiment, if that makes sense. I don't know, right? I think the pressure's got to be on there too, right? Bobby Slowick's got to be sitting in the meeting right now, Ron, going, guys, watching the film going, guys, what do you want me to do? I can't. There's nothing I can do with that.
But if he's watching the film saying, guys, what do you want me to do? I think it needs to be at a few things. Right.
I'm talking about with Dameon Pierce. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. There's issues up front, and they've got to figure that out. I agree.
No, clear. Like the Pierce thing is.
I think they're all seeing the same thing. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the Pierce thing. You can't if they play against the Colts and Joe Mixon comes out of the game and you want to go, it can't be Dameon Pierce right now. Right. And to me, as I said, and I will continue to say it, I said it on social media, which kind of kicked up a little bit of stuff. And I've said it today, and I said, I think the marriage should come to an end. I think for both parties, it should be split. So he shouldn't even be there for the Colts. And, I think Cam Akers should be on the field right now from what we've seen when they go into it. But when they go into it, that's why, Clint, I can't wait to see Joe Mixon out there. I cannot wait to see, because I want to see what he does with some of the looks that we see. Because, yes, I look at Cam Akers, what'd he go? 6 for 29, 4.8 yards. He had that long 14-yard run. But you have said this last year, and you've said it this year. We talk about all the time, the ways that quarterbacks can't live. Your running game can't live with, all right, man, I'm going to run a sweep, or I'm going to run a stretch play to the left. And what I need my back to do is to be able to avoid this guy that's right there in the hole every time and reverse field to get a 14-yard gain because he's reverse field all the way. I don't care which line it was. First unit without Tunsil. Second unit. Third unit. There is far too much penetration right off the bat for any of the backs. Yeah. And I will admit to you that Dameon Pierce, a guy who is running with thoughts all over the place in his head, is not as good as being able to make that stuff miss than Cam Akers or Devin Singletary like we saw last year. I don't think he's going to make the cross-field run. But you ain't going to live like that. Because if you go and look at the bulk of Cam Akers' carries, his ass was getting hit for 2 yards or less or right in the backfield. And then we saw it with the backs behind him. It had to be trick stuff to get guys. And 38, I cannot believe 94 ran your ass down. That is, I know we talking about Dameon Pierce, something else, but 38, your ass can't get run down by Elijah. Big 94. But that took a trick play, and that was probably the best run of the day. So, we can talk about, as I'm saying, I think they need to move off of Pierce. But this is not sustainable, Clint, that every
I'm sure
time.
They vomited in the stands.
It's about. I don't think we got to see it one time. What you said. All right, can we get a play where there's not a running back's got 3 yards,
just a hat on a hat,
3 yards to get to. So I yes, it's that I don't like. I look at that and I say, well, I think Joe Mixon might have a tough time.
Yeah,
with some of this. I mean, if your big run's gonna be a 14-yard stretch play to the left that the running back had to stop in his tracks because somebody was right there and then another guy was right behind him, and then he had to reverse field and switch.
Yeah.
That's not sustainable.
It is not sustainable one bit, Ron. The thing is, what you're looking for, again, stats don't. I don't even care what a guy ends up in terms of 1,000 yards or not. Forget about all that. What the Texans have to find is a play. I don't care if it's outside zone. I don't care if it's one of the G schemes that they've been piddling with. I don't care if it's inside zone. I don't care what it is. They've got to find a run play where their running back carries the football that they can damn sure rely. And I'm talking about against any front, by the way. I'm not talking about against a loaded box or against any front. They've got to find a run play, Ron, where they know, hey, we're not going to get hit 2 yards deep in the backfield. That's the problem.
We got to make somebody miss.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
Bobby Slowick doesn't have one run play right now that he says, boy, I feel really comfortable calling this. We can at least get a couple of yards. We can at least have a clean backfield. Any and everything they call, doesn't matter what scheme it is, somebody's getting split. There's getting immediate penetration. There's linebackers that are running through underneath tackles and guards that are stretching. It just is not. There's nothing that they do that I've seen, and I'm talking about with the ones. I don't care what happened in the second half. There is nothing that I've seen that gives you any confidence in, yeah, man, this play right here is their bread and butter, man. They block this really, really well, and Bobby can bank on it, getting him 2 or 3. Not 8 or 10 or hitting a crease and getting a big one. We're just talking 2 or 3 or 4 on first down. I would be shocked if Bobby can tell you what play he feels best about in that situation, Ron.
Somebody just texted in, and this is real life. The Texans ran for over 100 yards. Ron, come on. All right. Ain't nothing wrong with the run game. Look good to you.
Nope.
They ran for. Let me read this. Let me read this to you. Taylor, J.J. Taylor, 38, who got caught by Big Elijah. He ran for 18 yards. He ran for 36 yards. Cam Akers, he ran for 29. Brooks, 23. Jordan, 16. Pierce, 5. Dare, 4 yards. Diggs, 2 yards. Boyle, -1. Now, listen, you watched. You looked at it. You watched it.
Which end was he looking from?
This is a Super Bowl team that you hope for. That's what the strive is to be a Super Bowl team. And the run game has sucked. You're not living in the world of bad football teams anymore. You're not living in the world of the expectations of 9-10 wins and winning the division.
The arrow's pointed up.
You're in a different place. As Clint was saying before, you've got one of the most expensive offensive lines, and you keep drafting offensive linemen in the first and second round. Somebody texted in and said they rushed for over 114 yards.
We couldn't run the ball.
I didn't realize those numbers are what they are, because you take away that, and I'm not in the business of taking things away, but you take away the clear cutback where it was all Cam Akers doing the 14-yarder. I mean, you got to be under probably 2 yards a carry with the top 4 guys counting Diggs. Yeah.
Listen, we're going to keep calling it how we see it here. I think, as I said, Dameon Pierce has struggled, and I think it is time to make movement on that. But there are bigger issues as well. All right. Listen, the Astros are rolling. Did what they needed to do this weekend against the White Sox. But I think today's a really, really big day for the Astros and how the fan base will feel towards them. We'll discuss that next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. Tell you all the time, man.
A minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Well, hey, boys.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
My man's on YouTube and Twitch. Astros are 4 games up in the West, and the Texans won 28-10. We're focusing on the negative. I just try and talk about the top thing that I would think people.
It's like strong case,
care
man.
about, man.
Strong case. You know what?
What was the most talked about thing in the postgame show?
Ron, we should have led with the 8th-ranked receiver on the team having a good day instead of the running back that's going to contribute in the special teams and the run game, or at least expected to. We should have led with that, man.
Yeah, girl.
Or we should have led with British Brooks 2 touchdowns. Come on, man.
I'm just like, I mean, that was, I got to believe that was, because I know 2 weeks ago that was the most popular thing that was talked about in the postgame show was Cam Akers. I would assume it was. And I heard some Cam Akers stuff with the little bit that I was able to catch driving home that night. So that's what I come in every day. I'll rip the carpet back here. I come in every day trying to talk about the things that Houston sports fans want to talk about.
what appeals
like
the most,
that stuff,
huh?
like and I'm sorry, I don't like John Mechie is one thing, and we'll get to John Mechie because he had the day he needed to have, but. I just listen. You're in a quest to get to an AFC Championship game at the Super Bowl, and this run game needs to pick up quick. I know it's like this person. It's a preseason running a vanilla offense.
That vanilla pass game's working pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you like. Because when you say that, and I wonder how many people are here, and we'll get to the Astros. But I wonder how many people are here. Do you expect right now to see, like, hey man, they've been playing around these 2 weeks that the starters and the ones been playing. They've been playing around with this run game. Wait till we get to Indy. They about to unleash what the run game really is. Like, do you think we're going to see something completely different than what we've been seeing the first 2 preseason games? Possible. But, like, based off everything you watched last year and this year, I mean, that one's hard. That one's hard to look at. All right, the Astros did what they needed to do. Friday, they had their win streak broken, but they came back and put the White Sox to bed the next 2 games and went ahead and finished that thing off.
Decent little weekend.
Decent weekend.
Gave Bregman the off days that he needed. Gave Framber Valdez goes out and what did he throw 80-something pitches in 7 innings.
I'm telling you, man, this guy here.
So I mean, you've got this
freaking guy here, Framber. I know it's the White Sox, but this is 10 starts in a row they've won.
Yeah,
his starts.
Light load from him. O'Shea, young buck that they just added, got him a nice hit. Diaz swung the bat well. I mean, it was a nice little. Got another quality start out of Hunter Brown.
Yeah, Hunter Brown did his thing.
So yeah, I mean, with the exception of the Ryan Presley stuff, I mean, it was. I think I didn't watch every pitch, but I think it was a pretty solid little weekend for the Astros, wasn't it?
And I'll be honest. In fairness, it's got to be hard to get up for playing the Chicago White Sox.
They're pretty bad.
It's like, like this, like coming in tonight. All right, we got the Red Sox in here. All right, we got Boston in here. They're a team trying to get in the wild card. We've seen these guys. It's probably hard to get up for the White Sox. I mean, Luis Robert, he went off Friday.
It was for Spencer.
He went off Friday. Luis went off Friday. But, I mean, it's hard to get up for the White Sox. I will say this, though. I don't know, Tyler, if you've heard anything, if you've seen anything. I have not yet. Alex Bregman better be in this lineup.
Big day, boys.
He better be.
And I just said, and listen, I'm not saying if he's not ready, then put him in.
Right.
But I'm just saying I think many Astros fans, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong, I'm sure. Many Astros fans, I think, are at the edge of their seats or leaning towards, all right, I want to feel like this is just short term. I want to believe Alex Bregman when he says this isn't long term. I want to believe it. They've all been coming out. Hey, it's just the weekend.
Shout out to my
just
guy,
the weekend. Bregman. Then my man Joe Espada said he's hopeful. He already laid the groundwork. He's hopeful that he'll play Monday today against the Red Sox. Because today, if he's not in the lineup, I think the concern meter for the severity of this injury of he slept wrong on an arm, I think the severity level for Astros fans will shoot way up, and then they will get right into the range of nothing ever seems to be what you say it is when somebody gets hurt.
Concern's going to skyrocket.
So I think right now people are kind of chill. But if he ain't in that lineup today, I think people are going to skyrocket to nervousness on how severe this injury is.
Hell yeah. I mean, when I look at as a fan, I mean, a lot is right, especially with Kyle Tucker. I know that was the other thing from this weekend. He took a little BP, supposedly, boys. Get ready. So it's another good thing this weekend. But
hell with BP.
Right, exactly.
Can he run down the first base?
With Kyle Tucker being out, I mean, Bregman's going to – I mean, he's going to obviously be a huge part of this down the stretch run here for the Astros. And I like to be right, and I need the Astros to run away with this thing. And so I need Bregman out there.
Yeah, Bregman, yeah. The White Sox, you could roll through it, but – That lineup, they had some guys hit this weekend that was big. But that lineup, I mean, there's one thing with Tucker out of it.
Hey.
And when Bregman's out of it, it looks a lot different.
You called big lefty in that game one. Well, that big joker was nasty.
Yeah.
Whoo. Hey, I could not be mad at the Astros one bit. He was nasty.
He's cold-blooded.
I mean, my man.
That's the only problem. Yeah, he was just
running, and he's going through it, and I'm sitting there I'm telling Mom, I said, Mom, just chill out. Astro Granny's up, got her panties in the water. I said, Mom, chill out over there. I said, they'll get to the bullpen, and it won't be no problem.
Get the hell out of here.
I look up, and big fella, I think had 30. He had 33 pitches through 4 innings. I said, hell, he may go 9.
Yeah, that's why I said the way that Spencer was throwing the ball, I thought they might combine for 20. Now Spencer didn't. He had 9, or
we need to get to that lock.
Crochet had 9, and Spencer.
We need to get to that lock.
Damn it! Is that another lock that went down?
Locks costing me money, man.
Damn it!
Just follow all the picks. She'll be in the green.
That was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, we talked about, and I said the person we're going to be talking about Reaction Monday is going to be John Mechie. And I think he is somebody worth talking about, even if he is the 8th receiver. As Clint said earlier, that's coming up next.
Oh.
15 days. Free phone up to $830 via 24 monthly bill credits with qualifying plan and credit, plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling to continue bill credits, or they stop and a required finance agreement balance is due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
First and goal. Keenum steps out to the right, throws right side, goal line, caught, touchdown, John Mechie. Yes! 3 catches on the scoring drive for the Texans to retake the lead.
Yeah, 3 catches, 37 yards for John Mechie, who is having some kind of resurgence here on Saturday. Maybe we need to get to noon a little more often.
All right, 7 targets, 6 catches, 68 yards. And that touchdown, I did hear you say that on the post-game show. Boy, if you ain't happy for John, you ain't got a heart. And yeah, man, very, very happy. He had the day he needed to have. I do want to get to John Mechie one real quick. I don't want to miss the enjoyment and the excitement. Tyler Milner. Tyler Milner has just eclipsed 12,000 followers on X, Twitter, whatever you call it.
Big milestone, man.
On the Twitter machine, man. Congrats,
Shout out
bro.
to the 12,000 of you following me.
Good job.
Let's get him to 12-1 by the end of the show, man. Get him to 12-1 by the end of the show, man. 100 followers, H-Town, Sports Radio 16.
I think we can do better than that. I think 12-5.
You're hearing it? 12-5?
I think we can do better.
Oh, my God.
If we're going to reach for a goal, let's reach
Tyler
for it.
should go buy you a bottle of Sagamore if that's the case.
No, if you're listening, hey, come on. Get him up there. Let's get him to 12-5.
What is it? Real Deal T-Mill?
At T-Mill Real Deal.
At T-Mill Real Deal. He's battled through a lot. He's been hacked multiple times. He's had to start new ones over.
Each time y'all have done one of these telethon deals, though, I mean, my follower count just skyrockets.
I'm trying, man.
Twitter telethon. Tyler Milner.
Tyler,
who's up next?
Telethon. Let's get him up.
Who's up next?
What's the number at currently? Tyler, hell, you're 4,000 over me. You are more liked.
You'll catch up, though.
And that.
Well, we need to do a Twitter telethon for Ron.
I think you're right.
I think it's the right thing to do.
At Real Ron the Show.
I'll pass.
We can't do both of them at one time.
No, I think I'll pass. I think, but
why are you passing, man?
Listen, this isn't about me right now. All right, Tyler's at 12-1 right now.
Is that my boy Ron?
So we've already gotten there. I need at least 10 to 12 new followers in this. No, I'll check that, man. I need 20 new followers in this segment right now. Damn it, let's go. Because we got to get to him. Let's get him to 12-5 by the end of the show. All right, let's do this thing. At T-Mill Real Deal.
Since you started doing the telethon, I'm already up 9 followers, man.
Let's go. Come on, man.
Gosh,
I need 11 more in this thing. Come on now, get him there. Let's go now. Those of you, tell folks, people.
Oh, King Ding-a-ling in there. Tyler, I'm just looking. It's at 12-1 already.
How about that?
My man right here on YouTube and Twitter.
You were already at 12-1.
Let's start a telethon to reduce Ron's followers. Come on, man. Go ahead, unfollow. Do what you.
Hell no.
Do what you got to do, baby. Do what you got to do. But no, man, congratulations. Over 12. As I'm telling you, man, he's like I said, been through it. He said, hell, I'm going to buy this blue check mark.
What's your number, man? What's your number? I'm not talking about who you've laid down. I'm not talking about low T center. Although you should know your number for low T, by the way, your T number. But what's your number right now, man?
All it says is 12.1. It doesn't get as specific once you get up there.
Yeah, we've got to force a move. We've got to get it to 12.5. Come on, man. Get that follower count up. I need to see that thing growing. I'll check back here. It's a long segment. I'll check back here at the end of the segment. But John Mechie, Clint, this was the day he needed to have. He needed to have a moment. All right, he had come out, and I honestly believe they were trying to get him involved. That was the thought process going into the first one in the Hall of Fame game, and it just didn't happen. I think in the 2 games he was 1 for 4 and 1 for 7, and he needed them to have a big day. He needed to show something, have some kind of a moment, and he goes 6 catches for 68 yards and gets in the end zone. And is it fair to say, Clint, that it is officially over? at least the conversation of him making this team? Do you think that with that performance on Saturday, it's officially over, the conversation he's going to make this team?
No. No, I think he's officially back in the conversation of the tough decision that's going to be made at the 5, 6, even 7 spot for this team. I think he's back in that conversation. The interesting thing is you've got 4 different guys, maybe even 5, but 4 different guys that have to be in that conversation for those 2, maybe 3 spots. John Mechie, high ceiling, young, right?
Yep.
I think you got Ben Skoranek, experience in the system, different body type, special teams. Xavier Hutchinson, different body type. They're comfortable running the football with him. I think he's your emergency returner if he's on the football team, so the special teams aspect is there. Young, inexpensive, right? And then you go to Robert Woods, expensive, but worth it if you have an injury or two down the road, middle of the season. You need a guy that hasn't practiced much, at least offensively. He's done a lot of scout team stuff. You need a guy that hasn't done much to step in and know the offense like the back of his hand, not just be able to do a little bit here, a little bit there. Or the staff worries about youth. The staff worries about this guy doesn't. He's handcuffed a little bit. From a talent standpoint, he fits. He's not an outside the box guy. He's an in the box guy. So you've got 4 different types of receivers to field 2, again maybe 3 voids, and I think John Mechie is squarely in that conversation. That's the best wide receiver performance we've had in a preseason game this year.
I think, that's it. Yep.
Because let's be honest. The thing about John Mechie in that day, there was some really good route running that created some separation. There was the creating just a tad bit of separation on the touchdown catch. It looks simple, but that's a tough ass throw for a quarterback if you don't create at least a little bit of separation. He did that. The big catch that was a no catch on the sideline from Case Keenum when he came in to start the second quarter. He caught the ball and ended up catching the ball on the sideline. That was a hell of an athletic catch. It was a no catch because Case threw it too far out of bounds. But I don't forget. That didn't go unnoticed for me. I don't think it will for the coaches either. John Mechie didn't just have a 6-catch day and a productive day. He did things, several different facets of the game from the wide receiver position that I think were impressive. So it was a big day for John Mechie, and I do think he's squarely in that conversation, Ron.
Yeah, I think he's a lock to make the team. And I understand completely where you're coming from. I just think that your blind spot with the John Mechie thing is I just don't think you're taking as much into account of the personal feel of how they view this kid.
Look.
I think there is something to. I think they
view him, and the team responds to him now.
They want him.
Absolutely.
They were dreaming, hoping. It's not like God. They're cross. Please, John, make plays in a way that I think is different. Please, like the smiles and the happiness on their face, which you understand is. I think there is a personal element to this with John Mechie that, at least for right now, overrides fair or unfair, and I think there's maybe some other receivers in that room that may feel like it's unfair, fair or unfair, that gives him a leg up. I think him and the teammates, like people are saying, boy, it's there, boy. We see, it's always there. So it's no. This is the first time he has really shown anything like this since he has been here. So I think there is a personal feel from the guys that make decisions, and as you said, the real top guys on this team.
Yeah,
they love him. Someone texted him, "Why does Clint hate Metch so much?" He doesn't hate him. He's just talking about the numbers. Like right now, basically, and I know it was a little bit better, but basically he did what Isaiah Hutchinson did in the first game, and how it's like most of us believe he is in. And he is in on the team, and I think there is a personal thing there from how they feel about Mechie. There's hope for him to do that.
There is no think, Ron. You are absolutely correct. And look, we talked about it in the postgame. I think there's legit. I don't want to minimize it. I think there's legit value in the way the team responds to him, and the way there's got to be. I don't know because I'm not privy to the information. I'm not privy to be there to experience it myself. But you can't tell me that John Mechie and his story and him being in this locker room isn't doesn't have just a gravitational pull as it pertains to the love for each other, the team chemistry. You can't tell me that's not a big part of it. There is a most stories like this. I'm like, man, get the hell out of here. That ain't got nothing to do with it. I firmly believe whether you're talking about Nick Caserio who drafted him, D'Amico Ryans, or you're talking about C.J. Stroud in that locker room, it is clear this dude has the ability to amp up the squad in a big way, in an organic, genuine, sincere way.
Yeah, like it was almost and understandable. It was almost an emotional feeling to many people on the sideline. Yep. We could see when he scored that touchdown. Like, I mean, D'Amico could not take the smile off his face when they scored that touchdown. So I think there's just something extra with how they feel about him. Tyler, where are you at these followers? Have you? Come on, man. I needed above 20.
Let me look.
I needed above 20 in this segment.
Pulling it up. I got to go through the phone.
We got to get to 12.5. Damn it. We got to get to 12.5. While you pull it up, coming up here in a bit, we'll get you ready. We'll look back to what happened this weekend and get you ready for Kikuchi tonight as he gets back on the mound to try to continue.
You say?
Kikuchi. Try to continue what he's
Tyler,
doing.
What you say?
I love Kikuchi!
There it is. And some other news and notes with the Astros. So we'll get all of that coming up. Where you at?
I'm at 12,124. I've gained 6 followers this segment.
That's not good enough.
It's not a good pace.
That's just not good enough. 6?
6.
Better than that.
I was at 12,118.
We're better than that. Well, a place that is absolutely the best is still South Loop Hyundai. And I'm a part of the team, and not just part of the team. I have a brand.
ones who get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
Into right field. Here comes Leon. Pedro is going to make a catch at his ankles for the final out of the game. Leon picks that one off the turf as he just barely gets to that ball around ankle high for the final out. A 3-pitcher combined shutout. The Astros win the series. They now maintain their 4-game lead in the AL West.
All right, Framber got busy yesterday, and for that, Pedro Leon has been sent down to Sugarland after making that great shoestring catch.
Damn.
We'll get to some more news, but Trey Cabbage has been called up, and they have optioned Pedro Leon back to Sugarland. So short stay for him, but he did make the final out last night with that catch, as you just heard Todd Callis describing. But they take 2 out of 3 from the White Sox, and we talked about it. This is the worst team, not just in baseball this year, but in baseball in a while. A sweep is almost, you damn near almost had the expectations of that, but they had some injuries, had guys out like Bregman. So 2 out of 3 did what they needed to do. But to me, Clint, the story is still continuing to be Framber Valdez and this pitching staff, especially him and Hunter Brown, the last 2 games of the series. They have been absolutely sensational and leading the way to why this team has had this crazy resurgence where they see themselves 4 games up and 11 games up on Seattle and Texas right now. But that pitching has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, you're going to win a lot of games if these guys keep spinning it the way they are, man. There's no doubt. And I think one thing to add to that with Framber Valdez, I mean, him throwing 80-something, 82 pitches or 83 pitches, whatever it is, that's a light load for him. So we're at that point in the season, not that he needs it, but we're at that point in the season where load management is a thing. And so, you might ask, why not let him go 9? Hell, why not let him just go take it all the way, rest your bullpen completely?
Especially him. He's a guy that has, as they say sometimes, that rubber arm.
Look, I know Astro Granny was upset about it. Why in the hell is he pulling him out? He's only throwing 82 pitches, So there's got to be some level of load management there. It was a great outing. You did great work, 7 innings. Let's just move on from it. So, but Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez, they're dealing right now, no question.
Yeah, they are.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, what's the latest breaking news you have, Tyler?
Well, we talked about this at about 2:24 p.m. The Astros lineup for tonight against the Red Sox, it is out. Third baseman Alex Bregman, not in the Astros lineup.
And not in the Astros lineup. This from Chandler Rome in the last minute. Alex Bregman was never playing today, and he probably isn't playing tomorrow either.
It's not ideal.
What the hell, man? Get out of your own way.
That's from Chandler Rome. Alex Bregman was never playing today.
Such BS.
O'Shea is in the lineup, bat 9th, playing 3rd tonight.
I need a little more than that, Chandler.
And he is, and he probably isn't playing tomorrow. You got what Alex Bregman said. This has turned into the biggest. This is the last thing Alex Bregman had to tell us. We got this Friday when we heard that he was going to miss the series due to sleeping on his arm wrong, and he felt pretty confident that this was short term. This is Alex Bregman saying how he felt and what potentially the situation could be Friday.
got some swelling in my throwing elbow. Slept on it wrong. Feel like a few days, and I'll be able to come back strong and feel good. I have no damage of any of the ligaments or anything like that. It's just something that I'm going to have to take a few days for, and obviously it's pretty unfortunate because swinging the bat really well right now. I'm playing really well, so hopefully come back in a few days and be ready to roll. And yeah, this has no long-term effect or anything like that. It's just something I got to knock out right now and get back to playing.
All right, so I guess we haven't reached long-term effect yet. This feels like an IL stint that is going to occur. They've called up, obviously, Shea, who was up in his spot, and now they can bring it back to, Friday is what they could retroactively bring it back to. But if he's not playing today and probably isn't playing tomorrow, according to Chandler Rome's report, as I said, today was going to be a big day. I don't think a lot of Astros fans trust the Astros when they come up with medical stuff or injuries or anything like that, and I think it is very, very fair with the way they've handled it the last several years. But now he's not playing today and was never playing today, according to Chandler Rome, and probably not tomorrow. I think there is probably high concern from Astros fans that this is not, as Bregman just said, something short-term.
Yeah, look, I mean, hell, I can speak for this Astro fan. Yeah, I'm a little concerned. I went from 0 to about 35. 0 to about 35 on the 0 to 100 concern meter right now with Bregman. I felt really good that Bregman addressed it himself. Felt really good that he the MRI was done. There was no damage. And just needed to get the swelling down or whatever he referred to. This changes the game a little bit, yeah. And Chandler Rome is in the know, and I don't think he's tweeting he was never playing today and he's probably not going to play tomorrow. I don't think he's doing that simply because he feels like it. He's got to know something, right?
Well, they are at home tonight to face the Red Sox. Adam Spolane and the rest will be talking to Joe Espada, I would assume, here in a bit before that game gets going. He'll meet with the media in the dugout, and maybe we'll hear more from Adam Spolane. But if you're just missing it, the thought was Alex Bregman would just take off, the weekend series against the White Sox, and the plan was him to be back on Monday. Well, he will not play today. The lineup's out. He's already not in that. And Chandler Rome reported of the Athletic that he was never playing today and probably won't play tomorrow either. So that is the latest right now with the Astros and their third baseman Alex Bregman.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, a couple of news and notes here with the Houston Texans. This coming from our guy Jonathan Alexander from the Chronicle. The Texans added a year to safety Jimmy Ward's contract, according to sources with knowledge of the deal. He's signed through 2025 now. So Jimmy Ward's contract is he's going to continue to be here after this year. And I think when a lot of people were talking about, trying to bring in another safety, bring in another veteran safety, when we heard names like Justin Simmons, I think they probably view Jimmy Ward as that guy. That Jimmy Ward is that veteran safety that they're going to have, and they've added another year, so he is here after this year as well. So not a real surprise there. The real only thing with Jimmy Ward is just the injuries. Is can he stay healthy enough to play? Because when he plays, I think they're pretty happy with what he can bring to the table.
Yeah, and when he plays his position, I think they're really happy with what he brings to the table. The versatility aspect of Jimmy is when other guys get hurt, he's got to move down in the box and play something that he's capable of but not real comfortable with. And so then you see a little bit of a struggle. Then the injuries jump on. But, look, he's clearly a tone setter in D'Amico Ryan's defense. Not only does he know it like the back of his hand, not only can he coach it, but he's the guy. I think of any of the guys, he's the one that appears to be the tone setter from a physicality standpoint. Maybe Azeez Al-Shaair in the middle linebacker position. He obviously talks it and at the linebacker position plays that way.
Yeah.
But the tone setter, I think, is big in D'Amico's defense. Him being a veteran, a guy that can get away with more than what young guys can.
Guy that knows D'Amico, who he's had in San Francisco.
Probably a great mentor for Kalen Bullock, the third-round draft pick out of USC this year. Look, I mean, if Jimmy can stay healthy, Father Time jumps on everybody. Sometimes the game leaves you. Sometimes injuries hit you. Right now, Jimmy can play. It's just the injuries.
Yeah.
Can he stay healthy?
Looked good. He made a big play on one of the decent throws that Daniel Jones made. We'll have to talk about Daniel Jones at some point today. But one of the decent throws where Neighbors got behind Stingley, and he laid a pop to dislodge the ball early in that game. So, he can still go and still roll with things. So he has added another year and will be here after this year, signed through 2025. By the way, the Texans did win that game against the Giants 28-10. John Mechie had a big game, as we talked about. Derek Stingley had an INT. Jalen Petrie had a pick six. And the thought is they've played 4 preseason games, but the starters, and really just not even starters, but ones and twos, most of them only played the 2 games. Laramie Tunsil has not played. Joe Mixon has not played. And the thought is, have we seen the last of them? Are you fine with it if we've seen the last of the ones and twos, or the ones, at least in this case, before they play Indy?
Has Will Anderson played?
Will has not played.
3 of them.
Will has been – him and Christian Harris have just been injured.
That's right,
They
Christian
haven't
Harris
played.
too,
It ain't a rest thing. They haven't played.
Yeah, wow. So you got four impact starters that
But Joe Mixon and Tunsil, at least, they've been practicing.
Yeah,
they've been in pads.
Yeah.
These guys haven't.
Yeah. I don't need to see him. I mean, all of the above are guys that I trust. Well, look, at the end of the day, they are, with or without practice, they're a step up from the guy that's behind them. And so there's no reason to risk the injury. I don't. They have all played enough football, with the exception of maybe Christian Harris and Will Anderson. But I trust both of those guys. I don't need to see them. I don't need to see them before Indy week 1.
Yeah.
Don't need to see it.
Yeah, I thought they may get a little bit more work. It was clear it was just going to be a quarter because the Texans had the ball.
Yeah.
And as soon as the time ran out in that quarter, you were saying in the press box, well, hell, they took CJ's helmet right off. And all the ones came out of the game. No, I think they're fine. I think they have shown enough here thus far. They didn't even play. Obviously, Will Anderson was out, but they didn't even play Daniil Hunter. I think he's shown enough. I think they're good. You think? I do wonder if guys like Scruggs and Green will play. Some of those guys, because those guys played the first game of the preseason. I wonder if they'll still run them out there too. We'll see. But I'm with you. I think the frontline guys. I think we've probably seen it.
I don't know what Juice, like, what are you going to see in this game from Juice or Kenyon Green that you ain't seen already? I think a big part of it too, though, Ron, is the joint practice with the Rams. I think is going to be really, really intense. I think it's going to be like a 4th preseason game for everybody. I think the work is going to be second only to a regular season game. The joint practice stuff is so much better than a preseason game because it's controlled from a standpoint of the coaches can create situations for their guys. You got the juices turned up from a competition standpoint. You got the juices turned up because you got a different jersey across from you, and you got guys you don't know. You got guys that are talking trash. You got guys that you don't have chemistry with, that you don't have that same brotherhood with. So I think this week the work that's going to be done in terms of helping Nick and D'Amico make decisions and helping players get ready for the season is going to be done in the joint practices.
Yeah, that is a good point too. They got the Rams this week in joint practice.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right. The Washington Commanders have officially named Jaden Daniels their starting quarterback. No surprise there. I feel like we know Caleb Williams is going to be the starter of the Bears. I don't know what Denver's waiting on, but Sean Payton can go ahead and do that with Bo Nix, who's been impressive. These young quarterbacks, Clint, They're coming in. This looks like this might have a chance. Now, we'll see what happens when the season starts. Obviously, J.J. McCarthy was lost, but he was looking really good, too. These guys are all looking like they're going to make potential impacts this year. This is like a really good quarterback.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, you got obviously Caleb Williams at the top, who is uber talented, and you said it multiple times watching the game. That's Pat Mahomes. There's some real Pat Mahomes vibe. The
only person I've ever seen that you could say, boy,
that can get away with it, right?
Looks like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's making that like next level throws the way Pat does. That's I think it's spot on. So you got that guy, and then you got some dudes that have played a lot of football, man. Between Jaden Daniels, Penix Jr., Bo Nix. Those dudes have played a lot of football. Like you said, J.J. McCarthy's out, so he's out of the conversation. But those other three guys have played a lot of football, man. They are long in the tooth in terms of rookie quarterbacks. And so, yeah, man, those guys are playing lights out. Jaden Daniels, look, no surprise that he took this. No. Cliff Kingsbury's out there, right?
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury, very quarterback-friendly system. Very, very college-esque type system. I think I'm not sure who Brian Kelly's OC is at LSU, but I'm pretty sure that when he was at Arizona State that they were an air raid team. So there was probably some similarities coming in with Cliff Kingsbury.
A bit familiar.
But getting that athletic quarterback up to speed and learning his system, Cliff Kingsbury is one of the best in the game in terms of keeping it not simple, but keeping it something that they can relate to, something that's similar to them. And we saw him do it with Kyler Murray and have immediate success. It wouldn't surprise me if Jaden Daniels didn't have the same level.
Not a surprise with Jaden Daniels. Bo Nix is kind of the surprise.
Yeah, agreed.
That he has taken it this. I mean, just grabbed it like
been impressive,
this.
Ain't it?
Yeah, he's been pretty good. All right, coming up, we'll continue to keep you updated on the latest breaking news with the Astros and Alex Bregman, and it is back. Our players of the game that starts up again, and we'll do all of that coming up next right here live on the Drive.
All right, I'll tell you what was never gone. That's QC Kinetics, baby. Did you know that you can use your own body's healing properties?
podcast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We talked about it earlier. Alex Bregman, will he play today? That would be a huge, I just thought, moment for the Astros between them and their fan base that I would say, putting it kindly, has trust issues with the Astros decision makers when they hear injury updates or when someone has got injured or how long or whatever. And the thought was from Alex Bregman himself. He held the press conference himself, talked to the media himself on Friday, said he slept on it wrong, just needed a few days. It's short term, not long term, and maybe that might be the case. But we were just thinking it was a few days through the weekend. Then Monday, the expectation of him to play. Yesterday, Joe Espada said he was hopeful that Alex would play on Monday. And according to Chandler Rome, Alex Bregman was never playing today. and I know it. There is. That's what Espada said. Hopeful he'll play Monday.
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Bregman was never playing today, according to Chandler Rome, and he probably isn't playing tomorrow either. So listen, you take with that how you will.
Well, this is not good.
But this feels like a retroactive IL stint to Friday. That's what this feels like.
They can actually go back further than Friday, right?
Can they go Thursday?
They were off Thursday, right? They were off. They had a day. They have a day off.
Oh yeah, they had a day off.
So you can go. Hell, you can go back to Wednesday.
Wednesday, yeah.
Or would you go back to the first day off Thursday? Yeah, it's a full day. Yeah.
He played Wednesday. Yeah. We'll see. Hopefully, it isn't short term, but just with their history, and now we're seeing this, and the weirdest thing, like the injury to the throwing elbow at the back of the elbow happened because he slept wrong in his hotel room, is just put together.
The explanation, along with the fact that it's the Astros that have had so many weird explanations and so many what appear to be misdiagnoses the wrong way, but just I guess misleading. Reports is it all comes to a head because of all of this stuff. I'm going to choose right now. I'm going to choose right now to just be chill with it. You got a 4-game lead on the Mariners in the division. A lot of baseball left to be played, obviously, but you got a four-game lead on the division. You got 11-game over the Rangers. You're playing really good baseball right now. You just took 2 or 3 from the White Sox. I know the schedule gets significantly more difficult moving forward, but I'm going to take right now. I'm going to lean into the no reason to rush him back. Because you're playing good baseball, let's be patient with it. I'll give it a couple days.
Yeah. Just hope it's short term. That is the latest.
Me too.
And as we said, man, as you talked about it, this is a tough stretch. They've got 14 games against teams that are either flat safely in the playoffs or the Red Sox, who are what three and a half out of the wild card.
Yeah,
I mean they go Boston, and then I know the Phillies are in there somewhere. I believe that they have to run into. The Astros' upcoming schedule is rough. I'm sorry, the Orioles. So Boston, the Orioles, who lead the East, are right behind the Yankees in the East, then the Phillies. And then the Royals. That's the 14 in a row. All of those teams are in the playoffs safely, except for Boston, who's fighting to get in. So hopefully,
and the Astros are limping, but they're winning.
They're playing well. Yeah, they lost that one to the White Sox, but of course they had won 8 in a row leading into that.
To your point earlier, man. I mean, they're pitching so well. Look, and I understand that Spencer Arrighetti had a little bit of a blip there on Friday, but they're pitching so well. That they're going to win a lot of games regardless of who's healthy.
They're giving themselves a chance, staying in it.
Yep.
Hopefully that'll be the point. All right. It is time for our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. And listen, we're going to do this every single Monday during the football season, and why not start now? And I'll go first, fellas. I don't know where yours is, Tyler, where yours is, Clint. I'm going to go with Jalen Petrie. I thought Jalen Petrie looked real good.
Come on.
Real good. And not just the pick six because of the decision from Daniel Jones, but he was switching a lot. He was playing in the slot primarily, but he was also playing some deep third. He was playing a lot, and he was arriving violently, covering as well as he needed to. I thought Jalen Petrie, you scored a touchdown on defense. I thought Jalen Petrie was really, 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 really good. My favorite play from Jalen Petrie was not the pick six, but he had Devin Singletary matched up by himself on the sideline and no help and brought him down easily. And Devin Singletary in the open field is not an easy tackle, and we know since he has been here that has been a concern of if he can tackle well enough. It was a great play. So Jalen Petrie is my Man Eye Institute Player of the Game.
I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. Because if you look at the box score, there's a tackle for a loss that was impressive. There's a pick six that was impressive. But by far, without a doubt, the most impressive play for Jalen Petrie was in that open field because he got him. He didn't quite get him on the ground, but he dug his heels in and got him to where he could push him out of bounds. Not an easy guy to corral. A guy that missed some critical tackles last year. If he misses that tackle, it's critical. It's a problem. We're talking about it today. He made a hell of a play, man. Jalen Petrie's a really, really good one. Look, I could go with a couple of different running backs. Cam Akers. I can go with British Brooks with the 2 touchdowns. But, man, I got to go with John Mechie. I got to go with John Mechie. I'm talking back against the wall, running out of time, needed to have a day. The team said, all right, John, we're going to put you in the huddle with CJ in practice. We're going to make sure you get the reps, and we're going to make sure you get extended reps in the game so that you can get comfortable, get confident, and show us what you can do. And John Mechie goes out there, 6 catches, 68 yards, 1 touchdown. And Ron, the way he accumulated those stats, 6 catches, 68 yards, there was over the middle, outside. There was even a great catch on the sideline that didn't stand because he didn't get his feet down, but it was still a great catch. There was separation created immediately on the touchdown throw. That's a lot more difficult to do than it looks, to throw and catch, actually, than it looks. I thought Mechie he didn't just have a statistically good day. I thought John Mechie went out there and put some really, really, really good stuff on film. Multiple sides of the field, over the middle, deep, short. Nothing obviously over the top, but some of the mid-range stuff that he was able to do. I thought it was a big-time game for John Mechie. And none of the stats are bigger than the dude was backed up in the corner. Dude was running out of time, and he went out there in a perfect moment and had a game that got him back in the conversation.
Yeah, he had to have that day. That definitely, to me, I think locked his spot on the team. All right, that was our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game. Remember, Man Eye Institute, see life better. Coming up, we remind you of what you need to be reminded of for tomorrow as Texans fans. So stay tuned for that. And that Texans defense looked impressive. Multiple turnovers, stops. Was it the Texans defense or was it Daniel Jones? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about Our Vision Homes, y'all. Rye whiskey.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Should we be hearing from the head coach coming up soon?
That answer is a yes.
4 o'clock coming up. I mean, there's not a lot that gets in front of Dirty's Daily.
Ooh, especially when Dirty's funky.
H-Town, I'm back.
Because Dirty is funky today.
I'm not.
I ain't smelt it. I ain't smelt it in a minute. That's when I stand up and I get to moving around. Must be my shorts or my drawers.
Picked it up. I had not picked it up, but
it's nasty.
Tentatively around 4 o'clock, we should be potentially hearing from the head coach D'Amico Ryans, and we will carry that for you right here live on the drive. So stay tuned for that. D'Amico Ryans will address the media coming up, and we'll carry that for you. So stay tuned for that. By the way, tomorrow, remember, is another Texans Ticket Tuesday. And the Drive family will hook you up, not just us, but all day on the station, your chance to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen to go check out the Texans as they face the Rams in their final preseason game before they start the regular season against the Colts in Week 1. So tomorrow is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, so hang out with us, your chance to get that W. My man Jordan Alexander on YouTube and Twitch. Ron, who the F is Isaiah Hutchinson? I don't know. I can't stop calling him Isaiah. I never did call him that. He was Xavier, and somewhere here in the last, probably since camp has started, I can't stop calling that man Isaiah.
And you can't think of an Isaiah Hutchinson or an Isaiah Henderson or an Isaiah McKenzie was we just saw.
Maybe I don't know. It's before that. It's been Isaiah. I've made the Isaiah Hutchinson mistake. It's clear a month now.
A few times.
And I roll past it. It doesn't even click until a little bit. Like, I don't know. I remember him at Iowa State. He was Xavier. I can't stop calling that man Isaiah, and it flows easy like it's his name.
Hold on, so
it's I have been able to.
Needs to make more plays.
I've been able to master Kamari, because I was calling him Kwame Lassiter every chance I get. I mean, that took me a minute not to call him Kwame Lassiter, but I was able to get to Kamari Lassiter every time. I can do it without thinking. I cannot stop calling that young man Isaiah. Xavier.
I didn't even catch it. Usually I catch it, man.
Oh, man, because
I'm starving.
Somebody. Oh yeah, that's dangerous. That'll get us maybe in the 5 o'clock hour. I've said it so clean. I didn't even think about it. By the way, can we get an update, Tyler? Where are you?
Not a lot of movement, man. I've gained 9 followers.
Since the last time we talked, or since the show?
Since the whole thing.
God, what? This is a low mark for us.
Yeah.
Maybe there's so many people that have followed.
Yeah, I mean, the Drive family already for the most part.
Yeah, but if you're extending, we got people in London listening.
Yeah.
Baton Rouge.
Right-yo.
Racine, Wisconsin.
Indianapolis.
Olympia, Washington. I mean,
Sri Lanka.
We got people in.
I mean, you're just naming towns now that
Sheboygan, Wisconsin.
Only you know exists.
Like
New Zealand.
We got New Zealand, yes. Worcester. I mean, we got people all over the place listening to this. So again, we're trying to get Tyler to 12-5 by the end of the show.
I'm at 12-1.
This is 12-1-27.
Mm-hmm.
And he's at 9.
I think I said 12-1 earlier.
But he was
Tyler
already
didn't
there.
Tell me he was already there. So 12-2 is where I'm shooting for. By the way, folks.
The arrow's pointed up.
It is. It's how like what is the degree, right? I mean, is it just kind of creeping along, or is that thing nooner?
It's not moving fast.
That's not. Brian's in Chattanooga, Tennessee, listening. Come on now, follow him. Damn it, Lord, man. All right, man. Hey, the defense, and we were talking about, do we need to see any more of these guys? And that defense, I damn sure don't. Right? I think Although I'd like to see Christian Harris and Will Anderson. I would take the practice field would suffice with those two for me. That would be enough with those two for me. And clearly after the Pittsburgh game, D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke, I'm adding you in here, Matt. They've seen enough of Danielle Hunter. They didn't need to see Danielle Hunter in that game. And that defense played really, really well. Wish Lassiter had a couple of more opportunities. It seemed like Daniel Jones was hell-bent on picking on Derek Stingley for some reason and not really going the other way. But they were impressive, Clint. Petrie had a pick six. Derek Stingley had a pick in the red zone. Good pressure. Barnett had good pressure that led to that pick six. They looked pretty good. Were you really impressed with the defense, or was this Daniel Jones?
Oh, no, look, I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Now, the defense was moving around. They were flying around. They were making things difficult. They are awfully sticky in coverage. They're underneath. Their linebackers were moving really well.
Sometimes the run game was a little the Giants gained a little bit, maybe a little bit too much in the run game, but other than that, yeah.
But I'm going to be dead honest with you, Ron. The Giants – If that's not the worst football team in all of football,
how did they win?
I got to see another one. There ain't no way, Ron.
Was Saquon Barkley that important? They made it to the playoffs with him 2 years ago.
Yeah,
and didn't have neighbors.
Yeah. Look. What I watched on Saturday is exactly what I expected to see based on the audio of Hard Knocks that I heard on Payne and Pendergast. Do you realize that Brian Daboll did not know
that is really
when you could legally offer a player a contract out of the legal tampering period? They had to let him know the next day at 1 o'clock or whatever it was, 3 o'clock, whatever the hell it was. They had to he literally on national TV asked the general manager, well, when can we when can we get him signed?
And they didn't take it out.
Yeah, and they let it ride. I mean, there's another bit of audio where, and I don't even know all their names, but the GM, the head coach, several of the personnel guys, they're all sitting around, and they're talking about trading Saquon Barkley, which is fine. Trade Saquon if you want to. But in that audio, Ron, they're talking about, well, if we trade Saquon Barkley, what's our identity going to be? Well, we paid Daniel Jones. Well, we got Daniel Jones has got to be our identity. Like those are two separate conversations. If you're going to trade Saquon Barkley, you damn good and well know what your identity is going to be. You don't talk about it in the same conference room in the same conversation. I mean, there is so many pieces of audio that I don't even need to know the context of what's going on with the Giants. I look at it and I'm like, what I saw Saturday checks out. I mean, it is on brand. Think about it, Ron.
What happened to Dable? That don't seem like.
I don't know. He doesn't worry too much about losing weight instead of coaching that team up.
God, he looks
now he may have lost that weight because of stress, but you come out and I have no idea. And this isn't a knock on anybody. This is just football 101. You come out and your plan out of the gate is to attack Derek Stingley. Not the rookie corner opposite, right? Not the nickel defender that's new to the position. Not the linebacker crew that is missing Christian Harris, the X-Factor player that has Henry To'oTo'o and Azeez Al-Shaair. Not those guys. Not those guys. We're going to go right at Derek Stingley. Derek Stingley, the first play of the game, should have been an interception.
It should have been 3 picks and 2 pick sixes.
Hit his chest, right? And so you think, okay, football 101.
But even if you were going to go to Derek Stingley, even if you're going to throw to that side, what coverage did you see that made you unload it?
You're right. Yeah. Clearly he's sitting. It's a hitch, and he's
right
sitting
there
on it, right? You literally don't need to see anybody but Derek Stingley because it's a hitch. If he sits, you got to move on in the progression.
He threw it in there like it wasn't there.
Threw it in there anyway, right? But just think about that. The entire offensive staff is sitting on the sideline, right? And you see that, Ron, it's as simple as, hey, let's flip this formation. Let's flip this formation and let's go at the rookie who's probably going to be soft and bail and we can get something cheap. No, we're going to go at Derek Stingley again. Twice in the first drive, they go at Derek Stingley. And then you got a go route called later in the quarter. You got Jalen Hyatt over there. Now you decide you're going to throw a go route against who? Derek Stingley, not the rookie on the other side. I mean, this is all football 101 stuff of like, and I know it's a preseason game, but it's common sense. Like you go into a game, and I don't care if it's a scrimmage, Ron. Like I come to the line of scrimmage, and I got an all-conference corner on one side, and a guy I've never seen before. All I know is he's a rookie, and there were some question marks about why he fell out of the first round of the second round, and he's soft. I'm going there every time. These jack legs just keep trying to. It was bad, man. It was bad. There clearly was never any adjustments.
The pick six is something that you don't have an expectation that any quarterback in the NFL would make that mistake.
Right. Piss poor on Daniel Jones.
Let alone Daniel Jones, who you've paid $40 million a year to.
Yes. The whole thing, Ron. That I guess
I couldn't believe he threw that ball.
I couldn't believe he threw it either. I could not. But you see, he put both hands on. He's on his back in the end zone, both hands on the head
before Petrie crosses the goal line. Yes.
But the thing is we as fans and as media, like we just cannot stop at Daniel Jones being bad at quarterback play right now. Like Daboll don't get a pass. Hell, is their offensive coordinator still the same guy from last year who's getting head coach interviews?
Yes.
I mean,
Mike Kafka.
Hey man, like
he's going to be the next one.
That is, if you remember that time when the Texans played Jacksonville, Ron, and they were dropping Trevor back constantly and throwing into cover two.
That one David Cullen.
I said, this is a fireable offense right here. This is what they're doing.
Urban.
What we watched, Ron. What we watched from New York. That's a fire. He shouldn't wait till midseason.
Football playing.
Let me ask you this. Does Daboll get fired? Jones get benched? Or does what's my man's name, a receiver?
Neighbors.
Does Malik Neighbors pull an AB and yank his jersey off, run off the field in the third quarter?
I think all could happen.
I wouldn't blame him.
I think all could happen. I think all damn.
Which one happens first? I mean, that's
Daniel Jones going to get benched.
You think they do?
Yeah. He's going to get benched.
Boy, if he don't get benched week one after what he did Saturday,
he's going to get benched.
He's going to play the whole damn. Do you realize that Case Keenum in the 5 through 8 receiver for the Texans was cleaner than him in the ones?
Easily.
Good. God.
Easily. Coming up, you'll hear from D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, hopefully in this next segment. But before we get to that, let's.
Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I do. I like to have a good time. I like to party. In fact, you should listen every day on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. All kind of cool features on there. You can take us everywhere and anywhere you go. If you already follow on the Odyssey app, hey, tell your people about it, man. We'd love for you to grow our following that way right there, our listenership that way right there. Everybody else on the AM/FM dial, appreciate you. Tip to cap. Twitter, I appreciate you on Twitter as well. YouTube, Twitch, big shout out. I appreciate you. I like to party. There's no doubt about it. But I tell you what else I like to do. I like football horny audio. And whether it's Bobby Slowick, who we were going to talk about in Dirty's Daily, or the head man, D'Amico Ryans, after week 3 preseason game. Either way it goes, I like to hear from the coach. So, hey, I'm going to bring it to the people. Here's D'Amico Ryans, your Houston Texans head coach.
Oh, man. Yeah, I got a good team right here. It's a good team.
Coach, after reviewing the film, what did you see from your team on Saturday?
After reviewing the film, the one thing that stuck out to me is just the energy from our entire team. I kind of mentioned it a little bit, but after the game, but to see the pure excitement and joy, guys having fun playing football, like that's what it's about, right? It felt special watching it on film. You see that connectedness. You see our guys truly excited for each other. Like, I love that about our team. I love where we are right now as a team.
When you have a player like Kamari Lassiter, a rookie like that, you watch him and he's able to flush out his mistakes. Is that a sign of, just where he came from with the University of Georgia, how he's been coached in the past?
For Kamari, you can tell, like, he's built for this. Like, when it comes to the mental toughness piece that plays a lot into being a good football player at this level. Like, you have to be mentally tough. You have to have that next play mentality. And, at Georgia, Kirby's done a great job. You can tell of raising them the right way, of having those guys. Kirby's done a great job with all of his guys, having those guys NFL ready to go. And that's one thing you see from Georgia, like, year after year since he's been there, right? Those guys are plug-and-play type players, and it's a credit to him and his program and how they run things there. You get a Georgia guy, you're getting an NFL player.
Your first team offense, did you see what you wanted from them in the time they were on the field?
For our first team offense, I did. I saw some really bright spots, starting with the offensive line. I thought they did a really nice job of protecting. They were firm up front. They handled the edges well, and Titus and Blake did a good job on the edges, and we were firm on the interior. And also just the way we distributed the football, I wanted to see that, right? I wanted to see the ball in different places, different spots, and it was really cool for me to go back and watch and to see multiple guys touch the ball and be effective touching the ball. Nico, with the ball that he got, Tank had a nice one that was called back, but Diggs on the jet sweep and also the third down win. So Dalton, it was just multiple guys touching the ball. Can't forget Brevin making a really nice play to get a first down for us. It was just really cool to see, multiple guys. And I talk to the guys all the time about how many playmakers we have on the offensive side. So it was just cool to see, Bobby doing a great job with this staff of distributing it in a very good manner.
So, on the one play that got called back, play action to Kane down the sidelines, that kind of like deep outbreaking route, CJ was able to fire it in there. That's obviously not an easy throw. A lot of quarterbacks can't make that. But when you have a guy that can make those type of throws, whether the pocket's muddy or not, consistently, what does that do for an offense?
And it looks easy to CJ. Some of the throws he makes, it looks easy. But I always try to show our guys like how impressive it is with some of the plays that he makes, and also, how fine of a line, how close it has to be to make a play in this league. Like, it's tight coverage, even the third down play to Diggs. They were playing tight man coverage. You got a plug player in the middle, but CJ held the plugger just long enough, right, to make a play. And it's plays like that to tank on a sideline that I let guys know you can't get bored with seeing the good plays that CJ is able to make. Like, it's rare to see a young player make the plays that he makes, and he's doing a great job of getting better each and every day, and that's what I enjoy most about working with him. Like, his competitiveness, his will, his drive and desire to get better, and it shows up on game day.
You're listening to head coach
joint
Miko
practice with the
Ryan
Rams
right here on
one day.
Sports
Is that
Radio
what's going to
610.
be on Thursday?
Yeah, we'll have joint practice with the Rams one day.
And will you turn your ones loose? You seemed to indicate that when we talked after the game. Will you have your ones against their ones? And do you have any hesitation doing that this late in camp?
Yeah, we'll compete versus the Rams. They're a good team, so we're excited about them coming in, and they'll give us some different looks, offensively and defensively, and that's what joint practice is about, right? Getting good competitive work in, guys who know how to work the right way. That's the main thing about it. Like, we're not coming out to have a shoving match or anything like that. We want to work against a really good football team, well-coached team that I respect what those guys have done since Sean has been there, so I'm excited to get to work with those guys.
What does a healthy Jimmy Ward do for you guys on defense? We saw it a little bit last year, dealt with some of the injuries. We've obviously seen what he can do in San Francisco. What does a healthy Jimmy Ward allow you guys to do on defense that maybe you can't do when he's not on the field?
Yeah, Jimmy, he provides, first off, is the communication piece. He's a great communicator, and Jimmy is versatile. I always loved his versatility. When he can come down and play man coverage, he can play in the deep half of the field, like making plays. Jimmy is a very versatile player. I think that opens up a variety of things that we can do defensively when it comes to game planning wise.
Nico, to piggyback off Kim's question, what did you make of the first team rushing offense? It seemed like y'all got going in the second quarter further, but the first team kind of struggled. I think they may have 5 yards. What did you make of that? I know there's a lot of context involved that we don't see. So
yeah, no, not sure how many rushes we had for our first unit. I know we had one outside zone play that we mistargeted a guy. We missed a guy, so a guy was free in the hole on one. And then another probably, missed a run where we could have been downhill. But, overall, I think just with our O-line, our tight ends, and how it's hard to judge off a couple runs. I think we threw the ball a lot with our first team, so there weren't really many runs to judge, and I don't want to, judge our team off of 2 runs. That's unfair to, make a judgment off of 2 runs.
Domingo, this is coming into your last preseason game and then getting ready to go to cut down. What are y'all looking at? What are some of the parameters, some of the benchmarks y'all going to be looking at with this last game and then coming into the final cut down and everything?
Yeah, coming into our last preseason game, it will be a really big opportunity for a lot. I always say young guys, but it's a lot of guys on our team who aren't just solidified ones on our team. So it's an opportunity for those guys, one last week to show the improvements that they made, to show that they belong, to show that they can help our team, be a successful team this year. So it's just one more look for guys. And, I think at this point we've seen what a lot of our guys can do. We've seen how they can help us. And I just want to see those guys, if they can take another jump, right? Can they take another jump? Can they correct the things that need to be corrected? And can the guys just go out and compete and play fast football for us?
The roof panel is obviously missing there. Did you notice it? Did it have any effects on the play or the playing conditions when you were out there on Saturday?
The roof panels those 2 roof panels are open, but I did not see it have an effect on any of the players. It didn't have an effect on the game at all. At times, right, if the sun wasn't shining, you didn't even notice it for a second, and the temperature or anything, you didn't feel any difference there. So it didn't have any effects on us.
Coach, a lot of people know that you and Matt call the defensive plays, but a lot of people don't see the work that Dino does with Derek and what he does with Kamari. Can you just talk about how he's been able to help Derek take that next step and how he's bringing Kamari along?
Yeah, Dino's done a great job working with our corners, specifically working with Stingley and just training him on his technique, training him on just finishing every play and just instilling that confidence in him that when the ball goes up, like it's your ball, go make the play. And so it's a huge credit, hats off to Dino for the work that he's done. And I was blessed that Dino was here before I got here and just talking with him, understanding he's a good young football coach who has a bright future in this league, and he's done a really great job with the corners, working with those guys every single day. He's done a great job of leading that room, and you see the production from those guys, and that's a direct correlation to the work that Dino has done with those guys and how he has those guys prepared and ready to play.
So when you think about being at this point in the preseason for young guys who are, like you said, maybe not the ones, do you remember just the mental piece and what that's like navigating? How do you not press, overthink it? What can you say about that part of it?
Yeah, it's tough at this point in the league for all the guys, right? All the teams are in this same spot. And I tell our guys is you have to block out all of the noise, the external noise and unfortunately the internal noise where you may have some doubt or you're thinking, oh, are they keeping this many guys? It's like you have to block all those things out because you never know what can happen. And also at this point in time, if you don't make it, that doesn't mean that that's the end for you, right? There are a lot of guys who have had successful careers in this league who didn't get that first yes, right? It was a little journeyman to find their way, but they found their way and they made a career in the league. So it's just about how guys attack it, right? Attacking it the right way and just continuing to work on themselves and focus on getting better. No problem. Thank you, guys.
That's Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans. You are listening to Sports Radio 610, The Drive, Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley. And we got a couple of minutes here, Ron. I know one part of what he addressed there, the run game. To me, that's the A story, unless you want powder puff, and unless you just want good feels, unless you just want somebody to come in here and stroke the team all day long. The real question, the real I think topic out of what we watched on Saturday is the run game, is Dameon Pierce. He had some really good comments there. Tyler will cut that and we'll pull it and we'll circle back to that, Ron. But other than that, I thought one thing really stuck out, and this is a positive for all my positive Paulies out there. Listen up. The pass protection and the way that C.J. Stroud distributed the football was something that deserves some airtime on Sports Radio 610, Ron. The way in which Dexter Lawrence, the only time he ever came into play in the drives when the starters were on the field, was the batted pass on 4th and goal, which the team would have kicked a field goal anyway at that point in time. I don't want to minimize that because that was a play that he made. The point being is that's a guy that if Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green aren't on the up and up and aren't playing good football, that guy could potentially dominate a game and could damn sure put C.J. Stroud in a spot where he doesn't complete a ball to every receiver he's got, right? I mean, so the distribution of the football to multiple guys is unbelievably promising given all the conversations we've had about this receiving core and tight ends leading up to today. But, Ron, the job Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs did, and I haven't seen the film, but the job they did just relative to keeping C.J. Stroud's pocket clean for the most part was an admirable job, a hell of a job.
Yeah, Blake Fisher over there on the left side, too, with Burns and Thibodeau. Now, Thibodeau, there was a couple of times that there was some pressure there. But the great thing is CJ is really, really good at avoiding sacks. CJ's really good at getting the ball out and helping his offensive line. And that's why we've all talked about, now Tunsil gets in, I think he's the best in the game when it comes to pass blocking. But, man, Kenyon, Juice, hold your own. Just stalemates. Hold your own. Like, now, nobody's telling you you can't step up and be really good, but at least just hold your own, because CJ can also help with that. You know, they had Dexter Lawrence, and a couple of times Dexter Lawrence had his name called, and a couple of times he got some bull rushes, but it wasn't just, oh my God, man, all you do is see that big dude right there. Now, there's a couple of times they got some push, but I think they did what we asked. Hold your own. Hold your own, and there was no way that the defensive line of the Giants came and destroyed the game, and they got dudes that are capable of doing that.
Well, we'll get to the run game part of what's going on in Houston. It's got to be discussed, guys. It's get right time. It's get the work in time. It's a complete your team time. It's take the next step time in training camp. How do the Texans do that? They get the running game right. And so we will get there, Ron. But I'm telling you, if this team, at the very least, if this team, as you mentioned, Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard, pretty confident in those guys. If Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green in the middle can hold it down, if they can just hold it down the way they did Saturday for a quarter, if they can do that for 4 quarters and make it where Dexter Lawrence bats the ball down on a key down, and that's his box score for the day. Yeah. This is going to be a really, really, really good football team and a great season for all of us Texans fans. If C.J. Stroud can play 1 quarter, and with the exception of a couple of penalties that called him back, every receiver that was in uniform caught a football. The only guy that's considered a weapon for C.J. Stroud that didn't catch a football was Joe Mixon, who didn't play. I mean, everybody else touched the rock and touched the rock in rhythm, on time, and that's not easy to do, man. We take it for granted because we have CJ. That's not easy to do, so that was impressive. That run game is the jury's still out, but boy, that damn pass game is second to none.
Yeah, we'll get to it all. Coming up, that was good to hear from the head coach. Now to the captain of the Astros, Joe Espada. We'll hear from him as he has updates on Luis Garcia, updates on Justin Verlander, updates on Alex Bregman. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
H-Town, what's good, baby? Clint.
minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, nice to hear from the head coach, D'Amico Ryans. We do. We gotta address, because he said something about the run game, and he seemed to have an explanation about the issue with the run game. But if you listen to it, he did sneak a little bit of blame, just a tad bit of blame in his comments. We'll let you hear that coming up in just a bit. But Joe Espada also spoke today, and listen, we're going to give you the good news, so buckle up, guys. Here's the good news first from Joe Espada. A lot of news and notes for the Astros ahead of their series with the Boston Red Sox. But this is Joe Espada. This is hot off the press, just happened in the last few minutes. Joe Espada on an update with Justin Verlander.
Yeah, he'll start on Wednesday.
Will he be on any sort of a pitch count? I know he only got up to 57 in his last rehab start.
Yeah, you know what? We'll see how the outing goes and how efficient he is. I don't want to put a number because he can surprise us. But we're going to keep a close eye on his workload for sure.
How about it? He's back in the rotation. Verlander's back Wednesday.
Baby.
I wonder if anybody followed up with, is anybody leaving the rotation, or are we going to 6?
What's the plan? Go to a 6? It's got to be 6-man rotation. Got to be.
Hey, let's. Oh, JV back there. Hey, he's got some time. He should be rested. Hopefully, he is good. His last outing, he went 4 innings and struck out the side in his final out, topped to 96 miles an hour for the 41-year-old. He'll be starting Wednesday. I mean, like, ain't no warm-ups, baby. We're putting you right in against the Boston Red Sox. A tough lineup, a lineup that makes pitchers work. They have this year. So he is back on Wednesday, starting for the Astros. As you said, this has to mean a 6-man rotation. That does make sense. All right, I'm going to save the Bregman stuff for last. Here is his update. We've heard a lot with Luis Garcia, what this could mean. This is the latest and his most recent update on Luis Garcia.
Yes, Luis will start playing catch this weekend.
Yes.
But I'm also, the plan here is for getting ready for 2025. He will not pitch this season. There isn't enough days to get him back on the mound this season. We're not going to rush that process. We need Luis for the future. And right now, he's progressing well, but he will not pitch this season.
All right. Well, Luis Garcia, that option is gone, but luckily for them, they were able to bring in Kikuchi and some other moves in the bullpen. So, listen, I know Garcia was one that we were hoping to see back, and you could see how he could help, but I'm with him. There's no reason to take your time or to not take your time or try to rush him. I don't think you need it right now, and you can be ready for him next year when you start to potentially have some guys that are going to be hurt with Tommy John and some guys leaving.
Yeah, I guess it's a lot worse, or he's not near as far along as we were led to believe, right? Because with the Astros doing what they're doing in August, you would think that you still got 2 more months of baseball before. I mean, like even if he were to get right. I guess I don't know how he would do that. Like, I don't know exactly what that entails once the minor league seasons are over. But like, if he could get right, I would imagine that guy could potentially help you, or at least be available. Could potentially help you. But I understand. I'm with you.
He said there's not enough days, and but
I mean, all of a sudden there's not enough days now. There was a month ago.
Yeah, he's had 2 setbacks, like right, 2 setbacks, right. 2 different times.
So clearly it's worse than
something's not ready. He had 2 separate times he's pitched, and it pitched in the minors for rehab starts and had to be shut down. And this time it seems they're going to take their time with it. All right, the big one today is coming from Alex Bregman. And Alex Bregman, the big tip is he was not in the lineup, and that was thought to the big tip.
You call me? What you need something?
The big indication.
Oh, you weren't talking. I thought you were talking
that
to me.
Alex Bregman wasn't going to play today. Is that he was not in the lineup. So that was the big one. That was the big one first, and then we heard from Chandler Rome saying Alex Bregman was never going to play today and probably not going to play tomorrow either. Well, here is Joe Espada with his response to the Alex Bregman situation.
He hit. He took ground balls, and he's asking, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. No, he just hitting cages. He took some ground balls. So we'll see how he feels. And before you guys ask me if he's available or not, I got to say how he feels, and we go from there.
All right. Well, he says he's took some swings and it said that, put me in, coach. Put me in, coach. Chandler Rome says he was never going to play today and probably not going to play tomorrow.
I mean, isn't that
stark contrast? Remember that time when they said
Bregman's like, if this is true, Bregman's like, man, I ain't never telling y'all I got a flamed up elbow ever again. I'm not ever going to let y'all know I need a day off because, hell, you make it. I'm over here begging you to put me back. I'm over here. Well, yeah, 2, 3, whatever. I'm in here begging. I got to beg my way back in the damn lineup. If this is true, right? I mean, I highly doubt it. But if that put me in, coach, I'm ready to play.
Put me in, coach, I'm ready.
What is that, Casey at the bat?
Put me in, coach.
It's a song, isn't it?
I'm ready to play. Yeah.
Today.
Look at me. I could be center field.
What song is that? What's the name of that song? Put me in, coach?
Yeah, that's
you
what
think,
I would
you think he's playing? You think he just heard that maybe in warm-ups or something and said, let me use this line?
So you're not even for sure that conversation even happened from Alex.
It can't be. Why would a manager say that?
But where is Chandler Rome getting his intel? Because Chandler's he was never going to play today. You remember that time, Tyler, when Chandler Rome came out and said that Justin Verlander was going to have Tommy John?
Yeah.
And Dusty was hard about it. They denied the hell out of it. And then 2 days later, they came out and said,
well,
yeah, he does. He does have to have Tommy. Just complete difference. All right. Hopefully it's nothing. He's taking swings in the batting cage. Can he throw? Has he taken grounders?
Okay, he said he took ground balls.
Took some ground balls. Can he throw?
Meanwhile, Tucker's out there hopping around the outfield like a bunny.
He did.
Hop, little bunny, hop, hop, hop.
Yeah, if you're wondering about
bunny, hop, hop, hop.
You're wondering about Tucker.
That's what Tuck's out there doing.
He's out there hopping, taking some swings in the from the machine in the bed.
I'm gonna tell you, if Tuck can hop, if Tuck can hop like that, he can run.
Sure wasn't able to do anything at Tampa last week. But these damn Astros, boy.
I got to show my little girl that video, man. She likes that song, "Hop Little Bunny." Say, baby, this is how you're supposed to be hopping right here.
Why don't you take it and put the song behind it? Take it, put the song behind it. Tyler's that gifted talent. All right, coming up, we talked about there was an interesting comment that D'Amico made about the run game. To me, when you're talking about front and center from the game, outside of John Mechie and his performance, CJ and them coming out healthy and looking pretty solid. Jalen Petrie and that defense coming up with turnovers, 5 turnovers. As D'Amico said, the run game or the lack thereof, especially from the first unit, had to be one of the big talking points. Well, he addressed it, and wait till you hear what he had to say. That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you what needs to be a big topic. If you're moving homes, if you're selling one, buying another.
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
D'Amico Ryan spoke to the media today. If you missed it, you can go back to the 4 o'clock hour. We're in it at 4 o'clock, a little after 4. You heard that right here live on The Drive. You could listen to what he had to say in its entirety. But to me, they tried to get him to address, hey, how'd you feel about the offense? And he went right to the passing game. Later on, they circled back and more specific to the run game. And I thought it was interesting because to me, in looking at this team and you start to talk about things for the future, things for the season, the run game with Dameon Pierce, with all of them, the offensive line, all the ones were in there in the offensive line with the exception of Laramie Tunsil. I think that was a big point of conversation after the game. This was D'Amico today with his thoughts on the rushing attack.
Yeah, no, not sure how many rushes we had for our first unit. I know we had one outside zone play that we mistargeted a guy. We missed a guy, so a guy was free in the hole on one. And then another probably, missed a run where we could have been downhill. But, overall, I think it's with our O-line, our tight ends, and how it's hard to judge off a couple runs. I think we threw the ball a lot with our first team, so there weren't really many runs to judge, and I don't want to, judge our team off of 2 runs. That's unfair to, make a judgment off of 2 runs.
So a couple there is, it looks like there's in one part where he is saying we missed a block that kind of blew up a play, and then talked about we missed an opportunity to run downhill that kind of blew up an opportunity for them to have something in the run game. So those were 2 plays. Obviously, he's going back and watched that he specifically brought up there in his assessment of the run game. And I guess for you, is this I don't think this is just a one-part thing. I think it's an all-parts thing. But do you think we've reached the point where Dameon Pierce potentially is no longer should be the number 2 running back?
Look, I think with every carry he gets closer and closer to no longer being the number 2 running back right now. I don't think that's rocket science to anybody. I don't think D'Amico Ryans or Bobby Slowick would disagree with it. There's no way. If you're now we're getting down to where it's close to the season, man. It's put up or shut up, man. Rubber's fixing to meet the road. You've got to have your guys. Especially your backup running back in this system, you've got to have that guy ready to rock and roll. And look, man, Bobby Slowick, the one thing he's been unbelievably good with the quarterback and in the pass game, and with pass protection and receivers and everything that goes into the pass game. He's been tremendous. He's not had the ability to generate a run game, a consistent run game. And what he just mentioned, what D'Amico Ryans just mentioned, is what happens all too often. We either miss the cut or there's a free runner coming through. So it's definitely a double-edged sword. Do you want to have a conversation about the run game, or do you want to have a conversation about Dameon Pierce? When it's all said and done, Dameon Pierce, I believe, has had 8 carries this season. Dameon Pierce has had 2 or 3 drives this season. And it's been more of the same in the run game. He has not impacted at all in the pass game. I don't recall how the drives necessarily ended up. I know this. When Cam Akers gets in the ball game, up front looks very similar. There's free runners. There's not a whole lot of room to run, but it took 6 plays for him to figure out how to make a play on his own with that cutback. So Dameon Pierce is at a point, Ron, where I'm not ready to run him out of town. I'm not ready to say that the Texans should cut ties with him. But there is no doubt about it that this team is getting closer and closer to a point where they're going to have to decide, do they want to continue to make him a priority and continue at this point, we've not seen anything to believe that this is not right, to waste downs and ultimately waste drives There's going to be a handful of touches for the backup running back in the regular season, assuming Joe Mixon is healthy and stays healthy. Are you really in a spot when Bobby Slowick has to generate a run game? D'Amico Ryans has to. If you want to win a Super Bowl, you've got to get this run game rolling. Are you really in a spot where you can continue to make a guy that has not shown you anything different from last year, in which you relieved him of his duties? Are you ready to continue to give that guy and make that guy the priority? I don't know how they can afford to do that, Ron.
Yeah, Clint, as you said, you're not ready to say that he should be done here. I think I am, and my reasoning is I just think it may be good for both parties. I guess I may die on this hill. I believe that he can play football. I believe he is much, much better than what he has shown. You just don't forget at what is he, 25? You just don't all of a sudden from age 23 or 24 to 25 or 26 go from what he was then to here. All right, when I was absolutely dead wrong, and there are people who like to remind me on a daily basis about my thought of what David Johnson was going to be. David Johnson at least was at an age where we normally see running backs kind of move to the next, kind of fall off a bit, lose steps. That's not where we are right here. I think obviously something upstairs with him, the match, whatever, what he's hearing, what he is seeing to imply on the field is completely just at a complete loss at this point. And I feel like they may need to go separate spaces because I think Dameon Pierce can play football in this league. Watched it 2 years ago. That dude can play ball. Clint, I just don't think that it's going to happen here. It just doesn't seem like, and to the point you're making of, hey, let's keep riding here. This is upstairs. Hell, Clint, he caught a kickoff return and looked unsure of himself.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you. The kid hadn't forgotten how to play. I think in with this particular staff, what they're asking him to do, I think it has to do with everything they're asking him to do is probably a little bit much for him. Well, the system that we saw him play well in was a keep it simple, play fast system. There's everywhere Pep Hamilton's been. It is how quickly can I coach these guys up in this offense, and we got to play a game in a week. And Dameon Pierce thrived in that particular system. This particular system is one where you've got to. I would imagine it's just much deeper, and there's a lot more decisions have to be made. And for whatever reason, that's impacting his ability to do the very basic run plays that he's ran since he was 5 years old. I mean, it's the wildest thing, but it is what it is at this point in time. And other guys, everybody in a running back room that played on Saturday for the Texans found a way to make a play. They found a way to stand out and make a play and get the crowd out of their seat. Dameon Pierce had 4 tries at it and looked abysmal.
Yeah, I just think I think there's a split there that needs to occur because I just think he just doesn't have it here at this point. Now, I'm glad you brought up, two things can both be true. Dameon Pierce is in a place where I don't think he should be getting carries, and he doesn't have it here. But I'll be damned. I know what D'Amico said. He talked about kind of 2 different runs. Man, even when Cam Akers was in the game, and it was 1s and 2s there, there seems to be a lot of missed blocks. There seems to be a lot of initial penetration that I'm not 100% certain that Joe Mixon is going to flourish with. Like, when we talk about the Cam Akers, and Cam Akers had one run where I felt like a lot of people in the press box, and I saw a lot of people in Texans Twitter going off about, see, there it is. Just let him be running back 2. All right, he made that play. I bet you he don't make that play 5 out of 10 times. Right? I bet you he is caught a few times. You just can't live on, all right, man, stretch play to the right. All right, this is how we're going to we're going to get positive yardage. There's somebody right there in his face, but he reverses field and it gets 14 yards. Like, you can't live like that. There's way too much from the first. I said it to you in the press box. It's almost as if they're taught this way. Yeah. There's so much penetration, not just with the first unit, but second, third unit. It's like they're all taught that way. Go watch how many runs you see where it seems like there's instant penetration or somebody that the back has to try to avoid immediately.
We're close, Ron. We're close. Yeah, I mean, look, that's that was tongue in cheek, by the way. There is the Texans run.
That's what we said last year.
Yeah, that's what we said all year last year. The Texans run game is a problem. I said this earlier. Right now, if we had to ask Bobby Slowick, and Bobby Slowick had to answer the question truthfully, and you said, Bobby, you got one run play, what are you calling? I don't think there's one run play. I don't care what scheme you talk, inside, outside zone, split zone, all the different G schemes, where you're pinning and pulling and doing good athletic guards, whatever. I don't think Bobby Slowick can look you dead in the eye and say, I need 2 yards. Here's my play. I don't think Bobby Slowick feels good, because here's the deal. It's not whether you can or you can't. It right now it is any given play, run play that Bobby Slowick calls. It is a crapshoot of whether a free runner contacts the running back 2 yards deep in the backfield.
Dang it, Bobby. More or less, it's got to work if the running back can avoid at least one defender immediately. Yeah.
Well, there's just nothing I don't think there's anything at this point that we've seen that Bobby Slowick feels really, really good about. And that's you're at a spot where you've got so much invested in your offensive line that you got to feel good about something. You got to find a way to feel good about something. So we can talk about Dameon Pierce, and that is to me that is this top story. But two things can be true. Dameon Pierce is struggling, and this offensive line, there's way too much leakage, whether it's linebackers shooting or it's D-line penetrating. There's just way too much leakage in the run game.
I watched it, I'm like, God, I wonder what Joe Mixon would have done with this.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the film, and because I want to see Agumbawale, I want to see Dameon Pierce, and I want to see the first half of the Texans game. And it just, woo! I mean,
that's how someone texted in. I am not one that just says, "Hey, chill out, wait till Laramie Tunsil and Joe Mixon get back," and they're better than what's out there. But
well, if every time you call a run play, or looks every time's extreme. If the majority of the time that you call a run play, you're expecting, like if when we get to a point with the Texans run game where we are expecting our backs, like the first response about the Texans run game, running back should be able to make that guy miss. You're right. They should be able to make those guys miss. Devin Singletary was able to make those guys miss last year, clearly better than Dameon Pierce. But the damn running back shouldn't have to make somebody miss 2 yards deep in the in the backfield every damn time. I mean, that's the key is
not nearly the amount of
it's a crapshoot, man.
The Texans the last couple of years. All right, coming up, a lot of news, a lot of Astros news, including something that just came about here in the last minute. We'll fill you in on that and what D'Amico had to say in terms of joint practices this week. Maybe that gives us a hint on how much we will see from the starters, if any, coming up in their final preseason game. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, get down to Twin Peaks, y'all. On top of their already phenomenal made-from-scratch menu, they got
stars, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Guys, it's 610 to talk about on the radio.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Big Dilf.
The Big Dilf.
And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags, will have the latest. And listen, it is a Kikuchi Monday. So
you say?
Kikuchi night. It is. It is a Kikuchi Monday.
You say?
Kikuchi.
I love Kikuchi.
There she is.
What you say, Tyler?
Tonight is Kikuchi night. There it is.
That was Ron. What do you say, Tyler?
Tonight is Kikuchi night.
There it is. It is Kikuchi night.
I like that.
I never realized how much more bass you got in your voice than T.
You didn't?
You feel that right there.
What are you talking about, dude?
There you go. There you go. Give me a Kikuchi night in that right there, bub.
Kikuchi night. Let's get it.
There you go. That goes with your beard.
Yeah.
That goes with your beard.
Chop down trees and Kikuchi
and
throwing baseball.
And your Sagamore.
The T-Boss sound right there, man. Get that low register. All right, we'll get to the Astros and you say tonight here in a little bit, but
a lot of news, bro.
A lot of news, and I want to start with Joe Espada giving us an update on Justin Verlander because in terms of, I think the most important news. I think it's hard, but probably the most important news here is Joe Espada with an update, the latest on Justin Verlander.
Yeah, he'll start on Wednesday.
Will he be on any sort of a pitch count? I know he only got up to 57 in his last rehab start.
Yeah, you know what? We'll see how the outing goes and how efficient he is. I don't want to put a number because he can surprise us. But we're going to keep a close eye on his workload for sure.
All right, so he will start Wednesday, and off of that, this news even more recent than that, Clint. This coming from Chandler Rome, as expected, the Astros will go to a 6-man rotation upon Justin Verlander's return on Wednesday. So they will move to a 6-man rotation. Not a surprise at all. They've all pitched in a fashion in which they deserve to be in it, and the combination of Verlander taking it slow with him getting it back, Arrighetti not pitching this many innings up to this point, Hunter Brown reaching that point, as well as Ronel Blanco. This is a move that makes sense. And, Clint, they've gotten themselves to a 4-game lead, so you feel pretty good about where you are right now, and you don't have to chase stuff down so it doesn't bold as big as if to say, oh, man, we're not allowing our top starters to get as many starts as they could down the stretch. I think this is the move that makes the most sense going to a 6-man.
Well, everybody's pitching well right now, with the exception of what do you do with Justin Verlander that first start from a pitch count standpoint. But you've recently had to go with bullpen games. You got plenty of arms out of the bullpen at middle relief that if Verlander can't go 6 or can't go 5, he gets into 4 and the count gets up. You've got guys to go to. You've got answers to those problems. Best case scenario, you get Justin Verlander, a frontline starter, back for late season, obviously, and the playoffs. And along with that, as you mentioned, they've already announced going to a 6-man rotation. Ronel Blanco, Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, all of these guys. Who am I leaving out? There's one more. I guess Kikuchi and Fromber aren't guys you can start that you worry about in terms of workload. But those other 3 are guys that are pitching really, really well. They can, to some degree, now manage the workload with Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, and Ronel Blanco. To some degree, they still got to pitch. They've still pitched a lot to this point. They've pitched in a lot of high leverage situations, so it may not matter. But the ability to go to that 6-man rotation could be big down the stretch here for the Astros.
Yeah, big. And by the way, also on that, Luis Garcia updated he is not going to pitch this season. He's going to play catch soon, but they're going to move and take their time with him. He is not expected to pitch during this season. But the other big news is Well, there is no Alex Bregman in the lineup. We'll get to the lineup here in just a bit once we look at tonight's game. But he's not in the lineup, and it was reported by Chandler Rome that Alex Bregman was never going to play today and probably isn't going to play tomorrow in Game 2 of this series with the Red Sox. Here is actually Captain Joe Espada explaining the issue with the elbow of Alex Bregman.
He took ground balls, and he's asking, put me in, coach. I'm ready to play. No, he just hitting cages. He took some ground balls, so we'll see how he feels, and before you guys ask me if he's available or not, I got to say how he feels, and we go from there.
All right, he crushed to that one. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play, is what he said. So, Alex Bregman, they continue to make it seem like it is not a big deal. They continue to make it seem like it is not long-term in any way. Doesn't seem like they're saying IL or anything like that. But Chandler Rome saying he was never going to play today and may not play tomorrow. Where's your thought process right now with the Alex Bregman situation?
Man, I have no idea. With Alex Bregman talking, before I felt really good. Then you get the news that he's not playing today. That makes you wonder a bit. And then Chandler Rome says, hell, these guys were never planning on playing Bregman today or tomorrow. And then you get old Joe Espada singing an old tune here. I don't know what to think about it, Ron. I feel like the only thing that makes me comfortable with the whole situation is, one, Bregman was the one that talked initially, and two, the thought that Bregman has taken ground balls and he swung the bat today. Those two things right there, I feel like are positives in a sense of him getting back on the diamond ASAP. Now, we've had this with pitchers, obviously. If his body or his elbow or what the hell ever's going on, tricep, whatever's going on with his arm, if it responds negatively to the BP and the ground balls today and whatever throwing he did, then we could have a problem. But right now, I'm gonna chill and just let it ride. I feel all right about it.
Yeah, just based off the Astros' history and what they've done when it comes to injuries, I am just led to believe it is, from whatever level or volume, it is worse than what they're letting on. And hopefully it is not multiple days worse. But, when I hear him, oh, yeah, man, took rounders today, like, nah, it ain't that cheery. It's probably somewhere worse, or he would be playing. Right? Like, hey, day off. That's the one thing. 3 days off. Now, 4 days off. And now you're starting a big series and a load of games. And then the reporter who generally hasn't been off when it comes to stuff like this comes out and says, nah, man, he wasn't going to play today or tomorrow. Just leads me to at least believe it ain't as, oh, man, he played. Took some grounders today, baby, hitting the cage. He was asking me, coach, put me in.
You ain't singing the song, huh?
I listen, hey, it may be very well true. I'm not led to believe that. That's not what they're actually
I feel like Bregman would go with a much cooler song than that if he were really going to sing a verse to a coach about put me in the game.
713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, what do you think would be a better song, a more suitable song that Alex Bregman would go with if he...
Bregman was at LSU, man. There's no way
he was at LSU,
put me in, coach.
That might be just it. Put me in, coach. Ready to play today.
Is Breggy being ridiculous?
5 o'clock fire.
Let's say that. All right, tonight, the Astros, it is, as we said, Kikuchi night. Kikuchi night! They will take on the Red Sox. And
hell yeah.
Yusei Kikuchi, who has been pretty good since he has been traded to the Astros, will look to continue his solid efforts. He's been good for 5 to 6 innings and pretty good strikeout numbers. He only had 5 in his last start, but pretty good strikeout numbers. But either been really, really good to dominant, or at the very least given the Astros a real chance to win games.
I love Kikuchi!
And this Clint starts off the 14-game stretch where they take on the Red Sox, the Orioles, the Phillies, and the Royals. These are all either safely comfortable playoff teams or the Red Sox, a team that is fighting to get in and well above 500. That's what they have in the next 14. And luckily, not even luckily for them, they've worked at it. Fortunate for them, they've been able to build a 4-game lead over Seattle going into this stretch because it does get a little easier after that. But this is a big stretch against good teams.
Well, look, couldn't be a better timing of getting Verlander back.
Yes.
Assuming the good Verlander's back. And we got Tucker hopping around in the outfield, so he's a lot closer than we last saw the limp.
Now, when you say hopping around, he is doing hops.
Literally, hop, little buddy, hop.
Not like a hop, not like a hobble.
It's like my wife hops around the house singing that song, trying to get Liv to hop.
Around,
yes, getting Liv to. My daughter loves it. That's what he's doing in the outfield.
I feel like you love it too.
I do, but I like watching him do it.
I thought you just like.
Never thought I'd be singing that to Kyle Tucker in 2024, but here we are. By the way, serious question.
Okay.
When it's a Kikuchi night, do y'all all of a sudden smile? The first time you find out it's a Kikuchi night, is there a smile on your face?
Yeah.
Like there is right now on both of y'all.
This afternoon, whenever I looked up the probable pitchers for tonight, as soon as I saw Kikuchi right there listed, I started smiling.
I don't know if I did, but when you said it, I did.
I mean, it's so beautiful.
When I hear
exactly what I hoped would happen way back in the day when I just flippantly said, "No, that's the guy we need to go get in free agency." I didn't even look at a stat. I didn't care. That's the guy.
Heard a name.
And here it is, just playing out so beautifully. All he has to do is be in the rotation, and you got to either look at it when you get up in the morning, or hear somebody say it, and that smile on your face.
It's really helped that he's been good too.
Yeah, trust me. Bad Kikuchi, nobody thinks that's funny.
I don't.
No way, no how is that funny.
If he was pitching like Jake Bloss, I think you would eventually get to a smile, but it would be right off the bat.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There'd be some bad Kikuchi jokes going around.
You say that name enough, you'll get
come back around.
I know you will. Here's the lineup for tonight's game 1 against the Red Sox. Altuve leading off. Remember, there's no Bregman for the 4th straight game, so Alvarez stays in the 2 spot with Diaz, who homered yesterday to see if he can continue getting it going. Pena's in the cleanup spot. Caratini's at catcher, by the way. Yiner Diaz is playing first base tonight. Myers is in center field. Trey Kavitz, who just got called up from Sugar Land, he is in right field tonight. Dubon in left, and Whitcomb, he is playing third base, bat 9th. Had a couple of hits over the weekend, bat 9th for Alex Bregman at third base. So that is the lineup tonight as they get a big series and a big 14-game gauntlet ahead of them starting tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, D'Amico Ryans spoke to the media earlier today. We carried that live right here on The Drive. A little after 4 o'clock if you want to go back on the podcast page and listen. But D'Amico Ryans talked about this, Clint, that they're only going to do one joint practice, 1 day of joint practice. I remember last year with the Dolphins, it felt like 2 or 3 days that they did joint practice.
Yeah, I think 1 day is rare.
Yeah, they're only doing 1 day on Thursday. That's all they're going to be able to do with the Rams. And I wonder, to you, the people, Tyler, listeners, everybody, have you seen enough from the guys? Right? We thought like maybe they have this joint practice where you can get a lot of work done with opposite teams, but it's only 1 day now. Will this be enough? Will you have seen enough from a lot of the frontline guys that you don't need to see them play in the actual preseason game coming up Saturday, which you can win tickets for tomorrow? Texas Ticket Tuesday right here on Sports Radio 610 all day tomorrow. But have you seen enough? Will that be enough for you to see from the frontline guys?
For what?
For the
to be confident. I know the question, but I'm saying to be confident.
To feel good, or do you need to see a little bit more work?
No, look, I mean, I would love to see, and look, there's some obvious. I mean, I'm not considering Damian Pierce in this conversation.
Yeah.
I don't need to see any more from Joe Mixon. I don't need to see any more from Laramie Tunsil. I don't need to see any more from anybody on the offensive side of the football. None of the None of the starters. I don't need to see any more from Kenyon Green. I don't need to see any more from Juice Scruggs. I'm good all the way across the board with that. Defensively, there's the only guy that I would like to see more of is Kamari Lassiter. The only guy that I think could benefit from more is Kamari Lassiter. Now, it's not going to happen. We've literally seen him for one quarter in the NFL, and he's going to take the field as a starting corner, outside corner, versus the Indianapolis Colts. That's the only one that I would say, I would like to see more out of him. Not for me, and just because clearly they're really I think he would put it that way. He's the only guy that I think would benefit from time on Saturday.
Even if the Rams, because I don't think the Rams are going to play anybody. Even if the Rams are playing second guys.
I don't want anybody that's starting out there with a bunch of second, third stringers that are trying to make. No. I'm just talking about benefiting from another game in action. Yeah. I think the only guy, I think this team, I can't think of maybe not even them. I think the backup linebackers that are going to play. No, look, I think the only one, like I said, is the rookie the only rookie that's starting that hadn't played much football at all.
Kalen Bullock, I think he's probably going to get
He's probably going to get a little run, yeah.
I think he's going to get a lot of run potentially week one. So I wonder is he shut down? I think he's going to play.
Be in a rotation?
Yeah, I think he's going to play. So I wonder if he'll fall into the shut down.
Yeah, look, in no way, in shape, or form would I put my starting corner out there. I'm just talking about somebody. Would anybody? There's no benefit for anybody that's starting, and the risk far outweighs the reward. But if we were going to look at all the 22 starters, the only guy that I think could shake a few jitters, get used to the NFL game, and maybe gain something from it would be Kamari Lassiter. But obviously, he's your starting corner. You're not going to put him out there.
The only guys of major note that played in the first one were Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs. You seen enough of them?
Seen enough of them.
Good.
Seen enough of
them. Get ready for week one. Get ready for Buckner and Grove. Right there, week one. All right, so that is the latest there on the practice schedule this week. One day of joint practice with the Rams. Coming up, the man who had, I would say, the biggest day and the man who needed that day. That was pressure. There was pressure on John Mechie Saturday here at NRG. We got to get into that conversation. Has he officially made this team now? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here.
or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
John Mechie had the day he needed to have, baby. He had to have it. 6 catches, 7 targets, 68 yards, and a tutty as well in this game. And I don't know about you, Clint. I personally believe it cinched his space on this team. Hell, I'm not even sure John Mechie's going to play coming up on Saturday.
You are crazy as hell.
I mean, not 100%. I mean, if I had to bet, I think he will. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They say, "Hey, man, let's really look a little further down at the bottom of the roster with these receivers in there." Go ahead, man, or at least, take your pads off after the first quarter, man. Go ahead, take your pads
Ooh,
off.
Boy, that's
No, I think
rich.
I think he stamped his ticket. I think it was shaky. I think they were looking for something. And I do think I don't think it started out that way, but I think after the Hall of Fame game and then after the Steelers and through that week, like, hey, man, you got to start making some plays, or like you have to start doing something that will make it make sense of us all believing in what you are. And he did that, and I think he stamped his space on this team.
Boy,
Tyler,
that's
you're there,
rich.
right? He's there, right? Like, yeah, he stamped it, right? Yeah,
feels that way to me.
Yeah, he's there.
Man, that's rich.
Let's go.
You don't think he's 100% on this team?
No.
Really?
No, I don't. 100%. Nah. I agree. Look, I mean,
no.
I agree with the points being made of he's a second-round draft pick. The story, the organization is in love with John Mechie. The organization is going to do everything they can to get John Mechie on this football team. But 100% is rich. I think he moved himself. Like I think he gave them a reason to maybe even make him the favorite of the 4 guys that are in line to fill the 2 spots of the 5-6 receiver on this team. If you want to throw a 7th receiver in there, just for the minute, there's 4 guys out there. Yeah, I think he's squarely in that conversation. He had a hell of a game, but I can't get to 100%. I can't get to 100%.
And listen, I want to tell you, I don't think he should be 100%. Personally, I think he has just done what Bob Woods and I think he had a better game than those guys, but I think essentially he's done what Bob Woods and what Xavier Hutchinson.
There you go.
Have done in those other preseason games. But I think there is a real want to for him to be a part of this team. There's a real want to for him to make plays. I think it may be the hardest cut of anybody out there. I don't think he has shown the production or played at a space where he deserves to be 100% in. But, man, they have been having him run with the ones throughout a lot of it. And I don't just think it was just, hey, let's just put him with the best quarterback so we can completely get a full look. I think they were putting him there because they really believed in him. And now he is shown out here in a game, and right there, bam, you're here. And the joy, not to say that there shouldn't have been, but the joy was like, yes, like that, like a little different than Xavier Hutchinson going out there and putting another 5 and 56. Right? It just there was a happiness in which I just think these guys, the staff and the main players have a real emotional connection that I think helps his cause.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. I think that is I do think there's a real tangible plus there. And I do think that this organization is in love with it. If you've got a fifth or sixth receiver on your team that's probably not going to play, if everybody's healthy, probably not going to play much at all, having a guy on the team that every time he makes a play in practice or every time he makes a play in the fourth quarter if he's in the game, or the upside if he ever does get to a point where he can start and produce in a regular season NFL game, the guy goes out and simply makes a play and the sideline erupts, and you get that kind of emotion and that kind of love and chemistry and all the things that DeMeco Ryans, I think, really cherishes, which, by the way, I greatly appreciate. Like, all of that stuff is part of the Mechie package.
Yes. That's not a part of the Hutchinson package.
Right. The Hutchinson package is special teams.
Cephas.
I don't know about Cephas. The Skoranek is the bigger-bodied wide receiver that's special teams. Robert Woods is very similar to John Mechie. In fact, very similar relative to I think well yeah, there's definitely an affinity there, but I'm talking about like size, speed, ability to separate, all suspect at this point in time with both of those guys. But Robert Woods brings a veteran. I know all the positions. In a pinch, I don't need a bunch of practice. In a pinch, I can play and fill a role anywhere and be productive. So I think there are four guys, including Mechie, who high ceiling guy potential, young, inexpensive. There's a case to be made for all four of those guys. And a big part of Mechie's, I do think, is how close he is with a lot of the guys on this football team.
Yeah, from the text line coming through, Mechie is the best of these guys on the bubble. Nothing more.
And you got there.
Shout out to Irwin.
And you got there by 6 catches in backup work in a preseason game. That's tough, man. I'm not saying the guy's not a good player, but I mean, good gosh, we've watched him not create separation for 2 weeks.
It's been more than 2 weeks.
I mean, it's been like look.
But he wasn't.
It's not as simple as that. By the way, I don't know who was that. Irwin.
Irwin, yeah.
Irwin. Yeah, no, Irwin. It ain't as simple as that. I don't know what you've been watching.
Someone texted. Ron is or Mechie is in. Clint is tripping, and now you're flip flopping, Ron. No, I'm not flip flopping. I have told you. My thought process of what I've seen from John Mechie is different than what I believe they believe in him. Right?
Now, that's a different story.
That for me, as I said, I have maintained this. My man, as I said it last week, we went to camp and watched him practice, and he is rolling with the ones, and I'm like, bro, got 1 catch for 7 yards and 1 catch for 4 yards in the 2 games, and there's not a lot of flashing in camp. But that's why I have said from the jump, they see him differently than what the production is. And now
100%.
And listen, as fair or not, how far and what he had to do to impress was not as much as others that he's competing with. And 6 catches, and what'd you say? This has been the best receiving game from anybody in the 3 preseason games?
I think Xavier Hutchinson was nice in the first game, but he didn't score a touchdown.
No.
So obviously Mechie's is better.
And Robert had a pretty nice game.
Had a good run in game 2 against the Steelers, but again, no touchdown. I think Mechie getting in the end zone. And look, Mechie had a good game. Mechie showed a wide range of ability. He good route running, created a little bit of separation. The catch that didn't count on the sideline because he didn't get his foot down, that was a hell of a catch. Probably the best catch that I've seen him make at the NFL level. The touchdown was not easy. I mean, you've got to. I mean, that's the most popular route down there. You've got to do some things to get that little bit of separation. It's a hell of a throw as well. Mechie did. He had a good game. Mechie did some good things. But yeah, I mean, I can't just ignore what we've watched for 3 weeks because there was a good preseason game.
No.
Hell, I threw a touchdown in a preseason game. Ain't nobody was running around talking about I was making the team for sure.
Had a nice run against
Did
the
that too,
Broncos,
yeah.
But
yeah.
There it was.
But all that you said you watched, he was remaining with the first unit. And now he had this to it.
Yeah, anybody that's been to practice can tell you that they've. I mean, this team obviously values John Mechie well above
what his production.
The production. Yeah, I mean that's a given, no question.
All right, the Texans defense, did they look good or did Daniel Jones just look really bad? We'll discuss that amongst other things with the Houston Astros. Some of that latest news that's happening with them. We'll get all into that coming up next.
locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, remember, tomorrow is a big day for you, the fan on the station. It is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. You have a chance throughout the day right here on Sports Radio 610 to win a pair of front row tickets in the bullpen. So be listening all day, starting with Payne and Pendergast, with In the Loop, with Lopez, Reggie, and Figgy. The new show. I saw somebody text in and say, what time's the new guy come on? He comes on 10 to 2, baby. They had a good first day. If you missed it, go to the Odyssey app and listen to that show. But they'll have it for you tomorrow. We will as well. A Texans Ticket Tuesday, front row seats to see them take on the Rams. The final preseason game of the season. I'm sorry. I think there's some people who do kind of really wait for this all day. Didn't get to hear your bets today, Tyler. You got any locks? What's your lock today?
My lock?
Clint's really listening.
Let me pull it up.
Man, just give them
what's your bets today?
Man.
I mean, I think you probably had a pretty good weekend this weekend. As the Astros, Friday might have been great, but the Astros came through. Hopefully, you had them strikeouts on. I'd have had strikeouts on all the pitchers this weekend if I'm betting the way you do. But what you got? You got a lock? What's your bets tonight,
man,
Tyler?
I got a lock for tonight. It's Yusei Kikuchi.
Gotta get them strikeouts.
No, I'm not going with the strikeouts, but I'm going over 16.5 pitching outs for Kikuchi. That's my lock.
You need 5 2/3.
Yep, that's
He's been
my lock.
hitting that. He strikes out a lot of guys, gets a lot of swings and misses, but he tends to throw a lot more pitches. That's why that is.
What's that strikeout number, T?
7.5.
That's high.
Rich.
You want me to be honest with you?
Yes.
I don't like your lock.
Okay.
Just the Red Sox are like this, just patient, work count is what they do. I feel like that pitch count might run up.
Make you feel better about it, T?
Should.
A little bit.
I love Kikuchi!
I mean, I've been off a little bit. You know,
when he attacks the strike zone, they can't be patient, T. I'll make you feel better about it.
It's hard to be patient with that
Kikuchi,
man.
Yes, isn't it, though? Great point.
It's hard to be patient, yeah.
You say.
I'm telling you.
You say.
Patience is a virtue.
Hey, what other did I miss it, or did you already go?
So my other bets for the Astros game, I'm on the Astros over 4.5 team total, so that they'll score at least 5 runs. I'm on Jordan over 1.5 bases. And if you want some action not in the Astros game, I'm on the Twins-Padres over 7 today.
That's not bad. That's going to be a really fun series. I probably will watch a little bit, but that's going to be a fun series.
Is Altuve heating up?
He was DH yesterday. I can't remember what he did.
He hit a bomb, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Yes. Correct. Yes.
Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
Diaz almost hit 2.
Yeah.
Got robbed, right?
Jake got robbed, too, over the weekend, didn't he? But it's great swing from Jake. So I just wanted to put that out there. Got robbed.
Good.
Climbed up the wall and got that. But no, yeah, man, look at that. Hopefully those work for you, man. I think the Kikuchi strikeouts, that's high, too. That's high. But
Yeah, I'm staying away from the K's.
Yeah, good luck tonight, man.
Thank
good luck.
you.
Well, you remember his lock right there. You heard Tyler's lock. Basically, you need your man to go 5 2/3 innings. Pull that off tonight. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Ooh, a little double dip tonight with Indy Kalu and Hall of Famer John McClain. They will be live on the show coming up behind us, and we're live and local. With Area 45, Bijani and Creighton. No Alex Bregman in the lineup tonight. Potentially may not be in the lineup tomorrow, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Justin Verlander is back, slated to start on Wednesday, and they will have a 6-man rotation. But back to this game because, Clint, the defense, the top defense, 1s, 2s, they look good. And they did not have Will Anderson Jr. They did not have Daniil Hunter. They still looked really, really good against the Giants, held them down, had two big turnovers from Petrie and Stingley, but had 5 turnovers overall. What did you see here? Was this something you're like, yeah, that defense is looking ready. They're ready to go week 1 against the Colts? Or were you like, pump the brakes a little bit because Daniel Jones and the New York Giants were so terrible?
Well, no, look, I think two things can be true once again. I thought the defense was tremendous. I thought without their 2 defensive ends, they were flying around, clearly not thinking, making plays, disrupting big time. We're clearly the more physical football team, the more confident football team. And I think as a whole, they were swarming as DeMeco Ryans wants them to do. Now, I did say 2 things can be true. The Giants have to be the worst football team in football right now. If there is a worse football team.
You haven't seen the Panthers?
Ryan, if there is a worse football team in all of the NFL, I need folks to let me. I'll tell you what. Who's in it? 713-572-4610. I have not seen every game. I don't buzz around watching every damn preseason game. In fact, outside of the Texans, I don't sit down to watch much at all unless it's just convenient. Who has seen what? All y'all out there, what team have you seen that appears to have no clue what they're doing? Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones. Which I gotta believe by if the game
played a lot of their ones.
My game plan, they played their ones a long time.
Yeah, a long time.
Malik Neighbors in the game late in the second quarter.
Late.
I love to catch him. If I were playing the Texans, I would want to, and you're the Giants, by the way. You're turning this thing over. The Saquon Barkley era is over. You're turning this thing over to Daniel Jones. It's absolutely paramount. Let me get Daniel Jones comfortable immediately. Let me get him comfortable. The very first thing that I would sit down and talk to Daniel about and my offensive coordinator about is, guys, let's be smart. They've got a rookie cornerback on one side. It's his first time to be in the league in the NFL.
First game.
They've got first game. That's the first NFL action. They've got Jalen Petrie, who's never played nickel at the NFL level, starting. And they got linebackers, Christian Harris, that aren't that are injured. How about we come out and do the smart thing? How about we attack opposite Derek Stingley? How about we don't go at Derek Stingley?
Seemed like the game plan was to do the opposite of that.
Go at Derek Stingley, right? So your quarterback, which by the way, the plan appeared to be that way, and then your quarterback doubled down on it and just kept going that way, right? At no point in time do you say, hey, let's just flip the formation, boys. Let's flip the formation. And if they travel Derek Stingley with Malik Neighbors, let's just take the boundary, easy throw, where the rookie corner's playing soft and pedaling, and you got a better chance of survival there. You got a better chance of getting off to a quick start, right? I mean, these guys can't even come into a preseason ball game and make the smart decisions to get a struggling offense, clearly a struggling quarterback that lacks identity, and to offense that lacks identity. Just get off to a quick start. You try to attack the best player on this defense, and it almost bites you in the ass on the first play, and then you go over there, out of 6 pass attempts, you go over there 2 more to 3 times total. I mean, it's if there's a worse football team, if there's a dumber football team, and look, Daniel Jones is not
They were
good.
just trying some stuff out?
I think they were trying to force the ball to Malik Neighbors early, and they don't have no more sense than to do it on a rookie than to do it on Derek Stingley Jr. That's what I think.
It's Daniel Jones a lot. Brian Daboll has been a really respected coach in the league. I feel like
it doesn't. None of it makes sense.
Unless they were doing it on purpose. Now, Dan, that pick six That
was bonehead.
That's one of the.
Yeah, that was terrible.
There's a high school kid that right now you go work with at Baytown Lee that you got a problem making that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm meeting at the numbers, maybe the hash.
Might pull you.
No, but Ron, that's a product of all the foolishness before getting you put in a situation where now it's third down and you got a leaky offensive line and you're dropping back, your quarterback's holding the football. It's all chaos. Everything's moving. There's nothing going on with New York that's slowing the game down for anybody involved, right? Their best drives and their best production all day long was the ridiculous back shoulder catch by Malik Neighbors on the sideline, followed up by a ridiculous back shoulder catch, which was out of bounds, but the crazy one by Jalen Hyatt. I mean, it's just
had a nice one to Slayton, to the one.
Ron, they're out here throwing back shoulders to everybody, like every receiver's good at it and every quarterback's good at it. I mean, it's just that was as bad a football as you're going to see in the NFL. And I hate to break it to you, New York, it's going to be like that week one. It's going to be like that. That wasn't. It was it was preseason. We weren't ready, or this.
Better start using Dan in that running game a little bit more.
Maybe that's Singletary in another situation where he's got to run the ball downhill.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something. Yeah, that was. That pick to Petrie. That was little.
Ron, how
that was
poor?
Little leagues.
How poor? And again, I'm not taking anything.
He grabbed his head immediately.
I'm not taking anything away